Sui transmigrated into a primitive, alternate society and landed in the hands of a group exiled from their tribe. They were short on food and clothing, the population dwindling, on the verge of extinction. He thought he was about to become food, but to his surprise, the female chieftain turned on him with a seduction. Making nets, crafting bows, raising livestock, hunting, and fishing. Watch how Sui thrives in the prehistoric rainforest. How does he win the hearts of beautiful women? How does he lead his people to build a powerful nation? Those people shouldn't be killed. They're perfect material for slaves. If you like prehistoric world stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Captive of the Primitive Tribe. Kill him. How dare he enter our territory? No. Muffled, incomprehensible chatter filled his ears. Sui blinked, bewildered. Two men wearing animal skins stared at him with ill intent, wooden spears in hand, seemingly arguing. Wait, wasn't he asleep in his apartment? How did he end up in a forest? A breeze brushed past, and he shivered. Looking down, he realized he was completely naked. No clothes, in the wilderness, with two half-naked men not far ahead. Goosebumps rose along his skin, his heart raced. Instinctively alert, he saw the two men step forward, spears pointed at his chest. Hey, let's talk this through, Sui stammered, raising his hands. Listen, he's an outsider. We must kill him. More chatter, all incomprehensible. But Sui could read the hostility in their eyes, the intent to kill. Unarmed, naked, he couldn't fight. Running was hopeless. The two barefoot men didn't even flinch while stepping over thorns. Move, they barked, forcing him in a direction. Thorns pierced his feet with every step, forcing him to stop and carefully pull them out. Dense underbrush, thorns everywhere. As a normal office worker, Sui had never dreamed he'd one day trek naked through a jungle. The two men sneered at his clumsy movements. Clearly, they considered him a coward. Finally, after several hundred meters, he stumbled upon a narrow path. Blood streaked his body, pain sharp and real. This wasn't a dream. Had he really transmigrated? System? Summoning space? Open sesame. He tried every chant he could think of. Nothing. Recalling the primitive survival program he'd watched last night, he cursed his choice. He should have studied the Tang dynasty instead. Walking along the path, his body relaxed slightly, and his mind raced for a plan. He was in a tropical forest, a captive of two primitive men. No common language, no reasoning possible. Running was futile. Fighting was impossible. Fortunately, they didn't seem intent on killing him, yet. He knew that in primitive societies, cannibalism was common. Only more advanced tribes might reject such practices. He had to gamble that his tribe wouldn't roast him over a fire. Even as a slave, survival was better than being food. Confident in his modern wisdom, he could thrive even as a servant. Soon, the forest thinned, signs of human activity increased. Pushing aside foliage, he saw a circle of huts fenced with thorny bushes to keep wild beasts away. Inside the fence, over a dozen people, young and old, occupied simple shelters. In the center, children played naked. Two elders greeted the men behind him. Surveying the camp, Sui noticed there were no other adults, no young warriors to challenge him. His heart sank. This tribe had no slaves. The two men who captured him had primitive tools. There was barely enough food, even for themselves. He feared being eaten alive. The elders licked their lips, eyes fixed on him, making his skin crawl. The shelter he was shoved into was low. He had to stoop to enter. The captors lingered outside, whispering. Sui suspected they were plotting how to eat him. Inside the hut, the structure was simple. Branches as a frame, large leaves woven together to block the wind. A layer of dry grass covered the floor. Nearby, a hide from an unknown animal lay like a slab of meat. An unsettling sight. Yet Sui was not one to sit and wait to die. A plan formed in his mind. Using the hide, he would make shoes and escape this potentially cannibalistic tribe. But the hide was tough, refusing to tear. Searching the hut, he found a stone and managed to cut a slit in the hide, tearing it into two halves. In the dim light, he fashioned makeshift shoes, covering his feet as best he could. Just as he reached for the leaves covering the back of the hut, cheers erupted outside. Sui grimaced and sat back. A moment later, the door was thrown open. Sunlight poured in, warming his skin. Squinting, he saw over 20 youth clad in animal skins, each holding stone knives or bone spears. Behind them, the place where the children played earlier now held a bloodied, dead wild boar. All eyes turned to him. The young women averted their gazes. Older women glanced briefly and looked away. Sui felt awkward. Someone prodded him forward. He took a few steps and relaxed, thinking, if I'm going to die, I may as well enjoy a day in primitive society. Ahead, the largest hut marked the chief's residence. Sui guessed he would soon meet the leader. Suddenly, a tall youth threw a hide at him, eyes scanning his naked body, full of threat and warning. Sui's anger flared. He turned, held his head high, and swaggered toward the hut. If death awaited him, he would face it boldly. Lifting the leaf-woven door curtain, he saw the chief, a woman around 20. Complex totemic paint couldn't hide her delicate features. A necklace of beast teeth adorned her neck, and a deer hide covered her chest and thighs. Her eyes, full of authority, locked onto him. Su-yi, unfazed, stared back. In the next moment, she sprang up, grabbed a nearby stone knife, and swung at him. Chapter 2. The Failed Escape. Can you guess whether the chief will sever his head? The chief harbors a deep disdain for cowards. That outsider is even less courageous than our Yao Ding. Yao Ding, a bare-bottomed child, puffed out his chest upon hearing this. However, he is the first outsider to intrude upon our territory in several years. The chief is unlikely to execute him, remarked a slightly older woman. Humph. A cold snort emanated from outside the small circle. The crowd turned to look, their chatter ceasing. The newcomer was the chief's elder brother, Yao Ying, the mightiest warrior of the tribe. How dare he approach my sister so brazenly? The tribespeople glanced at the half of a cowhide on the ground, their eyes glimmering with mockery. Before the tribe faced upheaval, there had been an unwary outsider who attempted to offend Yao Yu, who was not yet the chief at that time. She had risked the prospect of war between the clans and had smashed her opponent's lower body. Where did you capture him? Yao Ying's gaze fell upon the short tribesman at the center of the gathering. I will take you there. The two departed the camp, one following the other. Warm blood trickled down her neck as the woman suddenly attacked, her movements as swift as a leopard's. Su-yi had no time to react. Yet, under the looming threat of death, he instinctively raised his fist to strike her cheek. The woman, the chieftain, bent and agilely evaded. She stepped back 2 paces, escaping Su-yi's range of attack, and resumed her seat upon the tiger-skin stone chair, crossing her legs and scrutinizing Su-yi from head to toe. The sting on his neck jolted his nerves, but the blood loss was minimal. It seemed merely a superficial cut, having preserved his life. Su-yi quickly regained his composure and silently regarded his opponent. The fact that she had spared him might indicate the possibility for negotiation. He could not act rashly lest he provoke her ire. Which clan do you belong to? The woman on the seat inquired, her voice clear and melodious. Su-yi shook his head, signaling his lack of comprehension. Subsequently, the chieftain switched to several languages, yet Su-yi only shook his head in bewilderment. After a fruitless exchange, he was returned to his small hut. In the assembly hall, the large hut, all adult tribespeople gathered. Chief, why do you not kill him? Yes. Why do you not kill him? Echoed a tribesman. The foremost figure, Yao Yu, regarded them quietly. Tell me, why should we kill him? Upon hearing the chief's retort, the man stood flabbergasted, pondering for a long moment before regaining his train of thought. He invaded our territory. Must we slay him simply for that? As far as I am aware, he has not taken a single leaf from us, has he? Yao Yu gazed at the tribesman who had seized Su-yi. Under her scrutiny, the man puffed out his chest. Indeed, when I encountered him, he was wearing nothing at all. Since he has not usurped our resources, we cannot kill him. Yao Yu scanned the crowd, realizing that her brother and another tribesman were absent from the assembly. But that outsider has offended you. A male tribesman interjected. He is a shameless outsider. Can we stoop to the level of savages? Yao Yu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, he just acted without shame before us. Thus, we cannot kill him. According to our ancestral teachings, we must treat him with the finest food. An older female tribesman declared loudly. If he wishes to leave, we cannot stop him. Another tribesman recalled something and immediately added. To defy the will of the fire god is to invite punishment. Yes, the crowd chimed in, recalling the taboos and ancestral teachings ingrained in their minds. Yao Yu heard the answer she sought and nodded slightly. It had been a long time since any outsider had set foot in their territory. It was no wonder the tribespeople had forgotten their ancestral teachings. No, we must slay him. At that moment, Yao Ying strode in, holding a bloodied wild chicken. This was found at the site where the outsider was discovered. He sought to plunder our food. Upon hearing this, the tribespeople's eyes blazed with fury. Even those who had just argued for kindness towards the outsider gritted their teeth. Cursed outsider, had it not been for Ying's return to investigate, we would have all been deceived by him. Off with his head. Let us chop him to pieces. Why did I not discover this sooner? Another captor of Su-yi scratched his head, struggling to recall. You were deceived by the cunning outsider. He hid the red chicken in the bushes. Yao Ying interjected. Truly, he is a sly outsider. Observing the tribespeople's righteous indignation, Yao Ying felt a surge of confidence. He looked up to find his sister glaring at him with icy eyes, and he donned an expression of anger. He should not presume to think she was unaware of her intentions. Yao Yu regarded the still dripping wild chicken, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. She would not allow anyone to deceive her in her presence. Brother, are you certain this wild chicken was killed by the outsider? Her voice was cold. Of course. The strength that captured the outsider can testify to it. Yao Ying met his sister's scrutinizing gaze, forcing himself to respond. Did you witness the outsider kill the wild chicken? Yao Yu turned to question again. Yes. Yao Li stammered. I was the first to discover the outsider, and I saw him hide the wild chicken. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes flickered with indignation. Very well. They dare conspire to deceive her. The dead wild chicken had been bleeding for some time. Did they truly think her a fool? Yet she knew that if she voiced her doubts, Yaoing would surely have a countermeasure. 3 days hence, during the sacrificial ceremony, we shall use the outsider's blood to appease our ancestors. Yao Yu raised her stone knife and proclaimed. The tribespeople below immediately echoed in unison. Within the hut, Su Yi was utterly perplexed. He could not fathom what the chieftain was up to, but he understood that his fate must remain in his own hands. Peering through the gaps in the hut, Su Yi noticed all the adults had entered the largest dwelling. A surge of joy welled within him. Indeed, these primitive people were foolish enough to forget they had a captive. He resumed his escape plan. The hut was constructed simply, and Su Yi tore a sufficient hole to crawl out in just a few moments. Just as he poked his head out, a pair of small feet appeared before him. Su Yi swallowed hard, his heart racing. Looking up, he saw a small bird, and then he noticed a circle of small children around the hut, all gazing at him with curious expressions. Damn it, I've been discovered. Stay calm. Su Yi forced himself to retract his head back into the hut, sealing the torn opening once more. Sitting in the center of the hut, his heart continued to pound. He could only hope these little rascals would not seek out the adults to report him. Otherwise, he might find himself with a broken leg. After all, they were primitive people clad in animal skins and wielding stone tools. He was now acutely aware that these small children had been assigned to keep watch over him. After staring at the large hut for quite some time, without any snitching children in sight, Su Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, a group of people emerged from the hut. Su Yi noticed that their gazes directed towards him were far more ferocious than before. It's over. They must have already conspired on how to consume him. He regretted not fleeing earlier. Su Yi slapped his forehead in despair. In the large hut, Chief, that outsider is innocent. Observing her clansmen left alone, Yayu raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you suggesting that Li is lying? Chapter 3, Procreation. The outsider is quite feeble. Even a small thorn can halt his steps, and he is utterly incapable of hunting agile wild chickens. Yaoyu also recalled that when she first encountered the outsider, he was merely wrapped in animal hides around his feet. However, she perceived that the shameless outsider was not cowardly. On the contrary, he displayed considerable audacity. This piqued her interest. Do elaborate on how you captured him. A bonfire was set up outside the hut, creating a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, hostile glances were cast their way, prompting Su Yi to decide to postpone his escape plan until nightfall. After analyzing his predicament, he resolved to undertake a new task, learning the language of these natives. Should the guards be vigilant, he would not be entirely cut off from his options. With the gift of persuasion, he was confident he could win the sympathy of the beautiful chieftain and secure his escape. Fortunately, there were several children outside, and their language was relatively simple. The pressure of being reduced to food ignited all his focus. Suddenly appearing, Yao Yu straightened, feeling she had grasped the crux of the matter. Yao Gu was the second most skilled tracker in her clan, just after her, and she trusted his judgment. Furthermore, the language spoken by the outsider was unlike that of any surrounding tribe. Could it be that he truly was sent by the Xian Niao to save their clan? Chief, Li is deceiving you. Just now in the assembly, I couldn't bear to expose him, Yao Gu muttered. I see, Yao Yu replied in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. Go summon Li. Watching Yao Gu's retreating figure, Yao Yu fell into deep contemplation. Her elder brother always supported her. Why was he opposing her on the matter of the outsider? Even inciting the clansmen to deceive her collectively was unacceptable. She would not allow anyone to challenge her authority, not even her brother. As for the outsider, she had never entertained the thought of killing him. Her clan could not withstand another war at present, and for the sake of their survival, she could not slay the first foreigner to intrude upon their territory in 5 years. Chief, did you summon me? Yao Li entered, standing tall. What did he tell you that makes you dare to lie in the assembly? Yao Yu fixed her gaze on him intensely. Every word I spoke was the truth, Yao Li said, standing firm under the scrutiny of the chieftain's gaze. Huh? Would you dare speak thus before the statue of our ancestors? Yao Yu scoffed. Recalling Yao Ying's instructions, Yao Li gritted his teeth and retorted, I would dare. Hold, sister. Why must you make things difficult for a loyal clansman? A voice came from the doorway. Yao Ying, you were eavesdropping on our conversation? Yao Yu glared at the entrance, clenching her fists in silence. I did not eavesdrop, Yao Ying said nonchalantly as he entered, gesturing for Yao Li to leave. Yao Li glanced at the chieftain but remained silent as he turned away. Observing this scene, Yao Yu's anger simmered, though her expression remained composed. The elder chieftain had entrusted her with leading the clan. Had her brother forgotten the oath made back then? The ancestors reside in my heart. Yao Ying raised a hand to his chest. You have always been our chieftain, my dear sister. Yao Yu responded without a hint of emotion. Brother, that wild chicken was not killed by the outsider. Do you wish for him to die? It is sufficient for the clansmen to believe he did, Yao Ying replied. Why must we kill him? Are you not aware that our clan is on the brink of extinction? Yao Yu expressed her concerns anxiously. You wish to rely on that cowardly outsider to save us. He could ensure the survival of our clan. Enough, you. Yao Ying's tone turned grave. The fate of our clan is in our hands. I shall lead us back to greatness. But he is innocent. Yao Yu stood up. Do you not fear his kin seeking vengeance? At her words, Yao Ying's expression shifted slightly, but recalling Yao Li's remarks, he quickly solidified his resolve. That outsider must die for seizing our resources. If an enemy approaches, I shall defend us. With that, Yao Ying turned to leave. There is another path. Even our clan's assembly cannot determine his fate. Do you wish to enlist Gu's testimony? Yao Ying laughed. He will not side with you for the sake of clan stability. No, as long as that outsider is willing to offer us his prey, he shall be our esteemed guest. Yao Yu blurted out. Yao Ying halted, scoffing before departing. He is a born hunter, yet cannot guarantee his own sustenance. How could that cowardly outsider? Yao Yu's expression turned frosty as she resumed her seat. Her brother was correct. Yao Gu would not harm his own kin for the sake of an outsider. However, as chieftain, she could not permit the hope of her clan's survival to be extinguished. Today, upon learning of the outsider's capture, she had nearly leapt with excitement. For 5 long years, no one knew the immense pressure resting upon her shoulders as chieftain. She could not betray her mother's trust, and she must lead the clan to continue their lineage. That evening, Su-yi was once again scolded and moved to another large hut. He later discovered it was a structure specifically for storing tributes. In the new location, it was spacious and clean, and he was provided with food and water. Notably, the one delivering his meal was a woman. Su-yi noticed that she seemed to be worried about something, sneaking in and out quietly. The meat she brought was half-cooked and still clung with blood. Yet Su-yi ate with great satisfaction. The water was served in half a coconut shell. He surmised they had not yet mastered the art of pottery. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he began to question whether he had misjudged these primitive people. After all, no one would willingly waste food. With this thought, Su-yi's unease subsided somewhat. However, his escape plan remained the top priority on his agenda. He had no desire to live as a prisoner. The new hut had several windows. As Su-yi plotted his escape route, he gazed out at the darkening sky. As night fell, the stars shone brilliantly. Looking up, he was astonished to see 2 moons, one large and one small, hanging in the sky, and a bitter feeling exploded within him. Earlier, he had wondered if he had stumbled into some primitive tribe on Earth, perhaps hoping one day to return to civilization. Now he was certain he had crossed over. Who first saw the moon by the riverside? He had not only seen it, but had witnessed 2 at once. His thoughts were a tangled mess as time slipped away amidst the shifting constellations. The bonfire dimmed, voices faded, and the tribe gradually fell silent. The sounds of insects and beasts echoed, for this was their paradise. The tropical jungle was alive with noise. Hearing the roars of beasts that seemed to be within arm's reach, Su-yi felt a twinge of doubt. The wild animals in this world must be fierce. Primarily, he lacked suitable weapons. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. The venomous snakes of the tropical jungle were also formidable. Su-yi listed the reasons for staying. Yet his yearning for freedom continued to call to him from outside the hut. Finally, he made a decision. He grasped the weapon he had prepared for himself, a sturdy stick bound with a sharp stone at one end. Pacing to the side of the hut near the fence, he carefully tore open a small opening. Chapter 4. Captive or Guest. The guard had already dozed off at the door, his snores intermittent. It was the perfect moment to flee. The wind from outside the hut rushed in through the gap he had created. Su-yi's heart raced. He believed that if he could escape this tribe, drawing upon his years of experience watching primitive survival shows, he could surely thrive. After all, he no longer wished to endure this precarious existence. Cautiously, he crawled out, and finding the area outside the hut deserted, Su-yi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he immediately proceeded along the planned route. As long as he could circumvent the 2 huts ahead, only the rudimentary outer fence stood in his way. He moved forward, stooping low, the animal skin on his feet aiding his silent advance. Drawing closer, he could faintly discern the low fence in the moonlight. Suddenly, a child's piercing scream shattered the stillness, drowning out the sound of insects. The unexpected turn of events startled Su-yi, causing his hair to stand on end. He immediately broke into a sprint toward the fence. The cries pursued him, growing ever nearer. There was no time to waste. Turning his back to the enemy would be utterly foolish. Su-yi halted and pivoted, raising his weapon. What unfolded before him froze him in place. A spotted leopard, nearly 2 meters in length, charged at him, dragging a child in its jaws. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. In the Stone Age, primitive tribes should be tightly knit and egalitarian. If he saved this child, would he not earn their gratitude and preserve his own life? Moreover, there was no shortage of such fierce beasts outside the fence. He would likely not survive the night if he ventured out. While he might perish at the hands of the primitive tribesmen, he would certainly meet his end in the jaws of the leopard. Damn it, it was time to take a gamble. The leopard came to a halt less than 3 meters away, emitting a low growl, and Sui recognized it as a warning signal from a feline predator. "Let us see how much weight you carry, you mangy beast," he thought, summoning his courage as adrenaline surged through him. With a fierce roar, he spread his legs apart, gripping his weapon tightly and fixating on the leopard's movements. In the next moment, the leopard attempted to maneuver around him with its prey. "Ah!" Sui bellowed, brandishing his weapon and swiftly positioning himself in its path. By now, people from the hut area had begun shouting and rushing towards them. After several fruitless attempts, the leopard released its grip on the child, letting out 2 low growls. Seizing the opportunity, Sui tactfully retreated to the side. Even with 3 heads, he would not dare to engage in combat with an adult leopard wielding only a wooden club. As he watched the leopard leap away and vanish beyond the fence, Sui took a deep breath, feeling as though all his strength had been sapped, leaving him light as a feather. "Thank you, brave outsider." The first to arrive was the female chieftain. Seeing the gratitude in her eyes, Sui felt a surge of reassurance. Perhaps he had indeed made the right gamble? The subsequent arrivals hurriedly lifted the child and carried him away. Under the night sky, their gazes were infused with newfound kindness. Glancing at the bloodstains on the ground, Sui felt a twinge of apprehension. Had no one come to his aid, he would likely have met his demise facing the leopard alone. He also realized that the fence constructed by these people was almost a mere decoration. In the presence of large wild beasts, its protective capability was virtually non-existent. Amidst the crowd, Sui made his way back to the hut area. A bonfire was rekindled in the central clearing. The chieftain stood there, seemingly addressing the gathering, likely urging them to remain vigilant and alert. The night breeze was gentle, a most pleasant sensation. With the fear of death lifted, Sui's spirits began to stabilize. Later, the chieftain personally invited him before the assembly, subjecting him to the scrutiny of their gazes. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Sui was grateful he had woven a grass skirt earlier that afternoon. Otherwise, his younger brother would have been exposed. As the bonfire gathering concluded, the crowd dispersed in small groups to return to their huts. Sui noticed several women casting glances in his direction. Though puzzled, he returned their smiles in kind. That night, beneath the bright moon and gentle breeze, Sui settled into the 3rd hut he had occupied since arriving in this tribe. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dried grass, accompanied by 2 large pieces of animal skin. After a day filled with trepidation, he lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber. The sun rose in the east. Yao Yu listened to the chattering voices of over a dozen women, finding it amusing. "Of course, I will deliver the food. He smiled at me last night." Nonsense, he was clearly smiling at me. "Let me tell you, I brought him meat yesterday." A slightly older woman exclaimed loudly. "Auntie, are you not going to join in?" A few younger women looked at her anxiously. "Why shouldn't I join in? If you ask me, we should take turns each day. So today, I'll go first." "No way." Sui, awakened by the murmurs of their conversation, instinctively sat up. As he saw 2 young maidens enter, his thoughts gradually returned to the present. One held a piece of dark roasted meat, while the other carried a half coconut shell filled with water. "Thank you," Sui said with a smile. Upon finishing, he quickly rose from the animal skins. These primitives seemed utterly unconcerned, wearing merely a piece of animal hide without fear of exposure. As he reached for the coconut shell, he couldn't shake the feeling that one of the girls had intentionally brushed against his hand. Yet, as a healthy male, he found it merely curious, not unpleasant. Indeed, even by modern standards, the girl's figure and appearance were commendable. Sui had already noted that the physiological traits of the tribe's members mirrored those of the Han Chinese. With yellow skin, black eyes, and hair. Due to their years of hunting, the men were robust, while the women were slender. Sui felt fortunate not to have found himself in a tribe of African descent. That would have been a far more challenging ordeal. Furrowing his brow, he swallowed the piece of meat, the taste indescribable. Next time, he vowed to roast his own meat. The coconut water had floaters on the surface, which he carefully blew away before taking a few small sips. Outside the hut, there was a cacophony of noise, and the entrance was unguarded. Sui lifted the curtain and stepped outside. It turned out the female chieftain was gathering the tribe to embark on a hunt, and he joined in. He wanted to familiarize himself with the environment and see if there were any materials he could utilize for crafting tools. He also hoped to assist in the hunt. It was not in his nature to accept food without contributing. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on him, as if he had taken the wrong position. "As a guest, you need not partake in the hunt," the beautiful chieftain spoke. Though he did not understand her words, he could see the rejection in her eyes. Sui gestured for some time, trying to convey his intentions, but ultimately, he was left behind at the camp. Now, apart from 2 elderly men with graying hair, only 5 children remained at the camp. They regarded him with friendly expressions, and the child he had rescued the previous night even bowed to him in gratitude. This surprised Sui. Was bowing a customary expression of thanks in primitive society? To his utter astonishment, after merely a single night, the child was once again vibrant and full of life. He couldn't help but marvel at the formidable vitality of primitive humans. Observing the 5 naked children at play, he suddenly became acutely aware of a grave concern. This tribe astonishingly had no infants. Throughout the previous day, he had been consumed by fear, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of survival. Now, upon reflection, he recognized the peculiarity of the situation. Why were there no babies? Did this not imply that the tribe faced extinction? Had they all been taken away by leopards? Surely, none could have been left behind. After pondering for an extended period without clarity, he felt compelled to inquire with the 2 elders. However, after much gesturing, the elders' faces flushed with urgency. Yet they still failed to grasp his meaning. Very well. He would wait until he learned their language to seek answers. Rising to his feet and dusting off his backside, he strolled around the entire encampment. Beyond the clearing where they had settled was a dense forest. Observing intently, he noted the absence of crops surrounding the camp. Nor were there any signs of domesticated animals. Additionally, he discovered a collection of broken tools, predominantly made of stone, with a few crafted from bone. After squatting and sifting through the debris for a considerable time, he finally found 3 stones of suitable shape. One was ideal for crafting a stone axe, while the other 2 were appropriate for scraping. Grasping the 3 stones, He ventured into the forest through a gap in the fence. Chapter 5. Arrows and Deer. He resolved to bring a touch of astonishment to this group of Stone Age primitives. Strangely, despite their low productivity, these individuals exhibited all the physiological characteristics of modern humans. Not only did they resemble contemporary people in appearance, but their skeletal structure and traits were also remarkably similar. Shaking his head, He dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind. Since he was here, he would adapt. As long as the tribe did not expel him, he would stubbornly remain. After all, it was now certain that they would not devour him. In this unfamiliar world, surviving alone was rather lonely. His purpose for venturing out was to craft a bow to demonstrate his worth to the female chief. During his school years, he had developed an intense interest in survival programs, gaining some understanding of handcrafted bows and arrows. However, theory was one thing, practical application was quite another. He first selected a random stick and fashioned a stone axe using resilient vines, which took him nearly an hour, primarily due to the difficulty of securing the stone to the stick. To create a bow, he needed to choose a flexible type of wood. Soon, he spotted a sapling about the thickness of a child's arm. It was straight and unbranched, making it perfect for his needs. The stone, of an unknown mineral type, proved surprisingly effective for felling trees with little effort. Next, he cut the wood to a length of approximately 15 meters. Following his recollections step by step, he still managed to ruin 2 pieces of wood. His hands, accustomed to striking keys, quickly formed a blister. Gritting his teeth, he pierced it and continued his work. The side with bark should remain untouched to preserve its flexibility, while the split side needed scraping. He mumbled to himself, his hands ceaselessly moving, fully immersed in concentration. The 2 stones he had brought from the camp proved immensely helpful. He diligently refined the bow shape according to his memory. Completely unaware that the sun had begun its descent in the sky, Yao Yu sat in her place, neither joyful nor sorrowful, quietly observing the pallid faces of her clansmen. Despite spending the entire morning hunting, they had failed to catch a single prey. Over the past year, the surrounding game had grown increasingly wary, making hunting ever more challenging. However, the absence of food was not sufficient to dampen her spirits. What truly disheartened her was the disappearance of the foreign man upon whom she had relied for the tribe's propagation. Had she not treated him well? She had allowed him to inhabit the sacred nest reserved for the priests. She had preferred that her tribe members go hungry rather than deny him food. Yet he still chose to leave. Sensing the chief's displeasure, the clansmen ceased their whispered conversations. "Do not despair. Tomorrow we shall surely find food," Yao Ying declared. Raising his fist, he struggled to suppress his inner joy. That wretched foreigner had finally departed. The clansmen, inspired by Yao Ying's enthusiasm, straightened their chests. "Brother, you and the men should fetch water first. I shall coordinate the remaining food with the women." Yao Yu issued her orders. 13 young men rose, taking the communal water-fetching vessels, and departed the camp. 15 women, led by Yao Yu, proceeded to the storage area. "Chief, you are upset because of that man, aren't you?" spoke a girl who had touched Su Yi's hand earlier that morning. Named Yao Ling, Yao Yu, caught off guard by the question, hesitated to respond. She turned to look at Yao Ling, who appeared awkward and almost mortified, and a thought flashed through her mind. It was not anger, but rather a sense of relief. She immediately pressed, "Did he violate you?" Yao Ling frantically shook her head. Upon seeing this, Yao Yu sighed inwardly. Yao Ling continued, her expression peculiar. "A few days ago, he sought me out, claiming he wished to have a child with me." "What?" Yao Yu's complexion turned ashen in an instant, prompting Yao Ling to quickly add, "I slapped him and rejected him." The tumultuous emotions within Yao Yu subsided significantly. Even if the entire tribe faced extinction, She would never allow such a calamity to repeat itself. Ling, you did the right thing. Yao Yu cast a look of approval towards Yao Ling, then declared loudly. Listen well, everyone. If anyone dares to breach our taboos, I shall personally sever their head to appease our ancestors. But what if our clan is destined to perish? Must we still adhere to the prohibition? A slightly older woman boldly queried from the crowd. Indeed, if clinging to the taboo leads to our complete annihilation, why should we not break it? Another voice murmured. Their words stunned several younger girls, who stared wide-eyed at the chief in disbelief. Silence. Yao Yu bellowed. What did you all vow to me during the marriage festival? You all swore never to violate the taboos, solemnly pledging beneath the radiance of the divine bird. Will you defy the totems upon your faces? The two who had spoken lowered their heads in shame. Deep down, they too were reluctant to break the taboo. They did not wish to bear children with their own brothers. Observing the chief's stern expression, they hastily knelt to plead for forgiveness. Chief, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please punish me. Yao Yu gazed at the two kneeling before her, an overwhelming bitterness swelling within her. She had once scoffed at the taboos of her tribe, challenging norms and restrictions with reckless abandon. It was only after her parents' sudden disappearance that she realized the freedom she had enjoyed was built upon their sacrifices. The commandments and taboos were the very foundation upon which their tribe had thrived for centuries. As long as she lived, she would never allow them to be violated. Yao Yu's eyes shone with determination. Fortunately, you have not yet broken the taboos. Otherwise, the tribe's laws would not have spared you. Sui, thoroughly satisfied with the bow in his hands, had spent nearly half his time adjusting it, finally managing to align the curvature of both sides. Moreover, he crafted 5 arrows, each approximately 70 centimeters in length, with feathers scavenged from the ground, abundant in this area. The final step involved fire, carbonizing the arrowheads and sharpening the tips, a task that could only be completed back at the camp. As he looked up and surveyed his surroundings, he realized dusk was descending, prompting Sui to hastily retrace his steps. The sounds of the forest were particularly vivid. He immediately halted and turned towards the source of the noise. Through the gaps in the foliage, he spotted a deer. Sui felt a surge of excitement. This was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his bow. The deer was merely 30 meters away. Even if he missed, it would only waste an arrow, and he had plenty to spare. He crouched down and used a nearby stone axe to sharpen the arrow tip as much as possible. Next, he notched the arrow's nock onto the string, slowly raising the bow to aim at the largest section of the deer's belly. Sui understood that he had but one chance. Should he miss, there would be no time to pursue further. Holding his breath, he steadied the bow with his left hand and drew the string back with all his might using his right. At the limit of his strength, he adjusted his aim once more and released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth with a rush of wind. Sui watched as the deer bolted, frantically dashing through the woods. Had he struck it? He could hardly believe his eyes. Grabbing the stone axe from the ground, he sprinted after the deer. Upon reaching the spot where it had stood, he spotted blood on the ground, sending a thrill of exhilaration through him. Following the trail of sound and blood, he soon discovered the lifeless body of the deer. Overcome with excitement, he nearly shouted aloud, pumping his fist in triumph, unable to contain his joy. Chapter 6. It's time to show off. Animals are rather foolish. After being struck by an arrow, they simply dart about in a panic. Otherwise, they wouldn't succumb so quickly. As he hoisted the deer onto his back, Sui mused to himself. Luckily, it was a recently matured fawn. Had it been an adult stag, he would have struggled to carry it. With a sense of determination, Sui entered the camp. The primitive people were gathered around the bonfire, engaged in animated chatter, occasionally erupting into laughter. His sudden appearance left everyone momentarily stunned, at least for 2 seconds. Well then, becoming the center of attention once more was something Sui had grown accustomed to. Yao Yu was the first to react, leaping up from her place on the animal hide and darting over to his side. Her joy at his return was tempered by concern upon seeing him covered in blood. If he were seriously injured, how could he assist her in propagating their clan? Moreover, what was that? He had brought back a wild deer. Oh, he is back. Look, that is a wild deer, isn't it? He actually hunted it all by himself. What an exceptional hunter. I want to bear his children. The women were ecstatic, crowding around him with shouts of admiration. How impressive. I must learn from him how to hunt wild deer. Several men approached him, equally pleased. Yao Ling watched Sui amidst the throng, his expression fluctuating between anger and jealousy, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. He couldn't comprehend why that damned outsider had returned after all of his kin had departed. The carcass on the ground was undoubtedly a deer. He recognized it immediately. Yet, having been praised since childhood as a natural hunter, he had never even touched a deer's hide, and he refused to believe that this outsider could successfully hunt such a nimble creature. He joined the crowd, crouching down to inspect the deer's carcass. Observing the jubilant throng around him, Sui could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The admiration in their eyes was unabashed and genuine, and he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. You've all been deceived by this outsider. There's no way he could have hunted this deer. Yao Ying's voice cut through the commotion, causing the crowd to fall silent. Su-yi turned to him, puzzled, as he crouched beside the deer's body, sensing hostility emanating from his eyes. Yao Ying, we understand your discontent, but you cannot spout nonsense. We all witnessed the outsider bring back the deer, Yao Ling interjected defensively. Indeed, we all saw it, the others echoed in agreement. Yao Yu looked at Yao Ying, her confusion deepening. She could not fathom why her brother constantly opposed this outsider. Yet, she too held doubts about the deer's origin, as under normal circumstances, she would have been unable to hunt it herself. Come see for yourselves. This deer bears only a small wound, Yao Ying coldly analyzed. Such an injury could not have been inflicted by a spear. Upon hearing Yao Ying's assessment, the crowd moved in closer. Yes, I've never seen such a small wound. A spear of that size couldn't travel far, Yao Gu chimed in, gesturing as he spoke. How strange. Could it be that this wild deer was merely stumbled upon by the outsider? I examined it. The deer's legs are intact, and there's only one wound. Yao Yu furrowed her brow. Yao Ling glanced at the bewildered Su-yi, her gaze then shifting to the 5 arrows tied at his waist. Suddenly, she grasped their significance and felt a surge of excitement. She had found evidence of how the outsider had hunted the deer. Without hesitation, Yao Ling rushed to Su-yi, abruptly grasping the grass cord tied around the arrows. Su-yi was utterly perplexed, watching as the crowd encircled the deer's carcass, myriad thoughts racing through his mind. Had he violated some primal taboo by hunting the deer? But wasn't he their totem a bird? In the next moment, he felt a tug at his waist, followed by a rush of cool air. Turning, he discovered the girl who had brought him water that morning was holding his grass skirt. Su-yi's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively took a step back. Ah! Yao Ling exclaimed, quickly covering her eyes with one hand, her cheeks reddening to the base of her neck. She had only intended to take his weapon to help him prove himself. She hadn't expected his grass skirt to be so fragile. In that fleeting instant, it seemed as though she had caught a glimpse of something she shouldn't have. Feeling the grass skirt scorching in her hands, she flung it away as if it were a venomous snake. Su-yi was left in exasperation. What had his grass skirt done to deserve this? He hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve it and secured it back around his waist. Yao Ling, peeking through her fingers, saw Su-yi had donned his attire once more before lowering her hand from her eyes. Give me that, and I will help you prove yourself. Yao Ling feigned calmness, convincing herself that she had seen nothing. Su-yi now realized that she sought not the grass skirt, but the arrows. Did this girl know how to use a bow and arrow? It seemed intelligence could indeed be found among the primitives. He handed her the arrows, just as he prepared to remove the bow slung across his shoulder, only to find that the girl had already joined the crowd. This is the evidence, Yao Ling proclaimed, raising the arrows in her hand. The outsider used these to hunt the deer. The raucous crowd fell silent. Curiosity etched on their faces as they gazed at the weapon in Yao Ling's grasp. Can this truly bring down prey? Huh. Only if the deer stands still for him to stab it. Yao Ying scoffed. Look, there are even feathers stuck to the back of this arrow. Yao Gu was the first to notice the arrow's peculiarities. He quickly took one to test its throwing distance. Oh, this outsider is quite clever. The feathers allow it to fly farther and with greater accuracy. Yao Gu discovered something monumental, his excitement causing him to dance with exuberance. The crowd, unfazed, tirelessly tossed and retrieved, reveling in their amusement. Their gazes towards Su-yi became imbued with fervent eagerness. Unwilling to concede, Yao Ying seized a spear and hurled it with great force. As someone accustomed to javelin throwing, he instantly realized his mistake upon release. This slender object, enhanced by a mere feather, proved to be remarkably potent. If the distance were short enough, it could indeed pierce flesh. However, deer, as prey, are exceedingly vigilant. These outsiders were truly fortunate. He turned to glance at his sister, Yao Yu, and found her quietly admiring the outsiders, her eyes filled with admiration. Humph. Yao Ying scoffed and returned to his shelter alone. Everyone understood Yao Ying's temperament and chose not to engage with him. Su-yi was once again astounded. This group of primitives resembled mere beasts. They did not require bows, as they could hurl arrows with considerable distance. If they were equipped with bows, the results would be unimaginable. However, Su-yi discerned that these individuals merely utilized arrows as javelins, completely unaware of the existence of bows. It was time to showcase his prowess. He couldn't let a day of effort go to waste. Stepping into the throng, he removed the bow from his back under the gaze of the onlookers. He approached the dazed girl, requesting an arrow, and seamlessly knocked it, drawing back the bowstring. The arrow pointed directly towards the jungle beyond the shelter area. Whoosh! The arrow vanished in a streak of darkness, disappearing from sight. Chapter 7. The Chieftainess's Personal Service. Oh! The primitives exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. They could never have imagined that an object could soar from one's hand so far. My heavens! That javelin must have ascended to the sky. After a brief silence, a cacophony of chatter erupted. Su-yi handed the bow to the chieftainess beside him, thus pledging his allegiance. He then turned to leave the circle in search of water, his throat parched to the point of burning. By the campfire lay numerous vessels. He picked up a relatively exquisite stone bowl and drank the water within in one gulp. Yao Yu gazed at the treasure in her hands, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The object was not complex, and she quickly grasped its principle. Yet she understood that had it not been for the outsider, she might never have been able to create such a thing in her lifetime. She couldn't fathom how his mind conceived of it. He was undeniably brilliant. Indeed, he must be the savior bestowed upon their clan by the mysterious bird deity. Handing the treasure to the eager Yao Ling, she looked towards the outsider seated by the campfire. She intended to personally roast meat for him as a token of gratitude. Su-yi found himself lost in thought. Gazing at the two moons in the sky, he pondered whether this would affect the development of agriculture. He was determined to lead the tribe down the path of husbandry and cultivation, for gathering and hunting were far too unstable. Footsteps approached from behind, and Su-yi turned to see the beautiful chieftainess. In the moonlight, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her figure curvaceous, and her long legs glimmered faintly. Su-yi had long noticed that the members of this tribe, regardless of gender, possessed striking beauty. Living among them was indeed a delightful experience. The chieftainess, effortlessly holding the skinned deer, approached and knelt gracefully on the animal hide, her movements natural and composed, revealing not a hint of indecency. Su-yi clicked his tongue, diverting his gaze. Yao Yu sat down and soon realized something was amiss. The water in her bowl had vanished, and there were no traces around her. In the tribe, shared utensils were common, but personal tools were also present. That bowl had been crafted by her father, who had spent many nights on it. The clan members all knew it belonged to her, and no one would dare to use it, except for him. With this thought, Yao Yu turned her head and, sure enough, found the outsider wearing a guilty expression. Humph. So it was indeed him. He had dared to be naked before her at their first meeting. And now he was using her bowl. But if he needed it, so be it. She would forgive him, choosing to be magnanimous. Of course, she rationalized that her forgiveness was for the benefit of the clan, as Yao Yu thought to herself. Su-yi swallowed hard, noticing the chieftainess frowning at the empty bowl, and his heart began to race. Surely, a single bowl of water couldn't be problematic? He truly had no knowledge of the taboos these primitives held. However, he was aware that they often prayed before eating or performing tasks. He hoped he hadn't drunk something sacred. The bowl did appear quite exquisite. What if he woke up tied to a cross the next day? He cautiously observed the chieftainess's expression, and when she broke into a smile once more, he sighed in relief. It seemed it was not a matter of great consequence. The primitives took turns experiencing the bow and arrows before returning to the campfire. They whispered among themselves, laughter ringing out occasionally, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Su-yi felt the infectious spirit lighten his own heartache considerably. At that moment, a segment of citrus-like fruit was handed to him from the left. The girl kneeling beside him, the one who had torn off her grass skirt and possessed a whimsical nature, was offering it. Thank you, Su-yi smiled, accepting it and tossing it into his mouth. How sweet. The fruits of this primitive world were quite delightful. He would have to find a way to transplant them near his dwelling. Yao Li observed Yao Ling offering food to the outsider, a deep sense of resentment flashing in his eyes. The chieftain had learned of his affections for Yao Ling and warned him that any further indiscretion would result in his expulsion from the tribe and the chieftain personally taking Yao Ling's life. He was terrified. He knew the chieftain was resolute in his commands. He had vowed within himself to cease his foolish thoughts and care for Yao Ling like an elder brother. Yet, witnessing her warm demeanor towards the outsider filled him with bitterness. Had it not been for this outsider's arrival, they might have successfully persuaded the women of the tribe to continue their lineage. If the chieftain opposed them, they could easily elect a new leader with a greater majority. At that time, Ling would be his woman, and no one would dare to challenge him. He could embrace her soft form at night, as if they were husband and wife. The mere thought ignited a feverish excitement within him. But now everything had changed. It was all this outsider's fault. Not only could he hunt alone, but he had also invented remarkably powerful weapons. All the women in the tribe would flock to him. Even the strongest, Yao Ying, was powerless against the outsider. What could Yao Li possibly do? The aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Su-yi watched as the chieftainess busily prepared the meal, cutting, dividing, and flipping the meat, without a single person offering assistance. He dismissed the thought of helping. Perhaps this was a tradition of their tribe, and he dared not err. What surprised him was that the first piece of roasted meat was handed directly to him by the chieftainess. Su-yi, not one to be polite, eagerly took a bite. Having been quite hungry, he let it cool slightly and devoured it in just a few bites. Without any seasonings, the meat's tenderness is indeed commendable. The female chieftain's grilling technique is quite proficient, yielding a delightful crisp exterior while maintaining a succulent interior. Just as he finished his portion, another piece was presented before him. Could this be a gesture of favor for his successful hunt? He thought little of it and continued to eat. However, he gradually sensed something amiss. The others had no share, their eyes fixated on him with longing. Hey, why aren't you all eating? Sui gestured while speaking, noticing their indifference. He turned to the female chieftain for clarification. She pointed at the deer carcass and then at him. A light dawned upon him. Her implication was that the prey belonged solely to him. Yet, he could not possibly consume it all himself. With the oppressive heat, it would spoil quickly, leading to disaster. Moreover, his intent in bringing it back was implicitly to share with everyone. Who would have thought that the primitive people had such clear delineations of sharing? Sui realized that they did not regard him as one of their own. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. Time would reveal his worth, and gradually, they would accept him. After a vivid demonstration of gestures on his part, the female chieftain finally consented to allow her tribe to share his bounty. Sui then discovered that there were designated individuals responsible for distributing the meat, executing their tasks with remarkable orderliness. The female chieftain was even more distinct. She first left to wash her hands, returning to patiently await her portion, which was prepared specifically for her. It seemed he was indeed taking his good fortune for granted. For the chieftain's personal service was of a high standard. With over 30 adults sharing a single small deer, there was hardly enough to go around. Yet, every face beamed with joy and merriment. Sui was witnessing the primitive people's dining habits for the first time. He thought he was eating quickly, only to observe them snatching the meat from the fire, blowing on it haphazardly, and stuffing it into their mouths without hesitation. They chewed carelessly, swallowing it down with abandon. Apart from the female chieftain, who maintained a semblance of decorum, the others devoured their food like ravenous wolves. Yao Yu commanded her tribesmen to deliver a portion to Yao Ying, but upon hearing that Yao Ying was unwilling to eat, she did not press the matter. The weather in the tropical jungle was unpredictable, and a strong wind suddenly picked up. Everyone hurriedly banded together to extinguish the fire. As Sui returned to his hut, heavy rain began to fall. The howling wind, accompanied by thunder and lightning, caused branches to snap ominously. Concerned that the hut might collapse, Sui clung tightly to a supporting pillar. Despite the heavy rain, he could still hear footsteps outside. Chapter 8. The Gift of the Rainy Night. The door to the hut was pulled open from the outside. Two bare-chested men entered. Sui immediately released his grip on the pillar and reached for his makeshift axe. In the dark, stormy night, with lightning flashing, it indeed seemed an opportune moment for violence. With a crack, a flash of lightning illuminated the two men, revealing that they were carrying something. Dark bundles, definitely not weapons. This eased his apprehension somewhat, though he remained watchful. We come at the chieftain's command to kindle a fire for you. Once we light it, we will take our leave. Sui did not fully comprehend, but as he observed them extracting firewood, he grasped their intentions. Wrapped in animal skins, they had gone to great lengths. When the flames flickered to life, warmth filled the hut. After the two men cautiously closed the door behind them, it was as if they had never been there. Sui was taken aback. They had braved the rain solely to light a fire for him. This was certainly not a privilege afforded to just any tribesman. Could it have been the female chieftain's idea? Did she fear he might freeze? Yet, he had 2 large pieces of animal skin in the hut. Surely she must have known that. The torrential rain came swiftly and left just as quickly, but the wind continued to howl, leaving the hut somewhat chilly. Sui dismissed his thoughts. The fire was now lit, so why linger on unnecessary sentiments? Chieftain, is this truly appropriate? Yao Ling, observing the chieftain's initiative, questioned shyly after hearing her suggestion. Do you not have feelings for him? Yao Yu countered. If you dislike him, I could seek out Lan. With that, she feigned an intention to depart. I can. Hearing Yao Ling's response, Yao Yu smiled. This outsider might originate from a distant, affluent northern tribe, as her father had mentioned. People from that region did not lack food, which explained their leisurely pace while eating. She was determined to keep this clever outsider within the tribe. Yao Ling would be the perfect choice. Her beauty was on par with her own. After a satisfying meal, coupled with a warm nest, she was confident that the man would not refuse the gift she was offering. After Yao Yu left, Yao Ling found herself engulfed in regret. The chieftain's method felt too mortifying. How could she bring herself to comply? The chieftain had insisted that the outsider would surely take a liking to her. But what if he did not? She could gradually express her feelings for him. Why the urgency? She acknowledged a budding fondness for the outsider. But it was merely that, a fondness, not a commitment. Yet, it was too late for regrets. She had promised the chieftain and could not go back on her word. In truth, the outsider was quite admirable. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, radiating brilliance. Although not exceptionally strong, the weapons he crafted were formidable. He was generous, willing to share his provisions. As she counted his virtues, she suppressed her reluctance. With a heart full of trepidation, she finally stepped out of her hut. Sui, in a drowsy state, was roused by a sudden cold breeze. As he turned and sat up, he realized that the door to the hut had been opened without his knowledge. At the entrance stood a figure wrapped in animal skins. Outside, the clouds had dispersed, revealing a bright moon, and he recognized her as the girl who had shared oranges with him. In the next moment, she stepped inside, pulled the door shut behind her, and released her hold on the animal skin. In the dim light of the fire, her bare, graceful form rushed towards him without preamble, diving into his embrace. Warm and soft, she carried a faint scent of herbs. The abrupt turn of events left Sui momentarily stunned. His hands raised in uncertainty as to where to place them. After a few seconds, he regained his composure, gently pushing her away by her shoulders and draping the animal skin he had just removed over her shivering, exposed form. To his surprise, she cast aside the covering and embraced him once more. Sui was not particularly noble. How could he maintain his composure when a young maiden was throwing herself at him? He glanced down at the straw beneath them. The hut was far from hygienic. Moreover, having crawled through dirt for the past couple of days, he was rather filthy. A moment of impulse could very well endanger her. Beautiful moments should indeed occur in beautiful surroundings, he reasoned. Most importantly, he sensed that she seemed reluctant. Clenching her teeth and shedding tears, Yao Ling felt despondent. She had revealed her most intimate self to him, offering herself entirely, yet he still hesitated. The chieftain was mistaken. The outsider did not desire her. After Sui pushed her away once more, she finally ceased her insistence. Faced with the sight of the tearful girl, he momentarily lost his resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the beast hide from the grass, wrapped it around her, and gently wiped her tears away, offering silent comfort. The other party appeared quite aggrieved, crying even more intensely, her body trembling uncontrollably. Sui pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to learn the language of this tribe, to converse with this foolish girl and understand the situation better. As she felt the warmth radiating from the man's chest, Yao Ling's emotions gradually calmed. The fact that he was willing to hold her indicated that he still harbored some affection for her. Why don't you teach me your language? Sui released her from his embrace and gestured his request. After several attempts at gesturing, she finally grasped his intention. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside, the two lay side by side, whispering as one taught and the other learned. Sui slowly discovered that the language of the Xian bird tribe bore a striking resemblance to the dialects of southern Han Chinese regions. As night fell and the wind stilled, Sui awoke the next morning to find the girl had already departed. Reflecting on the events of the previous night felt like recalling a dream. Rubbing his face, he stepped outside. Today, there was no communal hunt in the tribe. They were hauling out strings of dried meat from the storeroom, unsure of their destination. He immediately approached to inquire. After a lengthy explanation from several individuals, he finally understood that it was meant for tribute. Under the leadership of the female chieftain, the men lifted 3 bundles of dried meat, preparing to set off. The women, children, and 2 elders remained at the camp, their faces etched with worry as they watched the meat being carried away. Sui glanced at the dried meat he had received, while others had only meager dried vegetables. He felt a pang of indignation but refrained from interfering. The recipients of the tribute must belong to a more powerful tribe, and until he understood the power dynamics of this region, it would be unwise to provoke an enemy. Thus, his immediate priority was to learn the language before addressing other matters. He spotted the girl from last night in the crowd. Although she appeared somewhat shy, she did not shy away from him. After expressing his intentions, she willingly continued to teach him. Sui approached his studies with great earnestness. The language of this tribe was not overly complex. Furthermore, over the past 2 days, he had been attentively listening, quickly mastering everyday conversational exchanges. As he learned, he marked pronunciations on the ground with a stick. His actions soon attracted the attention of onlookers. It's written language. The foreigner can actually write. They marveled at his scribbling. Their eyes filled with wonder. Hello. As Sui stumbled through his words, the crowd erupted in laughter. He joined in their mirth. These women were particularly jovial, their laughter infectious. As the sun climbed high in the sky, the tribe members who had ventured out had yet to return, and Sui felt a pang of hunger. He had not eaten the dried meat given to him in the morning, instead sharing it with several children, inadvertently garnering a wave of goodwill. I have a way for everyone to eat meat. Chapter 9. Today, we will have fish. The crowd froze in place, looking at him with puzzled expressions, as if they believed he had misspoken. I can provide meat for everyone. Sui repeated each word carefully, and only then did they react. Wow. You are truly impressive. Yao Ling exclaimed with sparkling eyes, her admiration evident. She knew he possessed the skills to hunt alone, and if he promised meat, they would surely feast. I'm so happy. We haven't had meat in several days. In the primitive tribe, everyone was genuinely straightforward. 1 meant 1, and 2 meant 2. With little room for deceit. Sui did not catch all the words, but understood that they believed in his ability to procure meat. Follow me. With that, Su-yi led the way to a corner of the camp. As they approached their destination, a pile of refuse, the crowd displayed confusion. Can we find meat here? Yao Ling asked cautiously, not disbelieving him, but certain that there was no meat among the debris. To make weapons, Su-yi patiently explained, having yet to master the vocabulary for tools, opting instead for synonyms. Hearing his explanation, Yao Ling stuck out her tongue, worried he might think her foolish. After rummaging through, he found a thin piece of bone. We can shape it into a hook with stone. He drew the shape of a fishhook on the ground, encouraging everyone to try crafting their own. This will allow us to have meat? Don't question too much. Su's ideas are beyond our understanding, Yao Ling whispered, fearful of interrupting his focus. Yes, we should just follow his lead. Hopefully, we can assist him. After working with several bone pieces, Su-yi finally crafted a fishhook to his satisfaction. Looking up, he noticed everyone had made one, none inferior to his own. These people possess remarkable craftsmanship. He thought with delight, realizing this discovery would facilitate future plans. Su, is this what I made correct? Yao Ling inquired, leaning closer. Exactly. Not just you. Everyone is quite skilled, Su-yi replied sincerely. Receiving his praise, the entire group beamed with joy. By the way, Ling, where's the river? No. We cannot go to the river. Upon hearing Su-yi's question about the river's location, Yao Ling immediately refused, having promised the tribe leader to keep a close watch on him to prevent any mishaps. Why not? Su-yi asked, curious. It's too dangerous, Yao Ling admitted, shuddering at the thought. Then where else can we find fish? Su-yi stammered, trying to inquire about any small lakes, but lacking the vocabulary. Yao Ling understood. Su wanted to provide them with fish to eat. She recalled having eaten fish once when she was little. It was tender and delicious. But she had not had the opportunity to taste it again since. Fish can only be found in rivers, right? After pondering, Yao Ling added, but you mustn't go. Then how do you all drink water? Su-yi gestured and spoke. Drink water? Most of the time, we drink rainwater, and if not, we go to the river to fetch it. The men of the tribe go together to ensure safety. The sentence was lengthy, and Su-yi took a moment to digest it. In the tropical rainforest, rain fell frequently, making water access no issue. You don't bathe using rainwater, do you? Su-yi gestured. At this, Yao Ling's cheeks flushed. They indeed bathed in secluded corners during heavy rain. However, what man would ask another woman how she bathed? This made her feel embarrassed, and she was unsure how to respond. Why don't you all just come with me? Su-yi suggested, noticing her discomfort but not pressing further. We can't. Only men are allowed. Their strength is greater. Yao Ling continued to shake her head in refusal. Yes. We are no match for the fierce beasts in the water. It is best if you do not go. Other women chimed in to caution him. Su-yi pointed to himself, wanting to ask if he wasn't a man. Yao Ling, seeing this, slowly shook her head. Su-yi felt a wave of frustration. Had he known, he would not have restrained himself the previous night, showing her what it truly meant to be a man. Don't you want to eat fish? Su-yi persisted. Of course. I dream of it. Yao Ling licked her lips and then insisted, but you must not go. Others also chimed in, their attitudes resolute. Fine. If you won't take me, I shall go alone. With that, Su-yi turned and strode toward the exit. You're going the wrong way. It should be this way. Yao Ling blurted out, only to quickly cover her mouth the next moment. Su-yi smirked, amused that he could still bamboozle such a naive girl. Do you really have to go? Yao Ling spread her arms, blocking Su-yi's path. I must go. I promised everyone meat, Su-yi insisted. Very well. Then we shall all go together. Yao Ling directed the others to fetch their weapons. Soon, the women returned, armed with stones, spears, and javelins, surrounding them once more. Su-yi was uncertain about what lay by the river, but since the men were going, he felt justified in bringing along this band of female warriors. 15 women, plus Su-yi, a solitary man, marched boldly toward the river. Yao Ling led the way, while the other women, with serious expressions, shielded Su-yi in the center. He was bewildered by such treatment. It seemed they were genuinely concerned for his safety. The path to the river was evidently well-trodden, showing clear signs of frequent passage. The distance was considerable, and along the way, Su-yi took the opportunity to engage in conversation. What is your name? He inquired of a round-faced girl who appeared to be of similar age to Yao Ling. My name is Lan, she replied. Oh, that is a lovely name. Su-yi complimented, a habit of his. The others looked at Yao Lan with smiles, and even Yao Ling glanced back, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Just last night, this person had embraced her, and today he praised Lan's name, though hers was equally beautiful. He is not a good man. Yao Lan felt a ripple of emotions within. Looking up at Su-yi with a sweet smile. Oh, how many people are there in your tribe? Su-yi responded with a smile, attempting to organize his thoughts. There are 13 male warriors, 16 female warriors including the chieftain, 5 children, and 2 elders. Yao Lan counted on her fingers, totaling 36. Just as he had seen. Neither more nor less. Has your tribe always had this number of people? Su-yi was unsure what the typical size of a tribe should be. But he felt that the Xian Yao tribe was somewhat sparse. Not at all. Our clan once had a great many people. Yao Lan's eyes sparkled, back then. Lan. Someone suddenly interjected from beside her. Yao Lan promptly shut her mouth. Su-yi looked at the two in confusion. It seemed they harbored a secret. Could this be the reason for their tribe's lack of children? They appeared quite vigilant given the current number of people. Su-yi resolved to find an opportunity to extract the answers he sought from that foolish girl. Ling Su, we are nearing the river, Yao Ling whispered. At her words, Su-yi snapped back to attention, heightening his vigilance. They would not be approaching without reason. There must be danger by the river. As they skirted past the thicket, a river came into view. By its edge lounged three long-haired felines, resembling jaguars. Their movements as they drank were cautious, leading Su-yi to suspect that danger lurked within the water. In the next moment, a crocodile lunged from beneath the surface, its massive jaws clamping down on one jaguar's head and effortlessly dragging it beneath the water. Blood mingled with splashes, and the remaining two beasts howled in retreat. Su, perhaps we should turn back. It is too dangerous to fish in the river, Yao Ling said, clearly shaken by the sight of the monstrous creature, her voice trembling. Yes, we have already lost several tribesmen to the river. We shall not eat fish anymore. Indeed, we shall stick to vegetables. We do not enjoy fish. They are said to be foul-tasting, the others chimed in, offering various reasons to persuade him to retreat, none willing to take the lead in leaving. Who said I was going to fish in the river? Su-yi chuckled at their words. If you don't go to the river, where will the fish come from? Yao Ling's question slipped out. Su-yi wore a mysterious expression, smiling without responding. Yao Ling, unable to fathom his intent, nonetheless felt an increased admiration for him. Chapter 10, Let That Fish Go. Su-yi glanced around, seeing no more beasts in sight, and stepped forward toward the riverbank. His actions immediately stirred the hearts of all the women, who exchanged glances before hastily following him. No need to follow. I will merely take a distant look to see if there are any fish, Su-yi said with resignation. There are. My brother caught one before. Yao Ling stepped forward, grasping his arm, her eyes filled with pleading. Yao Ling was terrified. Her brother had sacrificed his life for a single fish, and she could not allow Su-yi to meet the same fate. All right, I won't go. I won't go. Seeing the determination in Yao Ling's eyes, Su-yi reassured her. He wasn't foolish. That crocodile was easily 7 or 8 meters long, and it could dispatch him with a single bite. His life was precious. The idyllic life of primitive society had only just begun, and he was not willing to throw it away. He needed to devise a way to kill a crocodile, ensuring that the women of the tribe could have shoes made from its hide. Aside from the female chieftain, everyone else walked barefoot, their soles roughened and sore. Su-yi shook his head, pulling his gaze from Yao Ling's feet. Retreating back to 100 meters away from the riverbank, he directed his attention to the surrounding underbrush. Please help me find some worms, Su-yi gestured and spoke. The women were uncertain of the purpose of the worms, but they were obedient. As long as Su-yi stayed away from the river, what was the harm in searching for a few worms? A dozen women immediately bent down to search. Su-yi stole a glance before quickly averting his gaze. The animal skins around their waists were too short, and when they squatted, there was a risk of exposure. He resolved that the widespread adoption of undergarments must be expedited. He had his own tasks to attend to. He needed to chop a long stick and fashion a fishing line from tree bark. The worms should ideally be alive, though dead ones would suffice as well. All right, the women replied in unison. An hour later, Su-yi's rudimentary fishing rod was complete. To prevent it from breaking due to excessive length, he had deliberately chosen a slightly thicker piece of wood, and lifting it with both hands was still somewhat strenuous. As he emerged from the woods, he was astonished to see the women still searching for worms. A visible pile lay on the ground, with 2 individuals specifically designated to watch over it. That's enough. That's enough. Everyone come back. Su-yi called out. Looking at the 15 women before him, their hands and feet covered in dirt, he was at a loss for words. He suspected that if he remained silent, they could continue searching until sunset. What diligent individuals, Su-yi muttered. Su, what did you say? I said you are all very impressive, Su-yi praised. The women laughed softly, thinking that searching for a few worms was nothing remarkable. In the gaze of the crowd, Su-yi picked up a large white worm, about the thickness of his thumb, and threaded it onto a bone hook, ensuring it wouldn't fall off before shouldering the fishing rod and heading toward the riverbank. As anticipated, he was immediately met with resistance from the group. Are you really going to fish in the river? You must not. Yao Ling stood defiantly in front of him, her expression one of firm disapproval. Perhaps due to their previous candidness, Su-yi felt that Yao Ling was more concerned about him than ever. The other women also wished to stop him, but often found themselves outpaced by Yao Ling's urgency. The sun had already begun its descent in the west, and he could not afford the luxury of lengthy explanations. I won't go into the river. If you're concerned, we can go together. With that, Su-yi grasped Yao Ling's hand, pulling her towards the riverbank. Su, are you really going to have a child? The thought crossed her mind. It was only natural for Su to like someone as beautiful as Ling. Feeling the warmth radiating from each other's hands and hearing the teasing remarks from their kin behind them, Yao Ling's heart raced, and she swallowed her words. 5 meters from the riverbank, Su-yi came to a halt. Sensing the struggle in her grip, he discreetly released her hand. He too had heard the playful banter of others. However, to think that mere hand-holding could lead to procreation reflected a rather simplistic view of love among primitive people. See, I told you I wouldn't go into the river. Can you really be fooled so easily? Yao Ling's cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered a few words under her breath. The water flowed lazily, a tad murky, yet it was clear enough to reveal the presence of numerous fish. It seemed the crocodiles were lurking beneath the surface, unnoticed. Step aside, everyone. Now, I shall teach you how to fish. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Su-yi raised the fishing rod, casting it into the water. The small stone tied near the hook formed an arc as it fell into the river's depths. Now, all that remained was to wait for a bite. Su-yi held the rod aloft, striving to keep his arms steady. The rod felt excessively heavy, and he had to maintain his composure, unwilling to show any sign of weakness in front of the women. Is this how you catch fish? Yao Ling could not help but inquire. She had great faith in Su-yi, yet the tribe often spoke of fish being clever, making it difficult for a few to catch even one. Thus, she began to doubt whether Su-yi could succeed with this peculiar instrument. Turning his head, he was startled to see everyone staring intently at the river's center. Ladies, make sure you are armed and watch out for crocodiles. While they did not grasp the first part of his warning, the latter resonated clearly. Everyone snapped back to reality, their expressions shifting to utmost vigilance. At that moment, Su-yi felt a tug on the line. I got one. He was filled with elation. After a prolonged wait without a bite, uncertainty had begun to creep in. He had worried that the hook might be faulty or that the bait was unappealing to the fish. It now appeared those concerns were unfounded. With his arms straining, he pulled back, quickly drawing a fish from the water's depths. Look, we have a fish. Such a large one. Su, you are incredible. The women erupted in joyous excitement. For safety's sake, Su-yi continued to back away, pulling the fish several meters from the riverbank before finally halting. Do not let your excitement cloud your judgment. Remain alert to potential dangers, he cautioned, knowing these women were not seasoned warriors and could easily become distracted, forgetting the risks at hand. Watching them gawk at the fish with sheer delight, oblivious to his warning, Su-yi felt a surge of frustration. If someone were to be harmed or perish while fishing, it would be as though he had indirectly caused their demise. He needed to instill a lasting lesson. Release the fish. Su-yi cast down the rod and approached the group, articulating each word with precision. There were plenty of fish in the river, and a single loss of life would diminish the tribe's strength. Why not? Yao Ling exclaimed, clutching the fish tightly, indifferent to the mud. I will not let it go. The others finally recognized Su-yi's anger, falling silent like startled quail. They could not fathom why he was unhappy when they had caught such a sizable fish. Only Lan discreetly glanced at Su-yi's face, deep in thought. Ling, hand it over. Su-yi insisted. Yao Ling pouted but refused to relinquish her grip. If you do not give it to me, I will not take you out again, Su-yi threatened. His ultimatum had the desired effect. Reluctantly, Yao Ling handed the fish to him, her expression one of discontent. Su-yi took it, raising his arm and tossing the fish back into the water. Ah, no. The half-dead fish splashed back into the water, quickly regaining its vitality before disappearing from sight. Tears brimmed in Yao Ling's eyes. She could not comprehend his actions. That fish was a rarity, something she had only tasted once, and many in the tribe had never even caught a whiff of its flavor. Su-yi gazed calmly at the group of women, noticing several had reddened eyes. With plenty of fish still available, he was confident in his ability to catch more. He needed to instill the principle that life holds greater value than mere sustenance. While they may have once needed to fight fiercely for food, now that Su-yi was present, he would not allow such circumstances to recur. Who can tell me what I just said? He scanned the group, speaking in a measured tone. Chapter 11. You may perish. The crowd looked bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances, clearly confused. Only Yao Lan ventured a quiet response. You said to be cautious of dangers. Su-yi had assumed he was performing a monologue, yet he was surprised that this round-faced girl had taken note of his warning. Exactly, Lan is correct. He beamed with praise. There are tracks of ferocious beasts everywhere, and powerful creatures lurk in the water. If you let your guard down, it could cost lives. A chuckle escaped Yao Ling as she watched Su-yi gesturing comically while he spoke, forgetting her earlier displeasure. Su-yi, exasperated by her reaction, shot her a mock glare before continuing. It is a grave waste of life to perish while fishing when one could survive on wild fruits instead. He paused before reiterating. Remember, life is the most precious gift. The women, heads bowed, raised their gazes upon hearing those words. No one had ever spoken to them in such a manner since their birth. Until today, he had reminded them of their significance. Yao Ling stared at Su-yi, illuminated by the sunlight, and she felt he resembled a divine figure. Observing the sky, Sui decided to dispense with further pleasantries and outline the specifics. From now on, when you accompany me, you must heed my commands. Those who do not follow my instructions shall no longer join me, nor shall they partake in my provisions. Understood. We will absolutely follow your lead. The women eagerly responded in unison, and Sui felt a sense of relief. Very well, I will now begin to assign groups. Lan, choose 3 individuals to accompany me in fishing. Upon hearing this, the round-faced girl, Lan, lit up with excitement. She immediately grabbed 2 girls by her side, and then turned her gaze to Yao Ling. She had discerned the special bond between Ling and Sui. Yao Ling felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing Sui chose Lan to fish with him, yet she dared not oppose his decision. As Lan directed her gaze towards herself, a surge of joy compelled her to embrace her. Sui could easily discern the unspoken thoughts between the two. However, he felt it essential to impart a lesson to Ling, for she was excessively spirited, bordering on reckless. Ling, select 5 individuals to stand behind us, guarding against the ferocious beasts lurking in the forest. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling froze in place, as if struck by lightning. She glanced up at Sui, only to find his attention diverted to others, causing her heart to constrict painfully. Yet, she quickly comprehended that her earlier laughter must have provoked him, prompting this deliberate dismissal. Realizing this, Yao Ling summoned a few others and made her way to the rear. She aimed to demonstrate her obedience to his commands. The remaining individuals shall stay by my side. Your task is to keep watch for the beasts in the water and alert me promptly. Once the roles were assigned, the work commenced with greater ease. Sui imparted his fishing skills to Yao Lan and the other 3, pairing them into teams of 2, while he assumed the role of a relaxed overseer. Cast, pull, he commanded. Yao Lan gripped the rod firmly and effortlessly flung a fish onto the shore. Sui stood aghast, astonished by the unexpected strength in her slender arms. He had thought only the female chief possessed such prowess, but it seemed everyone was equally capable. This won't do. I must prioritize physical training, lest I remain the weakest in the entire tribe. Listening to the joyful laughter of Yao Lan and the others, Yao Ling felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Nevertheless, her own task was of utmost importance. As Sui had stated, the lives of their people were the most precious. Clutching her long spear, she fixated on the slightest rustle in the forest, akin to her focus during a hunt. The evening glow was resplendent, the setting sun resembling a pool of blood. Fishing in this primitive society proved remarkably fruitful. A single cast would yield a catch in no time. After reeling in 16 fish, Sui ordered the group to cease, for excess would lead to spoilage and potentially inside illness. Sui, it's still early. Yao Lan had fallen in love with the sensation of catching fish, believing nothing could surpass this delight. Upon hearing Sui's command to stop, she instinctively wished to protest. However, she quickly realized the futility of her thoughts and obediently closed her mouth. This round-faced girl would undoubtedly excel as a model student in modern times, Sui mused. After dividing the catch, with each person carrying 4 fish, the group embarked on their return journey. What? He took the women to the riverbank. Yao Ying's voice nearly shattered the roof. Damn the outsider. If any of our tribe perish because of him, I will certainly take his head. The riverbank is perilous. The women cannot contend with the aquatic beasts. A concerned man interjected. He claimed he would take the women fishing. An elder added. Fishing? Why didn't you stop them? Yao Ying seethed. How could an outsider lead our kin? Someone questioned. It was Yao Ling. She insisted everyone arm themselves and accompany him. The elder replied, I did not intervene. Enough of this chatter. The resolute Yao Yu interjected, leave 3 to protect the children. The rest will join me at the riverbank to find them. Yao Yu, too, felt a profound shock. The outsider was audacious. Did he truly believe that merely inventing a bow and arrow would suffice to catch fish? The aquatic leviathans would not spare any creature from their wrath. Furthermore, he had managed to command the entire tribe of women. If they were unwilling to accompany him, Yao Ling had no choice. It seemed they had willingly followed the outsider. Recalling the demands made during today as tribute, Yao Yu felt overwhelmed. At that moment, laughter echoed from outside. Their merriment suggested that no one had been harmed or killed. Yao Yu's anxious heart began to settle. The others, however, were far from calm. Yao Ying seized his weapon and dashed out of the shelter. Upon seeing the outsider encircled by the women, akin to their king, his displeasure surged to its peak. Wishing he could pierce his chest with a spear, closely following Yao Ying was Yao Li. He scanned the crowd but did not find Yao Ling. A dreadful thought sprang to mind, quickly consumed by rage. You shall die? Yao Li bellowed, charging at Sui with his stone spear. Li, are you mad? Yao Yu, who had just exited, gasped in shock. Stop. Yao Li paid no heed, his determination unwavering as he lunged forward. Sui, too, reacted swiftly, drawing the stone axe at his waist. However, he underestimated his standing in the eyes of the women. Witnessing Yao Li's frenzy, they encircled him protectively. Li, cease. Su is our guest. Step aside, I must kill him. Yao Yu hastened to catch up with Yao Li, forcibly seizing the spear from his grasp. Li, I command you to repent beneath the statue of the Xian bird. No, it is you who should repent, chief. Chapter 12, a shocking revelation. You do not deserve my respect. Yao Li cried, tears streaming down his face as he pointed at Su Yi. He is responsible for Ling's death. Yet you, for the sake of the tribe's propagation, care nothing for Ling's life. Yao Li howled, casting a venomous glare at the women. Why aren't you the ones dead? Li, be silent. Yao Yu turned to gauge Su Yi's reaction. Ling is not dead. Everyone, I implore you to kill him. Yao Li dismissed her words, stubbornly convinced that Yao Ling had perished and that all the women were shielding the outsider. He knelt before the men, pleading with the leader. Do you not cherish the chief? Kill the outsider, and you will surely become your woman. The vain Yao Ling had just changed into a clean hide outfit and stepped out, only to be met with the shocking news. Li, what nonsense are you spouting? Yao Li, upon seeing Yao Ling, momentarily faltered. Why, you're still alive? Realizing the anger etched on his face, Yao Li comprehended the gravity of his words. A hush fell over the crowd. All stood frozen in disbelief. Yao Yu, incredulous, turned her gaze towards Yao Ying's face. She discerned panic in his eyes. Suddenly, everything became clear. No wonder he had repeatedly sought to end the outsider's life. Yao Yu trembled, gritting her teeth to remain steady. Brother, is what Li said true? Yao Yu fixed her gaze intently on Yao Ying. Yao Ying, gritting his teeth, nodded. Our tribe has no path of retreat. If intertribal marriage does not occur, we face extinction. So what? You wish for your own sister to bear your child? Yao Yu's tone was icy and measured. I would rather die. The Xian bird has bestowed upon us a savior. He is our hope, yet you have persistently undermined him. I never imagined you to be such a selfish person. Yao Ying gazed at his sister's pallid face, her words plunging him into despair. He only wished to protect her, to shield her from sorrow. Yet now, everything had unraveled. Su Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. What a monumental revelation. The brother had fallen in love with his biological sister. Such complexities within a small tribe were truly astounding. That fellow Yao Ying has always regarded himself with a cold and disdainful demeanor, evidently fearing that I might usurp his sister. TSK, the primitive circle is indeed chaotic. However, what could possibly account for Yao Ying's morose countenance? Surely, being spurned by his sister cannot drive him to despair? He still has his sights set on amassing wealth alongside these individuals. His considerable physique would be a waste if it were to perish. Moreover, with over 30 members in the tribe, the demise of even one able-bodied man diminishes their strength. Should an external tribe invade, he could very well find himself enslaved. No, that foolish giant must not die. Lan, stealthily seize his weapon. Su Yi hastily instructed in a hushed tone, urging caution. Observing Lan's discreet maneuvering, he mused. This girl is remarkably reliable in her endeavors. As anticipated, in the next instant, Yao Ying raised his weapon, aiming it at his own heart. Su Yi glanced sideways, noting that Lan still had some distance from him. What are you planning to do? The voice of the female chieftain dripped with scorn. Su Yi fervently wished she would silence herself and refrain from provoking him further. Truly, the loss of even one man is significant. He possesses ample means to ensure that the Austrican primitives remain submissive. You would coerce with the threat of death. The female chieftain scoffed, asserting that only cowards would inflict harm upon themselves. Go on, if you wish to stop me, I shall relinquish my position as chieftain. Su Yi felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and cover her mouth. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the glint of resignation in the giant's eyes grew more pronounced. Yao Ying surveyed his sister's mocking expression. His desire for death stemmed from his inability to face her. How could he ever force her hand? Any explanation would be futile. It would all be meaningless. He merely wished to assist her. He was unaware of when he began to regard his sister as his own. He knew that once outsiders appeared, his sister would become another's. Thus, he directed his blade at the innocent outsider. Surely, his sister must despise him now. Yao Ying shut his eyes, only to be jolted by a sudden force. His spear had been wrested from his grasp. What are you idly standing about for? Why aren't you restraining him? Su Yi stammered his orders. This group of simpletons, upon witnessing someone seeking to end their life, did nothing to prevent it, instead appearing as if they wished to facilitate his demise. Leave him be, let him die, Yao Yu coldly commanded, branding him a coward. Su Yi was exasperated. Did this chieftain not comprehend the gravity of the situation? They still had tributes to pay. How could they fight or resist after losing their men? Following the chieftain's directive, the men who had intended to intervene remained frozen in place. You all go, subdue that foolish giant. Su Yi ordered the women beside him, refusing to partake himself. A primitive's brute strength could easily spell his end. The women, heeding his command, cast aside their weapons and rushed forth. Halt. Yao Yu's voice was icy. I am curious to see how he intends to create a scene. The women hesitated, their gazes flitting between the two. Su-yi furrowed his brow. The female chieftain appeared astute, yet today, she had been acting irrationally. Go, restrain him, and allow me to handle the situation. Su-yi commanded. No one is permitted to intervene, or they shall face the tribe's punishment. Yao Yu turned to glare at Su-yi. You are merely an outsider. What right do you have to meddle in our tribal affairs? As the women looked on with expressions of regret, they stepped back awkwardly, realizing persuasion was futile. Su-yi advanced a few steps, preparing to teach her a lesson. He had just come to understand that his own head was his talisman for survival. He should not be in danger of death. Crack. Even amid the noisy environment, the sharp sound stood out. The men were in disarray. Yet the women clearly witnessed the scene, all gasping in astonishment. He possesses remarkable audacity. He actually dared to strike the chieftain. Yao Yu was engulfed in her own suffering. Not only was she oppressed by the outsiders, but even her brother, whom she had relied upon, had turned against her. She paid no heed to the approaching Su-yi or the large hand he raised. A searing sensation radiated from her backside, leaving her momentarily dazed. She could not fathom that an outsider would dare strike her in front of the entire tribe. Catching sight of her tribesmen's horrified expressions, she was consumed by a blend of shame and fury. Observing the female chieftain in a stupor, Su-yi's heart leaped with joy. Effective. What are you glaring at? I am targeting you. Crack. Before she could react, a second slap landed heavily. Why are you all standing there? Go and subdue that foolish giant. The women, realizing the gravity of the situation, disregarded their previous hesitations. Yao Ying was the tribe's foremost warrior, and his death would spell disaster for all. You dare. All of you. Cease at once. Regardless of Yao Yu's commands, the crowd ignored her entirely. Outsider. Yao Yu's expression twisted with fury. Do not think I hesitate to kill you. Su-yi met her gaze unflinchingly, devoid of fear. Yao Yu, enraged by his audacity, leaped into action, pushing Su-yi onto his back with a forceful shove. Let you strike me. Let you strike me. Su-yi was bewildered. This petite figure possessed an unexpected strength, akin to a mountain pressing down on his chest. Rain-like blows rained upon his face, targeting his nose, eyes, and mouth simultaneously. Most alarmingly, he exerted every ounce of strength he had, yet could not break free from her grip. Damn it, this woman has lost her mind. Surely, she would not kill him? In a desperate bid for survival, Su-yi's hand flailed towards her chest. A soft sound escaped the female chieftain's lips as his hand was forcefully swatted away. The assault ceased. In the next moment, he realized what he had inadvertently touched and instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. A slap on the backside nearly cost him his life. And now he might truly meet his demise. Chapter 13. I feel a bit dizzy. Yet in the following second, he felt a lightness in his body. The anticipated attack did not come, and when he opened his eyes again, he beheld the figure of the female chieftain fleeing in disarray. Su-yi, clutching his nose, stood up to meet a sea of astonished gazes. I endured a barrage of blows, and I am not even allowed to collect a bit of interest. Su-yi wiped the blood from his nose, appearing nonchalant. Yao Ling approached, her voice laced with concern. It's all my fault. I should not have worn that beast's skin, which incited that fool's madness. The girl wore a look of remorse. Su, does it still hurt? Upon seeing her worried expression, Su-yi's heart stirred, and he feigned weakness, slowly leaning down towards the ground. As expected, he fell into a warm embrace. The familiar scent of grass and wood enveloped him. What is wrong? Yao Ling inquired anxiously, her concern evident. She had lacked the courage to intervene when the chieftain struck him. It's nothing, just a bit dizzy. Su-yi replied weakly, resting here with you will suffice. Yao Ling, upon hearing this, did not think much of it. After all, how cunning could a primitive be? Moreover, Su-yi did indeed appear somewhat pitiful. She carefully supported him, kneeling on the ground as she cradled him in her arms. Su-yi reveled in the moment. The girl, though slight, felt pleasantly soft against him. Yet the incessant chatter of that foolish giant was quite bothersome. Lan, go find a rope and bind him for me. With the patriarch absent, the women refrained from probing further. Together, they bound Yao Ying tightly, resembling a wrapped parcel. They kindled a fire and prepared a meal. Su-yi reclined in Yao Ling's embrace, gesturing animatedly as he cleaned the fish to roast it. Su, are you feeling any better? Yao Ling inquired after a while, though the curious gazes directed at her unsettled her somewhat. Ouch, still dizzy, can't even stand, Su-yi replied, covering his face, yet opening his eyes to utter a white lie. Yet after a short while, he managed to sit up unaided. There would be ample opportunity later. For now, he needed to understand the affairs of the tribe. Ling, tell me about your tribe, he requested. Observing Su-yi's earnest expression, Yao Ling hastened to explain. Our clan has always been this way. As if fearing disbelief, she reiterated, yes, our clan has always been like this. When it came to cunning, even 10 Yao Lings would not outmatch Su-yi. He immediately discerned the evasiveness in her eyes, but chose not to press further. What secret could render Yao Ling so silent? Unable to extract answers from her, he resolved to learn from the female chieftain. Look at him. He actually dares to seek out the patriarch? The tribe members, seated around the campfire, watched Su's retreating figure in disbelief. Lan, shouldn't you stop him? A male tribesman voiced his concern. Won't the patriarch beat him to death? Probably not, Yao Lan replied uncertainly. The patriarch had personally ordered the care of outsiders. She likely would not defy that. Yet, Su touched one of our women, someone stammered. It's useless, Yao Ling approached. Kneeling with a worried expression. He determined to go, no one can stop him. Silently, they watched as Su approached the patriarch's den. Unexpectedly, after lingering outside for a while, he opened the door and entered. The distance prevented the onlookers from discerning their conversation. Isn't the patriarch forbidden from allowing men into her den? Yao Ling muttered, puzzled by Su's entry. The crowd shook their heads, ears straining for any screams. After a time, no sound emerged, and their fears abated. Ling, we're all today as fish caught by outsiders. A man curiously asked. Upon hearing this, other men turned their gaze towards Yao Ling. Even a fool could distinguish between wild vegetables and fish. Their large shares of fish were undoubtedly thanks to the outsiders. How could they not be grateful? No, Lan caught them, Yao Ling reluctantly admitted, speaking truthfully despite her reluctance. Aside from Yao Li, who had vanished, and Yao Ying, gagged and bound, the men expressed astonishment and wondered how Lan had suddenly become so skilled. Originally, we thought it was the outsider, but it turns out Lan caught them. One man exclaimed incredulously. Can you teach us? Yao Lan smiled awkwardly. Ling knew it wasn't her doing, yet she claimed credit. She patiently clarified the truth. You mean the outsider, Su? He created another tool? One specifically for fishing? Exactly. If he doesn't mind, I can teach you. All eyes turned once more to the patriarch's den, silently praying she would not act rashly and harm the savior bestowed by the divine bird. Though he had only recently arrived, Su felt a nascent sense of belonging to this tribe. Hence, his perspective shifted from personal interests to the welfare of the entire community. To do so, he needed to understand the tribe's predicaments and threats. Since others avoided discussing the tribe's plight, he had no choice but to begin with the female chieftain. Get lost. Su was met with a rebuff. Don't you see who you're talking to? She retorted angrily. Su chuckled, unperturbed by the earlier beating. What if I'm mistaken in my words? If you don't leave, I'll beat you again. A cold voice warned from within. I can help you, Su said calmly. Whatever problems you face, I believe I can solve them. So, I want to know the reasons. Hearing the voices outside, Yao Yu felt a momentary surge of hope before quickly regaining composure. This outsider was skilled in sweet talk, deceiving the tribe's women to the extent they no longer recognized her as their leader. He was even audacious enough to lay hands on her. Reflecting on the recent events, she felt at a loss how to face her people. How could she trust his words? I really will beat you. She suppressed her anger. After all, he was Ling's man, otherwise. Don't you want to learn how to fish? Don't you want the tribe to have meat every meal? Or don't you want the tribe to grow stronger? Yao Yu's heart stirred. What he said was her deepest wish. Yet, she still could not reveal the truth. Seeing no response, Su resolved to employ his trump card. If you don't tell me today, I will leave here at dawn, forever. You dare, came an urgent voice from within. Just watch if I dare or not. Su realized the chieftain was obstinate and unwilling to engage in peaceful dialogue. No, you can't leave. What will happen to Ling if you go? If she has a child, someone must care for her. If you leave, I will break your legs. Chapter 14, The Clan Forsaken by the Gods. Su thought to himself, as expected, that foolish Ling came here on her own accord, following the chieftain's orders. Even primitives know how to use the beauty trap. That surprises me. Huh, if your threats sway me, I wouldn't be Su. He scoffed at worst. I'll kill Ling and then die with her. Yao Yu realized she had never truly understood this outsider, though he always wore a friendly smile. At times he was tenacious, as now. The deception was no longer sustainable. Then come in, she conceded. Su felt a weight lift from his chest. The chieftain insisted on maiming him, and he had no choice. Besides, he was reluctant to survive alone in the wilderness. Even survival shows in primitive worlds featured a cameraman accompanying the protagonist. He would only have unknown beasts for company. He pulled aside the door woven from leaves and vines. Inside the hut was pitch dark. After a moment's adjustment, he could barely make out the interior. The impassive chieftain sat on a wooden bed, a luxury. The bedding was not animal hide, but some kind of fabric, which intrigued him. There was also a stone stool and a stone table with a bowl atop it. Nearby stood a stone stove. That was the entirety of the hut's furnishings. A faint herbal scent permeated the room, identical to the aroma on Yao Ling. Have you seen enough? The chieftain's icy voice interrupted. Enough, Su replied bluntly, plopping down on the stone stool. Since Su's entrance, Yao Yu had been scrutinizing him intently. She discovered that the other party was only slightly astonished by the contents of her nest. Thus, she concluded that he must have seen and perhaps even utilized them before. Surely, he hails from a significant tribe? Yet, what right does she have to keep him here? If she were to reveal the truth, would he, out of regard for Ling, assist her clan? A glimmer of hope ignited within Yao Yu. Where exactly do you come from? Yao Yu voiced her inner curiosity. I come from another place. Su Yi paused momentarily before continuing. But now it should be my turn to inquire. What is the situation in your tribe? The campfire flickered, casting a fiery glow upon the faces of the onlookers. It smells wonderful. Sister Lan, may I have just a tiny bite? Several children eagerly surrounded Yao Lan. No, you cannot. The fish contains bones and must be thoroughly cleaned before consumption, Yao Lan replied with a smile, firmly declining. But the children can't partake, can we? The men gazed hungrily at the fish being repeatedly roasted by the women, the crisp golden skin sizzling and exuding an enticing aroma, rendering all who had fasted throughout the day unable to resist. Even Yao Ying, bound nearby, caught the scent, swallowing hard. No, he would never eat food hunted by outsiders. Absolutely not, Yao Lan stated sternly. Su said his food is only shared with those who obey orders. If you disobey, you shall not partake of the meat. We are merely asking a few questions. Take your time, no rush. The men chimed in unison. Yao Ying's eyes blazed with fury. The outsiders were cunningly winning over his tribesmen. They were truly a bunch of unambitious fools. Just one morsel of fish, and they were swayed by the outsiders. And these women, having not seen them for a day, were now only listening to that foreigner. Bound tightly, he could hardly shift his position. After this meal of fish, the men would be completely ensnared by the outsiders. How could his sister, the chieftain, continue to lead? No, he could not perish. These outsiders not only share food, but also provide tools for the tribe. He must have ulterior motives. Could it be that he intends to send them into slavery? Yao Ying suddenly recalled hearing elders speak of large tribes that favored turning captives into slaves during his childhood. The more he pondered, the more horrified he became. Breaking out in a cold sweat. Outsiders are too terrifying. Woo-woo. The one guarding Yao Ying was Yao Ling. She noticed him squirming like a worm, whimpering as if he had something to convey. Do you wish to say something? Woo-woo. Yao Ying nodded frantically. I can help you get free, but you must not curse. Or else Su will be angry and report me, Yao Ling said earnestly. Hearing this, Yao Ying nodded, increasingly convinced of the outsider's formidable nature. Oh. The beast hide covering his mouth was pulled away, and Yao Ying took several deep breaths. Speak. Do you wish to apologize to the chieftain? I can relay your message. No. I want to ask why you all listen to the outsiders so obediently? Yao Ying responded after regaining his breath. Are you referring to Su? Yao Ling's eyes lit up. He shares his food with everyone. He creates powerful tools, and he advises us not to take risks for food. In short, he is a good person. You must not speak ill of him. Yao Ling had yet to mention that he had not taken advantage of her even when she was unclothed before him. Initially, she thought he did not fancy her. But just moments ago, as he lay in her arms, she realized it was not as she had presumed. No, you have all been deceived by him. Yao Ying declared emphatically. He is winning your trust with the intent of sending you into slavery. Slavery? Yao Ling was puzzled. It means being shackled, devoid of freedom, where the master can kill or beat you at will. Yao Ying described it more terrifyingly, based solely on hearsay. Isn't that just like your current situation? Yao Ling laughed innocently. Yao Ying's face darkened. He regretted seeking her out. What? A tribe abandoned by the gods? Su Yi nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. However, seeing Yao Yu's cold gaze, he managed to stifle it. All along, Su Yi had mistakenly interpreted the term tribe in their language as clan. In truth, these are two distinct concepts that he had misused due to the language barrier. The so-called Suanyao clan is one of the 6 clans of the Yin Feng tribe. 5 years ago, the leader of the Suanyao clan and many warriors within it mysteriously vanished. Coincidentally, a thunderstorm struck, striking down the statue of the Suanyao deity that they had long venerated. The tribe's leader expelled them from their ancestral lands, citing that the Suanyao clan had been forsaken by the gods, driving them into the perilous jungle. Moreover, that vile tribal leader decreed, in the name of the gods, that no one should marry into the Suanyao clan, fearing that their misfortune would spread. Thus, 5 years later, of the over 100 members of the Suanyao clan, fewer than 50 remain. What do you mean? If you wish to leave, then leave. Yao Yu glared at Su Yi, her voice laced with anger. No. Su Yi straightened up, speaking earnestly. I asked you to speak out to assist you, not to mock you. So you mean you won't leave? Yao Yu asked, her tone probing. Su Yi did not answer, but instead countered. They say you are forsaken by the gods. Is that true? Chapter 15. I have made my decision. The tribal chief can communicate with the divine, so he must be correct. Yao Yu asserted with conviction, adding, moreover, I personally witnessed the statue we venerated being struck by lightning. It is all our fault for violating the taboo, which brought down divine retribution. Yao Yu sighed again. Although Su Yi was skeptical, He could empathize with Yao Yu. When all this transpired, she was merely a young girl, suddenly faced with upheaval, and naturally, she would harbor profound reverence. Furthermore, he could not impose modern perspectives on primitive people's beliefs about the divine. I will not leave. On the contrary, I will assist you. Su-yi observed the light rekindle in Yao Yu's eyes and continued. However, I need everyone to heed my guidance, including you. Absolutely not. Yao Yu immediately became vigilant, shaking her head decisively. Can you ensure that the tribespeople are well-fed every day, or lead them back to their ancestral lands? Su-yi stated calmly. Those are matters I must ponder. Yao Yu mused briefly. You only need to stay and assist me. I will provide you with the finest food and women. Yao Yu. The Suanio clan can only have one voice. Su-yi looked into her eyes and declared. That voice must be mine. Yao Yu stood her ground. Today, having repeatedly thwarted his attempts to rescue people, Su-yi was determined not to allow this to happen again. Either you all listen to me, or you will be left to fend for yourselves. What future can a tribe without descendants have? Su-yi continued. In this world, there are likely very few who are unafraid of the misfortune of the forsaken, aside from myself. Yao Yu understood that she had no other choice. It was either to slowly wither away in this jungle, or to place her trust in Su-yi. He had indeed brought many surprises. Perhaps he truly could help? But I do not trust you, Yao Yu asserted. Then I am at a loss. Su-yi shrugged, his anxiety mounting. Unless you join our Suanio clan. Yao Yu proposed, if you become one of us, I will naturally trust you. Su-yi pondered for a moment and replied, joining you is acceptable. But you must agree to one condition. Why do you still have conditions? Yao Yu retorted, her anger flaring. The conditions just proposed were to remain and assist you. In his heart, Su-yi began to calculate. The current stipulation is to join your ranks. Chief, are these not two distinct matters? You state that I should ponder it for a moment. Yao Yu felt a surge of joy within but endeavored to temper her tone, striving not to appear overly enthusiastic. From this day forth, you shall attend to my needs closely. Su-yi reclined back on his stool, crossing his legs, and instructed, fetch me water and grill meat. Do not be hasty in rejecting my offer. Observing Yao Yu's displeased expression, Su-yi quickly added, in the future, our tribe will grow in numbers. Yet only a select few will have the privilege to serve me directly, thus elevating their status within the clan. Consider this carefully, Secretary Yu. Su-yi suppressed his elation. Or would you prefer to be like everyone else, following my every command as an ordinary warrior? I must confide in you that Lan has already set her sights on the secretarial position. Seeing a flicker of interest in Yao Yu, Su-yi seized the moment, stating, as you know, Lan possesses a gentle temperament, is astute, and meticulous. If you feel unable to fulfill this role, do not force yourself. It could be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Nonsense. Why should Lan be capable while I cannot? I have decided to be your secretary. Yao Yu, uncertain of what the position entailed, stood abruptly. As the tribe leader, your word must hold weight. Su-yi, fearing her reconsideration, replied earnestly, of course. Yao Yu, with a firm resolve, stated, then tomorrow, I shall pay homage to our ancestors, allowing you to formally join the Xianyao tribe. Certainly. Su-yi rose, instinctively brushing off his trousers. Today is a fortuitous day. As he exited, humming a cheerful tune, Yao Yu felt an indescribable sensation within her. She had not only entrusted a member of her tribe to an outsider, but seemingly submitted herself as well. No, why should everything belong to him? Do you realize? The outsider seems to have been deceiving us all along. He appears intent on consigning us to a life of servitude. Servitude? That entails being bound with ropes. Denied the chance to flee, struck at will, and killed without remorse. Surely not. Could the outsider be so malevolent? When he emerges, let us question him together. Agreed. If it proves true, shall we not slay him? It would suffice to drive him away, for he has at least saved our kin and shared his bounty with us. Indeed, he must not be harmed. Su-yi stepped out of the makeshift shelter and approached the fire pit. To his surprise, not only did everyone deliberately avoid him, but even the gaze of that girl, Yao Ling, felt peculiar. Just moments ago, he had interacted with the female chief without a hitch. What had transpired? After pondering fruitlessly, he resolved to inquire for clarity. Ling, Lan, come here for a moment. Su-yi called out. The two exchanged glances before rising. Observing this, others also stood and gathered around. Su-yi felt a sense of bewilderment. This situation seemed precarious. Why were these primitives behaving so erratically? Thankfully, he and the female chief had reached an agreement. What is the meaning of this? Su-yi inquired cautiously. Yao Ling began, her face etched with pain. She found it hard to believe, yet everyone shared the same sentiment. Are you intending to send us into servitude? Yao Ling asked with trepidation. Servitude? Su-yi was perplexed. Have you ever encountered a slave? At this, Yao Ling's heart sank. He truly understood what a slave was. Just answer the question. Lan interjected, her tone wary. No, I would gain nothing by sending you into servitude. Su-yi replied, utterly baffled. Not. Yao Ling's expression brightened instantly. Truly not. Su Yi affirmed earnestly. Oh, so it was merely a fabrication. The crowd murmured, gradually approaching Su Yi, relieved. That fellow, Eagle, had misjudged the situation, causing us to feel ashamed to partake in the feast. Indeed, the outsider is clearly not a villain. Silence, you were the most vocal just now. Su Yi finally grasped the situation. He could only admire the innocence of these primitives. Even if he were to engage in human trafficking, he would not be so blunt. However, the speed and depth at which rumors spread among the populace necessitated vigilance. We should collectively petition the chief to penalize that fellow eagle by making him repent before the idol. Yes, punish him with 3 days of fasting. Let us see if he dares to lie again. Rumors may arise quickly, but they fade even faster. Listening to the carefree laughter surrounding him, Su Yi admired the genuine nature of the primitives. Su, hearing Eagle's words terrified me. I insisted you were a good person, yet they did not believe me. Yao Ling offered him a piece of unfamiliar fruit, her face radiant with joy. This girl wore her emotions openly, and Su Yi could discern her delight. Lan, why are you sitting so far away? I bear you no ill will. Su Yi waved toward Yao Lan. Lan, being perceptive, was unlike Ling. Upon hearing the call, Yao Lan circled the bonfire, kneeling beside Su Yi. Su, let me assist you with the grilling. She smiled apologetically, revealing 2 dimples on her round face. Yao Yu emerged from the nest, immediately observing Su Yi flanked by 2 young women. Chapter 16, what are you saying? One held water, while the other tended to the grilling meat. The gazes of the others revolved around him, as he had evidently become the focal point of the tribe. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, and she could not suppress a swallow. Yet, must she truly serve him? What an absurd notion. Yao Yu approached the bonfire, and the crowd swiftly parted to accommodate her. She cautiously glanced at Su Yi, only to find him casting a fleeting glance her way before redirecting his gaze. Since he did not impose any demands, she would refrain from acting. Beneath the bonfire, the women diligently removed fish bones, distributing the cooked fare among the tribe. The men, growing impatient, dared not voice their displeasure. Once the fish was served, they devoured it in one greedy bite. Su Yi felt his eyelids twitch. Thankfully, the bones were removed. Otherwise, this group of primitives would surely have choked on their meal. He even suspected they had not truly savored the flavor. 16 large fish. Su Yi had intended to reserve 2 for later use. Yet they were all consumed in an instant. The stars shone brilliantly, and the flames flickered in the gentle breeze. Everyone, please quiet down. Once the tribe had their fill, Yao Yu proclaimed loudly. The chatter ceased, and all eyes turned to the chief. I have decided that the entire tribe shall migrate. Su Yi was caught off guard by her sudden declaration, noting the men lowering their heads in remorse and the women exchanging puzzled glances. He surmised it might pertain to today as tribute. The Yinfeng tribe has demanded that during our next tribute, in addition to food, we must offer a woman as a servant. I have acquiesced to their request. Yao Yu's gaze dimmed, yet I shall not forsake a single tribe member. Crackle. The sounds of the burning bonfire resonated distinctly. Everyone wore a gloomy expression, as if death were imminent. Su, will you accompany us? Yao Ling nudged Su Yi's arm, murmuring softly, I will not. Oh well then. Su Yi discerned her discontent. I will not abandon you. There is no need for anyone to leave. Su Yi declared with conviction. Not leaving? Yao Ling's curiosity piqued. Yet the Yinfeng tribe has many warriors. They will send people to seize us and may even resort to violence. All were captivated by Su Yi's assertion, and Yao Ling's inquiry mirrored their shared concerns. We shall await here. I am confident that I can frighten them away, given that the outsiders have never set foot in this dense forest. Setting a few traps should be sufficient to instill fear in our enemies. Furthermore, he possesses a bow and arrow as his weapon. The foes outside the forest are unaware of this. No, they are numerous. We are no match for them. Yao Yu declared, I do not concur. Secretary Yu? Su Yi replied coolly, what are you saying? I can agree to everything else, but not this matter. Yao Yu spoke sternly. The clansmen exchanged glances, wondering why the chieftain sought Su's opinion in making a decision. Listen to my arrangements. I have a way to drive those invaders away, Su Yi asserted, casting a glance at Yao Yu as he stood up with determination. That would be splendid. Su, we shall heed your every plan. The crowd chimed in. Indeed. We will follow your lead. They clamored excitedly. They had invested years into maintaining this camp. If they left, they would once again face a life of turmoil. Are you not afraid of death? Yao Yu retorted with indignation. Chieftain, how many lives have we lost to establish this camp? The usually reticent Yao Gu stood up, questioning why they must concede to every demand. They drive us from our ancestral land, seize our homes, and now they seek our sisters. With Su's formidable weaponry, I will not hesitate to strike down any who dare come. We will not retreat. Let them know that the Xian Yao clan is not to be trifled with. Yes, we are not to be trifled with. For the first time, Yao Yu felt isolated and helpless. She turned to look at Su Yi, blaming him for the predicament. If the Xian Niao clan perishes, my soul shall forever haunt you. Yao Yu declared through gritted teeth, regretting her agreement with him. In response, Su Yi merely smiled. He found himself intrigued by the ambitious Yao Gu. The young man was indeed a person of potential. From this day forth, I shall be a member of the Xian Niao clan, Su Yi announced, establishing his position. You shall all follow my command henceforth. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Yao Yu. He is not wrong, Yao Yu seethed, her eyes ablaze. Tomorrow, we shall offer sacrifices to our ancestors. And Su will officially join the Xian Niao clan. Wow, that's wonderful. Yao Ling cheered exuberantly. Noticing the somber expressions on the others, she quickly hid behind Su Yi. At dawn tomorrow, let everyone gather here, Su Yi commanded with a wave of his hand. Yao Gu, take 2 of the more astute individuals to keep watch. The rest of you should hasten back to rest. The crowd hesitated, casting uncertain glances at Yao Yu. What are you looking at me for? Did you not claim you wouldn't heed my words? Yao Yu retorted angrily, do as he says. If there are any matters in the future, seek him out and do not trouble me. With that, Yao Yu turned and departed. Those who keep watch at night need not partake in the hunt during the day. Su Yi informed the group. But we, Yao Gu and the others hesitated. The rations will be the same as for everyone, Su Yi clarified. Of course, if anything occurs during the night and you fail to sound the alarm promptly, you shall face consequences. After giving his instructions, Su Yi walked towards the bound Yaoing. The clan was in dire need of manpower, and he had to mobilize all available resources. You dare threaten my sister to hand over the chieftaincy to you? Yaoing said coldly. Are you out of your mind? Do you truly think I am a match for your sister? Su Yi scoffed. She is willing. I have no time for your nonsense. Yaoing, listen closely. Given your sister's character, she could never be yours, Su Yi continued. And if you were to die for a woman, you would indeed be the first coward in our clan. What of a woman? If you wish to fight me, I can guarantee you as many as you desire. With that, Su Yi untied the ropes binding Yao Ying and strode away. Yao Ying stood there, stunned for a moment, before struggling to rise. Watching the outsider's retreating figures, he felt a tumult of emotions within him. After painting a rosy picture for Yao Ying, Su Yi returned to his shelter and collapsed into sleep. After a long day, he too was weary. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by the chill of the wind. However, this time, it was not a beauty, but a man armed with a weapon. Have you come to kill me? Su Yi sat up, maintaining his composure. He recognized this was the very individual who had been insistent about Yao Ling, named Yao Li. Previously, he had been nowhere to be found, but now he had suddenly appeared to stir trouble. Having effectively stolen his woman, would Yao Li go mad and resort to violence? Damn it, can't anyone let me have a good night's sleep? Su Yi said impatiently. After a day of hunting and fishing, you should at least express some gratitude instead of plotting my demise. Think about it. Have I committed any wrongdoing? Ling does not fancy you, yet you force her. The shadow finally spoke. Force? What nonsense? Su Yi replied evenly. Go and ask her if I have ever compelled her to do anything against her will. Humph. Today you lay in her embrace. I could see her face was filled with reluctance, Yao Li said coldly. Su Yi's heart sank. He regretted his earlier bravado. Ling was merely shy. Do you understand shyness? The other party was unyielding, his gaze still suspicious. In a moment of desperation, Su Yi concocted a lie. She is already with child. If I were to die, she would never forgive you. You lie? Yao Li's voice twisted with disbelief. If you do not believe me, go and ask the chieftain. She is well aware. Su Yi wore a confident expression. Yao Li departed, leaving in a daze. Su Yi grabbed a piece of animal hide from the ground and swiftly made his way to Yao Ling's small shelter. Stealthily, he opened the door, only to meet Yao Ling's vigilant gaze. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Upon seeing Su Yi, Yao Ling replied with tension. I am afraid to sleep alone and need company. Su Yi fabricated. I initially intended to seek Lon, but upon reflection, I find you the most reliable. Is that so? Yao Ling's heart leaped with joy, realizing she indeed held a special place in his heart. Then come in, but do not make any sudden movements. Of course, I shall be absolutely compliant. Su Yi darted inside, secured the door, and lay down straight. The temperature within the shelter was not high, but fortunately, he had brought a piece of animal hide. Inhaling the faint herbal scent, Su Yi soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Su, what will we do if everyone discovers this in the morning? Yao Ling, belatedly aware of the implications, suggested, perhaps you should rest a while and return early? If they find out we are sharing a space, they will surely ask a multitude of questions. Humph. Listening to the sound of his breathing, Yao Ling furrowed her brow. Eventually, whether from fatigue or the soothing sounds around her, she also closed her eyes. In the morning, Su Yi awoke groggily. He found Yao Ling had unknowingly burrowed into his embrace, her head resting on his arm, her legs entwined around his waist, deep in slumber. Su Yi attempted to shift his arm, but even the slightest movement startled the sleeping Yao Ling awake. In the next moment, their eyes met. Yao Ling withdrew her legs from around his waist as though jolted by an electric shock, her small face flushed with embarrassment. Ling, you must take responsibility for me. Su Yi declared first, feigning a victimized expression. I merely sought shelter for a night, yet you dared to make advances. What do you want then? Yao Ling, taken aback by Su Yi's expression, felt flustered. Su Yi had only intended to tease her, and upon realizing she had taken him seriously, he quickly quelled his thoughts. I was merely jesting, Su Yi laughed. I came to find you. How could I possibly lay the blame on you? Outside, the faint sound of footsteps could be heard. As Su Yi casually folded the animal hide beside him and rose to depart. In the clearing, 7 or 8 tribesmen had already gathered. Upon seeing Su Yi emerge from Yao Ling's nest, envy glimmered in their eyes. Su Yi understood this sentiment all too well. The men of the Xian Yao tribe were indeed unfortunate, all vibrant young men, enduring 5 years of celibacy. The life of a primitive man revolves around sustenance and procreation, and it was truly a hardship for these individuals. It seemed that finding partners for the tribe's bachelors needed to be prioritized sooner rather than later. As the sun rose above the horizon, all the tribesmen had assembled. The first order of business was Su Yi's initiation ceremony. Under Yao Yu's guidance, the group approached the entrance of a hut. Children and elders were included in the procession, with no one uttering a superfluous sound. Su Yi, moved by the atmosphere, kept his lips sealed as well. At the elders' behest, 4 strapping young men respectfully entered the hut, shortly emerging with a statue that was heaved out with great effort. Yao Yu chanted mysteriously for a while, directing a few individuals to properly position the statue. Following that, they brought out a stone table. Several women departed, returning with an abundance of fresh fruit. The crowd guided Su Yi to stand beneath the sculpture, where Yao Yu personally painted a totem representing the Xian Yao tribe upon Su Yi's face. The black statue of the Xian Yao, crafted from an unknown material and human-sized, appeared remarkably lifelike. Given the primitive methods of weapon creation, it was inconceivable that such an intricate statue could have been carved. Su Yi allowed himself to be arranged as they pleased, while his mind raced with thoughts. Finally, when the sun was high in the sky, the ceremony came to a close. The statue was returned to the hut, and the food laid out on the table was distributed among all the tribesmen. Su Yi received half of a fiery red fruit, which made his teeth ache with its sourness. From now on, you shall be called Yao Su, Yao Ling cheerfully announced. Su Yi smiled, recognizing that names were merely titles to them. Other tribesmen approached one by one, greeting their newly familiarized member. As a member of the tribe, Su Yi was entitled to know all of its assets, which consisted mainly of stone tools and bone implements. What troubled him most was the tribe's food supply, which was only sufficient for a single meal, and even then, they could not indulge freely. Meat had always been a luxury within the tribe. Only the able-bodied men participating in hunts received a share of the meat, while children, the elderly, and some frail women primarily subsisted on roots and leaves. After capturing prey, more than half had to be preserved, not only to stave off starvation, but also to pay tribute. It was no wonder that he could thrive within the tribe after merely acquiring food twice. How often do you get to eat meat? Su Yi inquired, turning to Yao Ling. Well, it's unpredictable, she pondered for a moment. Sometimes, if fortune smiles upon us, the hunting party can bring back food, allowing us to feast every few days. However, more often than not, we endure hunger. Noticing Su Yi's expression, Yao Ling regretted her candor. He must surely have come from a large tribe. He knew of their food scarcity and would likely lament his decision to join. Yet, with the weapons and tools provided by Su Yi, she was determined to ensure he would not go hungry. The group reconvened in the clearing. Stepping forward from the crowd, Su Yi addressed everyone. Ling, take 2 individuals to the storeroom and distribute the food among all. That won't do. We'll be hungry tomorrow. Yao Yu interjected to halt him. If everyone is already starving, how can we work or hunt? Su Yi shot Yao Yu a glare. Leave the matter of food to me, chief. Yao Yu's chest heaved in frustration. Fine, let him distribute the food. Does he think we'll catch plenty of fish every day? Does he truly believe we'll hunt deer daily? She felt the burden of the chaos would soon revert back to her, and she doubted the tribe would continue to trust him for long. In such a case, she would still be the chief directing them. With no established customs for food storage, she was eager to see how this newcomer from a great tribe would lead the Xian Yao to prosperity. As Yao Yu seethed with these thoughts, she suddenly heard Su Yi call her name. Yao Yu, take all the women of the tribe to the riverbank to fish, and also gather edible plants as best you can. As Yao Yu opened her mouth to question, Su Yi swiftly cut her off. If you have any doubts, you can consult Lan. She knows. No one had ever dared to belittle her in such a manner. Yao Yu stifled her displeasure, refraining from exploding in front of the crowd. Aside from those who kept watch last night, all other men shall accompany me into the woods to gather materials for weapon crafting. We will set off after eating and regroup here before sunset. With his orders given, Su Yi, like the others, received a piece of jerky the thickness of his thumb. Dry, tasteless, and somewhat gritty, yet the others devoured it with delight, with several children not forgetting to suck their fingers. Originally, the jerky was not meant for the children, but Su-yi insisted on distributing it, leaving Yao Ling with no choice but to comply. The stockpile of meat and fruit was entirely exhausted. Although all the tribesmen felt satisfied after the meal, a hint of hesitation lingered on their faces. Many men began to question whether the new leader was issuing commands recklessly. Chapter 18. The emergence of crisis outside the hut area, behind the shadowed hillside. 10 individuals were laboriously chopping wood. This one won't do. It can't have wormholes, Su-yi declared, perched upon a large stone, casually discarding the wood handed to him by one of the men. This one is skinned. It's prone to break. Confusion flickered in the eyes of the group as they muttered among themselves and searched for suitable pieces. No wormholes, no branches, the thickness of an arm. And leave the bark intact. Su-yi had not anticipated that, despite issuing only a few requirements, these primitives would remember one thing and forget another. The wood they felled was invariably flawed. Ah, this one you chopped is quite good. You'll receive an extra piece of meat when we return, Su-yi promised. Upon witnessing this, the other tribesmen perked up, motivated by the prospect of extra meat, a privilege not even the chief could enjoy. It was surprising that chopping a single piece of wood could yield such a reward. Though somewhat slow-witted, the primitives learned quickly. After Su-yi demonstrated a few techniques and personally chopped down several logs, the group finally grasped the skill. Today, everyone shall gain an additional piece of meat. Oh! The crowd cheered. Yaoing was also diligently chopping wood. His piece had earned Su-yi's approval, making him the second to receive extra meat, which filled him with pride. Su, why do we need to avoid wormholes? One tribesman inquired, puzzled. Wormholes will create weak points in the weapon, making it prone to breakage. Su-yi patiently explained. He had already answered this question numerous times. By the riverside, several crocodiles lounged lazily in the sun. Chief, shall we begin? Yao Lan glanced at Yao Yu. The group had been at the riverbank for quite some time. Begin? Yao Yu looked at the flowing water, perplexed. How about I take the lead? Yao Lan asked cautiously. Very well, but everyone must prioritize safety, Yao Yu replied. Her curiosity piqued about Su-yi's fishing methods. You 5 stand guard in the woods. Yao Lan recalled Su-yi's actions from yesterday. And you 5, drive those crocodiles into the water. Others, come with me to catch insects, Lan instructed. Once she finished her orders, everyone complied without question. To disobey Lan's command was akin to disregarding Su's authority. And Su's commands were not to be ignored. Yao Yu observed Lan calmly directing the group, and the lack of dissent stirred a tempest within her. She suddenly recalled Su's remark from the previous day, stating that Lan was well suited to be his secretary. No, she may not surpass Su-yi, but she must certainly outshine Lan. However, as the leader of her clan, how could she join everyone in catching insects? After a moment's contemplation, she picked up several large stones and made her way toward the riverbank. The crocodile's tough skin demanded a strike to its vulnerable spot to elicit any response. Yao Yu was skilled in throwing, often managing to strike the crocodile's eyes. Wow, the clan leader is impressive, exclaimed those tasked with driving away the crocodiles. By the time Lan arrived with her group, the crocodiles had all retreated into the water. Lan swung her long rod, and before long, amidst a chorus of cheers, a large fish with shimmering scales was pulled to shore. It's my turn, it's my turn. Yao Ling eagerly snatched the fishing rod. The fish in the primordial river appeared as innocent as the primitive people themselves, readily accepting the plump worms that fell from the sky. In less than 2 minutes, Yao Ling felt a tug on the rod. Lan, hurry, it seems like there's a fish, she exclaimed excitedly. Just reel it in, Lan replied with a gentle smile. Su-yi had instructed her the previous night to ensure all the women in the clan learned to fish. She was determined to fulfill his request. Lan, can I try again? Yao Ling clung to the fishing rod, reluctant to let go. I haven't learned yet. Lan simply nodded with a smile. This morning, Su had emerged from Ling's quarters. She must surely be his woman, Lan thought with a twinge of jealousy. Yao Yu also wished to give it a try, but she would not be like Ling. After all, she was the clan leader. Meanwhile, across the river, in the thicket, her eyes were fixated intently on the women of the Xian bird clan. They caught so many fish. One remarked, we should seize their fishing tools. What fish? Another's eyes gleamed with desire. Haven't you noticed? Each of these women is more beautiful than the last. Oh. Another shifted their gaze from the pile of fish on the ground to the women. They're far prettier than the foul-smelling women of our tribe. Sanlang, do you wish to have them? Of course. Let us go back and inform the king. The two stealthily disappeared into the underbrush. The women on this side of the river were lost in the joy of their harvest, completely unaware that they had become the object of someone else's attention. Finally, it was Yao Yu's turn. Under Lan's guidance, she carefully baited the hook with a worm, casting it into the river like the others. However, the fish seemed intent on thwarting her efforts, as there was no movement after a considerable wait. Noticing the clan leader's furrowed brow, Lan offered reassurance. take your time. The fish will bite. I waited a long time yesterday as well. At last, she felt a pull on the line. Yao Yu's heart raced. She had a fish on the hook. Without waiting for Lan's command, she pulled the fish from the water. The splashes of water from the fish's tail sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, holding the weighty fish. Yao Yu felt for the first time that acquiring food was not so difficult after all. And all credit for this success went to Su-yi. Let us take the fish back. We need to gather other food, Lan remarked, glancing at the sun, which had moved slightly westward. 20 fish is hardly enough to eat. Yao Yu protested, still gripping her fishing rod, hoping to catch a few more. Su said we can only catch 20. Lan insisted. He believes fresh fish is better. Stockpiling them risks spoilage. The group began to pack their tools, preparing to return to their dwelling. Yao Yu chose not to press further. Her thoughts were already focused on the position of Su-yi's secretary. In just 2 days, Lan had learned a great deal. She knew she must seize the opportunity. As the group departed from the riverbank, a band of men wielding stone hammers and wooden clubs emerged from the opposite side. For G, are these the women you spoke of? The leader, a burly man with a rugged face, glared. There are no women on the other side. Just a few unknown beasts lying about. They were just there. For G's ribs were visibly defined as fear flickered in his eyes. Sanlang, you must speak. Under the Tiger King's menacing gaze, Sanlang nodded and bowed. My king, there were indeed a dozen women who caught many fish, but now they have vanished. Fish. The Tiger King's stomach growled, and he strode toward the riverbank. Huh, there are indeed fish in this river. You lot, go catch a few fish. He commanded with a wave of his hand. The rest of you, gather some firewood. We will feast on grilled fish tonight. A dozen men cautiously waded into the water. For G's eyes darted around, but he hesitated to enter. Upon seeing someone returning, the Tiger King sprang to his feet. Do you dare defy my orders? My king, I have urgent news to convey. For G stammered, lowering his head in haste. This river is deep, no one can cross. We must find a shallow spot to get to the other side. Let me take a few men to scout. The Tiger King glanced at the river and nodded. He failed to notice that the massive beasts that had previously lounged on the bank had now vanished. Ah, help! A heart-wrenching cry echoed from the river. Instantly capturing the attention of the two men, they witnessed a person being dragged into the depths, a torrent of blood erupting. The individual struggled desperately, only to leave behind a trail of bubbles. Soon, the corpse floated to the surface, and several colossal beasts surged forth, tearing the body into pieces and devouring it whole. Those who rushed to assist met a similar fate, none returning alive. The Tiger King gripped his massive stone axe, hesitating before daring to approach. The river god is enraged. He shouted, "Everyone retreat." The people on the bank raised their weapons, frantically calling out. Of the dozen who had entered the river, only 7 managed to return. As for the fish, not a single one was caught. The Tiger King was furious. His tribe had journeyed far, and never before had they lost so many lives. And all of this was the fault of Sanlang. If he and T claimed there were fish in the river, how could so many tribesmen have perished? The Tiger King raised his axe and strode towards Sanlang. Sanlang, do you dare to deceive me? My king, those women truly caught fish. Sanlang's face drained of color as he prostrated himself at the Tiger King's feet. For G, you saw those women catch fish. Tell the king. My king. I only saw the women. For G lowered his head, unable to meet the king's gaze. Chapter 19, The Competition. For G. You. Sanlang exclaimed in shock as his head snapped up. What awaited him was a descending stone axe. A scream erupted, blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding crowd fell into a deathly silence. This is the fate of those who deceive me. The Tiger King licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and slammed the axe heavily into the ground. A fire ignited, roasting him. The Tiger King returned to his mat. The clan members hastily dismembered the 3 wolves and skewered them over the bonfire. Thick smoke billowed, starkly contrasting against the pristine sky. Su-yi gazed at the distant treetops where wisps of smoke rose, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Eagle, do you see the smoke over there? Where? Yaoing straightened up, confused, and followed the direction indicated by Su-yi. The Yinfeng tribe isn't in that direction, is it? Yaoing scratched his head, contemplating. He never ventured across the river. Could there be others there? Never been. Su-yi inquired. There are crocodiles in the river. Everyone is too afraid to cross. Yaoing replied. Su-yi nodded, committing this information to memory. As the sun set in the west, casting a warm glow everywhere, the bonfire at the center of the Xian Niao tribe's camp blazed anew. From this day forth, a new rule shall be established for our tribe. Seizing the moment before the fish were fully roasted, Su-yi rose. I hope that those who contribute more to the tribe shall receive a greater share of food. We face formidable enemies outside our tribe. Only through unity can we overcome the challenges ahead. I do not wish for anyone to unfairly benefit from the food earned by others. Su-yi noticed Yao Yu beside him hesitating to speak, and he shot her a warning glance to remain silent. Yao Yu glared at him but held her tongue. Food must be distributed equally. Your approach contradicts our ancestral teachings. One of the elders challenged. Ancestral teachings? Su-yi laughed heartily. What good are they if the tribe is annihilated? If the tribe perishes, the teachings will surely vanish. If all tribe members are dead, the teachings will naturally cease to exist, the elder retorted. Then your suggestion of equal distribution is merely a path to the Xian-Niao tribe's extinction, Su-yi asserted. How dare you say such a thing? The elder's face flushed in the firelight. Yao Yu, as tribe leader, you allow him to insult the elders? Yao Yu opened her mouth to protest, but, catching Su-yi's stern gaze, meekly lowered her head. Our tribe is barely surviving. Everyone must have their own tasks to fulfill. Su-yi, fearing the group would not comprehend, reiterated, only through collective effort can we weather this storm. As for you, having idled today, you shall not partake in the roasted fish. Su-yi spoke with firm resolve. On what basis? The elder huffed, his temper flaring. People of the Xian-Niao tribe, can you bear to witness an outsider bully me? Lu Gong, Su is now one of the Xian-Niao tribe. Yao Yu interjected before Su-yi could respond. Though she did not fully grasp Su-yi's methods, she understood that they posed no significant harm to the tribe as a whole. Moreover, having agreed to follow his lead, she felt compelled to respect his decisions. The elder surveyed the group, noting the absence of support for him, and begrudgingly sat back down. Su-yi did not relent. When it came time to distribute the meat, he indeed gave none to the elder. Another elder received a piece the size of a palm, while several children were also given a portion. As for the rest, each received merely 2 pieces. The aroma of roasted fish wafted through the air, and everyone indulged, their mouths glistening with grease. Unable to bear it any longer, Yao Yu prepared to stealthily hand over a piece she had roasted, only for Su-yi to snatch it away. Tribe leader, yours is the tastiest. Yao Yu shot him a glare, but he remained oblivious. Observing this, others abandoned their similar intentions. Yao Lu sat for a long while, receiving not a morsel to eat, and grumbled as she returned to her hut. Su-yi held the roasted fish in one hand, while balancing Yao Yu's stone bowl in the other. Yao Ling occasionally brought peeled fruits, which he accepted gratefully, relishing the variety. Do you all think I have been too harsh on Lu Gong? Su-yi mumbled through a mouthful of food. The crowd remained silent, though their astonished expressions betrayed their thoughts. If today there is only one fish, and tomorrow someone else ventures out to hunt, how would you divide it? The gathering fell silent until Yao Ling broke the quiet. Everyone gets a small piece. After speaking, fearing Su-yi's reprimand, she shrank her neck. Are you certain that each person would receive an equal share? Su-yi inquired with a smile. Yao Ling pondered the usual food distribution and responded, of course not. Those who go hunting should naturally receive more, lest they grow too hungry to travel far. So, the more capable ones eat more, is that not the case? Su-yi mentally commended her. Indeed, Yao Ling chimed in. Yet you did not provide him with food. Yao Yu remarked, glancing toward the distant huts. I merely wish to convey that to have food, one must work, Su-yi stated earnestly. From tomorrow onward, the tribe will have designated tasks. Since we all share meals, we must also share the labor. Otherwise, it would be unfair to others. Chopping wood, repairing fences, tidying huts. Those who excel will ensure the children receive 2 pieces of meat. After hearing Su-yi's words, the crowd buzzed with eagerness. Having rarely had their fill, everyone yearned for more meat. Once our bows and arrows are crafted, we shall hold a competition, Su-yi continued. Whoever shoots the most accurately and farthest shall receive an extra piece of meat. Yao Ling beamed with joy. He was the strongest man in the tribe. Having no rivals in spear throwing, and archery would surely be no different. He had already tested the bows crafted by Su-yi and found them to be formidable weapons. Thus, he firmly believed his sister's words. Su must be a god sent by the Xian-Niao to save us. Furthermore, he promised to provide him with several women. Su, what if 2 individuals shoot equally well and far? A man inquired. Then each shall receive an additional piece of meat. Su-yi slapped his thigh. But what if I require only 2 individuals? Su-yi interrupted, referring to those who shoot both accurately and far. No way. Yao Lan interjected. If women shoot less far than men, does that mean they will forever have no chance at extra meat? Women compete against women and men against men. Su-yi had already established the rules. The women cheered, overwhelmed with excitement. Thus, in private, they could find places to practice, ensuring they would earn more meat come the competition. Additionally, there would be penalties for the last place. Ah, there's a penalty? The crowd exclaimed in unison. The one who performs the worst must give half their meat to the best performer. Furthermore, we will have other competitions, and the more victories one secures, the greater their opportunities. For instance, if archery is not your forte, perhaps you might excel in another competition? Su-yi casually pointed at one of the tribesmen. Chapter 20, Benevolence. The tribe members, filled with aspirations for a better life, returned to their huts in pairs. Yaogu was puzzled as to why Su had chosen to keep the 3 of them behind. At that moment, his mind raced. contemplating the events of the previous night. Su Yi observed them, remaining silent. Yao Li had taken weapons to his hut to seek revenge, and he had yet to settle that score. Gu. How are internal conflicts typically handled within the tribe? In the flickering firelight, Su Yi's cheek was illuminated and darkened. Yao Gu suddenly recalled Yao Li, whom he had returned to the camp last night. Typically, they would be killed, Yao Gu replied, gauging Su Yi's expression and speaking truthfully. Su Yi understood his demeanor and nodded. You three are responsible for the safety of the entire tribe. You cannot. We shall diligently protect everyone, Yao Gu immediately affirmed. Disobeying orders means no food. Whether he lives or dies depends on you, Su Yi remarked before rising to leave. Yao Gu stared into the pitch-black forest outside the hut. Lost in thought, behind him, the two companions wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Remember, do not nod off tonight, Yao Gu admonished sternly. Keep your eyes wide open. After a moment's reflection, he added, if you encounter Li returning, seize him immediately. Do not question, just follow my orders. Observing their perplexed faces, Yao Gu continued. And remain vigilant for anyone causing chaos within the camp. The two nodded in agreement before departing. The prospect of receiving as much food without participating in the perilous hunt made them exceedingly diligent in their task. Su Yi slipped once more into Yao Ling's modest shelter. The young maiden seemed to anticipate his arrival. Having already cleared a space and laid out dry grass for him, her breathing was calm. Though lively during the day, Yao Ling was remarkably quiet at night. Su Yi mapped out the upcoming schedule in his mind and gradually drifted into sleep. Yao Ling was torn, her hands clutching the animal hide, kneading it anxiously. She yearned for Su Yi to hold her, to press upon her as the elders had before. Yet, she also feared such intimacy. Only when soft snores whispered in her ear did her distress deepen. Did Su Yi not care for her? At dawn, sunlight filtered through the small window of the shelter, casting a gentle glow upon Su Yi's face. He opened his eyes groggily to find Yao Ling nestled securely in his arms, asleep with serene innocence. Her delicate cheeks, slender neck, and the gentle curves wrapped in the animal hide were revealed. The scant covering could scarcely conceal her well-developed figure. Sensing a stirring within himself, Su Yi withdrew his gaze from her rounded thighs. Once the food supply stabilized, constructing dwellings would become imperative. Rising cautiously, he inadvertently disturbed the sleeper. Seeing her sleepy eyes, Su Yi tenderly tucked stray strands behind her ear before quietly departing. Outside, a crowd surrounded a tightly bound Yao Li. You've been missing for 2 days. We were worried, someone remarked. Where have you been all this time? Another asked. Gu, why have you tied him up? Upon Su Yi's approach, the assembly parted respectfully. Su, good morning, they greeted warmly. To which Su Yi responded in kind before fixing his calm gaze upon the restrained Yao Li. Li wanted to kill me, Su Yi declared, shocking all. What am I to do? The tribe erupted in uproar. Had he lost his mind? How could Li dare harm Su, the divine gift of the Shin bird? If Su dies, our tribe is doomed. We must kill him, Yao Lan insisted. He threatens our people, violating our ancestral code. According to tradition, he must be executed. Angry stares converged on Yao Li. Li, do you truly intend to kill Su? Someone inquired. Kneeling, Yao Li's face was ashen, silent. He had not expected Gu, his childhood companion, to bind him. After his solitary meeting with Su that day, he had lurked near the camp, surviving on roots and leaves, unable to hunt alone. Attempting to sneak back at night, he was caught by a prepared trio. Without protest, it was clear Yao Li genuinely sought Su's demise. The tribe's fury mingled with reluctant pity. Then I must uphold the law and kill Yao Li, Su Yi stated, watching Yao Yu's impassive expression. Yao Yu wished to plead for mercy due to the tribe's dwindling numbers, but found herself unable to speak. Yao Li had indeed breached their code. His execution would serve as a warning. Moreover, Su Yi was vital. Upon him rested the fate of the entire Shin bird tribe. Yao Li's audacity was staggering. Yao Ying sighed, shaking his head. He had hoped Li's desire to kill Su was a plea for consensus. Instead, Li had acted rashly. Emerging from her shelter, Yao Ling suddenly understood why Su Yi had sought her only at midnight. She averted her gaze from Yao Li's longing eyes. Yao Li looked to the tribe, then to Chief Yao Yu, who showed no mercy. Fear gripped him as death loomed. His impulse that day, though reckless, now filled him with dread. He had long known Yao Ling could never be his, yet regret came too late. Su, Li was the one I let in. I share the blame, Yao Gu said gloomily, kneeling beside Yao Li. Su Yi was truly impressed. Thankfully, Yao Gu's clear-headed plea prevented an unnecessary execution. The youth was strong, rivaling Yao Ying, a valuable asset wasted in death. Su Yi had misjudged the situation. Without his instructions the night before, Yao Gu would not have stepped forward. His words now carried great weight within the Shin bird tribe. Amidst internal strife and external threats, a newcomer promising survival and steadily achieving his aims was revered as a divine blessing. No one dared oppose him. After a thoughtful pause, Sui announced, "Since you have not harmed me and others have interceded, this time I shall spare you." "Thank the gods. Merciful Su," the tribe exclaimed, raising hands in reverence and bowing deeply. Bound tightly, Yaoli was stunned, eyes wide, breath ragged. "Li, show your gratitude to Su." Yaogu nudged him. Yaoli immediately prostrated himself before Sui, demonstrating respect. "Though spared death," Sui declared, silencing the crowd. "You shall fast for a day, no food or water, and kneel before the deity's statue in penance." Compared to death, this was a lenient punishment. The tribe praised Sui's benevolence. "Quiet," Sui commanded. "Today, I shall teach you a new skill. Follow me." Chapter 21, The Trap. "A trap?" Yaoling asked, tying her hair high, looking youthful and radiant. "What is that?" "With traps, we can capture live beasts and even ensnare those who dare attack us," Sui explained, surveying the crowd. "What use is catching them alive? Wouldn't killing them be simpler?" Many agreed. The Shinbird tribe had no concept of animal husbandry or slavery. Knowing it was futile to elaborate now, Sui refrained from further explanation. Once the trap was set, people could leave, prey would be caught or killed. You need only learn how to make them. In time, you will understand. His words filled the tribe with awe, their admiration nearly overflowing. To them, Sui was enigmatic, wise and brilliant. Leading them beneath a tree, Sui decided to demonstrate a rockfall trap, explaining its principle and leaving the rest to their ingenuity. He first selected a stone, about the size of a head, binding it securely with vine. As they circumvented the tree trunk, the stone was handed to Yao Ying, who was instructed to raise it slightly higher. The onlookers observed the industrious Sui, exchanging bewildered glances amongst themselves. Yao Yu, watching intently, felt as though she had grasped the crux of the matter, yet remained somewhat perplexed. "All right, Yao Ying, you may release it now." Sui conducted a thorough inspection and believed he had secured it properly. Thud. The moment Yao Ying let go, the stone plummeted to the ground amidst the eager gazes of the crowd. Noticing their expressions of utter bewilderment, Sui felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. "Let us disregard that attempt. We shall try again." After resetting the scene and bustling about, Sui cautiously advised, "Ying, release it slowly." As Yao Ying complied, the stone remained suspended in midair. Clap. Sui clapped his hands in delight. Though he himself was only a novice, having stumbled upon this concept on his phone previously, he had invested considerable effort to replicate it. Everyone observed closely. Sui stepped towards the tripwire he had set. With the slackening of the taut rope, the stone overhead came crashing down. "What if we positioned this rope beneath the stone? What then?" Sui pointed at the tripwire. "And what if this stone were larger?" Upon finishing his remarks, he left the crowd in stunned silence as he returned to the camp. How marvelous! How did he manage that? A group of individuals bent over, some kneeling, scrutinizing the trap devised by Sui. "I understand. I comprehend." Yao Gu suddenly shouted with excitement. "If the stone were larger, it could potentially crush a fierce beast. What a clever and intelligent trap!" Yao Gu exclaimed, dancing with glee. Upon noticing the chief's disapproving gaze, he quickly chuckled sheepishly. "Come, gather around, and I shall share with you." Observing the eager faces of the crowd, Sui smiled knowingly. The master opens the door, but the cultivation depends on them. He merely needed to convey the concept of traps. He had faith in the ingenuity of primitive man in trap making. However, offering a few additional words could guide them away from unnecessary detours. By the time the jubilant crowd returned, Sui had begun to feel drowsy under the sun's rays. "Everyone, please quiet down." Sui rose, shaking off the slight numbness in his feet. "The trap I just demonstrated was relatively simple. I encourage each of you to contemplate how to construct a more formidable trap." "Simple? A more powerful trap? Isn't there just the one?" someone questioned, pointing at the large tree in confusion. The others turned to Sui, seeking clarification. Sui smiled without responding. The crowd admired him greatly. It dawned on them that such a challenging trap could indeed have numerous variations. "Our tribe shall select the individual most skilled in trap making. The criteria for judgment will be the cleverness of the trap, its efficacy, and its ability to ensnare prey." He watched them scratching their heads and straining their brains. Suppressing a chuckle. "While working, think. Lon, take 5 women and 5 men to fish. The rest of you stay at the camp and bring forth the wood we chopped yesterday. I will teach you how to craft formidable bows and arrows. Lon, choose me. I possess the greatest strength." Yao Ying stepped forward to plead. Choose me. I run the fastest." Another man chimed in. The men, eager to utilize the fishing tools, immediately flocked to Yao Lan, who found herself surrounded, looking utterly flustered. She randomly selected 5 men and 5 women, setting off with them. The men who were not chosen wore expressions of dejection. "Crafting bows and arrows is to hunt and protect ourselves. I expect everyone to stay alert," Sui declared sternly. The remaining individuals promptly set to work, hauling out all the wood they had cut the previous day. The sun blazed overhead, and the occasional bird call broke the silence of the forest. The members of the tiger tribe gazed despondently at the river. "Look, my king," one tribesman whispered hoarsely. The tiger king turned to see over a dozen individuals, both male and female, approaching the opposite bank of the river. "Quickly hide," the tiger king commanded in a hushed tone. His subordinates immediately crouched behind the thick underbrush. The tiger king's eyes fixated on the leading woman. He had never encountered such a beautiful woman, curvaceous, with a slender waist and a bosom that was simply enchanting. She surpassed the women in his own tribe, who often resembled men. He was resolute. He must possess that woman. The group reached the riverbank and raised a long pole. In no time, they managed to catch a fish. The tiger king rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring across the river. Turning back, he noticed his tribesmen wore equally astonished expressions. Moments later, they caught another fish. Oh, incredible! The shimmering fish scales dazzled his eyes. His stomach grumbled with hunger. The sight of the large white fish made him swallow hard. The woman, the fish, and that long stick, I want them all. As for the feeble men on the opposite bank, he was confident that a charge of his tribe would easily dispatch them. Yet, how to cross the river? The tiger king's square face tightened, his brow furrowed. He promptly led his men away from the riverbank, delving into the forest. "CG," the tiger king called out. "Take 5 tribesmen and scout along the river for a place to cross. Whoever finds a way to get across will be rewarded by the woman on the other side." CG was elated by the prospect and quickly rallied a few others, exclaiming, "My king, I will certainly find a way for you." Watching CG depart, the tiger king nodded approvingly. If all his tribesmen were as dedicated as CG, their tribe would not have been driven to this point. "The rest of you, go find something to eat. I am starving," the tiger king commanded, lounging on a tiger skin with a wave of his hand. Reflecting on the woman across the river, he beckoned one of the women attending to him, lifting her animal skin skirt and pressing down upon her. 10 seconds later, the tiger king let out a roar, signaling the end of their encounter. Glancing at the woman beneath him, her ample and soiled form, he slapped her in annoyance. The woman scrambled to her feet, hastily adjusting herself, appearing unfazed. Before long, the tribesmen returned, bearing roots, wild vegetables, and an assortment of red and green fruits. Chapter 22. 2 chickens. Gazing at the pile before him, the tiger king reluctantly picked up some to eat. While the people across the river feasted on meat, why should he, the tiger king, subsist on grass? He cast a longing glance towards the direction where CG had departed. Hidden across the river was another tribe, unbeknownst to Yao Lan and her companions. Just like the day before, after catching 20 fish, they began their return journey. As the wind rose, the trees lining the path swayed violently. The sky darkened ominously. The downpour arrived suddenly. Su-yi looked up at the curtain of rain, his thoughts lingering on the few tribesmen by the river. I hope they are not washed away by a deluge. From a distance, he spotted several drenched individuals, and he sighed with relief. "Su, were you waiting for us here?" Lan's disheveled hair clung to her face, rainwater streaming down her cheeks. Upon seeing Su-yi peering out from the entrance of the nest, warmth filled her heart. "The rain is so heavy, I was worried about your safety." Su-yi lifted the curtain, urging them to hurry inside. "You must be freezing." Noticing the pallor on their faces, he quickly instructed others to kindle a fire. In the tribe's assembly hall, the largest shelter, the bonfire soon blazed brightly, including Yao Lan. The group of individuals who ventured out to fish all gazed at Su-yi with gratitude. A shared thought coursed through their minds. They must strive diligently and not let Su down. The clansfolk gathered together, earnestly crafting bows and arrows as per Su-yi's directives. Nearby, a considerable amount of discarded materials lay strewn about. Su-yi, intolerant of any imperfections, would command them to redo their work upon discovering any faults. "Remember, do not scrape the side with the bark. You have overscraped this one, it will not do." He raised an unformed bow and said, "Look, Ling has scraped this one evenly. Let us learn from her." Yao Ling beamed with delight, having received praise from Su. The rain continued to patter down persistently into the night, showing no signs of abating. In the makeshift shelter, everyone sat in a circle around the campfire. "Let us divide the fish into 2 portions, Su-yi commanded, one for storage and the other for today's meal." With dark clouds looming, it was prudent to preserve some food as the rain might linger. The sounds of rain lulled them into dreams. When morning came, although the rain had not ceased, Su-yi received tremendous news. Yao Gu, who had been on night watch, managed to catch 2 live wild chickens under the cover of darkness. Su-yi immediately discerned the sexes of the birds. One was male and the other female. "Gu, you have achieved a great feat," Su-yi exclaimed with a broad smile. "You, go to the storeroom and fetch a piece of animal hide to reward him." Yao Yu, perplexed, did not voice her objections. She had learned from experience that it was best not to contradict Su-yi, as he seldom erred. "No, I cannot accept this," Yao Gu protested, feeling unworthy of such a reward for merely 2 wild chickens. Do you think these are merely 2 wild chickens? Su-yi carefully placed the birds on the ground. What is that? Yao Ling squatted down, stroking the colorful tail feathers of the wild chickens, her eyes sparkling with delight. These are 2 seeds. 2 seeds that could ensure our tribe never goes hungry again, Su-yi proclaimed joyfully. The others were bewildered, accustomed to Su-yi's cryptic statements. These are clearly 2 chickens. Yet you insist they are seeds. Su, those tail feathers are truly beautiful. Can you give me one? Yao Ling looked at Su-yi with anticipation. Absolutely not. Su-yi firmly declined. Oh, very well. Yao Ling's smile faded, replaced by a sullen expression. Ling, these 2 chickens are treasures now, Su-yi patiently explained. In due time, I will procure some beautiful feathers for you. Everyone, you must take good care of these 2 chickens, Su-yi declared loudly. They must not be harmed. And someone must be responsible for feeding them. Feed the chickens? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. With their own stomachs barely filled, how could they spare food for the chickens? Su-yi bore no resentment towards their short-sightedness. These chickens will eventually lay eggs, and those eggs will hatch into more chickens. Do not underestimate the potential of these 2. They could multiply significantly. Su-yi envisioned the future. Eggs will hatch into chickens. Chickens will lay eggs. Yao Ling's wide eyes brimmed with curiosity. Su, which came first? The chicken or the egg? This question captured everyone's attention. You must ask the Xian bird god about that, Su-yi replied mysteriously. Upon hearing the mention of a deity, the group ceased to dwell on the question and became absorbed in Su-yi's grand visions. Yao Yu soon returned, holding a piece of cowhide, which she handed to Yao Gu. Faced with Su-yi's unwavering gaze, Yao Gu could only accept it. You, find a suitable hut and gather a few people to reinforce it. We cannot allow them to escape, Su-yi instructed her, remembering to block the windows too. I'm not as foolish as you think, Yao Yu retorted, turning away in annoyance. Su-yi chuckled softly and turned his attention back to the others. Is there anyone willing to take responsibility for raising the chickens? The crowd exchanged glances. They might be able to eat chickens, but they had no idea how to raise them. Just collect some fruits and catch a few insects to feed them. Su-yi pointed at the chickens on the ground. Can I do it? Su-yi looked down to see a small, dark face. This child was the youngest of 5, probably around 6 or 7 years old. Of course you can, Su-yi replied earnestly. Let's assign this task to you 5. No, Su, they want to be able to take care of them. A woman in her 30s stepped forward, raising her hand to slap the child's bottom sharply. I told you not to speak out of turn. What if the chickens die? How will you explain that to Su? Yao Lan added, insisting that such a crucial responsibility should be entrusted to adults, as the children were too young and prone to mistakes. The crowd urged caution, but Su-yi merely looked at the stubborn little face. The child, believing he had done wrong, hung his head, sneaking glances at Su-yi's expression. I believe in you, Su-yi squatted down. You all will certainly take good care of the chickens. In due course, you will be the heroes of the entire tribe. He patted the child's shoulder and then shifted his gaze to the other kids. We must not frequently chastise the children, especially since he has done nothing wrong today. Su-yi stood up and addressed the woman. She nodded in agreement. The 5 children cheered and dashed eagerly into the rain, determined to find food for the chickens. Be careful not to catch a chill, Su-yi called after them. At noon, the rain had lessened slightly. The 10 fish left over from the previous night, combined with gathered food, barely filled the bellies of the entire tribe. Men, follow me. We shall venture into the woods to see if we can capture some live animals. Inspired by Yao Gu, who suggested that animals might be sheltering from the rain. You, take everyone to the riverbank and see if you can catch some fish. But be cautious not to be swept away by the current. After making arrangements, the group set off in 2 directions. Is anyone skilled at tracking? Su-yi inquired. Having no experience in tracking prey. Chapter 23, Hunting Crocodiles. Yao Ing volunteered, leading the group deep into the dense forest. The heavy rain had washed away any traces on the ground, leaving Su-yi's intention to capture animals unfulfilled. Moreover, since the others were barefoot, they moved relatively easily. While the animal hide on Su-yi's feet became increasingly heavy with mud, he resolved that he would never venture out in the rain again. The group wandered aimlessly for half a day without encountering any substantial game. On the way back, someone spotted a snake, ensuring they did not return empty-handed. By the time Su-yi and his group returned to the camp, the women had already arrived. The river's current is too strong. It's impossible to fish. Yao Yu informed Su-yi. He had anticipated this. What he had not foreseen was that the heavy rain would persist for 3 days. During these 3 days, apart from daily foraging, Su-yi gathered the tribe together. Harnessing the collective strength of the tribe, he equipped each person with a bow and produced nearly 300 arrows. With Su-yi's encouragement, the group unleashed their imaginations and devised over a dozen types of traps, all awaiting the opportunity to be tested once the weather cleared. Food was scarce, and for several days, Su-yi's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to increase their food supply. Increasing production relied primarily on agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing. With only 2 chickens, animal husbandry was in its infancy, and it might come to nothing. Fishing was not viable. As for agriculture, there was currently no direction at all. He had been attentive to the plants collected by everyone, but ultimately found no cultivable crops. Beneath the surface, the soil was rich with an intricate network of plant roots, rendering it unsuitable for extensive agricultural development. Consequently, his gaze shifted towards the existing fruit trees in the forest. Contemplating the prospects of forestry, he had already instructed his clansmen to gather the discarded fruit pits and scatter them west of the camp. Whether they would sprout remained uncertain. As for seedling transplantation, Su-yi had merely heard of it. He possessed no experience in this regard. Watch out! A piercing scream echoed. Su-yi snapped back to reality, witnessing a crocodile, measuring 7 or 8 meters long, lunging out from the forest. Startled, he immediately fled for his life. After subsisting on wild vegetables for 3 days, he had finally anticipated a sunny day to fish, only to encounter a crocodile on the shore. The crocodile, dragging its massive body, was not swift on land. Having run a short distance, Su-yi turned around and quickly halted upon realizing this fact. Everyone, stay calm. Yao Yu had already begun orchestrating a counterattack, encircling the creature while maintaining a safe distance. The men had ventured into the woods to hunt, leaving only women alongside Su-yi. Fortunately, everyone was armed. Like a nimble cheetah, Yao Yu seized the opportunity, darting behind the crocodile to strike its hind leg with a sharp stone tool. The crocodile, in pain, turned to snap its jaws. Yao Yu had already distanced herself. This scene sent a shiver down Su-yi's spine. She had narrowly escaped. A gash, the length of a palm, opened on the crocodile's leg, blood beginning to pour out. In his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of Yao Ling, brandishing a stone spear, also leaping into action. Her speed matched Yao Yu's as she thrust her spear before swiftly retreating. Su-yi felt a twinge of trepidation. He had not anticipated that this girl, often resembling a playful kitten in his presence, could be so fierce. As the crocodile's movements slowed, the other women grew eager to join the fray, akin to a pride of lions attacking a solitary elephant. The circle of women deftly followed the crocodile's movements, collectively targeting its 4 short legs. In a matter of moments, it was left bloodied and battered. It attempted to flee towards the river. Su-yi observed the crocodile eyeing its escape route and quickly called out a warning. Break its hind leg. Yao Yu shouted. The river was not far, and if the crocodile managed to escape, all their hard work would be in vain. Su-yi wished to assist, but he doubted his agility matched that of the women. After a moment's thought, he decided to support from the sidelines. Scanning the area, he spotted a sizable stone. He hurried over, huffing as he lifted it. Here, use this to strike. Su-yi handed the stone to a woman, who effortlessly accepted it. With a twist of her waist and a swing of her hips, she hurled it, striking the crocodile's hind leg with precision, severing it. Su-yi silently gave her a thumbs up. Lian, well done, Yao Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Everyone, throw stones. The crocodile, dragging its mangled body, was intent on reaching the river. Behind it, a throng of women pelted stones and jabbed with sticks. When the crocodile was still over 50 meters from the water's edge, its hind legs were nearly unrecognizable. Nevertheless, it continued to sluggishly advance toward the river. The women altered their attack strategy, now aiming for the creature's head with their stones. Finally, as they grew exhausted, the crocodile lay motionless, blood gushing from its mouth. To ensure it wasn't feigning death, Su-yi insisted they strike it a few more times until its head was buried in the mud. Yao Yu leaned against a large tree, panting, her gaze towards Su-yi filled with primal ferocity. Her striking features were splattered with mud, and due to her bent posture, Su-yi noticed water trickling down her neck, disappearing into the valley between her alabaster bosoms. Her elegant waist and hips, along with her long legs, caught his eye. Su-yi couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to have such a woman beneath him. Noticing Su-yi's dazed stare, Yao Yu straightened. Humph. I am the most beautiful woman in the tribe, yet he is always hovering around Yao Ling. After a brief rest, they decided to drag the crocodile back. Su-yi averted his gaze, slightly bowing to avoid the scent of blood attracting other predators. Su, why are you bending over? Are you injured? Yao Ling hopped over, her concern evident upon seeing Su-yi's unusual demeanor. It's nothing. I'm just fine. Su-yi waved his hands repeatedly, standing straight to avoid any awkwardness should his kilt rise. The women nearby tore off vines to weave into ropes, cutting down tree trunks to bind them together. Soon, they fashioned something akin to a stretcher, flipping the crocodile onto it, and collectively carrying it back to the camp. They must have done this often when transporting prey. The entire process was orderly and remarkably efficient. Su, do you think there are still fish in the river? Yao Ling inquired, pointing to the turbulent water behind them. The river had risen considerably, the water murky and filled with debris, surging relentlessly. There will be, Su-yi replied confidently. We must trust in nature. Then we can fish again in the future. Yao Ling cheered. The group took turns lifting the massive crocodile. Sui pondered how such slender arms could possess such strength. He knew that in a one-on-one contest, he would undoubtedly lose to Yao Ling. He would be the one pinned beneath her. As the women of the Xian bird tribe returned to the camp with their bounty, the tiger tribe across the river began to mobilize as well. Chapter 24, The Divine Messenger. What? The Tiger King's eyes widened. Have you found a way across? For several consecutive days, he had dispatched all his tribesmen to seek a path to the opposite shore, braving the rain. Yet, the river, from top to bottom, seemed impassable. He had lost his temper more than once over this. Now, CG claimed to have discovered a route. Hurry, lead the way. 34 men and 7 women from the tiger tribe gathered their weapons and followed CG upstream. They battled through thickets, walking until the sun reached its zenith. The Tiger King, growing increasingly impatient, surveyed the river, his expression darkening. Here, CG, at the forefront, joyfully pointed at the river. The Tiger King turned to look, spotting a tree as thick as an ox lying across the river. The tree, originally rooted on the riverbank, had been uprooted by the flowing water, forming a natural bridge. Ha! The Tiger King patted CG on the shoulder and casually pulled the woman closer. This is your chance. Whether you leave a legacy depends on your prowess. Confusion flashed in CG's eyes. The Tiger King had clearly promised him a woman from the other side. Noticing CG's hesitation, the Tiger King scoffed. A woman from the other side? You think you can have your way with her, CG? CG, do you not want her? A flicker of resentment crossed CG's heart, yet gratitude shone in his eyes. Thank you for your grace. He smiled like a blooming flower. Under the gaze of the crowd, CG struggled to lay the woman down. 5 seconds later, his legs weakened, trembling as he stood up. The woman had always belonged to the king. It would be quite commendable if he could seize her once more. Yet, CG harbored resentment, unable to express it openly. The other members of the tiger tribe looked on with envy at CG. Since the tribe's migration, they had seldom acquired women. The 7 women they had were all taken by force, and only with the king's consent could they do so. Bring a few people to chop some branches, commanded the Tiger King, pointing to the tree that spanned the great river. The others gather some food. We shall cross to the other side for our next meal. Oh, cross the river, cross the river. The members of the tiger tribe danced with excitement. The other side was a paradise of women and food, the realm of the Xian bird tribe. The men went hunting in the morning and, astonishingly, managed to catch 2 deer and a wild boar in one go. This was their greatest harvest since migrating here. The convenience brought by the new weapons drove the men into a frenzy of exhilaration. Seeing Sui leading the way, the women behind him carried a massive crocodile, and the men instinctively attributed this success to Sui. Thus, their reverence for him reached new heights. The men immediately knelt, shouting praises for the divine messenger. The women, inspired, also knelt down, believing that Sui had brought them good fortune, as they had never imagined hunting such a giant beast from the river. Sui looked at Yao Yu, who knelt before him, and at the other kneeling tribesmen, feeling an overwhelming sense of conquest. Indeed, what the Xian bird tribe said was not wrong. He had traversed time and space, shrouded in mystery, taking the liberty to act like a divine figure. He recited a poem by Li Bai to the heavens. The Xian bird tribe could not comprehend it, but that did not dampen their fervor. To them, Sui's resounding voice, full of rhythm and cadence, was akin to communicating with their deity. Sui bent down, grasping Yao Yu's delicate arm to help her up. Yao Yu felt a flutter of anxiety, her heart racing. Everyone rise. Sui raised his hands, savoring the warmth of his palms and the softness of his hands touching. Ah, how delightful! How could I, an ordinary man, dare to approach this captivating female leopard? As the crowd stood, at Sui's request, they washed away the mud and blood from their bodies. Observing the tribesmen regrouping, Sui proclaimed loudly, I have decided that the first archery competition of the Xian bird tribe shall commence immediately. From now on, every contest will take place before food distribution. The weather was clear, and the light was ample, a perfect time for competition. Enhancing the combat prowess of the tribe was of utmost urgency. The strength of the tribe was his foundation for survival. Sui had considered training, but he realized that no matter how many hours he practiced each day, he could not match the physical prowess of his tribesmen. The bows they carried on their backs, under his stringent requirements, were both aesthetically pleasing and powerful. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was eager to try their hand. Strength. The target is too close. Even I can hit it from here, Sui directed. After approximately 100 meters, he allowed Yao Li to hang a pelt the size of a wheel. He felt that for beginners, 100 meters was sufficiently challenging, especially since primitive people were strong but not necessarily accurate with their arrows. The men shot first, followed by the women, each allowed only 1 shot. Having given his instructions, Sui found a dry spot and sat down. 2 tribesmen immediately ran to fetch a stone bench from the hut. Su-yi shifted to the stone bench. Contemplating his situation, he soon felt that something was missing. Watching Yao Yu fiddling with the bowstring, an idea struck him. Secretary Yu? Would you come over and massage my shoulders? Su-yi merely spoke in jest, not expecting the often contrary female chieftain to approach with a bow on her back. Looking at her coldly beautiful face, he felt an inexplicable nervousness. Yao Yu had regained her composure. She believed that the divine messenger Su had bent down to assist her with ulterior motives. If he liked her, he should just say so, after all. She was capable of bearing him children. There was no need for subterfuge. Yao Yu decided to give him a small punishment. Moving behind him, she placed her hands on his relatively slender shoulders, but her thoughts shifted. Perhaps it was divine will. The divine messenger was exceptionally clever, though not physically robust. She instinctively lightened her grip. Su-yi inhaled sharply, feeling Yao Yu's delicate hands like eagle claws, nearly crying out in pain. As expected, I knew she wouldn't be so compliant. What's wrong? Yao Yu sensed his tremor. Could you ease up a bit? Su-yi intended to dismiss her. But upon seeing her serious expression, he changed his tone. I understand that you are unwilling to be my secretary. If that is the case, I shall find someone else. He slowly added. Me? I barely used any strength. Yao Yu stamped her foot in frustration, having only exerted half her strength, shocked that he was so fragile. I know you didn't use much strength. Su-yi, however, was not convinced. Go call Ling, or Lan, it doesn't matter. I won tea. Yao Yu attempted to apply more force, but immediately restrained herself, determined not to yield. Your lady, was wrong. Please let me off this time. And I won't trouble you again. Su-yi feared that the chieftain's fair hands might snap his neck. Why are you like this? Yao Yu felt both angry and wronged. She had never intended to hurt him. She wanted to ignore him, but he insisted on changing secretaries. Was she truly so inadequate? Chapter 25, right on target. Hearing a hint of tears in Yao Yu's voice, Su-yi turned around. He noticed her eyes were slightly red, as she deliberately turned away to avoid his gaze. Su-yi swallowed hard. Had he truly misunderstood her? This chieftain had not shed tears even when trying to kill her own brother. What should he do now? Having been single all his life, Su-yi desperately recalled the phrases that scoundrels used to placate women. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the crowd. Wow, who is so remarkable? I must go see. Su-yi felt a wave of relief and quickly left the bench, making his way to the gathering. The first to shoot was Yao Ying, whose arrow struck the center of the pelt, securely embedding itself into the tree behind it. Su-yi was astonished. It was important to note that the arrowhead had not been affixed. It had merely been charred under his guidance. Impressive. Su-yi gave Yao Ying a hearty pat on the chest. The tribesman understood that when Su-yi said impressive, he meant something entirely different. How much strength did you use? Su-yi asked, curious. About half, maybe a bit more, Yao Ying replied, his face flushed, revealing his excitement. Hiss. Su-yi inhaled sharply. He recognized that Ying was speaking the truth, not exaggerating for vanity. He realized he had consistently underestimated the humans on this continent. Could it be due to the 2 moons in the sky? Good. Excellent. Su-yi joyfully clapped his thighs. Lan, take note. Ying earns an extra piece of meat today? Like this? Then I can do it too. A voice chimed in from the side. Su-yi turned to see it was Yao Li. He stepped forward to the designated spot, drew his bow, and with a slight aim, his arrow landed steadily beside Yao Ying's. Su-yi's smile froze on his face. No way. Are all these people this capable? Humph. If you have the skill, let us shoot from further back. Yao Ying challenged. Let us compete then. Yao Li stood proudly. Enough. Su-yi suppressed the delight swelling within him. This was a competition for everyone. After shooting, step aside and do not disturb others. As for me, there will be no shortage of meat for you. Su-yi patted Yao Li on the back and added, Lan, make sure to note him as well. Following this, the unfolding events aligned perfectly with Su-yi's expectations. The participants could indeed hit targets at 100 meters, but their accuracy left much to be desired. Out of 13 men, including the previous 2, only 4 arrows struck the target. For those who missed, practice diligently. You will surely succeed, Su-yi encouraged the group. Upon hearing this, everyone rallied their spirits. If the divine emissary believed they could do it, then certainly they could. Let us move the target closer for the women to compete, Su-yi suggested. Not yet, came Yao Yu's cold voice from behind. She stepped forward, positioning herself within the circle on the ground. To maximize her draw, she slightly angled her body, raising her bow and knocking an arrow. With a graceful motion, she drew the string, the bow bending like a full moon, her proud figure accentuated in that moment. Aiming and releasing the arrow was a seamless flow. The arrow zipped through the air, striking the bullseye. The clansfolk erupted in cheers. Su-yi was not only awestruck by her physique, but also by her innate talent for archery. Had no one guided her? Had she discovered this technique on her own? Did everyone observe how you shot? Su-yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. You all must learn her techniques and form. He specifically reminded Yao Ying and Yao Li once more to be humble and seek her guidance. After completing her shot, Yao Yu quietly returned to stand behind a bench. Her emotions inscrutable. The target was moved approximately 20 meters closer, and the women chattered excitedly as they took turns shooting. Aside from Yao Ling hitting the edge of the animal hide, the others all missed the target. Su Yi encouraged everyone for a considerable time, urging them to practice diligently. Then he stepped back to the bench. I apologize, Su Yi spoke softly, not the type to deny his mistakes. Yao Yu felt a tremor in her heart. She hadn't anticipated he would apologize to her. Sit down. Yao Yu's expression was impassive. Su Yi obediently settled himself. A pair of hands, soft and cool, rested upon his shoulders, causing him to instinctively straighten his back. Is this all right? Came the cool voice from behind. Just right, Su Yi replied with a smile. Feeling the gentleness of her fingertips, the onlookers occasionally turned to glance at the two. The women all wished to usurp Yao Yu's position, while the men believed it only fitting for the clan leader to serve the divine emissary. Ling, the clan leader has stolen your spot, someone jested. It's only natural that Su likes such a beautiful girl, Yao Ling replied nonchalantly. Besides, Su will come to find me tonight. I've heard that the kings of those large tribes have several women. I wonder how many Su desires? Another person remarked. As for the divine emissary's affairs, who can say? Yao Ling shrugged. By the campfire, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. The most tender tenderloin from the deer was naturally given to Su Yi. While Yao Yu carefully prepared it, Yao Ling peeled open a fruit resembling a dragon fruit and offered it to Su Yi's lips. This fruit is delightful. Su Yi mumbled after taking a bite. Remember the location, will you? Show me next time. Yao Lan, holding a stone slab, distributed the food strictly according to Su Yi's instructions. Those who received 2 pieces of meat were overjoyed. Such privileges were typically reserved for the clan chief. A man and a woman who received half a piece of meat exchanged determined glances, vowing to practice harder next time. The children and elders were each given a piece of meat as well. Under Su Yi's arrangement, 5 children were tasked with caring for the chickens, while 2 elders gathered firewood. The principle of earning through labor, and that greater effort leads to greater reward, gradually gained acceptance among the Xian Yao clan. As for how much Su Yi ate, the clan members voiced no objections. In their hearts, they held a simple belief. How could the divine emissary be compared to others? Moreover, after days of interaction, everyone realized that Su could scarcely eat much, his appetite akin to that of a large child. Though he was an adult, he consumed so little. Initially, presenting fine food had been a courtesy for guests. Eventually, everyone implicitly agreed to offer him the best and most refined meals, as his consumption was seen as a tribute to the divine. In the afternoon, Su Yi forbade the clan from venturing out, gathering everyone to practice archery and trap-making. He understood well that the wisdom of the masses was boundless. They guided and learned from one another. Meanwhile, he observed from the sidelines, summing up experiences with a modern mindset for future dissemination. He had kept in mind the smoke rising from across the river that he had noticed earlier. Additionally, the day for the next tribute drew ever closer. Su Yi constantly reminded himself not to grow complacent. Su, I wish to take a few people into the woods. Yao Gu approached cautiously. Oh, Su Yi replied, puzzled, dropping the branch he had been holding and rising to his feet. Suddenly, as he stood, the world before him darkened. Su, what's wrong? Yao Gu exclaimed, seeing Su Yi's south eyes close and his body sway. The others, hearing Yao Gu's alarm, quickly gathered around. Noticing their concerned expressions, Su Yi waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Without further ado, Yao Ling directly pulled him to a stone bench. You all continue with your tasks, Su Yi reassured them, patting his chest to indicate he was unharmed. Gu, please, go on. I wish to take a few people into the woods to set traps, Yao Gu contemplated. The camp and the forest are entirely different. I believe the traps must be concealed to be effective. Go ahead, take 4 people with you. Su Yi was pleased that Yao Gu could think independently and reminded him to remember the location of the traps and to be cautious not to injure their own. A smile broke through Yao Gu's usually expressionless face, delighted that his idea had received Su Yi's approval. He turned to call a few skilled companions, each armed with their weapons, and the 5 of them plunged into the forest. At the forest's edge, upstream along the river, the members of the tiger tribe cautiously crossed a narrow log bridge. The group walked along the riverbank, heading downstream. Be quiet, commanded the Tiger King, leading the way. Anyone who dares make a sound will meet my blade. The group trudged on, ignoring the sun dipping toward the horizon above them. My king, the sun is about to set. We should find a clearing to make camp for the night, a clan member suggested carefully. Nonsense. The Tiger King, consumed by thoughts of meat and women, paid no heed to the suggestion to set up camp and quickened his pace, insisting they would feast as the sun set. The muddy soil and tangled underbrush along the riverbank severely hindered their progress. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle, the tiger tribe finally located the fishing spot frequented by the Xian Yao clan. A narrow path leading into the dense forest was faintly visible. The Tiger King, filled with urgency, hesitated to plunge directly into the dark woods. The leaves would entirely obscure the weak moonlight, and he feared being unable to distinguish friend from foe. "Bring me torches," the Tiger King commanded, sending clan members to chop down trees and gather firewood. However, the continuous rain had soaked the firewood thoroughly. Despite the efforts of several clan members, they could not ignite a bonfire. The growls of beasts from within the forest seemed to draw closer. The oppressive darkness of the forest loomed like the gaping maw of a giant beast, instilling great dread among the group. "You are all worthless," the Tiger King roared. "Cannot even summon a fire? Without flames, there is no light, and thus, no means to drive away the beasts." The members of the tiger tribe could only huddle together, weapons in hand, vigilantly guarding against potential dangers. In the dead of night, several colossal creatures stealthily infiltrated the crowd. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, awakening the dazed onlookers. Under the faint moonlight, the Tiger King beheld a monstrous beast, its body covered in grotesque nodules, gnawing at a tribesman's chest. To his front and rear, several such beasts were present. "Quick, slay them." The Tiger King, filled with terror, raised his stone axe and brought it down. The axe struck as if it had met a rock, sending a jolt through his hand. In a state of urgency and fury, he had never encountered such ferocious creatures that even his axe could not penetrate. The air was filled with roars, agonizing cries, pleas for help, and the howling of despair. The tribe members swung their axes, kicked, and slashed, chaos erupting all around. The attackers were a group of adult crocodiles, having taken refuge not far from the riverbank due to the flooding. Night was the prime time for these cold-blooded predators to hunt. The weapons of the tiger tribe inflicted minimal damage upon the crocodile's tough hides, and one by one, the tribesmen fell, screaming in agony. After a harrowing night, with countless lives lost or injured, they finally managed to drive the crocodiles away. The Tiger King's stone axe lay shattered in his hands, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, unwilling even to move a finger. The air was thick with the unmistakable stench of blood and the groans of wounded tribesmen. As dawn broke, the blood-soaked Tiger King struggled to rise. He bore no wounds himself. The blood was all from his kin. Of the 7 women, 2 had perished, and 1 was gravely injured. Among the 34 men, 5 lay dead, and 8 were severely hurt. The rest bore varying degrees of injuries. Surrounding them were dismembered limbs and entrails, with damp trails leading toward the river. "Oh, water dragon, what transgressions have we committed against you?" The Tiger King knelt, raising his hands high and repeatedly bowing toward the river. 9 of his gravely injured tribesmen included 5 with severed legs and 4 with both legs and arms amputated. The Tiger King rose, his eyes reflecting a profound sorrow. The wounded tribesmen, aware of their impending fate, closed their eyes in resignation. The harsh realities of nature were laid bare in the primal jungle, while a serene patch of land within seemed like a paradise untouched by the brutality outside. In the morning, Su-yi was roused from his slumber by the sounds of footsteps outside the hut. Aware that the others were preparing to venture out for gathering and hunting, he lifted the animal skin to rise, but was taken aback to find Yao Ling, who usually donned the same skin, was instead bare from the waist up. Her ample bosom, akin to 2 large white rabbits, rose and fell gently with her breath. Her flat abdomen and slender waist almost delicate to the touch. Su-yi swallowed hard, covering them both with the animal skin once more, his hand reaching out. The texture was soft, smooth, and exquisite. Observing the girl in his embrace, who was attempting to feign sleep while trembling, he chose not to reveal her secret. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the hut. Are outsiders invading? They are nearly upon us. Go summon Su." It was Yao Yu's voice. Both individuals inside the hut sprang into action. Su-yi quickly opened the door and dashed outside. "What is happening?" he inquired, anxiously peeking back to secure the door. Upon seeing him, the others appeared reassured, immediately gathering around. Ding reported that a group of bloodied individuals is approaching from the riverbank, not far from us. Yao Gu, with dark circles under his eyes, relayed. "Ding, did you ascertain how many there were?" Su-yi endeavored to steady his tone. Ding, a child tasked with tending to the chickens, had risen early to feed them and coincidentally spotted the outsiders. He dropped the insects in his hands, raising both hands, seemingly indicating that the number was substantial. Thus, Su-yi concluded the enemy was indeed numerous. Aside from Ing and Li, everyone else. "Remain silent and arm yourselves as we retreat into the woods," Su-yi instructed, pointing in a direction. The group, without hesitation, seized the child and moved swiftly. "You too. Follow my lead." Su-yi briefly communicated with 2 individuals before joining the main group as they slipped into the forest. "They are here." Before he could catch his breath, he heard Yao Yu's quiet warning. Parting the brush, they indeed discovered a group stealthily emerging outside the enclosure. Had it not been for Yao Ding's early detection, the Xianyao tribe would have been caught off guard. 25 individuals, their gender indistinguishable, were almost entirely drenched in blood. Their intentions were evidently hostile. Fortunately, their numbers were limited, and the Xianyao tribe could manage. The Tiger King, observing only the enclosure and hut with no one in sight, felt a surge of excitement. His experience with multiple ambushes told him that the inhabitants of this tribe were still asleep, making it an opportune moment to strike. As per tradition, kill the men. Capture the women, the Tiger King commanded the others. With a sweeping gesture, the tribe members advanced toward the enclosure. Su-yi grew anxious, realizing that allowing the enemy into the hut would thwart their ability to attack. Can you hit that tall one? Su-yi asked, lowering his voice. Although the distance was less than 100 meters, the difference between a stationary target and a moving one was significant. Yao Yu let out a soft huff. Rising from behind the bushes, drawing her bow, she aimed at the enemy chief as he moved. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, striking the left side of the chief's chest due to the angle. The Tiger King cried out in pain as the Tiger tribe descended into chaos. Charge! She is over there, the Tiger King shouted, pointing toward the direction from which the arrow had come, having spotted a woman hiding there. Curse that wretched woman. Do not let her fall into my grasp. The members of the Tiger tribe, undeterred by fear, charged forward with fierce cries. Everyone, do not panic. Aim at the enemy and fire together. Su-yi reassured several pale-faced tribesmen. Yao Yu had already loosed a second arrow, striking a man squarely in the throat. The tribe members unleashed a volley of arrows. Though scattered, their aim improved as the enemy closed in. After one round, 5 more of the enemy fell. In the confusion of the forest, the exact numbers were unclear, and as their comrades continued to drop, the courage of the Tiger tribe waned, and they began to retreat in terror. Seeing the enemy falter, Su-yi urged his companions to burst forth from the thicket and pursue. Si-chi, the slowest, had avoided being struck, but upon seeing the enemy brandishing strange weapons, shouted, "Quick, take cover behind their nest." A few who had intended to charge changed their minds upon hearing Si-chi's call. Thus, the Tiger tribe members once again surged toward the hut. Just then, 2 arrows shot from the shadows of the dwelling. 2 tribesmen screamed as they fell to the ground. Those who had rushed out were thrown into disarray, retreating in fear. The Tiger King felt a piercing pain with every breath, and moving was excruciating. With only a handful of tribesmen remaining beside him, fear completely consumed his rationality, and he fled into the depths of the forest, enduring the agony. Flee for your lives. The king has already run, he urged, as the sounds of screams echoed around him, causing Si-chi to scramble away in terror. Su-yi watched as the remaining 9 enemies dashed into the forest, immediately issuing orders. Leave a few to handle the corpses, the rest pursue them, spare none. Chapter 27. A resounding victory. To claim he was not anxious would be a mere self-deception. His hands felt numb, and his limbs trembled slightly. During the invasion, his sole focus had been on preserving his kin. Now, with the enemies retreating, gazing at the bodies sprawled haphazardly on the ground, and hearing the groans in his ears, he felt an unsettling discomfort within. Looking at the tribesmen around him awaiting his command, Su-yi took a deep breath. As their leader, he could not show weakness. I have taken lives, said Yao Ling, glancing at a corpse not far off. It is my first time killing. Who says they are human? Su-yi exclaimed loudly. It was as if he were convincing himself. They are invaders. Invaders are not human. If we do not slay them, it would be our kin lying lifeless on the ground. Was it not so? The few remaining female tribesmen appeared to share a sense of relief. Su-yi noticed that the men's expressions had visibly improved. Perhaps they had witnessed such scenes before? They had dared to come. Thus they should have prepared for death. Check them, and take the dead to that part of the forest. Should we kill the wounded? A male tribesman asked, holding a wooden spear. Su-yi found himself in a dilemma. On the ground lay 7 enemies who were already dead, pierced through the neck by arrows or struck in the chest and abdomen, succumbing to massive blood loss. 3 others were gravely injured, bleeding profusely, and likely would not survive. The remaining 6 were not critically hurt. Their pain had merely shattered their will, leading them to abandon their struggle. Bring those 3 heavily injured ones over, Su-yi resolved internally. He had decided to execute a display of power before the other 6. The wooden spear pierced the neck, blood gushing forth. The 2 women and 1 man, 3 gravely wounded enemies, trembled and then fell silent. Yet, Su-yi noticed that the remaining 6 did not appear particularly terrified. Their fear of death was not as profound as he had anticipated. Whether such people should be kept alive was a gamble he dared not take. Kill, slay 2 more. Su-yi irritably pointed at 2 with chest and abdominal wounds. The tribesmen, expressionless and armed with a wooden spear, stepped forward and dispatched them, one by one. Su-yi fixed his gaze on the expressions of the remaining 4. He discerned fear in their eyes, but more prominently, a sense of numbness. It seemed he understood the reason. They believed they were doomed, and he had not granted them any hope of survival. Ling, go fetch some food for them. In light of the language barrier, Su-yi resolved to express his intentions through sustenance. Yao Ling hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. She soon returned, distributing jerky among the four. Su Yi observed their expressions shift from confusion to elation, and ultimately, disregarding their injuries, they all knelt before Yao Ling in unison. Very well. These four shall not be killed for now. Su Yi waved his hand, instructing, go to that part of the forest and dig a pit to bury the dead. The humid, tropical climate will spoil the bodies if left unattended. It is better to bury them than to waste firewood. Yao Yu returned with the tribesmen. Su Yi noticed the blood-stained stone knife hanging from her waist. We killed 6, 3 escaped, Yao Yu reported, meeting Su Yi's inquiring gaze. Well done, go rest now. The remaining 3 posed no significant threat. Yao Yu approached the 4 kneeling figures, drawing her stone knife closer. The panic in their eyes swiftly transformed into terror as they scrambled backward, simultaneously seeking help from Yao Lingyu. Leave them. I have use for them, Su Yi interjected. Understanding her intent, Yao Yu, without a word, shot them a fierce glare before sheathing her knife and returning to her shelter. What is there to boast about in killing 2? I shot 3. Yao Ying's loud voice echoed. Humph, our chieftain has slain 4. Why not compare yourself to her? Yao Li retorted defiantly. If not for Su ordering me not to reveal myself prematurely, I would have certainly killed more than she did. Su gave me the same command. Lang Ben was one of the captives. He still could not believe that the formidable tiger tribe could be defeated by a tribe with more women than men. This peculiar tribe wielded a deadly weapon. The sharp, slender wooden sticks inflicted excruciating pain upon contact. Moreover, the man who appeared not particularly strong seemed to be their king, commanding the slaughter of several of his kin with a mere gesture. Thankfully, their deaths were not brutal. They were simply pierced through the neck. The tiger tribe never spared living men. They became sustenance for their bellies. Thus, he presumed he would not survive either. A pierced neck would result in swift death, alleviating much suffering. Yet, that man had surprisingly sent a stunningly beautiful woman to offer them jerky. He dared not look at her for long, for the man continued to stare intently at them. However, it seemed he might not have to die after all. No one would share their food otherwise. A glimmer of hope ignited within him, but the icy demeanor of the woman who had just returned chilled his heart. He witnessed her approach step by step, gripping her stone knife. Oh, help! He thought he could have escaped death. He furtively cast a glance at the man, who alone could decide their fates. To his relief, the man intervened, halting the woman, who then turned and left. For the time being, he was spared. Perhaps he could still enjoy the warmth of sunlight in peaceful slumber. He contemplated expressing his submission to the man, willing to kneel and accept his commands, provided he was allowed to keep his life. Yet, fearing to provoke him, he refrained from making any unnecessary movements. They transported all the bodies to the forest and returned empty-handed. Did they not consume flesh? The sudden attack had disrupted the tranquility of the Xianyao tribe. The morning's hunting and gathering tasks could not be completed. However, the archery competition continued unabated. How does one typically treat the wounded? Su Yi inquired humbly, watching Yao Yu finish shooting her arrows. Yao Yu seemed perplexed. The Xianyao tribe had long upheld the art of medicine, so how could Su, as the envoy of the Xianyao deity, be unaware? You do not know? Yao Yu retorted, skepticism lacing her voice. Of course I know. Su Yi shot her a glance, apply medicine and stitch the wounds. You claim to know, yet you still ask me. Yao Yu turned and walked away, believing Su Yi was merely jesting. Are there really medicines? Su Yi asked, taken aback. In the storeroom, Yao Yu impatiently pointed. Now it was Su Yi's turn to question his life choices. On one of the wooden shelves in the storeroom were more than a dozen pouches made from various animal hides. This one is for treating wounds. This one for internal injuries. And this is what we all use to wash our hair, Yao Ling explained, pointing to each pouch in turn. Where did all these medicines come from? Su Yi rubbed his eyes. Chapter 28. Each with their own motives. The chieftain gathers them. We all grind them. Yao Ling's eyes sparkled brightly. You recognize herbs too, right? I do not. Su Yi confessed. However, I can recognize other medicines. He would take some over-the-counter drugs according to the instructions. Are you implying that only the patriarch is knowledgeable? Su Yi seized upon a crucial point. The art of potion making in the Xian bird clan can only be mastered by the patriarch. Yao Ling glanced at the medicine pouch, noting that even the eagle would be at a loss. TSK, does that mean other clans lack this knowledge? Su Yi's eyes brightened. Certainly. Only the Xian bird clan possesses the true heritage of ancient potion-making techniques. Yao Ling, hands on her hips, declared proudly. After a moment, she turned back to Su. Are you feeling muddled today? With a monopoly on medicine, how can things be so dire? Su Yi fell silent. Monopoly? What is that? Yao Ling asked with curiosity. Do the other clans not use medicine? The medicines they use are rather ineffective. Only our clan has inherited the most authentic potion-making skills from our ancient ancestors. Upon saying this, she noticed Su Yi staring blankly at the medicine pouch. What are you pondering? Su-yi was contemplating how to win over the patriarch and acquire her potion-making knowledge. In a small clearing outside the warehouse, Yaoyu was coldly staring at the four captives. Do you wish to die or live? Lang Ben, suddenly hearing familiar words, paused momentarily before reacting. The arrow lodged in his chest had already been removed, and enduring the pain, he knelt at the feet of his captor. The others followed suit. I want to live, not die. Lang Ben trembled. As long as I'm alive, I'm willing to do anything. Yaoyu glanced back at Su-yi, relaying the message. You must have him swear an oath to his god, vowing eternal loyalty to the Xian Bird clan. Su-yi instructed, tell them how to be proper slaves. Essentially, make sure they do not attempt to escape and remain to work. Think of a way yourself, he added, humming a tune as he departed. Yaoyu considered killing them outright. In previous tribal wars, male captives were often executed and consumed. However, they had been too young at the time, and the adults had forbidden them from the battlefield. She did not understand why Su-yi wished to keep these individuals alive. If you do not wish to die, you may become our slaves. Whatever you require, we are willing to do, the four echoed in unison. In this vast land, in a corner of the south, the seeds of slavery began to take root. Su-yi was intent on strengthening his small clan, while another tribe was on the brink of extinction. It's over. I will surely face punishment from the Tiger King upon my return. The Tiger tribe still had two able-bodied members who had escaped unscathed. In their flight, they had broken away from the main group, narrowly avoiding death. The Tiger King, severely injured and unable to move, ordered the two to hunt. How can two of us possibly hunt for food? CG complained. We don't even eat fruits, and we must have meat. Shoo, there's a black chicken over there. Luyan crouched low. CG looked over and indeed spotted a plump black chicken nestled in the bushes. If one did not look closely, they might easily pass by without noticing. One of them picked up a stone, and they exchanged glances before aiming and throwing it. As the stone left his hand, CG felt he had thrown it inaccurately. The startled black chicken took flight, only to be struck by Lu Yan's thrown stone, plummeting to the ground, flapping a few times before falling still. Lu Yan, elated, picked up the prize, eager to return and share the good news with the Tiger King. CG, why are you dawdling? Are we really bringing the catch back to the Tiger King? CG's eyes darted. He is our king. Why would we not bring it back? Lu Yan replied incredulously. CG, noting Lu Yan's robust physique, cautiously followed behind him. Upon seeing the prey in Lu Yan's hands, the Tiger King was overjoyed. CG, go gather some branches to start a fire. Lu Yan, find a pond to clean the chicken and figure out a way to bring back some water. I'm thirsty. You both performed admirably. From now on, you shall be my right and left arms. Once I recover and capture women, each of you shall receive a reward. The Tiger King proclaimed grandly while sitting on a large stone. Thank you, Tiger King. Lu Yan expressed his gratitude, overjoyed as he immediately set off with the black chicken. CG also forced out an awkward smile to show appreciation. The Tiger King regarded CG's 2 rows of ribs with distaste. Were it not for his mention of women, he would not have paid attention to the opposite shore. Had he not found the way, he would not have led his people across the river, resulting in the deaths of so many clansmen. Although CG was lean, he could still provide a couple of meals. As the bonfire blazed, the black chicken was roasted over the flames. The Tiger King savored a refreshing sip of water from the leaves. Lu Yan, you are a loyal and commendable subordinate. Receiving praise, Lu Yan cast a glance at CG, feeling a sense of pride. The chicken was finally ready. The Tiger King seized it eagerly, tearing into it with grease dripping from his mouth. Lu Yan and CG could only watch, salivating. In the end, even the chicken's backside was not spared for the two of them. He even licked the head clean. After devouring the entire chicken, the Tiger King still felt unsatisfied. Looking up at the two, who gazed at him with longing, he chuckled dryly. Damn that woman. Her spear hurts me terribly. Ha ha ha. A full stomach will hasten my recovery. Once I am well, I shall ambush them and capture that woman to torment her thoroughly. The Tiger King grinned broadly, bits of meat still caught between his teeth. CG quietly collected firewood, while Lu Yan stuffed foraged fruits into his mouth. The next day, the two failed to catch any meat and were reprimanded by the Tiger King. On the third day, they returned empty-handed, and the Tiger King's fury knew no bounds. CG sensed that the Tiger King's gaze upon him had turned ominous. Yet, even though the Tiger King was wounded, he was still beyond CG's capacity to confront. The Tiger King was the most formidable leader of the Tiger tribe, naturally strong and immensely powerful. As a member of the Tiger tribe, CG had witnessed the Tiger King's valor countless times. Despite his doubts, he dared not act recklessly. As for leaving the tribe to survive alone, he was even less inclined. A solitary human in the jungle was akin to a sheep. CG, I have something to tell you. Lu Yan approached from behind, pulling out a fruit and handing it to him. The Tiger King wants to eat you. CG's firewood clattered to the ground. He had indeed guessed correctly. Why you're here to kill me? CG stammered, retreating 2 steps in fear. Lu Yan glanced back nervously. He can eat you now, and later he can eat me too. That night, the three sat around the bonfire. The Tiger King, with a belly full of grass roots and wild fruits, felt discontent. The spear thrown by that wretched woman had struck deep, and he felt the wound beginning to throb again. CG, our tiger tribe can no longer sustain itself. The Tiger King rose to his feet. CG observed the new wooden handle on the stone axe in the Tiger King's hand, filled with dread and anger. He was indeed preparing to take action. CG stepped back in fear as the Tiger King advanced. Behind the Tiger King, Lu Yin quietly raised his stone spear. Hey! Lu Yin suddenly shouted and hurled the spear with all his might. Ouch! The Tiger King cried out in pain, spinning around. Lu Yin, you seek death. The Tiger King lunged forward, raising his stone axe to strike, but Lu Yin could not dodge in time and braced himself with the spear. CG, hurry! Lu Yin struggled to hold firm. Chapter 29, Feng Xin. CG picked up his weapon and shouted. You dare! The Tiger King roared. A flicker of terror crossed the eyes of CG as he involuntarily took 2 steps back. The Tiger King raised his stone axe and struck again. Crack! The shaft of the stone spear shattered in response. The massive axe came crashing down upon Lu Yan's shoulder. Lu Yan roared, a savage fury flashing in his blood-red eyes. He clutched the Tiger King's weapon tightly with his left hand, seizing the jagged remnants of the spear with his right, incessantly thrusting it into the Tiger King's abdomen. In the span of a second, he made several rapid jabs. The Tiger King cried out in agony, desperately wrenching the stone axe from the crevice of his bones, and brought it down with all his might. Lu Yan glared with wide eyes, collapsing to the ground. His head struck the stone, and his body convulsed. The Tiger King knelt, clutching his belly, his gaze fixed intently on CG. Tiger King, I shall never betray you, CG declared, observing the Tiger King's bulging eyes. He dropped his weapon, fearful of the Tiger King's wrath. Thus, under the Tiger King's scrutinizing gaze, CG dared not move. It was not until his legs grew numb that he suddenly came to his senses. The Tiger King had not blinked for quite some time. The Tiger King lay dead, a gaping wound in his belly, intestines spilled upon the ground. One could still glimpse the roots of grass within his belly. CG picked up his weapon and rushed to the Tiger King's side, fiercely stabbing at his throat. Only when the head severed from the body did he finally sit down to rest. After chopping off one of the Tiger King's arms, he added kindling and roasted it over the fire. Surrounded by the sounds of chirping insects and howling beasts, CG was terrified to the core. Seeing the Tiger King's wide-open eyes sent another shiver down his spine. After enduring until dawn, he immediately buried his head and headed towards the direction of the Xian bird tribe. He must see people, anyone at all, even if it meant risking his life. At last, as the moon rose, signs of humanity appeared before him. However, this was not the previous tribe, it was far larger than that one. What people? Several men rushed out from within. CG did not understand, but he immediately raised his hands high and knelt on the ground. Indeed, they were outsiders. Before long, a rotund man emerged, indicating that he came in peace and sheathing his weapon. CG was unexpectedly invited into a spacious nest where women presented fruits and dried meats. Overwhelmed with surprise, CG instinctively moved to kneel again, but the plump man stopped him. Are you from that tribe? He inquired. Su-yi returned to Yao Ling's small nest as usual. As soon as he lay down, she eagerly nestled into his embrace. Her warm body pressed against him. And Su-yi realized that the upper half of her body was bare, though fortunately, she still wore a hide on her lower half. He was not short in stature, but his slender frame made him appear less robust. Holding the petite form in his arms, the fragrance of herbal plants wafted from her hair, delicate and gentle. His fingers brushed against her softness, and he genuinely worried he might lose control. Yao Ling's small hands seemed to have no place to settle, flitting restlessly between them. If you keep squirming, I might take serious action, Su-yi said in a gruff tone. Just hold me gently. Yao Ling seemed to sense his seriousness, and her hands obediently stilled. Ling, does your tribe possess the art of potion making? Is there a tribe skilled in house construction? Su-yi casually asked, his fingertips sinking into soft flesh. He now needed a house and a bed free of weeds. What do you mean your tribe? It's our tribe. Yao Ling lifted her small head from Su-yi's chest, her voice soft and delicate. The Nest Builder clan constructs houses that are both large and magnificent. I heard the old chieftain speak of it. Our tribe's nests are all learned from them. Is that so? Su-yi realized he was rather uninformed about this world. Please tell me about the different tribes. But you mustn't move your hands. Yao Ling pouted playfully. Otherwise, I won't tell you. All right, I want to move. The old chieftain also spoke of the hemp clan. They, don't move. CG never expected that the rotund, hoarse-voiced man was actually the king of this tribe. He could even speak their language. You said they have a powerful tool that can fish from the river? The man inquired with curiosity. CG, munching on fruit, mumbled indistinctly. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes that day. They caught many fish in no time. Feng Xin, upon hearing this, revealed a cold smile. So the Xianbird tribe has learned to keep secrets. They have fish, but don't offer tribute, only bringing dried meat each time. Huh, he wants fish. And that wretched woman, Yao Yu, won't escape his clutches either. What you just mentioned must be the Xianbird tribe. Xianbird tribe? CG exclaimed in surprise. There aren't many of them, yet each one is exceptionally beautiful. They are to the east of us. It must be the Xianbird tribe. CG's heart raced as he cautiously asked, Great King, do you know them? Feng Xin, oblivious to CG's expression, gazed towards the direction of the Xianbird tribe and said, The Xianbird tribe is part of our clan. CG was taken aback, nearly leaping from the ground. This is disastrous. They belong to the same tribe. Have I not delivered myself into the tiger's jaws? Fortunately, he had yet to mention the conflict between the tiger tribe and the others. CG thought to himself that after finishing this meal, he would leave at dawn. Feng Xin, observing the gaunt and terrified CG, smiled broadly. Your tiger tribe must have quite a few people, right? CG dared not admit that all the members of the tiger tribe had perished at the hands of the Xianbird tribe. In a moment of inspiration, he quickly fabricated a lie, recalling his tragically deceased kin, and putting on a sorrowful facade. Alas, everyone in our tribe was swept away by the flood. He felt his lie was seamless and, upon raising his eyes, saw that the other man showed no signs of suspicion. CG let out a sigh of relief. Feng Xin inquired nonchalantly, Are you the only one left? This was indeed the truth. CG met the man's gaze and replied calmly, Yes. I am the last one. Feng Xin chuckled, A pitiful fellow indeed. Eat more. I'll go call someone to bring in more. With that, he waddled out of the nest. CG was immensely grateful and began stuffing dried meat into his mouth. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside the nest. Several armed men stormed in with menacing expressions. Damn it, what a waste of food. Drag him out and roast him for storage. CG was startled, watching as Feng Xin's countenance transformed behind the men. Great King, what is happening? Feng Xin sneered. Enough chatter. Take him out and roast him. And make sure to clean up well. Without a tribe to rely on, to them, he was merely a piece of meat. Why would he engage in conversation with food? However, the others had brought him a piece of news. The Xianbird tribe actually had fish to eat. This vast river teemed with crocodiles. He had no idea how the Xianbird tribe managed to catch fish. Yes, that powerful tool must be acquired, and that woman Yao Yu. Capturing her means obtaining the Xianbird tribe's potion-making secrets. Then, our Yanfeng tribe's warriors will be able to seize even more women. And our tribe shall surely become the foremost among the 5 tribes. With some time until the next tribute, he could hardly wait. Recalling Yao Yu's face filled him with rage. He vowed to torment her mercilessly, forcing her to kneel beneath him and lick his boots. The malice that slipped from Feng Xin's lips sent shivers through the hearts of his subordinates. Chapter 30. The New Tool, the Net. A night of stars and a night of wind. The sunlight streamed in through the small window as Su-Yi opened his eyes, carefully lowering his rounded legs from his waist. Yao Ling let out a soft grunt and curled back up. Outside, the sounds of bustling footsteps indicated that the clan members were surely awake. If you don't let go of me, be wary of what the clan leader might say. Su-Yi murmured. Startled like a frightened kitten, she quickly withdrew her legs. Let us not go hunting today. I shall teach everyone to create something new. Having readied himself, Su-Yi approached the others. In yesterday's battle, although the Xianbird clan had fewer men, they emerged victorious. The only injury sustained was from a branch during the chase. All clan members acknowledged that this triumph was entirely due to the divine envoy Su-Yi's weaponry and his remarkable leadership. Consequently, Su-Yi's reputation within the clan ascended to a new level. Another wonderful creation? Silence, listen to Su explain. Su frequently shared new ideas, and the Xianbird clansmen had grown accustomed to it. To them, a divine envoy was meant to be just so. Today, I will teach you about a new tool, a net. Su-Yi gestured, instructing everyone to gather some vines nearby and to tear off some tinder bark from the trees. Anything that can be woven into rope will suffice. Bring it back for me to assess its suitability. Never mind, I shall join you all. Su-Yi led the group into the forest. Vines and tinder bark were readily available materials. The tropical jungle was abundant with such resources. To Su-Yi's delight, he discovered a cluster of rami behind a small hill, the raw material for making linen. Although his understanding of the linen-making process was limited to the basics of warp and weft, he resolved to assign this honorable and arduous task to the women of the clan. The previous night, Yao Ling had mentioned a clan that produced and sold linen at exorbitant prices. The Xianbird clan, having been forsaken by the gods, lacked the standing to trade with other clans. Su-Yi thought that once their strength grew and resources became plentiful, those clans would come seeking them. Rami fibers made for exceptionally sturdy ropes, and Su-Yi decided to have the entire cluster cut down. Everyone, come here and familiarize yourselves. Remember to harvest this plant whenever you encounter it, he called to the nearby clansmen. Isn't this Rami? It's not edible, but it's great for weaving ropes. Yao Ling remarked as she approached. Raimi, you recognize it? Su Yi turned to her in surprise. Everyone knows. The materials for weaving ropes were piled on the open ground. Men and women gathered together, starting to weave. Without needing Su Yi's guidance, they crafted their ropes with remarkable strength. They shouldn't be too thick. The diameter of a pinky finger will suffice. Yes, just like that. You continue weaving while the rest go gather materials. Su Yi identified several clansmen who were both swift and skilled at weaving. Su, how long should we make them? One clan member inquired. 10 paces. Start with 10 paces in length. Lacking the concept of rice for measurement, gauging length was somewhat cumbersome. Soon, clansmen began presenting the finished ropes to him. Very good. Very good. Su Yi exclaimed, tugging at the ropes in admiration. It was a rare occasion to receive praise from him, leaving the others somewhat astonished, as his points of commendation were often unexpected. Come, you few, gather around. I will teach you a type of knot. Su Yi picked up 2 strands of rope. This knot is called a fishing net knot. Pay close attention. First, fold it like this, then fold this part and tuck it in, he explained, recalling the technique he had seen in a brief video. Seeing that the knot in his hands resembled his memory, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Have you learned it? He asked, looking up at the group. The clansmen all shook their heads in unison. All right, once more, Su Yi said understandingly. Hand me another piece of rope. Ultimately, he used 4 strands to weave a palm-sized square shape. Have you learned it? Su Yi inquired again. The group exchanged glances, and eventually, it was Yao Lan who volunteered. Let me give it a try. Watching her weave back and forth into another kind of knot, Su Yi was at a loss for words, doubting she could even manage a second attempt. Am I particularly foolish? Yao Lan asked, her face flushed as she looked up. Come, I will teach you step by step. I refused to believe it. Su Yi knelt beside her, grasping her small hand. Yao Lan instinctively flinched, but could not pull away. His breath brushed against her ear, making her feel uneasy. The scent of masculinity enveloped her, leaving her momentarily dazed. Lan, focus on learning. Su Yi reminded her, sensing her distraction. Yao Ling returned with a large bundle of Raimi, just in time to witness this scene. From her vantage point, it appeared as though he was embracing Yao Lan. Humph. What a wicked man. I shall not allow him to touch me tonight. With a crash, Yao Ling deliberately dropped her load. Su Yi chuckled awkwardly, releasing his grip and standing up. Casting a gentle smile at her, he was met with a sharp retort. Each grid should be about the size I wove, just so. Su Yi turned back to continue his instruction. It shouldn't be too large. Right, weave a few thicker ropes, about 20 paces long. As the raw materials continued to flow in, ropes began to be woven one by one from the hands of the clan members. With Su Yi's relentless efforts, the group finally mastered the knot. The speed of net weaving increased significantly. The elder chief had previously instructed that the Xian bird clan should be left to fend for themselves. It would not be right for them to raid their former kin. The elder sat at the center, while Feng Xian knelt beside him. Father, the Yanfeng clan has suffered repeated defeats in battles against several other clans, Feng Xian lamented. The medicinal knowledge of the Xian bird clan is of utmost importance to us. A clan forsaken by the gods must not be touched. The elder gazed skyward. His murky eyes filled with reverence, and he did not wish for Feng Xian to infringe upon them, as he shared a close bond with the old leader of the Xian bird clan. Feng Xian had anticipated this. Father, is it not true that a clan without men is equivalent to extinction? The elder's expression shifted, and he regarded Feng Xian deeply. You must not invite misfortune. I do not consent to any aggression against the Xian bird clan. Feng Xian, not receiving the elder's approval, felt discontent brewing within him when a commotion erupted outside. Leader. Trouble. The Black Wolf clan is attacking again. A clansman rushed in, panic-stricken. Feng Xian had already faintly heard the drums of the Black Wolf clan and immediately dashed out. Arm yourselves. We shall drive them back. Wolf Uncle, take your clansmen and flank the Black Wolf clan to strike at their children. Yes, the leader responded. With a roar, Feng Xian brandished a massive stone hammer proportionate to his size and charged forward. The battle commenced in the sparse woods at the boundary of the clans, with sticks clashing and shouts resounding in the air. Feng Xian swung his hammer, toppling 2 men from the Black Wolf clan. However, he also sustained a gash on his back. The Yanfeng clan was already outnumbered by the Black Wolf clan. With some of their members dispatched, the Yanfeng clan began to retreat steadily, unable to hold their ground any longer. Leader, we should flee. There are too many from the Black Wolf clan. Everyone, hold on, just a little longer. Feng Xian bellowed in a strange tone. Hold on. Huh. Before him stood the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, Wolf Howl, his eyes gleaming with unabashed mockery. The leader who has severed his lineage? Ha ha ha. Wolf Howl, you seek your own demise. Without regard for the pain coursing through his back, Feng Xian let out a furious roar and swung his stone hammer with all his might. The taunts from his adversary struck at his most painful memories, ones he wished to avoid. True to his reputation, Wolf Howl wielded 2 stone axes with remarkable skill, engaging Feng Xian in a battle that was evenly matched. Leader, trouble brews at the camp. Quickly, retreat to the encampment. At the change in Wolf Howl's demeanor, he shouted for his followers to fall back, and the members of the wolf tribe fled in disarray. A cold smile crept across Feng Xian's face. It appeared his plan had succeeded. Return to the camp. Let us divide the spoils. The tribe erupted in cheers, brandishing their weapons in triumph. Chapter 31, Loyalty. The net is finally completed. It was a square net, each side measuring approximately 7 meters. Thick ropes were affixed to each edge, allowing the tribe members to easily pull it apart. Who among you is brave enough to test this new tool? He scanned the crowd. The few who had helped weave the net shook their heads vigorously, while others regarded the tool with a mix of awe and trepidation. Come forth, you 4. Each grasped one rope. Sui beckoned 4 children to step forward. Now, are you willing to give it a try? Those who manage to break free shall be rewarded with a piece of hide. Me. I want to try? Before he could finish, Yao Ling eagerly exclaimed. She had no fear of the children, even if she was wary of the adults. A piece of hide could be fashioned into a garment, and her current one was in tatters. The other tribesfolk, especially the dozen or so still clad in grass skirts, were equally eager for the hide. Many volunteered, eager to take their chances. You shall not. Sui glanced at Yao Ling, his gaze swiftly shifting away. But I spoke first. Yao Ling insisted, her chin lifted defiantly. I have a small deer's hide. I shall give it to you once you're finished, if you behave. Sui gently coaxed her. Being ensnared by the net was no pleasant fate, and what if she stumbled and fell? Very well, Yao Ling conceded, satisfied. Who is the strongest in our tribe? Sui surveyed the men. I am. Clearly it is I. Nonsense, I am the strongest. The group erupted into a lively debate. All right, enough. Sui exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. With fish rods and bows and arrows, the tribe's food supply was relatively stable. He pondered a moment before suggesting, let us hold a wrestling competition. Whoever proves to be the mightiest shall step forward. This novel contest ignited enthusiasm among all. However, Sui only permitted the men to participate. 2 at a time would grapple, with the first to fall deemed the loser. The crowd formed a circle around the makeshift arena, aside from the 2 guarding the slaves. Everyone else cheered and shouted encouragement. Before long, the 2 strongest contenders emerged, Yao Li and Yao Ying. Though slightly shorter, Yao Li was sturdier. The 2 men engaged in a fierce struggle, each attempting to outmaneuver the other. Yao Ying initially gained the upper hand by extending his leg, but Yao Li quickly regained his balance. Their contest devolved into a test of endurance. Ultimately, Yao Li seized the opportunity and toppled Yao Ying to the ground. Yao Ying's expression was one of dismay. He felt as though Yao Li possessed an inexhaustible well of strength. Let us take a short break before testing the tool, Sui declared, deciding to continue with the wrestling competition. A quarter of an hour later, Yao Li found himself ensnared in the center of the net. The net had tightened slightly, with the 4 children earnestly pulling on their respective ropes. Begin, Sui commanded. Yao Li attempted to force the net apart, lunging towards one of the children. The other 3 immediately began to tug the ropes, spinning in circles. As the net constricted, Yao Li found his legs and arms rendered immobile. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to budge even an inch. Within half a minute, Yao Li was completely entangled, unable to move. Release the ropes, Sui commanded, thoroughly pleased with the demonstration. The onlookers soon realized that even when released, Yao Li remained powerless, wriggling helplessly on the ground like a trapped insect. Witnessing Yao Li's plight, Yao Ling felt grateful that Sui had intervened, and the others watched with a mix of trepidation. I have an idea, shouted Yao Gu from the crowd. If we employ this net as a trap, it could surely capture live prey. I understand now, I understand, Yao Gu exclaimed, dancing with glee. In recent days, the tribe had seen less of Yao Gu. He had been tirelessly laboring in the woods, often absent even during food distribution. Sui was aware that he was crafting traps and worried about his ability to keep watch at night, so he had intentionally assigned someone else to the task. This net can be used for fishing or to capture large beasts. Now that you have learned how to weave it, we must ensure to bring back more game in the future. One more thing, Sui continued. When encountering prey such as sheep, cows, horses, or pigs, it is best to avoid killing them and instead bring them back alive. Are we to raise them like chickens? A tribesman inquired. Precisely, Sui affirmed, giving a thumbs up. This land is abundant with vegetation, sustaining them will be no challenge, and we aim to gradually develop our pastoral industry. What is pastoral industry? Just follow my instructions. As the sun dipped low in the west, Sui instructed the tribe to gather nearby resources. Meanwhile, he stealthily made his way to the corner where the 4 slaves were kept. Wolf Ben was beginning to suspect he had entered paradise. Not only was food provided, but occasionally they even received meat. Moreover, beautiful women tended to their wounds. Over the past few days, their injuries had begun to heal, and they had regained their ability to move. The 4 conferred privately, and surprisingly found that none of them wished to escape. Here, there was water and food. Without the fear of predators. Apart from expressing their gratitude and pledging loyalty, they were unsure what else to do. Fearing their escape, there was always someone watching over them. He had explained countless times that they would never flee, yet the cold-hearted female chieftain remained skeptical. When Wolf Ben heard footsteps, he looked up to see their king approaching. Indeed, they had become slaves of the Xian Yao tribe. The female chieftain informed him that slaves were also a part of the Xian Yao tribe. "My king," Wolf Ben called out, and the others immediately knelt in respect. Su Yi heard the term and chose not to correct them. The four had healed remarkably well. None suffering from infections. The Xian Yao tribe's medicinal remedies were indeed potent. Once their wounds had healed, Su Yi decided to assign them the task of chopping wood to construct a fence around the camp. With insufficient manpower, many tasks remained unaddressed. He also envisioned transplanting fruit trees and building sturdy gates and walls to create kilns for pottery. Currently, he could not even spare individuals for regular patrols. The attack from the Tiger tribe had served as a wake-up call. It would be too late to realize the threat once the enemy was at their doorstep. "Come with me," Su Yi instructed two tribesmen. "I have another task for you." Wolf Ben noticed the king calling the two guards away. However, it made little difference whether the guards were present or absent. They had resolved to stay put, unless forced to leave. The two crescent moons hung high in the sky. Su Yi, accompanied by the translator Yao Yu, ventured once more to the corner where the captives were held. Lang Ben was summoned alone. Standing before the two with a fearful gaze cast downward, Yao Yu spoke to him. "The king perceives you as a loyal individual and has resolved to evaluate your conduct in considering your potential inclusion in our Xian Yao tribe." "I am already a member of the Xian Yao tribe," Lang Ben replied, perplexed. "Joining the Xian Yao tribe grants you the opportunity to hunt alongside us, to toil together, to build nests, privileges denied to mere slaves," Yao Yu stated coldly, unaware of why Su Yi had instructed her to convey such words. "Are you implying?" Lang Ben raised his head in disbelief, only to quickly lower it once more, declaring, "I will do my utmost to prove myself." With that, he prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead pressed against the earth before them. "Listen closely. Joining our tribe means daily access to meat. If the women of the tribe take a liking to you, they may bestow gifts upon you as well," Yao Yu continued reluctantly, disapproving of the notion that the tribe's women might associate with such cowardly individuals, knowing full well that they would ultimately suffer. Chapter 32. Come quickly. Yet, Su Yi insisted that she persist in her speech, further instructing her that this was merely a grand illusion. "Grand illusion, indeed," he remarked, using curious terminology. Lang Ben could scarcely believe his ears. The thought of consuming meat daily was beyond his wildest dreams, let alone the prospect of gaining the favor of the beautiful women of the Xian Yao tribe. "I shall demonstrate exemplary conduct. I vow eternal loyalty to the Xian Yao tribe, to the king, and to the chieftain," Lang Ben proclaimed as he knelt, then returned to his prone position on the ground. "Rise," Yao Yu commanded coldly. "Tell me, if someone attempts to escape, what will you do?" Just as he had risen, Lang Ben once again fell to the ground. "Chieftain, we shall not escape," he asserted. "Answer my question," Yao Yu urged impatiently. Lang Ben, with his head lowered and trembling, replied, "I would kill him." "Huh, you are not yet a member of the Xian Yao tribe. You hold no authority to decide the fate of slaves," Yao Yu scoffed. "I shall summon others to seize him. Let me make this clear. If any one of you attempts to flee, the rest shall face execution. However, if you can inform us beforehand of anyone's intention to run, not only shall we spare you, but we shall also reward you. This is your chance to prove yourself." Yao Yu emphasized, her words deliberate and clear. "Do you understand?" "Chieftain, I comprehend," Lang Ben replied. "Even if you manage to escape, you will inevitably fall into the hands of other tribes, and you will end up as nothing more than a roast on someone else's spit." Once the sound of their retreating footsteps faded, Lang Ben cautiously rose. "Lang Ben, what did the king and chieftain discuss with you?" Three tribesmen inquired as he returned. The chieftain stated that if one person escapes, we all shall be executed. Lang Ben said seriously, "There is food and drink here. If we run, we will only meet our demise. Consider this carefully." "Lang Ben, do you not understand our intentions?" "We would never flee," the three responded in unison. Lang Ben was well aware of this, yet he secretly hoped someone would attempt to escape. As two of them walked side by side, Yao Yu, feeling aggrieved, asked Su, "Why did you promise our tribe's women to the captives?" Su Yi pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "Is it not what I learned from you? Though I did not grasp the essence of it. You directly send Ling to my dwelling, while I merely offered him a fleeting thought." Upon hearing this, Yao Yu's expression turned slightly awkward. This Ling needs to be dealt with. How could she forget the chieftain once she has a man and divulge her plans to him? It is truly infuriating. "It's getting late. Let us retire for the night." Yao Yu waved her hand and hurried away. Su Yi chuckled softly and circled the camp once more. The night watchmen had increased to 5, ensuring the entire encampment remained under surveillance, observing everyone diligently fulfilling their duties. Su-yi felt a sense of reassurance as he slipped into Yao Ling's little nest. "You've returned," Yao Ling exclaimed joyfully. "I want a hug." Su-yi opened his arms, and Yao Ling leaped into them. In private, this girl shed all shyness, her passion ablaze. Yet when he threatened to get serious, she suddenly became timid and bashful. With labor scarce and tools primitive, it was said that considerable effort had gone into constructing the several huts of the Xianyao tribe. Demanding tribe members to squander resources for his personal pleasure was not yet appropriate. If only there were a ready-made house with a soft, large bed, Su-yi often mused. In this primitive society, procreation was the greatest source of joy, yet the happiness of the Xianyao tribe had been stripped away. After lying down, Yao Ling seemed to recall something and turned to present her smooth back to him. He attempted to explore her front, only to be playfully swatted away. Su-yi contemplated her emotional state. He had no intention of indulging her in this regard. With a firm embrace, he held her tightly, exerting a slight force to secure her within his grasp. "Humph, bad man," Yao Ling huffed. "You embrace the one in this nest while thinking of others in different nests. The women of the tribe all wish to be with you. Can you keep up with them? Hey, divine envoy Su-yi. Who would have thought you would be lectured by the girl Yao Ling? Yet, you deserve it," he mused, grasping a white rabbit. "Aside from Sister Yu, perhaps I could count Lon among them. Even so, it takes 3 days for them to accompany me even once." Yao Ling turned to face Su-yi seriously, asking, "Will you always like me?" Feeling the warmth of her body, Su-yi replied earnestly, "Of course, I shall always cherish you." Yao Ling lay flat, closed her eyes, and breathed rapidly, saying, "Su, then come to me, come quickly." Su-yi tested the dry grass beneath him, only to find his hand sinking into the earth. Listening to her panting, a rush of blood surged through him. He took a few deep breaths and then lay back down. "Ling, let us wait until we have a large house, at least one where we do not sleep on dry grass, before we proceed, shall we?" Su-yi whispered softly to calm her excited emotions. "I worry about you falling ill." Yao Ling let out a soft whimper and burrowed beneath the animal skins. "Ling, why do you like me?" "Because you are the divine envoy. Being your woman is quite magnificent," she murmured. Su-yi felt a strange sensation in his heart upon hearing this. "What if I were not the divine envoy? Then I would still like you. You are so clever. You have created many impressive things, and since your arrival, we have rarely gone hungry. The ancients tell us that you appeared suddenly. If you are not the divine envoy, who else could be?" Su-yi fell silent. "Now, tell me about the surrounding tribes. You fell asleep yesterday when you were speaking of the Black Wolf tribe." As the sun rose, its cool light illuminated all, with gentle breezes dancing freely. In the Yinfeng tribe, Feng Xin was exceedingly pleased. The previous day, they had delivered a significant blow to the morale of the Black Wolf tribe, marking a rare victory amidst years of conflict between the two tribes. He believed his father was overly rigid, never employing strategies, always opting for direct confrontation. The previous day, they had slain over a dozen children and retrieved 3 women. Feng Xin surmised that the Black Wolf tribe would surely seek retribution, especially since many of their own tribesmen had been injured in the recent battle. Given the elders' disapproval, he resolved to secretly draw upon manpower to reclaim the Xianyao tribe members and their medicine. He would see what they had to say then. Thus, early in the morning, Feng Xin summoned several tribe leaders to deliberate. Each tribe could contribute no more than 6 individuals, while the remainder would be tasked with guarding against potential incursions from the Black Wolf tribe. "I desire only that woman, Yao Yu. The remainder, you 4 clans shall divide among yourselves. Depart quietly, and remember, you are venturing into the mountains to hunt." The headquarters of the Yinfeng clan, alongside the other 4 tribes, saw 30 able-bodied warriors armed and leaving the encampment. Their departure did not go unnoticed by an individual concealed in the branches of a tree, who nimbly descended and fled in the opposite direction. "A small group has stealthily slipped away?" Howling Wolf listened intently to the report from his clansmen, furrowing his brow. "Did you ascertain their destination?" "They ventured into the dense forest to the east," came the reply. "The east? Isn't that merely a thicket? Call upon Wolf Moon and gather a few others to quietly trail them. Let us discover what schemes the Yinfeng clan is concocting. I shall not venture out. I intend to remain here to avenge my brother." A tall, exquisitely featured woman entered. "Moon, the Yinfeng clan is up to their tricks again, and I fear the others may struggle to track them." "Then you must promise me. Do not engage them in battle until I return," she said, her voice melodious, pouting in a playful manner. "Good daughter, your father consents," Howling Wolf replied with resignation. "Go now, lest they distance themselves further." Chapter 33. The Divine Beings Bestow Their Favor. This morning, Su-yi arose early from his shelter and began to run laps around the camp. The air in the forest was refreshing, invigorating the spirit. He resolved to exercise daily henceforth to strengthen his physique. The members of the Xianyao clan gradually awoke, bemused by Su Yi's actions. What is Su doing? This is a method of communicating with the heavens. Do you not understand? Everyone, gather in the center, do not disturb him. Yao Yu also emerged, commanding the others. Su Yi completed over 10 laps, totaling more than 2 kilometers, before halting, his legs trembling and breathing heavily. He found himself quite exhausted, his body undeniably feeble. Yao Ling kindly brought him water. Everyone has arrived. Once Su Yi regained his breath and took a sip, he said, I will assign today as task shortly. He settled onto his designated small stone stool, bending to massage his calves. Observing this, Yao Ling set down her container and willingly took on the task. Quite pleasant. Su Yi sighed contentedly. Yao Ling is truly considerate. Yao Ling blushed and shot him a glare, lowering her head. Noticing all eyes were fixed upon his legs, Su Yi cleared his throat. Those who stood watch last night may now rest. Eagle, take 5 individuals to hunt. Li, you and Gu should set traps in the direction from which the Yin Feng clan approaches us. Remember, do not cross the boundary. We shall not encroach upon others for now, but should they dare to come, we must show them our strength. Since arriving in this mysterious land, Su Yi had felt a persistent lack of security. Everything he had done thus far was aimed at achieving a state of mental tranquility. Whether crafting bows and arrows, setting traps, or organizing competitions, his purpose was to enhance the clan's capacity for self-defense. The territory of the Xin Niao clan was sandwiched between a river and the domain of the Yin Feng tribe. According to the captives, a clan had migrated across the river. The body of the Tiger King was also discovered by the clan members who had ventured out, thus nearly eliminating the threat from across the river. Nowadays, the ferocious beasts in the forest are inconsequential. The remaining threat stems solely from the Yin Feng clan. Su Yi had long since resolved to sever ties with them. Now, he would take precautions in advance to avert potential dangers. Su, have you made a decision? Yao Yu interjected, if we engage in conflict, it may lead to endless strife. I believe it would be wiser for us to migrate across the river. At that point, we can destroy the wooden bridge and guard the river. They shall not be able to harm us. Who is the tiger and who is the rabbit remains uncertain. Su Yi replied calmly, if we truly cannot prevail, I will not gamble with the lives of my kin, rest assured. Lon, take a few individuals to fish by the river. Remember to bring weapons and nets, as you may encounter crocodiles. You and the remaining members shall escort the captives to fell trees around the encampment, stockpiling firewood and arrows. The thickets surrounding the camp obstruct visibility, and Su Yi had long wished to clear them. Once the tasks were assigned, Su Yi languidly sat basking in the sun. The manpower was insufficient. Utilizing one person for 2 tasks was still inadequate. The swiftest method to acquire resources, of course, was direct theft. With the current strength of the Xin Niao clan, they could barely defend themselves, let alone launch an invasion. Su Yi squinted, contemplating various possibilities. In my view, it would not require so many to eradicate a single Xin Niao clan. Indeed, the new leader is overly cautious. Last time, I counted, there were scarcely a dozen men on their side. Oh dear, what a dreadful place. The underbrush is so dense. Woodbird, are you certain of the path you are leading us on? Someone complained. Absolutely correct. Last time I tracked them to their encampment, it was in this direction. Did we not only require tribute from them previously? Why now seek their annihilation? I'll let you in on a secret. What? The leader's roots are entangled with that woman. Show. The speaker was silenced by a hand over his mouth. Quiet down. Keep your voice down. One urged, lowering his tone. They advanced until noon, and Woodbird, spotting a hill ahead, exclaimed, everyone, brace yourselves. Beyond that hill lies their camp, not far off. Just in time. I am quite hungry. Let us feast upon the Xin Niao clan's provisions before we return. Indeed. Suddenly, as Woodbird walked ahead, he felt as if he had tripped over something. Be careful, came a cry from behind. Woodbird took a step forward, intending to turn back. When a sharp pain struck his head, he felt his head grow heavy, darkness enveloping his vision, and his body weakened. The others stared at him in horror. Warm liquid trickled down. He reached up to touch it, finding it was bright red blood. Woodbird was dead. A sharp stone protruded from his skull, nearly cleaving his head in 2. Strangely, the stone was tethered with a rope, seemingly having descended from above. The others, bewildered, could not comprehend the sudden turn of events. Divine beings. Surely, a divine being has slain him. The one closest to Woodbird trembled, having witnessed the stone plummet from the sky and pierce Woodbird's head. His face was splattered with blood, still warm. The divine beings favor the Xin Niao clan. We must return. How shall we explain this to the leader? Do you wish to incur punishment? We must press on. Everyone, be mindful of what is above us. You shall lead the way. The blood-splattered individual was unwilling to take risks. Damn it, what a coward. Another grumbled, stepping ahead of the group. He felt a twinge of fear himself. Everyone, watch the skies. Notify me if you spot any stones. They had not walked far when a whistling sound sliced through the air, and before he could turn his head, He was struck and flung aside. Thud. The others gasped in horror, witnessing the scene before them. They saw a massive tree trunk suddenly fly out from the right side of the forest, hurling a person away. The unfortunate one lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, breathing shallowly. I cannot go on. I must return. At this, the crowd erupted in chaos, scattering frantically back along the path they had come. Su-yi gazed at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, a tremor coursing through his heart. Yao Gu's trap has been meticulously designed to accurately calculate the landing point. Timing and subsequent chain reactions, truly a testament to genius. Upon receiving the news from Yao Li, he immediately gathered the others and ventured into the dense forest. After lying in ambush for half a day without any movement, they finally searched the area and discovered the two corpses. Li, take a few people and return the bodies to the Yin Feng tribe, so they may understand the fate that awaits those who invade us. Like this? Enough with the chatter, do as I command. Yao Li called upon several individuals to carry the bodies away. Chapter 34, Provocation. After giving his instructions, Su-yi led his kin back to the camp. Gu, you have performed admirably, Su-yi remarked, patting him on the shoulder. After suffering this loss, they will undoubtedly exercise greater caution. The concealment of traps is your next focal point. Moreover, your trap's complexity is somewhat excessive. A simple pit in the ground, adorned with a few spikes and covered with leaves, can yield impressive results. You could also coat the spikes with some toxic tree sap, correct? Additionally, setting a bait to entice them into triggering your traps is a viable strategy. The more Yao Gu listened, the more his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how had I not thought of this? Divine Messenger, I understand. Yao Gu rubbed his hands together, knowing he was eager to try out these ideas. Su-yi allowed him to leave first. Next time, when the Yin Feng tribe sends individuals, it will not be a mere few dozen, but likely 100. How should such a battle be fought? Su-yi pondered, stroking his chin. Divine beings? Feng Xion's expression fluctuated, as everyone claimed the two had been slain by divine beings. Stones. Wood. Feng Xion scoffed. Have you ever witnessed a divine being using such tools to kill? Divine beings strike you down with thunder. Do they require stones? A bunch of worthless cowards, terrified by the hidden Xin Yao tribe. Get lost. I punish you with 3 days of starvation. Anyone who dares to steal food will be expelled from the tribe. Chief, there was absolutely no sign of anyone around at that time. The crowd chorused. Get lost. Feng Xion fumed. Stones and wood bound with ropes. It is clear that this was the work of humans, truly a pack of foolish individuals. Chief, the clan elder requests your presence for a council, someone announced. The lamentations of his inept subordinates reached the ears of the clan elder, prompting Feng Xion to take a deep breath and rise. I shall go immediately. In the great nest at the center of the tribe, the clan elder's face was grim. Xion, do you no longer regard me with respect? Elder, how could Feng Xion dare? Where are those two wooden birds? The Xian Yao tribe has slain them. I shall lead everyone in seeking vengeance. Feng Xion declared with indignation. Do you truly think I have grown senile? The clan elder's eyes sparkled with intensity, piercing through Feng Xion's resolve. 2 individuals have suddenly perished. How do you intend to explain this to the tribe? Observing Feng Xion's silence, the clan elder shook his head in despair. It was the Black Wolf tribe that killed them. Go seek your vengeance upon them. How can I trust you with the Yin Feng tribe? Have you squandered the valiant legacy passed down by our ancestors? You dare not provoke formidable foes, yet choose to bully the weaker Xian Yao tribe. It seems you no longer wish to hold the position of chief. Feng Xion emerged from the nest, despondent. For years, he had always been at the forefront, pouring his heart and soul into the tribe, even requesting the least share when distributing prey. Finally, he earned the tribe's recognition and ascended to the position of chief. Yet now, a single statement from the clan elder had rendered all his efforts meaningless. He had strived for revenge. He must harness the power of the tribe to force that wretched woman, Yao Yu, to kneel before him. Every time he recalled that fateful night, his rage erupted like a volcano. Once, she had been the daughter of the chief, while he was the sole son of the Yin Feng tribe leader. He had merely attempted to sneak into her nest at midnight, yet before he could even touch her, she had ruthlessly crushed his lower body. His father had told him to endure. Indeed, he had been the one to break the rules. But why did she smile at him during the day? To him, that was nothing less than an invitation. The chief must be mine. No one can take her from me. Feng Xion suppressed the resentment in his eyes, thinking fiercely. Chief, the bodies of the wooden birds have been delivered, a subordinate reported. Feng Xion snapped back to reality and followed the crowd to the edge of the forest, where a circle had formed. They were killed by divine beings? Indeed. Stones fell from the sky. It was terrifying. Upon seeing the chief's arrival, the crowd instinctively fell silent. Feng Xion gazed at the 2 corpses, trembling with rage. Yao Yu, how dare she openly provoke me? Who are you? Yao Li exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of several individuals. He immediately drew his bow, knocking an arrow. Put down your weapons, or I shall shoot. You are the ones who should lower your weapons. Can you not discern the numbers? Replied a tall, beautiful woman, who noticed the absence of any totem on their faces. Raising her guard. What does it matter how many of us there are? We are not afraid of you. Are we to be intimidated? Wang Yu spoke in a calm tone, void of emotion, her eyes fixed on their peculiar weapons. This is our territory. Our tribesmen will arrive shortly. And then you shall all perish, Yao Li threatened vehemently. This is your territory? Is this not the domain of the Yanfeng tribe? Wang Yu narrowed her eyes, raising her stone spear. Besides, your tribesmen have already departed. Do not attempt to deceive me. Who says this is the territory of the Yanfeng tribe? Yao Li retorted angrily. This is clearly the domain of our Xian Yao tribe. Moon, they just killed 2 individuals from the Yanfeng tribe, someone whispered to Wang Yu. She too felt a sense of confusion. She recalled that the Xian Yao tribe had always been a part of the Yanfeng tribe. What is your relationship with the Yanfeng tribe? Wang Yu inquired. They are undoubtedly our enemies. Though outnumbered, Yao Li showed no fear. Confident that he could take down this woman with a single arrow. Wang Yu sensed that the strong man before her was not deceiving her and quickly began to think. The Black Wolf tribe is the enemy of the Yanfeng tribe. If the Xian Yao tribe is also an enemy of the Yanfeng tribe, they could easily unite against them. She was eager to relay this information to her father. We must leave this place at once. As they passed each other, both parties departed. Li, shall we shoot them from behind? One tribesman suggested, drawing back his bow. After we shoot, we shall flee. They certainly won't catch us. Are you foolish? They are not allied with the Yanfeng tribe. Yao Li struck the back of the man's head vigorously. The divine messenger said not to provoke others. You clearly did not listen well. Did you encounter another group? Sui asked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Come, tell me what transpired, he urged. Moments later, well done. Sui praised. Our tribe's current development policy is simple. If others do not offend us, we shall not offend them. Once we grow stronger, we will take wives from them, 1 for each. No, 2 for each. Let us breed vigorously. After a pause, he fixed his gaze on Yao Li, regarding Ling. Divine messenger. Ling rightfully belongs with you. We are of the same tribe, and it is against the rules. Yao Li repeatedly waved his hands, somewhat flustered. He dared not contend with the divine messenger over women. He had nearly lost his life due to his earlier foolishness. Alas, thus, it is said that one's solitary joy pales in comparison to the joy shared among many. Embracing a woman daily while witnessing my brother's languish in solitude stirs a pang of sorrow within me, sighed Sui. Esteemed divine envoy, we are grateful for your consideration. Rest assured, any beautiful companions we acquire will be wholly reserved for you. The two shared a laughter that only men could comprehend. Upon hearing the divine envoy's words, Yao Li felt a spark of enlightenment, as if his life had suddenly found direction and purpose. Humph. Yao Yu, overhearing the two men's chuckles, yearned to turn away in disdain. Chapter 35. Whom will you choose? The thought of procreation, treating women as mere vessels, was truly vexing. Every time Sui received reports from those venturing out, he insisted on her presence, citing the need to cultivate strategic awareness. Huh, she retorted. Cough. Li, temper your demeanor. There are ladies present. He chided. By the way, which tribe do those people belong to? Sui inquired. Oh no, I completely forgot to ask. Yao Li slapped his forehead. All right, you may return to your duties. Sui dismissed him, casting a furtive glance at Yao Yu, who knelt quietly behind him. Her posture impeccable and expression as frosty as ice. Let me pose a question, Sui proclaimed with feigned profundity. Do you know why there exist only 2 kinds of people in this world, men and women? And why, after their intimate encounters, they beget children? He gestured. You shameless scoundrel. Yao Yu retorted indignantly. Noticing the flush creeping to her ears, Sui chuckled softly and departed the shelter. In the forest, beasts outnumbered humans. Thanks to the bow and arrow, the Xian Yao clan temporarily lacked for food. However, this was not a sustainable solution. A natural disaster could render them without reserves. Sui stealthily approached the coop containing 2 wild chickens, visiting daily to check on them. When first confined, the chickens flapped about incessantly, refusing to eat or drink. Sui worried they might starve themselves in their quest for freedom. Yet, by the 3rd day, the rooster began to consume the insects brought back by the children. That day, Sui treated the entire clan to a feast. Soon after, the hen joyfully joined the rooster in its meals. Over the past few days, the 2 chickens had become plump and glossy, yet still no eggs had appeared. There were many reasons for a hen not to lay eggs, and Sui, not being a poultry expert, was at a loss for what to do. He could only continue to lavish them with the finest provisions. He resolved that when the flock grew, he would ensure these 2 were the first to be harvested. As usual, he leaned over the fence to peer inside. The sunlight streamed through the gaps into the coop at this hour. Unusually, he noticed several dusty eggs nestled among the weeds in the corner. Clap! Sui exclaimed in delight, startling the 2 chickens. At last eggs. He surveyed the vicinity, finding no one around except for Yao Yu, who had just emerged from the shelter. He rushed over and grasped her hand. Come, I have something to show you. The warmth of his large hand enveloped her. Yao Yu did not resist as he led her to the chicken coop. She involuntarily furrowed her lovely brows at the unpleasant smell of chicken droppings. Look, eggs. Do you see them? Right there. Su-yi pointed excitedly. Yao Yu focused her gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. Now smile. Su-yi encouraged, observing her frown. This was but a small step for chickens, yet a monumental leap for humankind. Having existed for millions of years, this could surely be deemed a momentous event in history. Yao Yu wrinkled her nose again, then managed to smile, recognizing his joy. But we mustn't celebrate too soon. Let us wait until the chicks hatch. The two rose to leave the coop, when Yao Yu suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Lon, you've returned. Su-yi turned to see the women carrying fish. The floodwaters had receded, and the river gradually regained its former vitality. Su, we lost the net. Yao Lon lamented, her head lowered in dejection. As Su-yi approached, he noticed the women appeared somewhat disheveled, caked in mud. Is anyone injured? He circled around them, relieved to find they only had minor scrapes. We can always weave another net. What matters is that you're unharmed, Su-yi reassured them. The women, surprised, lifted their heads. The net had taken nearly a full day of collective effort to create, and they feared Su-yi's wrath. Instead, he expressed concern for their well-being. You ought to scold us a bit, one suggested. Yes, punish us by making us kneel before the idol for a day. What troubles have you encountered? Yao Yu asked, her displeasure evident at the loss of the net. After a brief silence, Yao Lon raised her head. A crocodile came ashore. We successfully ensnared it with the net. But it was too strong, and we couldn't hold on, resulting in the loss of the net. Su-yi was taken aback. Was this not his ill-conceived suggestion? Crocodiles and Yao Li were entirely different entities. How could a few women hope to restrain a prehistoric beast nearly 10 meters long? It's my fault, thankfully. No one was harmed. Su-yi reflected with a hint of trepidation. It's our weakness. We could have slain that crocodile, Yao Lon murmured. But how could that be your fault? Su-yi continued to ponder his own misjudgment. The clan now followed his every command without question, executing his directives with unwavering diligence. Thus, any miscalculation on his part could potentially endanger the tribe. Henceforth, each command must be given with utmost consideration. All right, everyone, tidy up and take a moment to rest. I won't impose any punishment. Su-yi waved his hand. Yao Yu, wanting to say something more, noticed the others had already departed. She confronted Su-yi coldly. Why are you so kind to them? Huh, what do you mean kind? Su-yi replied, perplexed. Do you truly wish to gather all the women of the Xian Yao clan into your nest? How would I cope with that? Su-yi instinctively responded. Humph, esteemed divine envoy, as long as you spare them, I am willing to follow you. Yao Yu unexpectedly declared. Hearing him express concern for other women stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Su-yi was taken aback by her sudden proclamation. Grasping her delicate hand, he declared, it's a promise. If the Xian Yao clan consisted entirely of beauties, then the chieftain, Yao Yu, was truly the fairest of them all. Her grace, figure, and countenance were nearly impeccable. Su-yi felt he had struck a tremendous bargain. He had never intended to pursue the other women. With his gaze daily fixed upon the enchanting face of the little sprite Yao Ling, he found little interest in others. Only Yao Yu, the fierce chieftainess, ignited a desire for conquest within him. Who would have thought she would willingly offer herself? Come, let us make a child, Su-yi jested, holding on to Yao Yu's hand, attempting to lead her towards the shelter. No, Yao Yu stood her ground, and to Su-yi's surprise, he could not budge her. What about Ling? Can you truly set her aside? Isn't she the one you brought to my bed? Su-yi paused, struck by the thought that perhaps a child had already been conceived. Yao Yu smiled enchantingly, her allure palpable, causing Su-yi's heart to flutter. I asked Ling. She said you haven't even laid a finger on her. And having a child is utterly impossible. Upon receiving this news, she was overjoyed. Su-yi felt a wave of embarrassment as Ling indiscriminately shared their private life with an outsider. So, are you planning to let her go? We had just agreed that other women from the Xianbird clan would be included, and Ling naturally falls into that category. Suddenly, Su-yi felt a burning warmth in his palm. Ling had already been fully revealed and touched by him. Everyone in the clan believed she was his woman. What would happen to her if he abandoned her? Su-yi spoke coldly. This is something she should contemplate. Why are you asking me? Yao Yu scoffed softly. Hoping he would relinquish everything and invite her into his nest, she was willing to bear his children. As the leader of a clan, how could she share a man with another woman? You were the one who handed her over to me, and now you want me to cast her aside? What? You can't bear to do it. Then why don't you let go of my hand? Can't we discuss this? There is nothing to discuss. Either you let go of me, or you pull me into your nest. Ling has told me that you do not know our medicinal techniques. As long as you choose me, I will teach you the art of healing. That day seemed like yesterday. when a silly girl had stripped down and nestled into his arms while he was filled with trepidation. On that rainy night, he had slept soundly, dreaming of gifts imbued with the fragrance of herbs. Gazing at the strikingly beautiful Yaoyu before him, he gradually released her hand. Ling, Suko promises to always cherish you. You. Yaoyu inhaled deeply and turned to leave, her heart a tumult of emotions. When he released her hand, she felt both sorrow and joy. She was confident she was more beautiful than Yao Ling. After all, don't men prefer beautiful women? But why did he not choose her? Not even for the art of healing. She felt heartbroken that, as the clan leader, she had lost to another woman. Watching Yaoyu's graceful silhouette, he did not expect this fleeting joy to dissipate even more swiftly. He would have to have a serious conversation with Ling about not divulging their intimate life to others. As for Yaoyu, he would eventually charm her into his bed. To let such a beauty go to another? He would have traversed through time for nothing. What was there to choose? He wanted them both. Chapter 36. Clothing. Time flew like dandelion fluff, and after 15 sunrises and sunsets, the Xianbird clan welcomed several new members, a wild boar and 7 little chicks. Perhaps due to the difference in environment or species, today all 7 chicks hatched, prompting Su-yi to declare a celebration for the entire clan. He brought out all the long-stored jerky, allowing everyone to feast to their heart's content. Truly, the divine envoy is remarkable. 2 have turned into 9. That's incredible. One person remarked while tearing off a piece of meat. Hey, if it had been in our hands, it would have turned to waste. 2 chickens could barely feed 1 person, but 9 could satisfy at least 4. Indeed, but it seems the divine envoy has no intention of eating chicken. Who knows? In any case, following the divine envoy's lead is always wise. Oh, and send some meat to the slaves. Su-yi instructed a clan member, but not too much. The clan member obeyed and departed. The 4 slaves received the jerky and knelt before Su-yi, prostrating themselves. As slaves, they were usually fed only wild vegetables and fruits, making jerky a luxury for them. However, they were extremely content with their current lives. As long as they worked, there was food to eat. Far better than their time in the tiger tribe, where a day's hard labor might yield nothing, and they had to fear being injured and eaten by their own kin. Living in constant dread, they were terrified they might not see the next sunrise. Now, however, they felt their lives were filled with hope, brimming with energy. Even more so than the Xianbird clansmen. Lian, make a pair of leather shorts for each of the 5 children. They work from dawn till dusk, and they deserve it. Su-yi said with a smile to the 5 children. Shorts. We get to have shorts now. Yay. The 5 children exclaimed, jumping with excitement. The woman who turned to leave was named Yao Yan. Su-yi had casually noticed her remarkable skill with a bone needle. The items she sewed were finely stitched, with careful hems that didn't chafe at the seams. Su-yi briefly taught her how to make pants and subsequently assigned her to focus on clothing. The leather shorts he wore were crafted by Yao Yan. Although they were a bit loose, they were symmetrical and the seams were well finished, already quite impressive. He also asked her to sew a set of clothing for Yao Ling using deer hide, which Yao Ling adored. The next day, she wore it out, proudly flaunting it to her friends, and the new attire quickly became the envy of the clan, especially among the women. A fashion trend swept through the clan, and everyone desired new clothing. Yet, only 2 individuals received new garments. One was Yao Ling, being the divine envoy's woman, and the other was Yao Gu, who had managed to trap a wild boar. Now, the 5 children also had new clothes. How could that not provoke envy? It was said that the new clothes were challenging to make, requiring Lian 2 to 3 days to create a single piece. So these 5 pairs of shorts would last a while. Come, you 5, come over, I'll take your measurements, Yao Lian called, holding a length of twine and beckoning to the 5 children. That day, the divine envoy unexpectedly approached her, telling her she would no longer need to participate in hunts and would focus solely on needlework. He explained that specialization could enhance productivity and mentioned that everyone would eventually excel in their own tasks. While she didn't fully understand what he said, she grasped that as long as she excelled in her sewing, she would be able to eat as much as the clansmen. Thus, she resolved to fulfill the task entrusted to her by the divine envoy. He then taught her the methods for making clothing. She was astonished. The divine envoy possessed knowledge unknown to everyone, even about women's clothing styles. Stop dawdling. Everyone work hard. In the future, everyone will have plenty. Feng Xian was exceedingly furious. He intended to annihilate the Xianbird clan and capture Yaoyu. However, the clan elders disagreed. Nearby, the Black Wolf tribe was ever watchful. In recent days, their foraging teams had been attacked several times. Each time he dispatched clansmen for support, clan elders intervened, tying his hands and preventing him from employing many of his strategies, which had become utterly intolerable. Chief, Mu Xing and the others have caught a large bear. A subordinate reported, brimming with excitement. Feng Xian's dark eyes flickered. Good, very good. He slapped his thigh, ordering, notify everyone. Tonight we feast on bear meat. Chief, aren't we going to store any? The subordinate asked, puzzled. Everyone has worked hard lately. Let us enjoy a good meal. He paused, adding, and summoned the shaman. I need to speak with her. The subordinate cheered and hurried away. Chief, did you call for me? The shaman was a frail girl adorned with a wreath of unknown flowers on her head. Shaman, there's a task only you can complete, Feng Xian said gently. Tonight. You need to. After Feng Xian spoke, the shaman left with a pale complexion. She had anticipated that the chief would threaten her with her father's life. But what could she do against the chief? As the stars twinkled in the sky, the massive black bear was being butchered by the crowd. By the flickering bonfire, people danced freely. Oh no, the clan elder has been poisoned. A piercing scream shattered the joyous laughter. Who dares to poison the clan elder? Feng Xian, seething with rage, immediately rushed to the residence of the clan elder, accompanied by the various tribal leaders. Inside the nest, the priestess sat on the ground, her face ashen, while the clan elder in the foremost position had turned a deep shade of black, lifeless. Priestess, you dare to harm the clan elder. What possessed you to do such a thing? One of the tribal leaders exclaimed in anger. He demanded that I accompany him to his bed at night. The priestess trembled as she spoke. Thus I poisoned him. You lie. The elder's son, Mu Qing, lamented with fury. My father has not had a woman for over a decade. Would he desire you? You are fabricating stories. Who instigated you? Mu Qing. What are you looking at me for? Feng Xian's eyelids twitched as he fervently declared. Do you suspect me? It was your father who wholeheartedly supported my ascension to leadership. How could I wish him harm? Mu Qing fell silent, fixated on the priestess. Confess at once, or I will kill you. There is nothing to confess. He wished to sleep with me, and that is why I poisoned him, the priestess replied, regaining her composure. Feng Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing that his choice had not been in vain, she had already prepared her escape route. Although the tribe had rules mandating marriage among peers, Feng Xian lamented. You cannot poison the clan elder. He has toiled for our tribe for so many years, alas. The surrounding tribespeople shook their heads and sighed in unison. Impossible. My father would never take a liking to her. Mu Qing cried out. Who was it that instigated you? Speak, or I shall kill you. I find him old. It was I who wished to kill him, the priestess replied nonchalantly. Chief, my father cannot die in vain. She must be punished. Mu Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. Chief, it was the clan elder who first broke the rules. The priestess has committed no wrongdoing and should not be executed. Someone from the crowd interjected. The priestess possesses some medical knowledge, and she has treated many of us when we were injured. Numerous people owe her a debt of gratitude. The crowd momentarily divided into two factions. Chapter 37, daring not to confront head-on. One side demanded the priestess' death as retribution, while the other insisted she was blameless and should not perish. Feng Xian raised his hand, signaling for silence. Although the clan elder first broke the rules, I believe the priestess must also face punishment. As Feng Xian's words fell, the gathering fell silent, awaiting his next pronouncement. The priestess shall receive branding, and the clan elder shall be given an honorable burial. Gasps of shock reverberated through the crowd. Chief, that is unacceptable. How can she endure branding? Even men struggle to withstand it, and a single misstep could lead to death. Are you suggesting we kill the priestess outright? Feng Xian retorted coldly. No. Chief Feng Xian is the fairest of all. Someone immediately interjected. Let this be the punishment. Everyone can accept it. Fairness. The clamor gradually subsided, and the crowd dispersed. The following day, the priestess back was branded with charcoal. The clan elder was solemnly buried by the community. Feng Xian seized all authority, commanding the entire tribe to prepare for war and seek vengeance against the Xianbird tribe. I did not expect you to be so clever as to escape unscathed. In the priestess' small lair, Feng Xian sat beside her, his hand slipping beneath her skirt to caress her rounded form. Chief, I hope you will fulfill your promise. The priestess said, her expression unfazed, as if the hand behind her did not exist. Your father has received an extra piece of deer hide, allowing him to enjoy meat at every meal. Feng Xian observed the horrific injuries on her back and lost interest, withdrawing his hand. A glimmer of clarity finally flickered in the priestess' eyes. The chief's lower half is damaged. That is a public secret. Each time he seeks a woman, it is merely for fleeting pleasure. A smirk flashed in the priestess' downcast gaze. Take care of your wounds. Feng Xian clapped his hands and exited through the door. To launch an attack on the Xianbird tribe, the encroachment of the Black Wolf tribe must first be eliminated. This matter requires meticulous strategizing. Here, a gift for you. Su Yi presented a set of clothing and trousers. He, being a modern youth, had encountered more courting tactics than Yao Yu, a primitive individual, could ever imagine in a lifetime. To please her was merely the most trivial of his schemes. Upon seeing the fleeting admiration in her eyes, Su Yi smiled silently. Yao Yu truly adored the outfit. The spotted fawn skin appeared remarkably soft. Yao Ling, constantly parading in front of her, made her envious. How could her attire be so exquisite? just the right fit to cover her essential areas, snugly tailored, rendering her exceedingly beautiful. A few days prior, Lien had taken her measurements, informing her that everyone would be measured, which she had dismissed. Now it seemed that after that day, she had begun crafting her own garments. Undoubtedly, she had secured Su Yi's approval to create it. Take it back. Yao Yu insisted stubbornly, I do not like it. She would never relinquish her principles for such a beautiful outfit. Su Yi, observing her eyes fixed intently on the clothing, felt a surge of joy. Alas, I believe that even if we do not become a couple, we can still be friends. Su Yi feigned regret with a sigh. This size was tailored to your figure, and it would undoubtedly fit perfectly and look stunning. What a pity, what a pity. You actually do not like it. As Su Yi spoke, he noticed the struggle in her eyes, nearly bursting into laughter. Lan seems to have a physique similar to yours, so I shall give it to her instead. After saying this, Su Yi pretended to leave. In the next moment, Yao Yu firmly grasped his arm. Did you not say you dislike it? Su Yi asked in confusion. Humph. Yao Yu huffed, snatching the clothing and retreating into the shelter. I worry that if Lan wears it, it might not fit, and the hide would go to waste. Such a hard exterior. Su Yi chuckled softly and turned to leave, humming a tune. Inside the shelter, Yao Yu heard Su Yi's laughter and felt an urge to drag him back in for a beating. Her gaze fell upon the clothing in her hands, and the earlier irritation vanished entirely, replaced by excitement as her heart raced. She finally had beautiful attire. Eagerly, she unfastened her animal skin skirt, recalling how Yao Ling looked when she wore it. Sitting on her bed, she slipped her feet into the 2 holes of the trousers. The pants were crafted from fine spotted fawn skin, with 3 finger-wide black fur accents at the hem and waist, secured with a black leather belt. Slowly, she pulled it up to her waist, tightening the belt. The sensation of being completely enveloped was extraordinarily comfortable, and her legs felt surprisingly unrestrained. Lien's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Yao Yu twirled in place, then loosened the animal skin wrap around her chest. The upper garment matched in color, completely enveloping her upper body. Once dressed, she secured the belt snugly beneath her chest, meticulously tying a beautiful knot. As she strolled within the nest, stretching her body, she felt no looseness in her clothing. Oh, my heavens! What brilliance must the divine messenger possess to conceive such reasonable attire? She adored it, eagerly wanting to show it to everyone. Feng Xian finally devised a plan. Under the cover of night, he dispatched 100 tribespeople to depart the tribal camp one by one. Meanwhile, the same number of bonfires were lit within the tribe as usual. He also instructed his subordinates to engage in more movement and communication during the day, creating the illusion of a full presence to the Black Wolf tribe. Those who entered the forest had not truly left. They were merely hiding at his command. After several days of testing, the Black Wolf tribe exhibited no signs of action. Another sunrise dawned. You must surely be wondering why I have taken such actions. Why do I, despite having shelter, choose to make you all sleep in the dew? To speak frankly, my intention is to deceive the Black Wolf tribe and stealthily annihilate the Xianbird clan. The Xianbird clan has slain 2 of our own, and we must exact our vengeance. We shall slay their men and seize their women. My subordinates, having been in a daze for several days, have finally come to a realization. They now comprehend the chief's strategy and are filled with admiration for him. We shall set forth immediately, and by midday, we will reach the Xianbird clan and feast upon the fish they have caught. 100 of us surged forth like famished tigers, traversing mountains and forests towards the Xianbird clan. The harrowing fate of the 2 slain still lingered in Feng Xian's mind, causing him to refrain from leading the charge as he usually would. As we reached approximately halfway, a chilling scream pierced the air, startling a flock of birds. One of the subordinates at the forefront was struck down by a suddenly falling stone, his skull shattered. The crowd fell silent, faces etched with fear. Feng Xian swiftly pushed through the throng to inspect the stone. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and a few broken grass stems caught his attention. Parting the underbrush, the setup behind it caused his pupils to constrict. Everyone, gather around. Feng Xian called out. Look, the rope on the stone is attached to a wooden stick, which is wedged here, surrounded by footprints. This is clearly the work of the Xianbird clan, and not the handiwork of the celestial beings. Feng Xian urged. The cowardice of the Xianbird clan drives them to avoid direct confrontation, resorting instead to sneaky tactics. What shall we do about it? How despicable they are. To employ such treachery, we must eradicate them to avenge our kin. Yes, let us destroy them. The crowd echoed. Mind your steps and remain vigilant of the traces around us. The throng resumed its advance, though at a much slower pace. Chief, I have spotted something. A voice from the right exclaimed excitedly. Feng Xian squeezed through and indeed discovered a vine on the ground that was nearly the same color as the dead branches around it. His heart raced. He sensed that something about the Xianbird clan had changed. Chapter 38, A Dimensional Strike. Following the vine, he cautiously brushed aside the twigs and leaves on the ground. As he traced the vine, he saw a massive log suspended among the leaves, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. How treacherous! The crowd collectively gasped. If that log were to come crashing down, none would withstand its force. Everyone step back. Feng Xian commanded, retreating with his tribe as he picked up a stone to trigger the trap. The log swung down with a whoosh, swaying a few times before remaining suspended in place. Continue forward, he said, his expression slightly troubled. Oh no. After only a few more steps, another member cried out in pain and collapsed. Feng Xian looked over to find a pit the size of a water buffalo's head, filled with sharp branches. The injured tribesman had been pierced through the sole of his foot. Anger and shock surged within him, though he maintained a calm exterior. The group divided into 3 lines, each armed and probing the path ahead as they advanced cautiously. Feng Xian laughed heartily. The Xianbird clan must be terrified of our approach, resorting to such traps. We shall surely vanquish them. Su Yi, upon hearing reports from Yao Gu and the others, led his tribe into the forest. The tropical rainforest provided ideal conditions for setting traps, yet it had its evident drawbacks. Beyond 4 or 5 meters, visibility was severely limited. This posed a significant hindrance to archery. You 3 possessed the finest marksmanship. Strive to fell one enemy with each arrow. Su Yi instructed Yao Yu and the others. Stay close to them, shoot when the opportunity arises, and escape if they pursue. If they flee, pursue them, but beware of falling into traps. Do you understand? The 3 nodded in agreement. Go now, and be sure to prioritize your safety. I shall await your return to celebrate. Watching the trio vanish from sight, Su Yi turned to the others. You shall follow our previous arrangements, climbing the trees along the enemy's path, hiding well. Shoot an arrow from a distance, and then descend to escape. Their weapons cannot reach you from afar. Maintain your distance while firing. Remember, do not wait for the enemy to approach before releasing your arrows. I do not expect you to hit them, but rather to instill fear. All right, go now, and regroup here after the skirmish. Only Yao Ling remained by his side as the others were dispatched. Ling, will you protect me? Is that all right? Sui asked, gazing at the retreating figures of his tribe. I will ensure your safety, Yao Ling replied, her little face filled with anxiety, her wide eyes scanning the surroundings. Do not fret. Warfare hinges on morale and strategy. We may not even encounter them face to face. After all, there are over 100 of us, and they have 3 against 1. Even your formidable weapon may not suffice, correct? We are engaging in guerrilla tactics, not confronting them head-on. You mean the oil chicken? Yao Ling leaned in, her eyes wide. I am discussing serious matters here, and you keep bringing up food, treating me like a child. All right then. I shall refrain from mentioning food. Feng Xian walked in the center, his heart weighed down by an ominous premonition. How had the Xianbird clan suddenly acquired such fearsome methods of killing? Besides these tactics, did they possess other means? Whoosh! A sound of rushing wind pierced the air. In the next moment, a tribesman shrieked in agony as he fell. Feng Xian witnessed a figure darting away from the thicket to his left. Quick, pursue and eliminate him. He pointed in that direction, and the tribesman immediately charged forward. However, some inadvertently stepped into the concealed pit. The anguished cries of the wounded halted everyone in their tracks. The individual who had been pierced through the foot lay lifeless, and the group understood that the spikes on the ground were poisoned. Consequently, many retreated after pursuing for a short distance. In the next moment, from that direction, feathered javelins were hurled. One subordinate was struck in the chest and fell. At that moment, javelins also flew from the right, screams echoing in succession. Over here. There too. Someone save me. The members of the Yin Feng tribe were paralyzed by fear from the attacks coming from various directions. They had never faced such a terrifying situation. Had it not been for their chief still present, they would have fled back. Feng Xian was acutely aware of their thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he declared, not far ahead lies the encampment of the Xianbird clan. There are no thickets there, and I shall see where they hide. The group dispersed, rallying to charge forward. He shouted, leading the way with fervor. Oh! The tribesmen, inspired by their chief's bravery, immediately followed suit with wild shouts. Javelins continued to rain down from either side, and nearby, comrades fell with cries of anguish. Feng Xian's heart bled for his fallen kin. Over 20 had perished. Cursed Xianbird clan, cursed Yao Yu. She shall pay dearly for this. He raced ahead, feeling as though he had tripped over something, sending a tribesman crashing into the ground behind him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, yet the flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within him. He and Yao Yu would not rest until one had destroyed the other. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow approaching. Before he could react, the shadow whizzed past his ear. A sharp javelin embedded itself in the ground behind him, its tail adorned with feathers. Where had they acquired such weapons? The javelins had been thrown from an elevated angle. He beheld a shadow leap from the tree and vanish from sight. Do not flee, Feng Xian bellowed, taking off in pursuit. A sudden rush of wind accompanied another projectile, and he felt a sharp tug at his thigh. Looking down, he discovered a feathered spear embedded deeply in his flesh. Pain surged through his head, and as he gazed upon the seemingly endless thicket ahead, a profound sense of dread washed over him for the first time. He had never felt such terror, even when confronting tigers or leopards. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Feng Xian commanded in anguish. His subordinates sighed in relief. Chief, we will assist you. Two men hurried over to support him as they made their way back along the path they had come. Yet what chilled Feng Xian to the bone was that as they fled, spears continued to rain down from behind, claiming one life after another. They were still being pursued. Damn the Shinbird tribe. Feng Xian roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was not until they emerged from the forest that the demons trailing them vanished. Quick, count how many of us remain. Feng Xian urged anxiously. Chief, there are 53 of us left. A staggering 47 had perished in the forest. And the flesh on Feng Xian's face twitched uncontrollably. Let us return to the camp. Yaoing felt like a fierce tiger, single-handedly chasing a dozen adversaries. They were remarkably oblivious to the option of splitting up to flee, charging recklessly in one direction. He pursued closely behind, his arrows seemingly guided by a higher power, striking true into the backs of his foes. Watching them scream and collapse, he found them far easier targets than the game in the forest. He followed them until they exited the woods, still craving more action. On the way back, he encountered two enemies who had been wounded but not killed. Remembering the divine messenger's words that captives could be useful, he refrained from finishing them off. Eagle, you actually made it here? He heard Li's voice. How many did you hit? Let us compare. Yaoing replied confidently, I struck down 6. Apologies, but I got 7. Li emerged from the woods, brimming with pride. Though I suspect Gu was responsible for most of the kills, he had set traps for over 10 days, and they must have been triggered. Hey, don't go down the middle. Let us stick to the side path. Yaoing called out to Li. Gu's traps are hidden too well. There might still be some that haven't been triggered. Did you really hit 7? I never lie. Su-yi, waiting atop a small hillock, felt drowsy. He saw Yao Yu emerge from the thicket, her face radiating rare excitement. They had all escaped the forest. Observing his languid demeanor, Yao Yu seemed to anticipate his thoughts. You guessed they would flee, didn't you? And you? Will you not escape? Su-yi countered. It's me. I want to go in. You are a clever woman, Su-yi yawned. In an era where most still fought with crude wooden clubs and stones, his tactics and weaponry represented a significant leap in sophistication. He would only falter against well-trained soldiers resolutely determined to fight to the death. Such strategies seemed exceedingly advanced for dealing with a disorganized rabble. It was indeed unreasonable for the enemy not to suffer a complete rout. Chapter 39. You are truly formidable. In this battle, 33 enemies were slain and 9 captured, a total surpassing that of the Shinbird tribe. Remarkably, none from the Shinbird tribe had incurred any casualties. Divine Messenger. Divine Messenger. Divine Messenger. The Shinbird tribe members fervently bowed before Su-yi. Yao Yu stood beside him, gazing at his profile in the sunlight, her eyes betraying admiration. A glance at Ling, who stood behind him, revealed a face full of pride. Indeed, she was the Divine Messenger's woman. In the tribe, her status had surpassed that of the chieftain. She firmly believed that under Su-yi's leadership, the Shinbird tribe would undoubtedly grow stronger. Just how many members would the tribe boast in the future? 100? 200? The thought of hundreds kneeling at her feet made her heart race. The strength of the Shinbird tribe was the result of collective effort, and the credit belonged to all. Su-yi rose from the small stone seat, palms uplifted. Everyone, rise. The Shinbird tribe members knelt with even greater fervor, understanding that the weapons and tactics were all gifts from the Divine Messenger. Yet he humbly proclaimed it was the result of everyone's efforts. Divine Messenger, Divine Messenger, Divine Messenger. The tribe members chanted. Enough, Su-yi said sternly. How can you work if you remain on your knees? The crowd slowly rose. In one corner of the camp, 9 lightly wounded captives were bound together with a sturdy rope. As Su-yi approached, several knelt and bowed, pleading for mercy. He ordered the binding rope to be untied, then lowered his gaze upon the 9. Please, spare me. I do not wish to die. I beg you. We were all part of the same tribe. I did not want to kill you, Su-yi lamented, yet you insisted on courting death. Give me a reason not to slay you. Su-yi squatted down and inquired. The captives exchanged glances, unable to muster a single word. They knew full well that any tribe would execute male captives, turning them into roasted meat. I have a way to spare your lives. Please tell us. We will comply. The captives replied in unison. Each of you must kill a member of the Yanfeng tribe to prove you are not my enemies. Then you may remain with the Shinbird tribe as happy slaves. Su-yi replied with a smile. But the Yanfeng tribe members are outside the forest, one captive protested. If you let them go, won't they escape? The man before them, smiling, was clearly no fool. Foolish. Su-yi straightened up. Isn't the person beside you a member of the Yanfeng tribe? With that, he turned and walked away. Behind him, shouts of anger and screams echoed, startling many of the Shinbird women. The 9 captives paired off. while one group of 3 fought amongst themselves. Li, Ing, keep an eye on them. Do not let them escape. The few members of the tiger tribe were now unanchored, and Su-yi was unperturbed by their potential flight. However, these 9, given a chance, would undoubtedly seek to escape. It was better to retain a half that could be of use than to keep 9 untrustworthy individuals. The 9 captives began to battle each other, grasping stones and branches from the ground to strike at one another. The Xianbird men, armed, enclosed them in a circle. Before long, 5 lay dead, leaving 4 bloodied and dazed in the center. Only 5 are dead, Su-yi remarked upon hearing silence as he approached. The surviving 4 trembled in fear. They realized he had intended to kill all 9. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your lives. The man's smile returned. A devilish grin. The 4 fell to their knees, grateful for Su-yi's mercy. He provided them with some food, then instructed them to take the 4 to the mountains to dig a grave for the bodies. With the captive's issue resolved, Su-yi felt considerably lighter. You are truly terrifying. Yao Yu approached from the side and looked at him, declaring, I am of the Xianbird clan. Observing Yao Yu, clad in a short leather skirt and a strapless top, Su-yi couldn't help but silently admire her. Exquisite. The attire accentuated her waist like a slender willow, and the curvature of her form was captivating, rendering his gaze unable to stray. Noticing his unabashed stare directed at her bosom, Yao Yu instinctively puffed out her chest. She relished her outfit, finding it comfortable and well fitted against the wind. The men of the clan, upon seeing her, were left in a daze. However, only the divine envoy dared to gaze at her unflinchingly. Chief, another has fled back from the woods. The Yin Feng tribe was shrouded in a cloud of despair. The massive loss of lives had weakened Feng Xian's standing within the tribe. With a weary wave of his hand, he dismissed the messenger. Over the past 2 days, 4 tribesmen had returned, which offered some small consolation. Chief, I bring good news. I have important intelligence to share. A figure burst through the door, his body marred with scratches and his hair matted with leaves and mud. Ah, you are the 5th person to return. Feng Xian mustered a smile to reassure him. Chief, I overheard a significant secret. The man leaned in, whispering, the Xianbird clan. Slamming his leg in excitement, Feng Xian locked eyes with him. Are you certain? Absolutely. I trailed them closely and encountered no traps. Excellent. Feng Xian exclaimed with unbridled joy. Someone, arrange food for him and reward him with a piece of cowhide. No, deer hide. Thank you, Chief. The man bowed his head in gratitude. That day, he had hidden in the thicket, refraining from fleeing with the others, yet inadvertently stumbled upon the secret of the Xianbird clan. He had the audacity to follow 2 individuals all the way to their camp before retracing his steps. Go rest well, Feng Xian commanded, but his sudden movement aggravated his leg wound. Yao Yu, you cunning, wretched woman. This time, I shall see how you escape my grasp. He promptly decided to gather the tribe and eliminate the Xianbird clan the next day. Absolutely not. I oppose this. The chieftain of the Mu Yi tribe stood up. We have fought the Black Wolf tribe multiple times without suffering such losses. Indeed, our tribe cannot withstand further losses. Who knows if they have other means? Those who held sway in the tribe voiced their dissent against Feng Xian's decision. Feng Xian had anticipated such opposition. We have already offended the Black Wolf tribe, and now have provoked the Xianbird clan. Should they unite, our Yin Feng tribe will face annihilation. Upon hearing this, the tribe sighed collectively, uncertain of how to proceed. Let us send some jerky to the Xianbird clan. Considering our past alliance, they will surely refrain from attacking us. Yes, their territory was allocated to them by the former chief. Let us not forget, when the leader of the Xianbird clan and her people suddenly disappeared. It was you who convened to divide their possessions, seizing their nest and tools, driving them from their ancestral land. Feng Xian, you cannot speak so recklessly. At that time, it was your father who took the lead, and everyone agreed. Now you shift the blame onto us. But my father is dead, and you all still live. Feng Xian replied calmly. Silence. I propose we send some meat and return some of the belongings left by Yao Yu's father. She is a kind-hearted girl and will surely not attack us, one person suggested. I concur. Another echoed. Foolishness. At that time, the Xianbird clan was starving, and many of their tribesmen perished. Yao Yu pleaded with you for aid, and you denied her. She has long held a grudge against you. Feng Xian grinned. Now we have the chance to eradicate the Xianbird clan, seizing their formidable weapons, pharmacological knowledge, and women. Consider this. If the Xianbird clan's powerful weapons fall into our hands, shall we still fear the Black Wolf tribe? The women of the Xianbird clan will bear us children, who will grow into warriors for our tribe. They possess a fishing tool that allows them to catch fish right from the shore. Soon, it shall be ours. With the tribal assembly concluded, Feng Xian successfully incited the crowd. However, he could only take 50 men with him. The Black Wolf tribe had already sensed something amiss in recent days, dispatching more individuals around their territory. 50 men will suffice. The Xianbird clan has but a handful of men. As for the women, I do not regard them as a threat. That evening, Feng Xian prepared to employ the same tactics, leading 50 men into the forest stealthily. However, as dusk fell, yet another tribesman burst forth from the woods. Observing his battered form, Feng Xian patted his shoulder with concern. He failed to notice the flicker of caution in the man's eyes. Chief, I have discovered a route that bypasses the Xian bird clan's traps. Upon hearing this news, Feng Xian's confidence soared. Excellent. Tomorrow, you and Feng Wu shall guide the way. You shall be richly rewarded for annihilating the Xian bird clan. The messenger momentarily froze in astonishment, quickly masking his expression. Yet, his fear of the Xian bird clan's divine envoy intensified. That man had dispatched 2 groups. But were there not only 9 captives? Fortunately, he had not entertained any other intentions. You are gravely injured. Seek out the shaman for some medicine, Feng Xian advised. You have quite the audacity. How dare you deceive the chief? The shaman's sudden, inexplicable remark sent Wood River's heart racing. What nonsense are you spouting, shaman? How could I dare deceive the chief? He stammered. The wounds on your body are not merely scratches from plants. There are bite marks on the back of your thigh. You cannot fool me. The shaman's voice was unyielding. Do not speak. Let me guess. The shaman's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Given the time that has passed, you were certainly not fighting the Xian bird clansmen, so you must have been battling your own kind. Seeing his astonished gaze, she realized she had deduced correctly. Now speak. Why did you engage in combat with your own people? The shaman regarded Wood River with a steady gaze. You would do well to tell the truth, or I shall immediately inform the chief. I beg for mercy, shaman. Wood River fell to his knees at her feet. Provided you speak the truth, I shall not inform the chief. The shaman's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are you certain? Wood River asked hopefully. Certain. I swear by the Yin Feng deity. The shaman declared solemnly. Very well. Wood River exhaled in relief and recounted the entire ordeal. He was terrified, having encountered more in these 2 days than in his entire life. The other party's vow by the deity ensured his secret would remain safe. The shaman's eyes brightened with each revelation. Has Yaoyu become so formidable? No, it is not her at all. Fear flickered in Wood River's gaze. It was a man. They all call him the Divine Envoy. Divine Envoy? The shaman's curiosity piqued. I do not know much. He is simply a not particularly robust man. The one who sent me back to deliver the message. Divine Envoy? Is he Yaoyu's man? I do not know. All the members of the Xian bird clan heed his commands, doing whatever he instructs. Wood River, are you ready? A voice called from outside. The chief is preparing to depart. Mokuwa shuddered and immediately cast a pleading glance at the shamaness. You may go. It's merely superficial wounds. The shamaness proclaimed loudly. Mokuwa threw her a grateful look before opening the door and departing. Divine Envoy? The shamaness muttered. The Xian bird clan has changed. Once more, he found himself amidst the thicket where he had previously sought refuge. Mokuwa pinched a grasshopper that had crawled into his hair, crushing it before tossing it into his mouth. Beyond the forest, the flickering bonfire of the flaming phoenix tribe was still visible, along with the figures of patrolling tribesmen brandishing torches. Yet, he could never return there. The punishment for traitors in the flaming phoenix tribe was decapitation as a sacrifice to the gods. He had no avenue for retreat. Moreover, he was now a slave of the Xian bird clan. If he were to succeed this time, he would return as a high-ranking slave, while the other 3 tribesmen would remain low-ranking. High-ranking slaves received a piece of dried meat daily, whereas low-ranking slaves barely tasted meat. Mokuwa mused joyfully. That man had also informed him that if he performed well, he might have the opportunity to join the Xian bird clan and become one of them. He could even acquire a woman from the Xian bird clan. He was determined to excel. The women of the Xian bird clan were truly beautiful. A drop of dew fell onto his eyelid, jolting Mokuwa awake from his slumber. The morning light was faint, and soon he would be able to see the path clearly before setting out. He was unaware of the Xian bird clan's intentions. His only task was to guide them along that safe passage. It's time to set off. One by one, the tribe members rose and embarked on that perilous journey. Divine Envoy, they are approaching from this direction. Good. Sui sprang to his feet. After today's battle, the Flaming Phoenix tribe will surely refrain from invading us for some time. After practicing archery for so long, today was the moment to test your skills. Once the battle is concluded, rewards will be distributed based on the number of enemies slain, so everyone perform well. After delivering this rallying speech, Sui led his kin toward the ambush site. The path they traversed was hardly suitable for human passage. Sui struggled to climb in many places, and it was only thanks to Ling's assistance that he managed to keep up. The Xian bird clan split into 2 groups, hiding on 2 small hills, overlooking the narrow path below. From their elevated position, more than 20 bows could unleash a volley of over 50 arrows in just 2 rounds. Even if the casualties were minimal, it would be enough to intimidate the enemy. This rabble had caused him such distress that he could not farm in peace. Which path should they take? Feng Xian glared with suspicion, shifting his gaze between the 2. Mokuwa trembled all over. He had not anticipated that the other person's chosen path would diverge from his. Wasn't he sent by the divine envoy? If they truly charged into the Shinbird clan, wouldn't his life be forfeit? His first-ranking slave, his woman, would all be lost. Mukuwa's mind raced. Chapter 41. A provocation best avoided. Chief. The path taken by Feng Wu might have been correct previously. Mukuwa suddenly knelt, blocking the way for everyone. But when I returned yesterday, I saw the Shinbird clan setting traps on that very path. Chief, we have lost enough of our kin. We must not take that route. Mukuwa implored earnestly. Feng Wu cast a cautious glance at the chief. He too felt uncertain. Who knew whether the Shinbird clan had set traps behind them? Then let us proceed, as Mukuwa suggests. Feng Wu stammered. If they led their kin into another trap, the chief might execute him. On one side, there was desperate pleading. On the other, evasive glances. Feng Xian shot a displeased glare at Feng Wu. Incompetent. Mukuwa will lead the way. Mukuwa scrambled to his feet. An indescribable excitement coursing through him. A sense of mastery surged within him, causing his heart to race. When the enemy arrives, let those in front pass first. Then aim for the middle. Pay attention to the rotund figure among the crowd. That is their leader. Remember, in future battles, seize every opportunity to eliminate their chief. Su Yi whispered hoarsely to those around him. Yao Ling, lying beside him, felt her heart leap, silently committing this advice to memory. The rustling sound grew nearer. Leading the way was Mukuwa. Wait. Feng Xian suddenly called out, causing the line to halt immediately. The path Mukuwa took was indeed correct. There were no traps along the way. However, he noticed that the sides were flanked by mountains, with a narrow path in between. Recalling the feathered darts of the Shinbird clan, he decided to send a few people ahead to scout. Mukuwa, you take 10 people and go. Mukuwa's heart skipped a beat. Anxiety creeping in. Chief, this path is safe. Feng Xian's eyes narrowed as he glared at Mukuwa. What? Are you afraid to go? Mukuwa was certainly not afraid. His task was to lead the group along this path. As for the divine envoy's arrangements, he was entirely unaware. Watching Mukuwa and the 10 tribesmen disappear from view, they waited until they had likely crossed the valley before Feng Xian commanded the others to advance. Su Yi felt a surge of tension as only a mere 10 individuals entered. He momentarily forgot to breathe. The plan had indeed encountered a flaw. He had underestimated the intelligence of the primitives. The opposing side must have sensed something, which is why they had not rushed in masse. He had previously assured that the hiding tribesmen would not attack. His greatest concern was that Yao Yu would order their archers to fire, thus alerting the enemy. In truth, his worries were entirely unfounded. Yao Yu had instructed her group, observe the other side. If they attack, retaliate. If they remain passive, do not act. At last, the remaining 40 tribesmen began to cautiously make their way into the valley. Yao Yu instantly recognized the plump figure who had intruded into her nest under cover of night. His corpulent form was as repugnant as ever. The arrow was nocked, aimed squarely at his ample chest. Fire! Upon hearing Su Yi's command, she sprang up from her hiding place, made a slight adjustment, and released the arrow she had been holding. As Feng Xian entered the valley, his heart began to race. He scanned the thickets on either side of the valley, growing increasingly apprehensive. His line of sight was completely obstructed, yet those above could clearly see them. At that moment, a voice rang out from above. Retreat! He shouted. Dark shadows flitted through the air, piercing pain seeping into him. He looked down to find 2 feathered darts embedded in his chest. Everyone retreat. He bore the excruciating pain, shouting in agony. Kill them! Kill them! The cries of the enemy echoed from both sides of the mountain, as more and more darts rained down upon the crowd. Feng Xian collapsed helplessly. The chief is dead. Run! The chief is dead. The already panicked crowd surged like frightened wild boars, pushing against one another in the valley. The wails of despair reverberated throughout the gorge. The 10 individuals who had departed earlier stood frozen, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Mukuwa, what on earth is happening? Feng Wu demanded angrily, grasping Mukuwa's arm. Mukuwa, flustered, replied, the Shinbird clan is truly cunning. They have set traps here as well. Mukuwa, how dare you lie? Someone brandished a stone hammer menacingly. Mukwang exclaimed, how was I to know this path was fraught with traps? I walked alongside you, always at the forefront. Had I been aware of the dangers ahead, would I have dared to lead the way? He lamented, how could we, as kin, resort to arms against one another? Another individual intervened, pulling the two apart, asserting that it was not Mukwang's fault, but rather the cunning of the Shinbird clan that was to blame. Indeed, we must return to rescue our leader, Mukwang declared, his voice filled with indignation, not engage in this quarrel. Let us hasten back to save our leader. Instantly, the 10 individuals turned on their heels, weapons raised, charging back. Trailing behind, Mukwang stealthily turned to depart. Fengxin felt his eyelids growing heavier, witnessing the 10 who had previously left returning once more, his heart bleeding with sorrow. It dawned on him. Everyone had fallen victim to Mukwang's ruse. But why would Mukwang do this? He wished for their escape, yet could not voice his thoughts. Gazing through the gaps in the trees at the cerulean sky above, the cacophony of screams and cries around him faded to a whisper. Father, forgive me. He regretted having provoked the Shinbird clan. Kneel, do not kill. Sui shouted. The Shinbird clan echoed his call. The deceased could not hear the pleas. Yet, those still alive and paralyzed by fear immediately knelt upon hearing the commands, including the 10 who had rushed into the valley. Upon discovering their leader's demise, they lost their composure and fled back the way they came, while those in the valley desperately sought an escape. The two factions collided, each unable to progress. The living were bound together with ropes, and the gravely injured were left to the mercy of the Yen Phoenix tribe's captives. A few more individuals confiscate their weapons. As Sui observed the tumult in the valley subsiding, he instructed his kin to cleanse the battlefield. By the time he stumbled into the valley's depths, his clan had already tidied the place. Where's your leader? Sui inquired. That one. A captive raised his head, pointing to the corpulent corpse on the ground. Alas, in this era, nurturing such a mass of flesh is no simple feat. Sui lamented. To the members of the Yen Phoenix tribe, it seemed as though the individual before them intended to consume their leader. Those captives who have slain our own must be escorted back, Sui directed Yaoing. Those who have not taken lives, arm them, and let them pierce the corpulent body. With that, he turned to address the multitude of captives. I shall inform you. If you wish to survive, obey our commands. Any who attempt to flee will find their legs broken and hung from trees. Those who dare to resist will have their limbs shattered and be cast into the wolf's den, to be devoured alive by the pups. Sui's tone was fierce, instilling fear as he took his leave. The members of the Yen Phoenix tribe, gripped by terror, complied without hesitation. The method of punishment was bizarre and horrifying. No one desired to endure such a fate. Chapter 42. We shall not kill you. Sue, if you simply agree not to kill them and provide them with food, they will be immensely grateful. Yao Yu gazed earnestly into Su Yi's eyes. In the makeshift shelter, only the two of them remained, while others busied themselves with various tasks. You are far too cautious, Yao Yu continued. Allow me to handle these captives. I assure you, none will escape, and they will wholeheartedly remain with our clan. Su Yi pondered her words, resolutely shaking his head. No way. He firmly believed that primitive individuals prioritized clan allegiance above all else, and would seize any opportunity to flee. His methods could effectively deter escape and betrayal. If I succeed, you shall abide by my counsel in future endeavors. You must not make decisions unilaterally. Do you dare to compete with me? Where did you learn such tactics? Su Yi chuckled, observing her charming visage. I learned it from a certain divine envoy. Yao Yu pouted playfully. Come on, let me give it a try. Su Yi felt a stir in his heart. The aloof female chieftain was actually being coy. Very well. Go ahead. He promptly acquiesced, resolving to keep a closer watch thereafter. Yao Yu rose, beaming, and then reverted to her regal indifference. This ambush resulted in the deaths of 24 members of the Yen Phoenix tribe and the capture of a full 17. Yao Yu approached a cluster of captives. The dozen or so individuals shrank back in fear as they beheld her. Fear not, I shall not harm you. She moved before each captive, untying their bonds. Do you wish to stay? I hope you will join our Shinbird clan. The captives initially appeared stunned, but soon their faces radiated joy. With a thud, they fell to their knees, prostrating themselves at her feet. Rise, there is no need for such reverence. Yao Yu raised her arms, palms upward. We are of the same tribe. We ought to assist one another, not slay each other. The true enemies are the venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. The captives, albeit tentatively, rose, gazing at the beautiful woman before them with reverence. From this day forth, you shall be our new leader. Someone boldly proclaimed. The others quickly joined in the chant. Leader, leader. Su Yi observed the commotion from a corner of the camp. He had long instructed his kin to remain vigilant, to prevent the captives from turning against Yao Yu. In his view, the loyalty of captives was unreliable. Driven by hunger and desire, they could instigate rebellion. A gathering of 10 individuals could certainly incite significant chaos. I am not a leader. I am merely the chieftain of the Shinbird clan. Su Yi noticed Yao Yu beckoning him over. He stepped forward to face the captives, who regarded him with palpable fear. Eagle, fetch some dried fish to share with them. Yao Ying, trailing behind, turned to depart. I wish to convey that if you remain peacefully, there will be meat to eat and women to enjoy. But should anyone betray us or engage in treachery against the Shinbird clan, I will break your limbs and hang you in the trees to be sun-dried like jerky. Yao Yu shot Su Yi a disapproving glare. Must he always mention women? On one side lay the path of light and life. On the other, the abyss of darkness and death. Even a fool could discern the correct choice. The captives trembled with trepidation, eager to bow in submission, yet too fearful to move. Having delivered his warning, Su Yi turned to leave. The dried fish was distributed. Initially thought to be a mere strip, it turned out to be a substantial chunk the size of a palm. The captives swallowed hard, yet none dared to act. Dried fish, this was a delicacy. In the past, acquiring even 1 or 2 fish was a privilege reserved for the chieftain and leaders. It was never meant for them. Eat. Su-yi urged, he speaks the truth. If you work diligently, you shall often have the opportunity to feast on meat. Upon hearing her words, the captives devoured the fish ravenously, licking their palms and sucking their fingers clean. The dozen or so of them obediently settled in a corner of the camp, occasionally whispering to one another. Look, is that not Mukwang? It was he who caused the demise of our leader. Several captives feigned to rise, intent on confronting Mukwang. Have you lost your minds? Do you wish to become jerky hanging from the trees? Someone exclaimed anxiously. Mukwang is a traitor. It is imperative that I inform the new leader. Mukwang cannot be trusted. A man mustered his courage and approached the large shed. Before long, he returned, his expression one of profound distress. What did he say? What did the new leader declare? The crowd gathered around him eagerly. He stated that Mukwang acted under his orders. Mukwang's behavior was somewhat unexpected for Su-yi. His ability to adapt was indeed superior to others. He unreservedly promised him meat as a reward, pledged to provide him with animal skins, and assured him that should any woman from the Xian bird clan take an interest in him, he would not stand in her way. Mukwang was profoundly grateful, bowing deeply in appreciation. Seizing the moment, Su-yi entrusted him with the task of overseeing the captives from the Yanfeng tribe. Mukwang, you are not human. You deserve to die? One brother interjected. If the new leader now instructs you to return to the Yanfeng tribe and deceive them, would you comply? The man was rendered speechless. The matriarch spared his life, while the new leader provided him with fish and meat. Moreover, in the valley, he personally killed a member of the Yanfeng tribe. Now, his only means of survival was to align himself with the Xianbird clan. I will go. The man sighed. Mukwang had already witnessed Su-yi's methods, and he was now utterly obedient to him. After all, I arrived before you and possess greater knowledge than you do. Mukwang leaned closer to the group. Come, let me enlighten you on the customs of the Xianbird clan. Understanding the rules can avert mistakes and prevent punishment. Instantly, the others showed keen interest. Firstly, the leader is exceedingly kind to his own people. He regards each individual as significant. His treatment of us stems from our lack of his trust. Mukwang scanned the crowd. So, how can we earn the new leader's trust? Is that even a question? Naturally, by undertaking actions beneficial to the Xianbird clan. For instance, if you venture out and bring back a few women, the leader will undoubtedly reward you and trust you. By the way, there are 2 women you must pay special attention to. Mukwang said mysteriously. The matriarch is beautiful. Isn't she? Indeed. She is as lovely as a goddess. The captives chimed in unison. In the future, when you encounter her, be sure to show respect. She is the leader's woman. If you provoke her wrath, no one will be able to save you. Even if she is not the leader's woman, we still respect her. Exactly. Others echoed. There is another woman, dressed similarly to the matriarch, who is equally stunning. You must also take care not to offend her. The captives quietly committed this to memory. Mukwang, I previously heard that in the Xianbird clan, the leader is the highest authority. Why is there now a new leader? Chapter 43, Division of Labor. In truth, the people of the Xianbird clan do not refer to their leader as such. They call him the Divine Envoy. Divine Envoy? Have you tasted the fish? That was caught using tools invented by the Divine Envoy. The Xianbird clan can catch as many fish as they desire. Mukwang recounted the information he had gathered, including the feathered spears. Those 2 are weapons devised by the Divine Envoy. They pierce through with a single shot, remarkably effective. The captives' minds once again conjured the image of the figure who had threatened to hang them from trees. This time, alongside fear, there was a newfound sense of reverence. Are you aware of traps? Those were also invented by the Divine Envoy. Therefore, despite the numerous people of the Yanfeng tribe, they stand no chance against the Xianbird clan. You now realize how fortunate you are to remain here. The captives did not understand the concept of a promising future. However, they knew that being part of the Xianbird clan meant they would not go hungry, nor would they face death in a bewildered manner. Moreover, the Divine Envoy can transform 2 wild chickens into 9. Mukwang's final statement left the captives even more astonished. While catching fish with tools was within their realm of understanding, turning 2 chickens into 9 was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Mukwang felt a swell of pride. The Xianbird clansmen who had imparted this information to him likely experienced a similar thrill. And there is one more crucial matter. Mukwang's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are not yet true members of the Xianbird clan. You have merely joined, but have not yet gained their recognition. This applies not only to you, but to me as well. However, I am now a high-ranking slave, while you remain low-ranking slaves. Low-ranking slaves? The stunned crowd regained their composure. Low-ranking slaves eat meat only every few days, while high-ranking slaves indulge in it daily. Mukwang beamed with pride. So how can one become a high-ranking slave? Only through meritorious deeds can one ascend. Indeed, That is what the divine envoy has stated. Once I accrue enough merit, I shall officially become a member of the Xianbird clan. Muquan's eyes gleamed with aspiration. Muquan, if you are to return and deceive the Yinfeng tribe again, be sure to take me with you. I want to go too. So do I. Su Yi, feeling the weight of the increased population, remarked, our food may become insufficient. Yao Yu, feeling both delighted and somewhat anxious, replied, with more people, there is no fear of starvation. Su Yi responded confidently, this land can easily sustain our small number. As long as we master the methods, food will be abundant. Yao Yu gazed into his eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had always imagined finding a robust and formidable partner, yet now, whenever she thought of such matters, Su Yi's face would inevitably come to mind. With the increase in manpower, the plan for the camp's enclosure could commence. Su Yi stroked his chin, realizing it was also time to assign roles. Focus would lead to efficiency. Division of labor? Yao Yu inquired curiously. Yes, division of labor. Each individual possesses different talents. For instance, Lien produces excellent garments. As Su Yi spoke, he scrutinized Yao Yu once more. Noticing her gaze growing increasingly cold, he continued, previously, without formidable weapons, the entire tribe had to venture out to encircle prey. Now, armed with bows and traps, just a few individuals can accomplish what previously required the entire tribe. This way, others can be freed up to attend to other tasks. Yao Yu discerned that he became more assertive the more she showed him kindness. If she did not rein him in with her gaze, she suspected he might dare to overstep boundaries in broad daylight. So, how will the division of labor be organized? Yao Yu asked blandly. I have decided that all clothing for the tribe will be produced by Lien. She may select 2 assistants. Ing and Li will lead half of the male tribesmen and 6 captives, forming 2 hunting teams that will alternate between hunting and patrolling. Speaking of these 2, they have yet to be punished. Had it not been for Muquan's cleverness, the camp might have been ambushed. Indeed, these 2 have been exceedingly careless. Yao Yu rarely found herself in agreement with Su Yi. Su Yi nodded and continued. Next, I will ask Lan if she is willing to take charge of fishing. The remaining slaves will be your responsibility. Ensure they diligently chop wood and clear the area around the camp. And be careful not to fell any fruit trees. As for the 2 elders, do not let them chop wood. Assign them the task of crafting arrows. All right, Secretary Yu, please convey my arrangements. Su Yi sat in the position originally occupied by Yao Yu, stretching his limbs. Yao Yu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. That night, around the campfire, leader, could we not consider an alternative form of punishment? Under the flickering flames, Yao Ying's face was flushed. Indeed, this is exceedingly humiliating. Yao Li's expression mirrored his distress. At that moment, 2 individuals stripped of their animal skin skirts lay prostrate on the stone slab. Surrounding them were members of the Xianbird clan, men, women, and children, as well as a throng of slaves, all summoned to witness this spectacle at Su Yi's behest. Laughter and pointed fingers erupted from the crowd. The 2 captives longed to vanish beneath the stone slab. They were acutely aware of their grave misstep and had resigned themselves to the impending consequences. Yet, they could never have imagined such a method of punishment. It was evident that it was conceived by the deity's envoy. Had the clan leader been willing to plead for clemency, perhaps an alternative punishment could have been negotiated. However, to their dismay, they soon realized that the clan leader completely disregarded their plight. Ling, I implore you, speak to the envoy on our behalf. Any punishment other than this would suffice. I have a leopard skin I could offer you. Yao Ying, with a cunning glint in his eye, attempted to bribe. Yao Ling vehemently shook her head, terrified at the thought. You wish for an alternative? Su Yi inquired coldly as he approached. The 2 immediately fell silent. No, absolutely not. They stammered in unison. Indeed, this will suffice. Yao Li added haltingly. Gu you go? Su Yi commanded. Give them 20, no, 30 strikes. Aim for their backsides. Yao Gu complied, raising the wooden stick handed to him by Su Yi and struck Yao Ying's rear end. Yao Ying let out a muffled grunt. All eyes were upon them, forbidding any escape. Their negligence had nearly led to catastrophic repercussions for the Xianbird clan. Fortunately, it was Mu Chuan's quick wit that averted disaster. Bring forth 5 pieces of dried fish and a deer hide for Mu Chuan, gasped the onlookers in astonishment. Such a reward was unprecedented, and admiration quickly turned to envy, especially among the slaves, who had never tasted even 5 pieces of dried fish in their lifetimes. Immediately, someone approached from behind Su Yi, carrying the rewards. Trembling with excitement, Mu Chuan bowed deeply, palms raised in gratitude. Thank you, envoy. Feeling the weight of the rewards in his hands and the myriad gazes upon him, Mu Chuan felt a surge of devotion, convinced he would gladly sacrifice himself for the Xianbird clan. As the rewards were promptly placed in Mu Chuan's hands, a sense of shared elation swept through the crowd, as if the bounty had been bestowed upon each of them. Chapter 44, The Pigpen. From that night forth, every member of the Xianbird clan, be they clansmen or slaves, comprehended the envoy's principle of rewarding merit and punishing transgressions with unwavering clarity. Witnessing the flames of determination igniting in the eyes of the people, Yao Yu realized that from this moment on, Su's position within the clan was unassailable. Whatever demands he might make, everyone would exert their utmost efforts to fulfill them. Indeed, if he so desired, he could command the clansmen to bind her and deliver her to his nest. At this thought, she immediately shook her head, casting aside such strange notions. After 30 strikes, the backsides of the two were left bloodied and bruised. 2 clansmen assisted them away to apply medicine. Su, I could have slain 2 people today. Why did you not reward me? Yao Ling approached, her tone a mix of arrogance and defiance after the crowd dispersed. Su seized her, striding toward the hut while stating, I shall reward you now. Oh, you're insufferable. There are others present. Yao Ling exclaimed playfully. And what of you? She's one of us. Huh, who among you is truly an ally? Yao Yu retorted, watching the two frolic away before turning towards her own nest. Utterly incredulous at their lack of shame, the Yen Phoenix tribe was enveloped in gloom. Following 2 assaults on the Shinbird clan, nearly 100 of their warriors had perished. Even their leader had met his end within the valley. Its dire chief, the Black Wolf tribe, has stolen our prey. A disheveled individual stumbled back into the camp. We had hunted a bear, intending to feast well, but the Black Wolf tribe emerged, seized our catch, and injured my kin. The newcomer, bloodied and battered, implored, Chief Mu-Yi, you must seek justice for me. The Black Wolf tribe was becoming increasingly audacious. Come, follow me, Mu-Yi bellowed. After Feng Xin's demise, he had been elected as the leader of the Yen Phoenix tribe. They had suffered losses and must reclaim their honor. The 2 tribes clashed once more upon the battlefield. Sticks collided amidst cries and curses, leaving bodies torn and bloodied. The Yen Phoenix tribe, already weaker than the Black Wolf tribe, suffered further casualties and found themselves at an even greater disadvantage. After a fierce battle, the Yen Phoenix tribe retreated with mournful howls. The Black Wolf tribe returned triumphantly with captives in tow. Chief, I believe the Yen Phoenix tribe is now outnumbered. We should launch a full-scale assault to eliminate them and seize their territory, one of the warriors suggested. No. Wolf Howl pondered for a moment. Feng Xin was very cunning. If we commit all our forces, we may fall into his trap. Have you noticed? He has not shown himself today. In the past, he would always lead the charge. Wolf Howl continued. Today, the Yen Phoenix tribe has sent fewer warriors, which suggests Feng Xin is laying in ambush. Thankfully, I left some men at our camp. If we seize the right moment, we can gradually eliminate them. Father, shall we not ally with the Shinbird clan? Wolf Moon inquired. Foolish daughter. Setting aside whether the individuals you encountered were deceiving you, even if they spoke the truth, we shall not ally with them. Consider this. Once we annihilate the Yen Phoenix tribe, their territory will belong to us. Why would we share it with the Shinbird clan? Let the Shinbird clan remain in the woods. Just then, a warrior burst into the den. Chief, the captives from the Yen Phoenix tribe have disclosed a piece of news. Their leader, Feng Xin, has perished, along with dozens of others. Their new leader is named Mu-Yi. Mu-Yi, Wolf Howl exclaimed, who was responsible for Feng Xin's demise. The captives claim it was the Shinbird clan, replied his subordinate. Quickly, take me to see that captive, Wolf Howl said, elated. The subordinate hesitated. Chief, that individual has already been killed. 30 days later, within the Shinbird clan, the clansmen and slaves toiled fervently, and the camp flourished. The expanded encampment was encircled by sturdy palisades and equipped with a robust wooden gate. On the eastern side of the camp, a designated area had been allocated for livestock. The enclosure, composed of towering fences, was divided into 3 segments, each housing wild boars, an unidentified gray sheep, and 2 wolves. Su-Yi endeavored to tame the wolves as one would a dog, personally attending to their feeding. In the pigpen, the wild boar population had grown to 3, 2 sows and 1 boar, living in harmony. However, the 2 rams in the sheep pen squabbled incessantly after each meal, causing quite the commotion. The enclosure and camp palisades were constructed from felled trees, firmly planted into the ground. The extensive root systems, combined with rudimentary tools, made excavation exceedingly arduous. It took nearly 30 days to complete, consuming a considerable amount of the slaves' labor. The clanspeople joked that the pigs and sheep lived better than they did. Several chicks were growing rapidly, and the coop was becoming inadequate. The slaves had been busy constructing a chicken coop these past few days. Have we caught any live ones today? A voice called from outside the camp's wooden gate. Su-Yi turned to see Yao Ying approaching, flanked by 2 individuals carrying a sheep, its round eyes wide open as if it were lifeless. Alas, even the ram now has a companion. Yao Ying sighed, only to notice Su-Yi's gaze fixed upon her, prompting her to fall silent. Eagle, is it your sentiment that you feel a bit lonely? Su-Yi remarked nonchalantly as Yao Ying drew near. Divine envoy, I merely wish to speak of sheep, nothing more. Yao Ying observed the glimmer in Su Yi's eyes, realizing that he was in good spirits. Divine Envoy, when shall you procure some women for us? We are rather in need. Su Yi was well aware of his intentions. Initially, I believed we should conquer by force, but later, your chieftain enlightened me. And I have decided that it is appropriate to win people over with virtue. Eagle, let me be frank with you. When the flock transforms into 10 sheep, women will come knocking at our door. At that time, they will be eager to become your wives, and you shall have the luxury of choosing amongst them. Su Yi leaned in, speaking mysteriously. Divine Envoy, is this truly the case? Yao Ying's eyes sparkled with hope. You rascal, have I ever failed to deliver on my promises? With your assurance, I could easily bring in not just 10 sheep, but 20. Very well, it is settled. 20 it shall be. I was merely jesting. You cannot possibly. A man's word, once spoken, is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Yao Ying gritted his teeth, recalling how often the Divine Envoy had uttered this phrase, which had become nearly second nature to the clan, even if its full meaning eluded them. I shall seek out Gu and request his assistance in setting some traps. Yao Ying declared, rushing toward Yao Gu's dwelling. A dozen slaves were busy constructing a chicken coop beside the sheep pen, led by Mu Chuan. The slaves of the Xianbird clan were categorized into 2 distinct ranks. Currently, there were only 2 high-ranking slaves, Mu Chuan and Lang Ben. They enjoyed privileges akin to those of the Xianbird clan, receiving meat daily and having a nest to sleep in at night. The other slaves resided in makeshift shelters that offered little protection from the rain. Although they were not starved, they might go days without a morsel of meat. Thus, it was only natural that the 2 became the envy of the other slaves. Seeing the Divine Envoy nearby, everyone worked fervently, eager to catch his eye and earn his favor. Including Mu Chuan, there were 25 slaves from the Xianbird clan, who had become the mainstay of labor. Meanwhile, the men of the Xianbird clan engaged only in higher-level tasks such as hunting and patrolling. Chapter 45, A Plea for Mercy. Chief, the Black Wolf tribe is far too powerful. One chieftain lamented. What shall we do? Within the meeting hut of the Yin Feng tribe, each face bore a frown. For nearly 30 days, the Black Wolf tribe had launched repeated incursions, causing significant casualties among the Yin Feng tribe and seizing many women. Even the hunting grounds they often frequented had been overtaken by the Black Wolf tribe. The children and elders of the clan cried out from hunger, and even the able-bodied hunters returned empty-handed. It is all Feng Xian's fault. Had he not been so willful, we would not have suffered such losses. Let us retreat. Back to the Beast Forest. Mu Yi sighed deeply. The Beast Forest? Is that not the territory of the Xianbird clan? Indeed. The others echoed in agreement. Mu Yi snorted disdainfully. That land was originally ours, granted to them by Feng Xian's father. Now, we are merely returning to our own territory. But will the Xianbird clan allow this? Alas, not only has Feng Xian died, but he also offended the Xianbird clan. What are we to do? It was Feng Xian's idea to confront the Xianbird clan. Now that the tribe is under my command, we shall not provoke them. Inform everyone. The entire tribe shall relocate. Mu Yi decisively declared. The members of the Yin Feng tribe, armed with weapons and animal skins, clutching wooden tubes and stone bowls, left the camp, glancing back repeatedly. Captain, trouble is brewing. The Yin Feng tribe is coming. Today it was Yao Li's turn to lead the patrol. Upon hearing this, he immediately instructed his men to hide. Peering through the gaps in the trees, he indeed saw a considerable number of Yin Feng tribe members. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the ranks included not only the able-bodied but also the elderly, the weak, and women, all carrying animal skins and stone bowls. They appeared more like a migrating group than a war party. Fool! Yao Li slapped the messenger, exclaiming, have you ever seen a war party accompanied by women and children? I've told you time and again to think. Yao Li recalled the Divine Envoy's words. Did they fall on deaf ears? Captain, you are truly wise. They do seem to be anything but a war party. Come, let us step out and inquire about their presence in our territory. A group of 7 or 8 emerged from the underbrush, calling out. The Yin Feng tribe members, startled, paused in their frantic search for a suitable campsite. You Yin Feng tribe dare to enter our territory, Yao Li declared, hands on his hips. Mu Yi, seeing that there were only a few of them, felt a wave of relief wash over him. You are from the Xianbird clan, are you not? Indeed. Return to your chieftain, Yao Yu, and inform him that half of this forest belongs to the Yin Feng tribe. You are not to hunt here, and we shall not invade you. Nonsense. Yao Li's temper flared immediately as he shouted. The Beast Forest is the territory of the Xianbird clan. You must vacate at once, or face death by my arrows. Mu Yi brandished his stone spear, declaring, you are but a handful. Let us see how you intend to expel us. Roar. The Yin Feng tribe rallied behind him, cheering him on. Hand me a bow. We must show them our might. Yao Li dropped his stone axe and called for his bow from his subordinates. Once he had the bow, he knocked an arrow and aimed directly at the opponent's chest. Captain, The man handing him the bow urged. The divine envoy has said that if they do not attack first, we must not strike with lethal force. Look, they are merely demonstrating. They have not dared to charge. Yao Li's eyes darted as he suppressed his anger. The divine envoy often remarked on his impulsive nature. Perhaps it was best to intimidate them for now. Yao Li took aim and loosed an arrow at the totem pole, as thick as an arm, held by the Yin Feng tribe. Thwack! The arrow whistled past Mu Yi's ear, embedding itself firmly in the pole. Will you not leave our territory? Yao Li called out, aiming his next arrow at your head. Cold sweat broke out on Mu Yi's brow. He had heard from the returning tribe members that the Xianbird clan possessed a fearsome javelin that could shoot far and true. Retreat! Flee the forest! Watching the throngs flee in panic, Yao Li shouted, chase them, drive them out of our territory. Only after the Yin Feng tribe had exited the forest did Yao Li return, laughing heartily. Captain, you are truly valiant. Ha! You all must train diligently as well. Outside the forest, the Yin Feng tribe found themselves at a loss. Oh heavens! Why must you treat us so, O Yin Feng tribe? Mu Yi raised his hands to the sky, beseeching. Chief, I have a way to ensure our tribe's survival. Mu Yi turned in surprise to see it was the shaman speaking. Speak quickly, what is your plan? Yes, do tell. The other tribespeople turned hopeful gazes toward her. If we are willing to cast aside our pride and plead with the Xianbird clan, they should allow us to remain. The shaman stated. Mu Yi sighed heavily. At this point, we have no choice but to seek out Yao Yu. Who among us will represent the tribe and plead with them? Mu Yi surveyed the crowd, noting the averted gazes. The Xianbird clan is far too fierce. Everyone fears being struck by their javelins. Seeing that no one stepped forward, the shaman gritted her teeth and declared, Chief, I am willing to go. The shaman's father gasped in shock. Child, have you lost your mind? They will kill you. Mu Yi shot him a glance, her face alight with joy. Splendid. I will have a few companions accompany you. The priestess shook her head. No need. With that, she ventured alone into the dense forest. Captain, more people are approaching. What? They dare to come here. Yao Li leaped from the ground, determined to make them pay for their audacity. He led his men out of the woods, only to find that a single woman had come from the Yin Feng tribe. A woman of considerable beauty. Regardless of who she was, any intruder attempting to claim their territory would be regarded as Yao Li's adversary. Warriors of the Xin Yao tribe. I come on behalf of the Yin Feng tribe to request that you relay a message to your chieftain. We seek a parcel of land to call our own. The priestess, upon spotting figures, promptly stated her intentions, her voice ringing clear through the branches and thickets. Don't even think about it. Our territory will not be ceded to your tribe. Now, be gone. Yao Li waved his hand impatiently. Yet, the woman did not retreat. Instead, she took a step closer to him. Halt. Take another step, and I will shoot you. Yao Li growled menacingly. At his words, the woman trembled but resolutely continued forward. Yao Li knocked an arrow, sending it to land just beside her feet. I did not miss. Consider it a warning. Next time, I shall not hesitate to kill you. The priestess dared not advance further, convinced that he was not merely bluffing. How can you assist in delivering the message? She called out. I know you are of the Xin Yao tribe. Perhaps you even recognize me. I am the priestess of the Yin Feng tribe. A priestess? Yao Li struggled to recall, finding no memories of such a figure in his mind. However, gazing at the striking woman standing not far away, his thoughts began to stir. Chapter 46. Two Paths. How foolish of him. Why should he wish to kill her? Rather than envy the boars behind the fence, why not simply claim this woman for himself? You claim to be a priestess? Nonsense. A priestess would not look like that. Do you know me? Can you tell me who you are? The priestess's heart raced with excitement. She was not afraid of death, but for the sake of the Yin Feng tribe and her father, she had to complete her mission. Steeling herself, she approached him step by step, hoping he might recognize her. She tucked her stray hair behind her ear, revealing a lovely visage. Yao Li, entranced by her beauty, licked his lips and discarded his bow. As he closed the distance, he charged forward without hesitation. The priestess, realizing she had been deceived, turned to flee. But how could she outrun Yao Li? He caught up to her in a few strides, lifting her effortlessly onto his shoulder. Ha ha. He laughed heartily. Let me go? Help. Release me. The priestess protested, kicking and punching. Yao Li felt the softness of her form against his arm and shoulder, sending a shiver through him. The scent was distinctly feminine, differing from that of men. You lot keep an eye on this area. If anything arises, send someone back to inform me. I must return the captive to camp first. Yao Li instructed before striding away. Su Yi observed the woman crumpled in a corner, her face streaked with tears. Hesitating to speak, turning to Yao Li, he found amusement in his disheveled appearance. Li, I know you crave a woman, but she's merely a messenger. Why bring her back? In the midst of conflict, one does not slay a messenger. Fear not, young lady. He simply thinks in a rather straightforward manner. If you clarify your intentions, I will ensure your safe return. Yao Li, growing anxious, thought he had finally acquired a woman. Divine envoy. What are you blathering about? Silence. Su-yi feigned anger. Yao Li sulkily exited the tent. Outside, a throng of Xian, Niao men had already gathered. As Yao Li returned with the woman, they crossed paths with Yao Ying and his hunting party. They eyed him like wolves starved for months, bantering all the way. The divine envoy intends to release her. Yao Li plopped down in the clearing. Haha. Yao Ying laughed. I thought you were going to be the first to indulge. You startled me. In the forest, during her abduction, the priestess felt only a flicker of fear. She understood that no tribe would casually kill a woman, typically leaving her as a prize for those with merit. However, when surrounded by a group of men at that peculiar entrance, she nearly fainted from terror. Suddenly, it struck her that intermarriage was unlikely within the Xian Niao tribe. She was the only foreign woman, and her fate was all too predictable. In some tribes, it was common for many men to share a single woman. Fortunately, the man before her assured her they would not harm her. He was the divine envoy of the Xian Niao tribe. He appeared rather unassuming. Yet, the muscular man who had carried her back did not dare speak loudly in his presence. By the way, your Yanfeng tribe has attacked us twice. I have yet to settle the score with you. The priestess steadied herself against a post. Our Yanfeng tribe is on the brink of extinction. Oh. Su-yi listened intently as he sat at the head of the table. The Yanfeng tribe has brought this upon themselves. You sought to provoke us. And now you find yourselves without refuge. The Yanfeng tribe has assaulted us. You are our enemy. I should seize this opportunity to send someone to annihilate you. The priestess trembled, nearly collapsing. But Yao Yu, she has shown some compassion, urging me not to destroy you. Here is my proposal. If you agree to my terms, allowing you to settle in our territory is not out of the question. Su-yi regarded her steadily. Otherwise, our losses would be considerable. Speak. The priestess's heart raced. Her excitement palpable. I will relay your words to our chieftain without omission. Every time the great moon is at its fullest, you must deliver to me 10 large game animals turned into jerky, along with 10 deer hides, Su-yi stated after a moment's contemplation. The great moon, as observed by Su-yi, tended to wax full approximately every 35 days. You may relay this back. If you agree, your Yanfeng tribe may remain. If not, vacate our territory. Understood. The priestess felt disheartened. The items requested would suffice to feed her people for half a month if rationed carefully. If that seems too burdensome, I have another option, Su-yi added suddenly. Do tell. We can graciously accept the women of your tribe, particularly those as young and capable of bearing children as yourself, to join the Xian Niao tribe, enjoying the privileges of our kin. What of the men? The priestess seized upon the pivotal question. Men? I have no use for men. They are but a waste of resources. Su-yi shook his head repeatedly. Yet, I am a kind-hearted person. Should the men find themselves in dire straits, they may join our tribe as joyous lowly slaves, at least assured of food and drink. The priestess fell into contemplation. Su-yi turned to leave, pulling open the door and nearly colliding with Yao Yu, who had been eavesdropping. I invited you in. Yet you chose not to enter and preferred to spy. What a peculiar hobby. Su-yi jested. Shoo, I know that priestess. Yao Yu whispered, pulling Su-yi away from the tent's vicinity. Knowing her is one thing. We are not the ones seeking favors now. Humph. The priestess is quite lovely. I am merely here to keep an eye on you. Yao Yu declared with utmost seriousness. However, do you think your demands of the Yanfeng tribe are somewhat excessive? When they drove you away, did they not take into account the past? Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, Su-yi grasped her hand, asserting, I did not annihilate them. Is that not enough for you? Why resort to violence when words suffice? A sweet sensation surged within Yao Yu as she attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it futile. As twilight approached, the priestess had no choice but to spend the night with the Xian bird tribe. Yao Yu accompanied her on leisurely strolls prior to their expulsion. They had been the best of companions. The men surrounding them regarded her with curiosity but dared not approach to provoke her, which provided her with some relief. Over there lay the livestock area, containing captured pigs and sheep. Under the moonlight, the priestess observed several animals moving behind sturdy fences. She did not comprehend why they were not slaughtered for meat, but rather kept imprisoned. Adjacent to that was the slave living quarter. Following Yao Yu's indication, the priestess was astonished to see numerous members of the Yanfeng tribe. Among the crowd, she even spotted Mu Chuan. Come, let us go take a look. Yao Yu urged, pulling her hand. The slaves were gathered around a bonfire, discussing beauty and the beast. Upon noticing the tribe leader approaching with his entourage, they immediately stood to greet him. Chapter 47. We swear not to be slaves. Leader. Greetings, leader. What a splendid day today, distributing meat to everyone. Mu Chuan inquired curiously. This was decided by Su. I am unaware of the details, Yao Yu lied. Su-yi had informed her that distributing meat was a celebration of the Yanfeng tribe's decline. Regardless, if it pleased him, he would distribute meat. And she had grown accustomed to it. Priestess, have you also become a slave? Mu Chuan noticed the priestess nearby. No, I am not. The priestess waved her hand dismissively. Then what brings you here? Mu Chuan queried. suddenly recalling that Captain Li had seemingly reclaimed a woman today. You wouldn't. Is the meat not enough to silence you? Indeed. Hearing Yao Yu speak, Mu Chuan obediently retreated to his spot. Come, let's return over there, Yao Yu said, leading the dazed priestess away. The priestess felt a profound shock within her. She had heard her father speak of slaves as being less than human, receiving scant sustenance while laboring excessively. Yet, why did the slaves of the Xian bird tribe appear to be faring better than the warriors of her own tribe? They showed no signs of suffering. Rather, they seemed quite content. Was it possible that the divine envoy had deliberately arranged this for her observation? She could not help but inquire, Yao, do you provide the slaves with such ample food every day? Not at all, the priestess mused. Indeed, in the past, there was no meat, but wild vegetables and fruits were plentiful. The priestess remarked in confusion. Why do you feed the slaves so much? Yao Yu cast the priestess a peculiar glance and replied, Su said that slaves are also human. Only when well fed and watered can they work diligently. But do you have so much food? This forest sustains us adequately, and there is that great river teeming with fish. As they conversed, they returned to the open area at the center of the Xian bird tribe's dwelling. A grand bonfire had already been ignited, and the tribe members gathered around. Filled with laughter and joy, the priestess noticed that the divine envoy Su Yi was seated among them, accompanied by a woman nearly as beautiful as Yao. Even from a distance, her laughter was clearly audible. Yao Yu guided the priestess to sit on Su Yi's other side. As soon as they settled, the large man who had carried her back approached. Priestess, I apologize. Please accept this, Yao Li said, offering the priestess a piece of meat before hastily retreating to his place. No sooner had he settled than Yao Ying leaped up, also rushing over to present the priestess with a piece of grilled fish. What are you doing? Yao Li exclaimed in exasperation. The envoy said that a graceful lady may be approached by all. Upon this declaration, the gathering erupted in excitement. The priestess sat in a daze, surrounded by an abundance of fruits and roasted meat, feeling utterly bewildered. Some even dashed off to retrieve their most treasured possessions, only to be halted by Su Yi. Everyone has not seen a woman of flesh in quite some time. Do not take offense at their exuberance. Su Yi turned to reassure them. Calm yourselves. If you frighten her away, who will you cry to? Indeed, settle down. Yao Li muttered grumpily. The bonfire dinner, enlivened by the priestess's presence, became a lively affair. Yao Li and Yao Ying nearly engaged in a wrestling match at the edge of the clearing to prove who was stronger in front of the priestess. Su Yi found the spectacle amusing. The following day, it was Yao Ying's turn to patrol, and he escorted the priestess back. My daughter. As soon as the priestess emerged from the thicket, she spotted her elderly father, his hair as white as snow. When she had been taken away the previous day, she feared she would never see him again. Father, I have returned. They embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Oh, the priestess has returned. The priestess has returned, leader. For the first time, the priestess found herself among a group of leaders, yet after her experience with the Xian bird tribe, she felt no unease. This is unacceptable. Such demands are far too excessive. The Xian bird tribe was astonishingly greedy. Why did they not come to seize? I must see Yao Yu, priestess. Go once more and inform Yao Yu to meet me. Mu Yi declared coldly. Cough cough. The priestess could not help but stifle a laugh. She did not understand why. Having suffered losses at the hands of the Xian bird tribe, the leaders of the Yin Feng tribe still possessed such audacity. Mu Yi fumed. What is so amusing? Priestess? Leader, the priestess replied solemnly. Currently, it is not Yao Yu who holds sway over the Xian bird tribe, but their divine envoy. Divine envoy? The crowd murmured in confusion. Indeed, their formidable weapon is that divine envoy. Presently, everyone in the Xian bird tribe, including that Yao Yu mentioned, is under the divine envoy's command. Furthermore, the divine envoy harbors deep animosity toward our Yin Feng tribe. He stated that had it not been for Yao Yu's sake, he would have sought retribution for our previous invasion long ago. The leaders and prominent figures were all taken aback. What shall we do now? They sighed in unison. Thus, the divine envoy has offered us a second course of action. Priestess, why are you speaking in fragments today? Mu Yi admonished. The priestess wished to inform him that she had learned this from the divine envoy. He had instructed her to relay Su Yi's exact words. Slaves? Mu Yi exclaimed. Do not even think about it. We would rather die than become slaves to that divine envoy. Indeed, the people of the Yin Feng tribe would rather die than be enslaved. The crowd was filled with fervor, and the priestess could only swallow her words about the relatively comfortable lives of the slaves in the Xian bird tribe. Priestess, go inform him that we choose the first course of action. I refuse to believe that our hundreds of men in the Yin Feng tribe cannot capture sufficient game. The Black Wolf tribe has recently gained considerable strength. For a long time, the 5 tribes have engaged in conflict, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Yet, the Black Wolf tribe has quietly seized all the territory of the Yin Feng tribe. Leader, the forest to the north of the Yin Feng tribe was originally our territory. It is time we reclaim it from the Black Wolf tribe. Indeed, leader. In the Thunder tribe's hall, the discussions grew animated. This won't do. The Black Wolf tribe has annihilated the Yin Feng tribe and has become even more formidable. How can we possibly compete? Thunder tribe leader Lei Jun spoke slowly. I recall that the Wind tribe also had a piece of territory seized. A chieftain proposed. Why don't we unite with the Wind tribe and jointly launch an assault on the Black Wolf tribe? That is indeed a splendid idea. Another echoed. Yes. If we combine our forces for an attack, the Black Wolf tribe will surely be no match for us. Very well. Let us prepare some gifts and pay a visit to the Wind tribe, Lei Jun stated. Meanwhile, the howl of wolves still resonated with joy. For the territory of the Black Wolf tribe had suddenly expanded by over half. The number of women had also increased by more than 30, promising a substantial rise in births each year. In just a few years, the Black Wolf tribe would emerge as the mightiest among the 4 tribes. Have the people of the Flame Phoenix tribe retreated into the Beast Forest? Indeed, chief. They lingered outside the forest for a night before entering the next day. It is said that the Beast Forest is a bountiful place, teeming with an abundance of prey. Chapter 48, The Betrothal. The rainforest, rich in rainfall, remains perpetually humid. The inhabitants of the forest need not worry about the changing of seasons or the fluctuations of temperature. However, the incessant downpour had become the most troublesome issue for the Flame Phoenix tribe. When it rains, the tracks of prey are obscured, making pursuit exceedingly difficult. Chief, tomorrow we must present our tribute, but we are still short 2 beasts of meat. What shall we do? In the newly constructed hut of the Flame Phoenix tribe, all the chieftains had gathered. Indeed, if we lack sufficient offerings, we will surely be driven away. This forest is truly a land of fortune. Though poisonous snakes and insects have caused much suffering, the wild vegetables and fruits are far more plentiful than in our previous territory. Even if the tribesmen do not eat their fill, they shall not go hungry. Chief, a messenger from the Xianbird tribe has arrived. Claiming there is a matter to discuss, one of the tribesmen burst in. How many have come? Mu Yi inquired, startled. Only 3, was the reply. Mu Yi exhaled in relief. Quickly, invite them in. Inside the large hut, Yao Lan from the Xianbird tribe greeted Chief Mu Yi with a slight bow, her palms facing upward. Mu Yi returned the gesture. Once the formalities were completed, Yao Lan was invited to a stone bench nearby. All eyes from the Flame Phoenix tribe were fixed on the beautiful woman, eager to hear her words. Tomorrow is the day of tribute. Has your tribe prepared the offerings? Yao Lan asked straightforwardly. Our tribe has been striving to hunt, but the heavens have continuously poured rain, and we are still short 2 beasts, Mu Yi replied cautiously. Observing Yao Lan's expression. Upon hearing this, Yao Lan thought to herself. As expected, the divine envoy's predictions were accurate. You have not had meat to eat recently, have you? Yao Lan questioned. Indeed, there are many wild beasts, but the mountains are not like the plains. The surrounded beasts always find a way to escape. The abundance of trees makes it difficult to throw spears accurately. To be honest, since we entered this place, we have not eaten meat at all. Mu Yi lamented bitterly. I have not come for any other reason than to resolve your meat shortage. Please, tell us. The crowd clamored. We are willing to offer 2 deer skins in exchange for a young woman from your tribe. For each woman who marries into our clan, you may reduce your tribute by 2 beasts. Messenger, wait. Mu Yi was taken aback, although he did not fully comprehend some of the terms. He understood correctly that the Xianbird tribe was willing to trade deer skins for women, while also alleviating part of their tribute. Such fortune. He turned to the other tribesmen and found that they too were filled with a mix of confusion and elation. All we require are 5 healthy and beautiful young women. And you shall not need to present any tribute tomorrow, Yao Lan smiled. Mu Yi grasped the situation. The Xianbird tribe, through this exchange, would leave with 5 of their women without any cost. Fortunately, their tribe still had an ample number of women, and using them as tribute was a most fortuitous arrangement for the Flame Phoenix tribe. Our divine envoy has specified that they must be both healthy and beautiful. Yao Lan gazed at the flicker of desire in Mu Yi's eyes and coldly warned, if you deceive us, he will not hesitate to take action and seize them by force. Chief Mu Yi, surely, you do not wish for the Xianbird tribe to come for you, do you? No. We are grateful for the benevolence of the divine envoy, who offers us the opportunity to use women as tribute. Mu Yi replied in a flustered manner. I shall summon the women of our tribe who are not heavily pregnant, and you may personally select 5. Lan, I told you that you could do it. You were just being modest, Su Yi remarked, looking at the 5 shy girls standing in a row with a broad smile. I am merely worried about failing the task you assigned. Very well, go find Lian. She has prepared your garments, Su Yi said cheerfully, waving his hand. Really? Yao Lan felt a surge of joy, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she withdrew. Exiting the tent, she suppressed her exhilaration, refraining from running wildly, and instead walked briskly to Lian's dwelling. Lan, you have arrived. Before Yao Lan could speak, she saw Lian turn around, presenting a set of clothing. The divine envoy instructed that I should give you this upon your return. Did he already know I would accomplish the task? Or does he wish to claim me for himself? Yaolon could not help but let her thoughts wander. In the central clearing, 13 men from the Xian bird tribe were beside themselves with excitement. Finally, their tribe had women from outside, and they were 5 in number, all quite attractive. These 5 women are only to be awarded to those who have contributed. They are not for communal use. Su Yi's single statement extinguished the flames of enthusiasm among the men in an instant. In the primitive society, where could one find the freedom of romantic love? Women simply followed the men they fancied into the woods. When men encountered women from the tribe who were not heavily pregnant, they would disregard the women's wishes and claim them without hesitation. Women also grew accustomed to mating with multiple men. In the tribe, aside from the chieftain and the leader, only those with significant achievements could possess women exclusively. As for the other men and women, they often bonded randomly. This was of little concern to the men, as they could mate with numerous women. However, among women, particularly those who were independent, many could not endure sharing men. They preferred to follow the chieftain or leader, becoming their private property rather than communal assets. The 5 young women had only recently undergone their coming-of-age ceremony and had not yet had the chance to transform into women when they were offered to the Xian bird tribe. Sui decided to seize this opportunity to alter the Xian bird tribe's outdated customs. We can defeat the Flame Phoenix tribe, and Yao Gu's traps played an indispensable role. Thus, let Yao Gu choose first among the 5 women. You have no objections, do you? None. None. The men's voices were sparse and weak. There will be more women. With your current demeanor, you can forget about ever having a woman in your life. Sui remarked coldly. The men immediately rallied their spirits, understanding the divine envoy's intentions. In the future, they too would be able to possess women exclusively. Thank you, divine envoy. Yao Gu grinned as he stepped forward. He selected the plumpest woman from the 5. Feeling the softness in his palm, Yao Gu couldn't help but squeeze her gently, saying, "Do not worry, with my skills, I will ensure you are well fed." The girl lowered her head, shyly smiling. Yao Ying, it is your turn to choose. Thank you, divine envoy. Yao Ying strode forward and unceremoniously picked up a petite girl, carrying her away. Su Yi watched the disparity in their sizes with concern for the girl. The other men looked on enviously. Li, Su Yi called. Yao Li stepped forward, leaning in. Divine envoy, may I select a woman from here and also request the shamaness? Su Yi was taken aback that this fellow still had his eyes on the shamaness. In principle, each person should have one. But if the priestess willingly chooses to accompany you, I shall not stand in her way, Su Yi contemplated. Then I shall not choose, Yao Li declared, turning to leave. This position shall be reserved for her. The priestess may not even regard you, Su Yi cautioned, if you do not make a selection now. The next opportunity will not arise for over 30 days. Chapter 49, The Extremes of Deception. I have not been with a woman for so long. A few more days make no difference. Su Yi gained further insight into this primitive, rugged man. The remaining 3 women were divided without any complications, their contributions evident to all. Before this matter was concluded, Su Yi already heard the muffled whispers from Yao Ying's nest and shook his head in exasperation. Yao Yu also heard the sounds and emerged from the nest, reproaching Su Yi. Why aren't you managing him? He shows no shame. What can I do? Su Yi shrugged. In his eyes, Yao Ying represented the quintessential primitive man. No, you must establish a rule. Until the sun sets, such actions must cease. Yao Yu, blushing, was undeniably alluring, prompting Su Yi to tease. What actions? You know full well. Yao Yu retorted, her temper flaring. I shan't engage with you any further. All men are the same. After she turned to leave, Su Yi noticed the sounds from Yao Ying's nest had ceased. Could it be? That fellow seems so robust. Yet it has not even been a minute. This is food for the pigs. That slender one over there is for the sheep. Yao Lan was instructing a few newly arrived women on plant identification. She had voluntarily taken charge of the livestock. Hence Su Yi entrusted the fishing responsibilities to another tribesman. Sister Lan, why should we expend effort to find food for pigs? One woman inquired, while the others also raised their heads in curiosity. We can hardly fill our own stomachs, yet we must also cater to wild beasts. This Suanio tribe is truly peculiar. Yao Lan recalled that they had previously posed this question to the divine messenger. He had replied that pigs are not as precious as humans. Their dietary needs are quite modest. Yao Lan reminisced. Moreover, their reproductive capabilities are remarkable, providing us with a stable food source. The divine messenger is remarkably knowledgeable. Could he truly have descended from the heavens? Yao Lan nodded in agreement. Sister Lan, are you the divine messenger's woman? Mu Qiu asked curiously. Yao Lan was older than them, and they all referred to her as sister. Her attire was akin to that of Yu and Ling. And Mu Qiu had heard her man, Gu, say that both Ling and Yu were the divine messenger's women. Upon hearing this, Yao Lan chuckled. Why do you ask? Your clothing is as beautiful as theirs. They are both the divine messenger's women. Are you not as well? Yaolon looked down at her attire and shook her head. You shall all have lovely garments in due time. Muchio, if Gu achieves a feat next time, you can have him procure a new outfit for you. Really? Muchio exclaimed in delight. I shall speak to Gu about this matter upon my return. All right, with so much grass here, let us gather abundantly, Yaolon instructed. The divine messenger has stated that as long as the pigs and sheep give birth, it is our merit, and we shall likewise receive rewards. Can women also receive rewards? Of course, as long as the tasks meet the divine messenger's requirements, he will not hesitate to bestow rewards. Are the divine messenger's standards particularly high? Yes and no. Yaolon admitted, unable to fully comprehend the divine messenger. His standards were known only to him. In any case, if the pigs grow fat and can give birth to piglets, that is our task. Mu-Yi never imagined that even while the Yin Feng tribe had taken refuge in the forest, they would still attract the attention of the He Lang tribe. After the rain had finally cleared, the game they had captured was snatched away by the He Lang tribe. This is intolerable. Mu-Yi fumed, his beard quivering in anger. Gather our forces. We shall confront them in a decisive battle. Chief, allow me to interject. A tribe leader hastily interrupted. We currently reside on the Suanio tribe's territory. Why not invite them to assist us against the He Lang tribe? Invite the Suanio tribe? No, they certainly will not help us without compensation. Mu-Yi frowned. They lack women. If we offer them a few, they might lend us their strength. That tribe leader suggested. But when the He Lang tribe returns, can we still offer them women? Mu-Yi sighed. This would sever the roots of our Yin Feng tribe. We are no match for the He Lang tribe. If we suffer further losses, even hunting will become a challenge. Do not forget, we must pay tribute to the Suanio tribe next month, the tribe leader added. Anxiety evident in his tone. Mu-Yi sighed heavily. They could not afford to offend either side. At that moment, the priestess, seated in the corner, spoke up. She was permitted to be present at every assembly. I have a solution that does not require us to send anyone to gain the Suanio tribe's assistance. Really? Priestess? Please share. The crowd was astonished. The priestess asserted, we should unite as a tribe and become part of the Suanio tribe. Thus, our affairs will naturally become their affairs. And they cannot ignore us. Upon hearing this, Mu-Yi coldly replied, your solution effectively hands over our 200 tribe members to them. Do we have any other options? The priestess retorted, but joining the Suanio tribe means becoming their slaves. Life as a slave in the Suanio tribe is quite favorable. The priestess countered, unable to restrain herself. Have you lost your mind? Mu-Yi scolded. What good fortune can one expect as a slave? It is either the annihilation of our tribe or servitude to the Suanio tribe. The priestess rose, stating, regardless, I have decided to take my father and leave. If you wish to fight the He Lang tribe to the death, that is your choice. Mu-Yi coldly declared, priestess, do you dare betray our Yin Feng tribe? Seize the priestess and cast her beneath the totem pole to be crushed by stones. The priestess, aware of the tribe's customs, had already contemplated her escape route. The captain of the Suanio tribe's hunting team, Yao Li, has taken an interest in me. If you kill me, he will not spare you. Mu-Yi glared furiously, bellowing. I am your chief. He could shoot through your heart from a great distance, the priestess added. Upon her last abduction by the Suanio tribe, upon her return, aside from her father, no one had cared to inquire about her experiences. Conversely, within the Suanio tribe, she had received concern from everyone. Although she knew it stemmed from their desire to possess her due to her beauty, she had long desired to leave. It was merely her father who insisted on staying. Now, she had come to realize that remaining would mean becoming a mere breeding tool for the He Lang tribe, while her father would end up as food in their bellies. Joining the Suanio tribe seemed preferable. At least Yao Yu would ensure she did not suffer greatly. Her father would no longer have to endure the rain in a leaking hut. Yu. Mu-Yi clutched his chest, yet dared not call for action. The priestess dismissed him with disdain and strode out of the hut. I shall not go. I am of the Yin Feng tribe in life, and shall remain its spirit in death. After conveying her thoughts to her father, she received the response. You shall not become a spirit after death. Once you enter their bellies, you will merely become excrement. The priestess firmly stated, in any case, I have already severed ties with the tribe. If you do not leave, there will be no refuge for you. Indeed, that day, the two neither received food. After a day of hunger, the elderly man, having not a drop to drink, appeared somewhat listless. The priestess felt a pang of sympathy for him and ventured out in search of fruit. However, she was oblivious to the fact that two tribesmen stealthily followed her from behind. Chapter 50. The Hero Saves the Beauty. Chai. I've heard that the captain of the Xianbird tribe has claimed her. Won't our actions offend him? Look at you, so cowardly. Chai gazed intently at the bewildered shaman ahead. Swallowing hard as he whispered, if we miss this chance, you'll never have the opportunity to be with such a beautiful woman again. In the past, the tribe protected her. She didn't want a man, and no one dared to press her. But now, she is no longer one of us. What are we waiting for? Besides, do you dare defy the chief's orders? This was arranged by the chief. Enough talk, let us act. The two followed the shaman as she departed the camp's vicinity. This spot is ideal, far from the camp. Even if she screams, no one will hear her. Zhang, you sneak around to her front. I'll encircle her from behind. Together, we'll ensure she cannot escape. Chai excitedly gestured. All right. The shaman was startled by Zhang's sudden emergence. Zhang, what are you planning? Seeing the lust in his eyes, she sensed impending danger. What do you think? Hee, Zhang leered. Of course, you've never had a man, have you? Don't worry. I have experience. Dare you touch me? The shaman glared, attempting to intimidate him. Aren't you afraid my man will kill you? Your man? That's a joke. He.S. probably busy picking fruits in some far-off corner. Will you lie down like the others, or shall I force you to the ground? Zhang's lecherous gaze roamed over the shaman's form. Realizing her predicament, the shaman quickly devised a plan. Since I need to bear children anyway, it matters not with whom. How about this? We return to my nest, where I can lay on furs. It will surely be more comfortable than this thicket. Zhang, captivated by the shaman's flushed cheeks, swallowed hard. Are you serious? Of course. The shaman pressed on, sensing his interest. In fact, I've been fond of you for quite some time, Zhang. What about that man from the Xianbird tribe? Zhang questioned, perplexed. I've only seen him once. I'm not familiar with him at all. The shaman knew that once they returned to the tribe, no one could force her. Zhang, like a child receiving candy, was elated. Great. Let us head back immediately. Zhang, have you lost your mind? Chai leaped out from behind. The shaman's heart raced. She understood that Chai was far more difficult to deceive than Zhang. When I get back to the tribe, will it be your turn or mine? Chai scolded Zhang, then turned his gaze to the shaman. You want to escape our grasp today. Aren't you headed to the Xianbird tribe? Let them take care of the child in your womb for us. The shaman, undeterred, insisted. Zhang, if you can defeat Chai, I will be yours alone. You can come seek me anytime. Shaman, we've grown up under the same animal skin. Do you think you can sow discord between us? Chai retorted. Unfazed by the reprimand, Zhang glowered at the shaman. Indeed, you are a cunning woman. With that, the two men began to close in on her. Help! Save me! The shrill cry startled a flock of birds from the trees. Let me go! You monsters, release me! Hee. It's rare to encounter such a fiercely resistant woman. The shaman, outmatched by the two men, was swiftly overpowered and pinned to the ground. Ugh! This wretched place is filled with thorns. Chai gripped her ankles, his eyes darting around as he dragged her towards a nearby clearing. Ignoring her struggles, they lifted her and proceeded. The shamaness screams were filled with despair. Being claimed by men was inevitable, yet she was unlike ordinary women. Her father had a good relationship with Yao Yu's father, and while Yao Yu's father taught him the art of potion making, she had learned a bit too. Given her status in the tribe, she would never be reduced to a communal woman. Let me go? Otherwise, I will surely kill you both. The shamaness threats were as futile as a fish on a chopping board. Zhang held her arm firmly, while Chai slowly pried her tightly clamped legs apart. Help me. She pleaded desperately. Shall I go first, or will you? The shaman, witnessing Chai's grotesque form beneath her, tightly shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, a horrific scream erupted as the hands prying her legs apart lost their strength. She quickly closed her legs. Opening her eyes, she saw a feathered spear embedded in Chai's chest. The Xianbird tribe, someone from the Xianbird tribe, had come to rescue her. Zhang, terrified by Chai's fate, quickly grabbed a weapon and cautiously scanned the surroundings. Who dare show themselves? Come forth, coward. From the bushes, Yao Li, hearing the commotion, lowered his bow. It was his turn to patrol today. His team members were stationed at various intersections while he reclined in the branches of a large tree near the Yin Feng tribe's camp, enjoying some dried meat. Initially, he thought the cries were merely those of an animal, but as he listened more closely, they sounded distinctly human. Female, in fact. Women from the Xianbird tribe would not be in this area, which meant it must be a woman from the Yin Feng tribe. After some contemplation, he descended from the tree and moved toward the source of the sound. What he witnessed ignited a fiery rage within him. The shaman was being pinned down by two men, one tall and the other short, resembling bamboo poles. Her animal skin garments had been torn, exposing her flesh. Yao Li felt the world around him turn crimson with fury. He immediately drew his bow with all his might, releasing an arrow that struck down the man looming over her. You wretched creature, dare to touch my woman. Yao Li brandished his stone axe and leaped from the bushes. Zhang was paralyzed with fear. The approaching man was tall and robust, like an enraged tiger, and he felt as though he would be torn apart. Realizing escape was futile, Zhang let out a shriek and charged forward with his spear. Come at me, Yao Li shouted, shaking the very forest. He leaped into the air, bringing his axe down upon Zhang's head. Zhang raised his spear defensively, attempting to block the blow. The force of Yao Li's strike was unimaginable. With a resounding crack, the spear shattered, and the axe cleaved downward, splitting Zhang's head in two. Yao Li cautiously surveyed the area, ensuring no enemies remained, before carefully approaching the shaman. The shaman was overwhelmed with emotions, joy at surviving, admiration for Yao Li, and an undeniable shyness as she noticed her disheveled appearance. Yao Li stood there, unsure of how to comfort her. She was covered in leaves and grass, her face streaked with tears, and he yearned to hold her in his arms. In the past, he would have acted without hesitation. Yet, recalling the advice the deity had imparted on pursuing women, lessons that had taken days of persistence to elicit, he remembered, relationships must develop gradually, without haste. And one must not think of intimacy at their first meeting. Could you please turn around? The shaman implored, feeling exasperated. Chapter 51, The Song of Life. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yao Li immediately turned away. The vast expanse of pure white lingered in my mind. Soon after, a voice from behind broke the silence. Li, turn around. The priestess commanded, having concealed her exposed form. When did I become your woman? She inquired, echoing her earlier declaration. Yao Li, felt a flush spread from my neck. In a fit of anger, I shouted my innermost thoughts. I agree to be your woman. The priestess smiled and approached, taking hold of Yao Li's large hand. Really? Why not? She replied, but not just yet. As long as you are unhurt. Yao Li exclaimed with joy, pulling her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Feeling the warmth in his arms, he felt as if his soul had ascended to the heavens. Now you belong to me, Yao Li trembled, declaring. The deity has promised, you are solely mine. Is your status in the Xianbird clan so high? The priestess, delighted yet curious, asked. You will know once you visit our clan, Yao Li said, lifting an arm to remove a stray piece of straw from her hair. The priestess dared not return to the Yen Phoenix tribe, following Yao Li back to the Xianbird clan. You guessed correctly, Sui remarked after hearing the priestess's account. It must have been that leader's instigation. Li, notify the eagle and instruct all our warriors to prepare their bows and weapons. Tomorrow we shall seek justice for your woman. Thank you, divine envoy. Yao Li expressed his gratitude. Sui felt that the time was ripe. Seeking justice was merely a pretext for a rightful cause. By exacerbating the situation with the Yen Phoenix tribe, he could hasten their submission. He had learned from the slaves of the Yen Phoenix tribe that the Black Wolf tribe was far superior. The Black Wolf tribe devouring the Yen Phoenix tribe did not align with his plans. He had always regarded the populace of the Yen Phoenix tribe as his own. That evening, after the priestess had bathed with Yu and the others, she declined Yu's invitation to share a dwelling and instead opened the door to Yao Li's nest. Yao Li anticipated her arrival and had gone to great lengths to tidy up the nest. The Xianbird clan is truly wonderful, she said, lying beside Yao Li and listening to the chirping of insects outside. The priestess was aware of the new regulations set by the divine envoy Sui, and the other women who had arrived earlier were thriving in their new circumstances. Realizing she was now Yao Li's woman, she found that no one in the clan was vying for her favor. The Xianbird clan was not always this way. Everything changed after the arrival of the divine envoy, Yao Li stated quietly. Can you tell me more about him? The priestess asked, intrigued. It was I and Gu who discovered him. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, Yao Li recounted, under a sky filled with stars. He slowly narrated Su Yi's exploits, and the priestess listened in awe. By the way, after that night, he declared his relationship with Ling and moved into her nest. Upon hearing that he sought out the divine envoy over another woman, the priestess felt a pang of jealousy. Do you still have feelings for Ling? Of course not. She is the woman chosen by the divine envoy, who can communicate with the celestial beings. How could I dare to disrespect that? Besides, now that I have you, even if a goddess were to appear, it would not concern me, Yao Li confessed sincerely, without a hint of pretense. In the darkness, the priestess smiled, her fingers finding his hand and squeezing it gently. Wasn't this the man she had longed for? By the way, are you certain the divine envoy moved into Ling's nest to establish a relationship? I am certain. What else could it be? Yao Li responded, puzzled. I think you may have misjudged, the priestess mused. He might have simply been avoiding you at that time, rather than seeking to live with Ling. I can tell that Ling has never been with a man. After her analysis, Yao Li sprang up from the fur covering. No way. The divine envoy would hide from me. Yao Li shook his head vigorously. He was not afraid of even the crocodiles in the water. With just a few commands, he had annihilated more than 20 men from the tiger tribe. And as for Feng Xian, despite bringing so many people, a few traps had frightened them off. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And as for Ling being a maiden, it couldn't be that the divine envoy is unable to perform, could it? Yao Li's imagination ran wild, daring to speculate. What are you saying? In the darkness, the priestess felt her face grow warm. To be honest, he fears not external foes, but rather issues arising from those close to him. Just like you, who can freely enter his nest. Wouldn't he have to be cautious of you? She continued. It can only be said that the divine envoy is indeed exceptional. Otherwise, you would have long perished. And you wouldn't be here now. He is certainly not an ordinary person, He is the divine envoy. Indeed, he is the divine envoy. The priestess laughed. Just then, from outside the nest, muffled groans began to echo, causing both to pause in surprise. Feeling Yao Li's slightly hurried breath, the priestess closed her eyes. Li, come now? But gently. As if hearing celestial music, Yao Li resolved to take his time, wary of causing her any distress. In the Xian bird clan encampment, the joyous song of life resonated. Yao Li unlocked the primal power sealed for over 20 years, leaving the priestess restless through the night. The next day, Yao Li awoke feeling rejuvenated. How delightful it was to share a bed with a woman. But how did the divine envoy manage to refrain from touching Ling? Could it truly be that he was incapable? He had heard rumors of individuals born incapable of bearing children. The divine envoy had gained wisdom, but bore a flawed body. Sighing, he cast a concerned glance at the divine envoy, who was running laps around the encampment's fence, regardless of wind or rain, always appearing punctually. Today, however, he seemed to have arrived earlier. Good morning, divine envoy. Yao Li greeted cheerfully. You rascal. Sui retorted. You are currently the strongest in the clan. Yao Li did not comprehend, but if the divine envoy praised his strength, he was naturally pleased. Today we are to fight. Can you still manage to run? Sui questioned skeptically. Hey, I can definitely outrun the eagle. Just then, the eagle emerged from the doorway. Overhearing, you're full of hot air. I run faster than you. Enough of this. The two would inevitably bicker when together. Perhaps things would change once they had children. After calling upon the clan to prepare food, they finished their meal and set off for the Yen Phoenix tribe. Chief, not good. A member of the tribe rushed in. Breathless, the priestess has come with the Xian bird clan. What? The leader, Mu Yi, sprang to his feet, darkness clouding his vision. It was over. He could already see the afterlife. The two he had sent to assault the priestess had already been found dead. Their bodies bore feathered spears. Unmistakably the work of the Xian bird clan. He had hoped that the Xian bird clan would not seek vengeance over a woman. Yet here they were. Less than a day later, at his doorstep. Everyone, arm yourselves. Since the Xian bird clan dares to invade us, we must make them pay. Chapter 52, As You Wish. The crowd armed themselves, marching resolutely towards the approaching Xian bird clan. Sui observed the ragtag group across the way, armed with wooden clubs and stone spears. Their voices raised in raucous cheers. These were valuable laborers. Have the leader of the opposing side respond. Sui instructed Yao Li and the eagle. Yaoing immediately raised his voice. Flame Phoenix tribe, who is your new leader? Step forward and speak. Sui observed a middle-aged man emerging from the ranks. And he too stepped out from his own camp. The two men met on the vacant ground between their factions. I am Mui, the leader of the Flame Phoenix tribe, and I extend my greetings to you. As he watched the other party bow with palms upturned, Sui cleared his throat and replied, I am Sui, the divine envoy of the Xian bird clan. I advise you to surrender with your people. You? Mu Yi replied coldly. So the divine envoy of the Xian bird clan is just a reckless fool. Spare me your prattle. Sui retorted impatiently. Surrendering now will save many lives. The Flame Phoenix tribe will never become slaves. Mu Yi declared resolutely. Sui scoffed. Our slaves live better than you do. I do not wish for these people to die in vain. If you persist in this folly, I shall make you see the harsh reality. If you do not wish for anyone to die, why then do you invade us? Mu Yi's beard quivered with rage. You simply want us to become your slaves. If I do not come, you would still end up in the belly of the Black Wolf tribe. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. As you wish. After their exchange, the two retreated to their respective factions. Charge. Let the people of the Xian bird clan witness the bravery of the Flame Phoenix tribe. Mu Yi shouted. He did not dare to lead the charge himself, fearing the feathered javelins of the Xian bird clan. Kill. Charge. As the disordered masses surged forward, Sui issued his command. 2 ranks, alternate shots, 2 arrows each. This time, he had brought only members of the Xian bird clan, standing intermixed in 2 lines. Fire. The first rank commanded by Yao Li ordered. 14 arrows flew forth almost simultaneously, and once shot, they immediately fell back to knock fresh arrows. Fire. The second rank commanded by Yao Ing ordered. Another 14 arrows were unleashed in unison, in 2 successive rounds. 56 arrows descended like a swarm of locusts upon the tightly packed and defenseless members of the Flame Phoenix tribe. A cacophony of screams erupted as the charging crowd left behind over 20 corpses, retreating in disarray. Charge, you fools! Mu Yi bellowed. Their javelins are spent. Now is our moment of victory. You dare to retreat? Sui surveyed the fallen bodies, and upon hearing Mu Yi's frantic cries, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This obstinate fool, was he not aware he was endangering his own workforce? Whoever can eliminate that leader will be rewarded with 5 whole fish. Sui announced to his kin. In an instant, arrows flew as if guided by some unseen force, soaring over the trembling crowd to strike at the rear. Mu Yi, witnessing the rain of javelins descending, stood frozen in terror. In the next moment, he grabbed a nearby chieftain, pulling him in front as a shield. The chieftain barely had time to let out a scream before becoming a porcupine of arrows. Stricken with fear, Mu-I abandoned the corpse and fled for his life. As he retreated, his tribesmen scattered like birds startled from their roosts. Lay down your weapons and kneel. Do not kill. This had become a routine, requiring no guidance from Su-I, as the tribesmen began to shout in unison. Those preoccupied with fleeing were unwilling to listen, each panicking and choosing their own escape routes. The shaman once again witnessed the might of the arrows. Far more shocking than when Yao Li had slain the jackal. Observing that each member of the Xian bird clan bore at least 10 arrows, her complexion turned pale. Shaman, lead the way, Su-I commanded with a wave of his hand. Cautiously, the group made their way towards the heart of the Flame Phoenix tribe's stronghold. Mu-I returned to the camp in a frenzy, urging his tribesmen to flee. However, his act of using his own people's lives as shields had not gone unnoticed by all. No one wished to heed his words any longer. Coward. One chieftain spoke coldly. You are not a coward, yet we saw you not charge. Mu-I protested defiantly. That is still better than sacrificing the lives of your own people. Someone, seize Mu-I and surrender to the Xian bird clan. This man named Rinzai was one of the chieftains of the Flame Phoenix tribe. Following the death of Feng Xian, he had nearly ascended to leadership. I am the leader. Who dares? Mu-I roared. Yet, many of his subordinates had perished in the previous charge, and having used others as shields against the javelins, he had lost the respect of the tribe. The divine envoy of the Xian bird clan clearly does not wish to be our enemy. It is he who insists on sending his people to their deaths. Why do you linger? Rinzai pointed at Mu-I. Seize him and surrender to the Xian bird clan. Several of Rinzai's subordinates rushed forward, knocking the stone spear from Mu-Yi's grasp and pinning him to the ground. When Su-I arrived, the members of the Flame Phoenix tribe, young and old alike, were kneeling in submission, while Mu-I lay bound beneath the totem pole. I am the leader. Rinzai is a traitor. Mu-I wailed, and upon seeing Su-I, he immediately pleaded, Divine Envoy, I surrender. I will lead all my tribesmen to surrender. I had thought you a man, yet you turn out to be a mere insect. Su-I scoffed. Had you spoken those words earlier, many lives could have been spared. Now, it is too late. Su-I turned and commanded Yao Li. Bring forth Mu-Yi's son and daughter. Shortly thereafter, Yao Li brought forward 3 individuals, 1 girl and 2 boys. The girl was around 17 or 18, possessing a fair degree of beauty. 1 boy was an adult, while the other appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old. The girl shall be given to the slaves of the tribe. As for the boy, Su-I gazed at the 2 kneeling in fear. Yet he distinctly perceived the glimmer of hatred in their eyes. The boy shall be executed, Su-I declared with a cold smile, unwilling to leave any potential threats behind. Accompanied by 2 piercing screams, the heads of both the large and small rolled to the ground. The kneeling members of the Flame Phoenix tribe trembled in fear, dreading that their own heads would meet a similar fate. This divine envoy, who appeared far from imposing, was indeed ruthless in action. Mu-I screamed and struggled. Yet his efforts could not alter the fate of his children. Su-I, even in death your soul shall find no peace. Mu-I cursed in a howl. Gag him and shoot him down with arrows. Su-I waved his hand dismissively. Yao Li executed the order without hesitation, especially since the old man had nearly jeopardized the life of the woman he cherished. I did not come here intending to kill. I merely sought justice for my kin. Yet some refused to see reason. Su-Yi's gaze swept over the severed heads. The kneeling members of the Flame Phoenix tribe were bewildered but dared not voice their objections. How could he claim to seek justice when he was the one who instigated the attack? Su-Yi's eyes turned to the shaman, who understood his unspoken intent. She knew that avenging her was merely a pretext for the divine envoy. But now, she had become a woman of the Xian bird clan. Yesterday, Leader Mu-I sent the deer and the jackal to attempt to violate me in those woods. Fortunately, my man happened to be patrolling nearby and rescued me. The shaman approached Yao Li, entwining her arm with his. Most of the kneeling members of the Flame Phoenix tribe looked on in confusion. However, the chieftains, including Rinzai, were acutely aware. The shaman had indeed mentioned having a man from the Xian bird clan, and it was shocking that Mu-I had dared to send men to assault her. They could see clearly that her man was at least a leader, which explained why the Xian bird clan had come to confront them. Have you noticed? The deer and jackal have not shown themselves since yesterday. One of the members recalled. They have perished, and the leader of the wood Yi has instructed us to keep this from everyone. One of the wood Yi's subordinates remarked. The jackal was slain by a feathered spear. At last, the crowd comprehended the reason behind the Xian bird clan's mobilization, given that they have come seeking vengeance. Could they possibly survive? A wave of anxiety swept through the assembly. Oh, great divine envoy, what a grave sin. Rinzai prostrated himself, declaring, this is all the doing of the deceased wood Yi, who arranged everything in secret, unbeknownst to the other clansmen. I implore you to spare them. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. Rinzai lay motionless upon the ground. Su Yi's gaze swept over the throng of slaves, who likewise fell to the earth in submission. Since the Wood are already deceased, and I am not a bloodthirsty individual, as long as you are willing to surrender and become our slaves, swearing allegiance to the Xian Bird clan, I can grant you your lives. Thank you, great divine envoy. Thank you, great divine envoy. The crowd chorused in unison, led by Rinzai. Just as Su Yi had finished reassuring the surrendered individuals, a clansman rushed towards him in a flurry. Divine envoy, we have spotted members of the Black Wolf tribe approaching. Chapter 53, Dance Beneath the Flames. How many have arrived? Su Yi inquired. The messenger, observing the divine envoy's calm demeanor, regained his composure. They number in the dozens, all young and vigorous. Rinzai was taken aback, nearly collapsing again as he rose. Fortunately, the Xian Bird clan is here, otherwise, the Yanfeng tribe would be doomed. Li, go inform their leader that this forest belongs to the Xian Bird clan, and the Yanfeng tribe has allied with us. Tell them to leave, Su Yi commanded. Remember, speak normally, do not threaten them. After acknowledging the order, Yao Li summoned 2 subordinates and strode away. Watching Yao Li's excited expression, Su Yi felt a twinge of concern. Shamaness, please keep an eye on your man. The shamaness quickly set off to follow him. Hey, members of the Black Wolf tribe, how dare you invade our territory? Yao Li confronted the approaching group of several dozen from the Black Wolf tribe without a hint of fear, with the divine envoy above. Who could possibly be his rival? The shamaness, having caught up, stumbled in fright. Li, what did the divine envoy instruct? She pinched the soft flesh at his waist, twisting it slightly. Darling, what brings you here? Yao Li turned to her. The shamaness' cheeks flushed. She was no longer a child, yet he insisted on calling her darling. The divine envoy doesn't trust you and sent me to supervise. The Black Wolf tribe was indeed intimidated by Yao Li's audacity. With only 4 of them, including women, how could they dare challenge a group of men? The surrounding forest must surely conceal an ambush. However, they were not to be trifled with. By what right do you claim this as your territory? By the fact that I am of the Xian Bird clan. By the weapon in my hand. Yao Li retorted. Xian Bird clan? Not the Yanfeng tribe? The tribe leader questioned. We are merely here to plunder the Yanfeng tribe. We cannot provoke the Xian Bird clan. Can we? What if the 2 clans join forces? You coward. The tribe leader scoffed. The Xian Bird clan is not even worthy of being called a tribe. How many can they possibly muster? Even if they unite, they are no match for us. Xian Bird clan, if you know what is good for you, quickly return to your nests and nurse your young. Do not interfere with our raid on the Yanfeng tribe. Otherwise, we will plunder you as well. Enraged, Yao Li drew his bow and prepared to strike. Li, the shamaness interjected. Reluctantly, Yao Li shifted the arrowhead aside. With this arrow, I will pierce your totem pole. With the next, it shall be your head. Whoosh. The bowstring sang like a crescent moon. The arrow shot forth like lightning, embedding itself deep within the flagpole. The leader of the Black Wolf tribe had never witnessed such a terrifying display, and his face turned pale. The strongest of their spear throwers could not cast that far. Moreover, the opponent struck precisely where he claimed he would. Retreat. Quickly retreat. He shouted repeatedly, leading his people in a hasty withdrawal. The shamaness' eyes sparkled. Her man was invincible. One could send nearly 100 fleeing. Ha ha, darling, let us return. Yao Li laughed heartily. The shamaness shot him a sideways glare. Who taught you to call me that? No one taught me, Yao Li replied. The divine envoy referred to Ling that way, and I overheard him. Having subdued the Yanfeng tribe and repelled the Black Wolf tribe, Su Yi felt quite pleased with the day's achievements. That very evening, a grand bonfire gathering commenced. Hollow wooden tubes echoed with rhythmic beats as the clansmen danced joyously around the flames, swaying their bodies in time with the music. Su Yi sat upon a stone bench, thoroughly entertained. Though these dances lacked the aesthetic appeal of modern choreography, they exuded a vibrant vitality, wild exuberance, and subtle hints of sensuality. The dancers were filled with glee, both entertaining others and reveling in their own joy. Feather, why do you not join in the dance? Su Yi turned to the enchanting beauty beside him, intrigued. You wish to see me dance? Yao Yu countered. Why would I not? Observing Su Yi's expectant gaze, Yao Yu gracefully stepped into the throng. The leader has arrived. Oh, is the leader also going to dance? It has been many years since we have seen her dance. The people of the Xian Bird clan knew well that their leader's dance could rival her beauty. Lan, Ling, you few stay behind to accompany me, Yao Yu commanded. The men should stand aside and watch. Are we not to join you? How delightful it would be to dance alongside the leader. Your clumsy movements would only hinder me. Yao Yu chuckled unapologetically. The instruments are now yours. Su Yi watched curiously as several hollow wooden tubes of varying sizes were produced. As the wood was struck, the crisp sounds resonated, and in those notes, Su Yi seemed to hear the voice of time flowing through the ages. Yao Yu took center stage, moving in rhythm. Although Su-yi was unfamiliar with the dance, he discerned from her lively body language that she was mimicking the movements of a peacock. She strolled, frolicked, spread her wings, and displayed her plumage. His eyes remained fixed upon her, unwilling to relinquish even a moment of her presence. As the rhythm shifted, she transformed into a mythical serpent, radiant and proud in the firelight, her swaying waist parching Su-yi's throat. You looked so entranced, hardly resembling a divine envoy. Yao Yu had returned to his side without him noticing. Su-yi, momentarily returning from the glow of the fire, grasped her delicate hand and gently pulled her into his embrace. Feather, you truly resemble a celestial goddess. Su-yi's voice held a hint of hoarseness. I wish to protect you well. Humph. Why did you not mention this earlier? Yao Yu twisted her body, feeling the changes beneath her, abruptly halting her movements. Her cheeks tinged with red. However, your words are quite enchanting. Had I known, I would not have permitted you to dance. Su-yi tightened his embrace around her slender waist, allowing other men a feast for their eyes. If you do not dance, how will you ever express your feelings to me? Yao Yu murmured. Su-yi gazed at her cool, elegant profile, and a playful impulse surged within him. Express feelings? I merely spoke of protecting you. Have you misunderstood? As she observed the instant fading of the blush on her cheeks, her beautiful eyes now bore an air of indifference. Su-yi realized that he had perhaps taken the jest too far. In the next moment, his arms were empty, standing tall like a queen. Yao Yu gazed down at him. Divine messenger, what was the purpose of your embrace? She inquired coldly. Su-yi, acutely aware of the distance reflected in her eyes, wished he could slap himself. You. He reached out to entwine his fingers with hers, only to have her vehemently swat his hand away. Speak properly, and refrain from any inappropriate gestures, Yao Yu admonished sharply. Now tell me, why did you hold me? The onlookers sensed the chilling aura emanating from their chieftain and retreated to the opposite side of the bonfire. Only Yao Ling remained, stifling her laughter behind her hand. Su-yi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. All he had wanted was to engage in playful banter, yet she had taken it to heart. Chapter 54, Remarkable. I shall not tolerate your glare, Yao Yu. If you dare to abandon me, I shall take your life. Nonsense. Su-yi vehemently shook his head. Observing the sincerity in his expression, Yao Yu snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. Hee. I had intended to sleep alone tonight. Yao Ling chimed in cheerfully as she approached. But since you insisted on causing a ruckus, it seems I have no choice but to keep you company. Su-yi, feeling vexed, pulled Yao Ling into his embrace, lifting his hand to deliver a playful smack to her pert rear. How dare you mock me, you little sprite? You may not bully sister you, but you think you can take advantage of me? Yao Ling retorted defiantly. Ling, you are in trouble. Su-yi exerted himself, hoisting Yao Ling back to their little nest. The flames danced, and with the dawn of a new day, everyone had already returned to their nests, save for a few who stood watch by the bonfire. Li, did you not claim the divine messenger was inept? One subordinate inquired curiously. If you doubt me, go eavesdrop. I assure you, I speak the truth, Yao Li declared, thumping his chest. Inside the small nest, Yao Ling was not unfamiliar with the surroundings, yet she was still startled. Su, did you not say this place was unsuitable due to the lack of a bed? Yao Ling hesitantly pointed out. Shall we return another time? Initially, he had no intention of embarking on this new venture, but this little sprite was incessantly provoking him. Is this acceptable? Su-yi directed. Is it truly permissible? Yao Ling exclaimed in astonishment. If I say it is, then it is. Approximately half an hour later, only the two remained by the bonfire. So what transpired? Yao Li inquired. All I heard was the divine messenger gasping for breath. Another remarked, bemused. Indeed, Yao Li asserted confidently. Within the small nest, Yao Ling stifled her sobs. Su-yi cradled her gently, attempting to console her. She had anticipated that he would, like others, quickly recover. Instead, he had exhausted her for quite some time. When she attempted to flee, he would not allow it, as if he had transformed into a different person, fierce and unyielding. You, Yao Ling sniffled. Next time, you can seek someone else. Do not come to me. Are you still in distress? Su-yi inquired, somewhat sheepishly. Just a little nauseous, Yao Ling replied, her expression far from kind. As the sun began to rise, Su-yi awoke early to exercise his body. The tranquility of the rainforest morning was truly invigorating. Today marked an important occasion. The day prior, Su-yi had led the entire Xianyao clan in an assault on the Yanfeng tribe, simultaneously seeking to gauge the loyalty of the slaves. The results of this test pleased him greatly, as the slaves had performed commendably. Thus, he sanctioned the official inclusion of the high-ranking slaves, Mu Chuan and Lang Bin, into the Xianyao clan. A ceremony was required for their induction. At dawn, the clan members busied themselves clearing the area, preparing offerings, and arranging the statue of the Xianyao deity. The two principal figures of the day cleaned themselves and donned their finest animal skins. Let us strive diligently and earn our merit, Mu Chuan encouraged his subordinates. From this day forth, You two may join the Xian Yao clan. The other slaves gazed at the two with unspoken envy. The Xian Yao clan members were privileged to feast on generous portions of meat, a luxury not afforded to all. In the open space, people of all ages gathered. Everyone had been summoned by Su Yi to witness the induction ceremony of the two. The performance of Mu Chuan and Lang Bin was evident to all present. Su Yi surveyed the crowd before turning his gaze to the two standing at the front. Today, you both officially join the Xian Yao clan. You must prioritize the welfare of the clan and share in its concerns. Should you dare betray the Xian Yao clan or engage in actions detrimental to it, I shall ensure that you face severe punishment. After delivering his brief address, Su Yi departed from the statue, entrusting the remainder of the ceremony to those more experienced. He stood, fighting off drowsiness, until the ceremony finally concluded as the sun reached its zenith. Initially, he had intended to simplify the proceedings. But not a single clan member agreed, all fearing that a lack of reverence towards the deities might invite disaster. As the divine messenger, to inform them that no gods existed would be tantamount to undermining his own authority, and moreover, they would undoubtedly refuse to believe him. Mu Chuan and Lang Bin could hardly contain their excitement, while the other slaves looked on with longing. Please, do not disperse. I have more good news to announce. Su Yi proclaimed loudly as he stepped forward. Among the slaves, there were those particularly eager to advance. He could not allow them to remain as lowly slaves indefinitely. When I call your names, step forward, Mu Shan, Lang Yi. Anticipating good news, those called became animated. Each stood tall and alert. You have all worked diligently and demonstrated a commitment to the clan's interests. From today onward, you are promoted to high-ranking slaves. Thank you, Divine Messenger. Thank you, Divine Messenger. They chorused, bowing deeply in gratitude. Do not assume that I will overlook you due to your numbers. I wish to convey that each member of the clan is my eyes. Your merits and faults are visible to all, Su Yi stated, gazing at the crowd. I shall not disregard any hard-working individual, nor will I spare any slacker. With his words, the slaves returned to their quarters, their spirits elevated. The Divine Messenger is truly remarkable. Rinzai could not help but praise the chieftain beside him. He assigned us low-ranking slaves, and yet you still speak on his behalf. Another middle-aged man grumbled. Old friend, such thoughts are perilous. Rinzai cautioned, glancing around cautiously. The wisdom of the Divine Messenger is not something we can easily comprehend. His classification of slaves and the method of promotion ensure unwavering loyalty from all. This is not the sort of insight a mere mortal could conceive. Let us content ourselves with being slaves and refrain from reckless talk. He added, casting another wary glance around. Within the large shelter, Divine Messenger, why do those chieftains, also low-ranking slaves, have the privilege of possessing women? Lang Bin, a new member of the Xian Yao clan, was permitted to partake in the clan meeting. That is an excellent question, Su Yi replied. In the future, the relationships between the men and women of our clan must gradually become more defined. One cannot simply pursue whomever they desire. When a woman bears a child, the designated man must assume the responsibility of caring for her. The crowd exchanged glances. In essence, a man and his designated woman shall share their lives and jointly raise their children. I understand, much like the relationship between myself and the shaman, Yao Li remarked. Glancing at the shaman, unable to resist, the shaman allowed herself to be pulled by Yao Li's hand. Li, I ask you, would you wish for the shaman to be claimed by another man? Su Yi inquired. Yao Li swiftly pulled the shaman close, cradling her protectively in his embrace. The shaman is my woman. And you, shaman, would you wish for Yao Li to spend each night in the nest of another woman? Su Yi posed the question once more. The priestess's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head, saying, I refuse. Both of you are unwilling to share your companions with anyone else, which is, in fact, a rather reasonable state of affairs. Yao Ying glanced at the petite woman beside him, grinning, and remarked, but what if I desire more women? The moment he uttered those words, he immediately felt the scrutinizing gazes of all the women present. Does your woman consent to share you with others? Su Yi questioned sternly. She listens to me. She wouldn't dare oppose me. Yao Ying patted his chest confidently. I do not agree. A faint voice interjected. Yao Ying was taken aback that the woman who had always obeyed him dared to oppose him in such a gathering. Chapter 55, The Guard Squad. He raised his hand, poised to strike. Stop. Su Yi and Yao Yu both barked simultaneously. The force of their voices startled Yao Ying, and upon seeing the displeasure in the divine envoy's eyes, he quickly forced a smile and lowered his hand. If you possess the courage, take it outside. If I discover you striking your own woman, I shall punish you to kneel beneath the divine statue for a day and refrain from eating for 3 days. This was your choice. If you no longer wish for her, I will decide that she belongs to another. Su Yi's voice was icy. No, I want to stay with Ying. Two contrasting voices echoed simultaneously. Since you wish to remain with him, should he mistreat you in the future, inform me, and I shall find you another partner. Su Yi assured Yao Ying's woman. Rest assured, once you part ways, I guarantee he will not dare to pursue you. Thank you, esteemed envoy. She felt immensely grateful that the divine envoy regarded her as someone equally important as Ing. From this day forth, men must not force women. Naturally, women must not impose themselves upon men either. If two people find mutual affection and wish to live together, it is only right that they should know the identity of their children's father. Shortly, you will disseminate the contents of today's discussion. Furthermore, I state that if several women wish to share a single man, or if several men wish to be possessed by one woman, as long as there are no cries of violence, you are free to do as you please. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Yao Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ling would certainly be willing to share Su Yi with her, and even if Ling were reluctant, she would persuade her. Now, let us address serious matters. Li Ying. Su Yi turned to the two of them. Each of you is to select 10 capable individuals from the slaves, and along with your current men, form the guard squad of the Xin Yao clan. You, take note, the guard squad members shall receive an additional half piece of meat daily. What about the new slaves? The same applies. After stating this, Su Yi turned his gaze back to the two. When you select your personnel, make sure to clarify their benefits. Our guard squad must undoubtedly be the strongest force within the clan. This task must be completed by tomorrow and starting the day after. I will provide you with a new training plan. In addition to training, your tasks remain unchanged. One team for hunting, another for patrolling. Understood. The two nodded in agreement. Lon, you are to select 5 female slaves to assist you in tending to the livestock. The sow has given birth, and the pen has welcomed several more sheep. As well as a water buffalo, their tasks are not light. Yes. Yao Lon nodded in response. Lien, choose 5 dexterous individuals to assist you. And you may also teach them your skills, Sui instructed. You must warn them against crafting items in private. You understand this well, so manage it accordingly. Indeed. Lien replied from her corner. Is B in charge of the fishing? Sui inquired, addressing one of the women in the clan. I am, esteemed envoy, B responded. With the increase in population, you should also select a few individuals from the slave quarters to assist you with fishing. The growing number of slaves had rendered the residential area insufficient, prompting Su Yi to instruct Lang Ben to oversee the expansion of the slave quarters. He also assigned Mu Chuan to lead the previous batch of slaves in repairing the Xin Yao clan's own shelters. After organizing these various matters, the sun had already begun to set. It is getting late. Let everyone repair their tools. For now, these are the tasks for the slaves. Once the houses are completed, I will assign further work. The slave quarters buzzed with noise. Having accomplished nothing all day, the newcomers were surprised to receive food in the evening. The new slaves savored the wild vegetables, finding them exceptionally delicious, while the old slaves had come to expect merely a piece of jerky each day. Observing someone who had shared wild vegetables with them just the day before now transformed into a senior slave receiving dried fish, many felt a pang of envy. Mushan, why did the envoy choose you as a senior slave? Someone asked with a hint of bitterness. If you don't understand, you can inquire with the envoy. I am unsure. Mushan replied, tearing a piece of jerky and savoring it. Oh, how could I dare to question the envoy? Their decisions are undoubtedly sound, the person continued. I merely wish to ask how one might gain recognition. You have come to the right person, Mu Chuan said, narrowing his eyes as he swallowed the jerky. I simply redirected your efforts from defecating to chopping wood. The remark left the questioner speechless. Tomorrow, they will be selecting guard members. If you put in some effort and get chosen, won't you be living the same life as the formal clansman? Mu Chuan chimed in. Although he had become a formal clansman, he and Lang Ben still resided in the slave quarters. Su Yi had already promised them that if they found a woman they desired and she was agreeable, they would be allowed to claim her for themselves, including women of the Xin Yao clan. As for why they still lived in the slave quarters, Su Yi advised them not to distance themselves from the masses, emphasizing that understanding the thoughts and feelings of others was essential to realizing their own value. They interpreted this as Su Yi wanting them to monitor the slaves. The guard squad? How could someone like me be eligible? Those strong and robust individuals are all vying for a spot, the person lamented. Then work hard. Repair the new houses, chop wood, and handle tools. Surely, there will be something you can excel at? Mu Chuan suggested. Back when I was in the Yin Feng tribe, everyone said my stone tools were commendable. The individual recalled something. Mu Chuan's eyes lit up. One of Su Yi's tasks for them was to uncover individuals with special talents. Crafting stone tools was indeed a special skill. You need not work just yet. Make me a stone knife to examine. If the envoy finds it satisfactory, you will undoubtedly secure your position as a senior slave, Mu Chuan encouraged, patting the person's shoulder. All right, I will give it my all. 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-3-4, 1-2-3-4. The sound of their synchronized footsteps echoed. Each day, before dawn, the 40 members of the guard squad would jog around the entire camp of the Xin Yao clan. From their initial disarray to their current synchronized rhythm, it was all thanks to their diligent efforts. For a long time, Su Yi had believed that these primitives could not be trained. They had no trouble walking normally, yet they stumbled when attempting to form ranks. Fortunately, hard work yields rewards. Since the selection of the team members, after more than 70 days, they finally began to resemble a proper unit. After completing their laps, they stood tall and straight in the open space, their expressions resolute and their gazes unwavering, awaiting their commander Su-e to issue orders. The more hardships you endure during training, the greater your chances of survival in battle, Su-e declared from the front of the ranks. Starting tomorrow, each of you will carry a piece of wood while running. The members of the ranks were taken aback, but dared not make a move. They had faced collective punishment for minor mischief in formation before. Thus began their archery training. Su-e cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd. Today marked the final day of assessment. Those who had not met the archery standards were to leave the ranks without hesitation. Our guard unit seeks only the elite, not the feeble. A few individuals in the line, whose archery scores had remained inconsistent, began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Chapter 56, United Together. After a series of evaluations, it was surprisingly 2 individuals, usually proficient in archery, who faltered and failed to qualify. Su-e regarded the 2 with faces etched in bitterness, remaining silent. Leader, we beseech you, the 2 men implored, their eyes pleading. The others in the line also cast hopeful glances in his direction. Report. Yali called out. Speak. Leader, might you grant these 2 brothers another chance? Their past performances have been commendable. Yali asserted earnestly. What say you? Su-e directed his gaze toward the crowd. The team members spoke in unison. Give them another chance. The 2 men's eyes glistened with unshed tears. For 2 months, regardless of rain or shine, they had run laps together, endured punishment side by side, and wrestled in camaraderie. They had emerged from the mire together, accustomed to this shared hardship, reluctant to part from their comrades. This is an opportunity bestowed upon you by all. Seize it and perform well. Su-e said with a sense of relief. Both men inhaled deeply, steeling their resolve. 10 arrows, with 8 striking the target, would suffice for passing. The target was not large, positioned at a considerable distance, specifically designed by Su-e to match the physical capabilities of the primitive men. The 2 did not disappoint. One struck 9 times, while the other achieved a perfect 10. The onlookers in the line watched with bated breath, yet dared not cheer, for under normal circumstances, they would have erupted in applause. After passing the test, the 2 men looked expectantly at Su-e. Join the ranks, he gestured with a wave of his hand. Their faces flushed, they felt as if they had been reborn. Not far away, the women had already kindled a bonfire and prepared food. Su-e directed the formation to assemble neatly before the fire and ordered them to disperse. The guard members lined up to receive their fair share of food, each settling around the bonfire to roast their provisions. Su-e perched upon a small stone bench. Accepting the roasted meat and water offered by Yao Ling Lan, just informed me that the ewe we captured a while back has given birth to 2 lambs. 2 in 1 litter? Excellent. Su-e replied with delight. Please inform Lan to separate them and provide the mother with additional fodder. Do the sheep require special care? Yes. The mother and her offspring must be kept apart from the others. Otherwise, the lambs will not receive sufficient milk, Su-e explained patiently. Oh, I shall inform Lan at once, Yao Ling said before turning to leave. 70 days passed, and the Xianbird tribe underwent significant changes. The surrounding fences loomed tall, and the shelters stood in orderly rows. Although resources in the vicinity began to dwindle, the livestock within the enclosure had increased. The number of pigs had risen to 5, with 2 boars and 3 sows, 2 of which were pregnant. The sheep numbered 21, with a greater proportion of rams, totaling 10, accounting for half. Additionally, there were 3 water buffalo, 1 large and 2 small. What vexed Su-e was that the 2 wolves remained unmanageable. They would eat whatever was given but would not acknowledge anyone afterward. Su-e resolved that once they birthed wolf cubs, he would roast the 2 larger ones. One day, after completing his rounds, Su-e returned to the main shelter to cool off. Many trees around the camp had been felled, and the sunlight was rather harsh. Su, we have a situation, Yao Yu exclaimed, hurrying in with someone in tow. She had never relinquished her desire to reclaim their ancestral lands. She had thought that subduing the Yen Phoenix tribe would suffice, only for the emergence of another Black Wolf tribe. Now, with the Black Wolf tribe still unresolved, the situation had become even more complicated. Yao Yu stepped aside, allowing the newcomer to speak. Let him address you. Su-e looked at the newcomer, who was of shorter stature and bore an air of arrogance. Honorable divine envoy, I am Lang Tu from the Black Wolf tribe, the man bowed. Su-e leisurely continued to eat his roasted meat and sip water. What brings you here? Lang Tu, observing Su-ye's relaxed demeanor, felt a twinge of doubt. Had the leader made a grave error in seeking assistance from the seemingly weak Xianbird tribe? Yet, the strikingly poised clan leader remained silent at his side, prompting him to continue. Since our people have witnessed your tribe's weaponry, they no longer dare to enter your territory. He stood before Su-e but addressed Yao Yu. Enough of the pleasantries. What is your true purpose? Su-e swallowed his meat, expressing impatience. Lang Tu felt anger rising within him, but saw the matriarch's expression of nonchalance, compelling him to suppress his emotions. You are aware that there are 5 tribes in this region, correct? Su-yi nodded, having heard Yao and her companions mention them. Now, aside from our Black Wolf tribe, the other 3 have surprisingly formed an alliance. Upon finishing, Lang Tu scrutinized Su-yi's expression, but saw it remain inscrutable. He quickly added, they have united, and their young warriors are innumerable. Originally, we could contend with the Thunder and Wind tribes, yet they have inexplicably allied with the Tiger tribe. That Tiger King is a vicious man, known for feasting on the unborn and relishing human hearts. Lang Tu's rapid-fire declarations finally drew a frown from Su-yi. And what relevance does all this hold for us? Su-yi replied blandly. Lang Tu, flustered, insisted. He will annihilate our Black Wolf tribe, and then turn to seize your lands and your women. So you seek our aid? Su-yi feigned realization. Indeed. We should unite to combat the tyrannical Tiger King. You are mistaken. Su-yi chuckled. If the Tiger King is so formidable, why would I risk opposing him rather than joining forces with him against you? I hold no animosity toward the Tiger King. Furthermore, the fact that the Thunder and Wind tribes have allied with him suggests he treats others well. Lang Tu fell silent, understanding that the man before him was not easily deceived. Divine Envoy, I have deceived you. Lang Tu admitted, dejected. Su-yi's expression remained impassive. When the Thunder and Wind tribes, accompanied by their young warriors, attacked us, the Tiger King ambushed their stronghold, capturing nearly all of their women and children. They had no choice but to ally with the Tiger tribe. Aside from that, everything else I have said is true. The Tiger King is a ruthless leader, frequently raiding. And now his power has grown. He seeks to obliterate us and fully claim this territory. Lang Tu, is it? Su-yi began, and Lang Tu immediately perked up. Even without an alliance with your Black Wolf tribe, I have my own means of dealing with the Tiger King. Why should I risk my people's lives to assist you? Lang Tu's mind raced, finally grasping something. Divine Envoy, what must we do for your assistance? Su-yi's gaze swept over Lang Tu before turning to Yao Yu. Is the Mabu clan subordinate to the Black Wolf tribe? Yao Yu nodded, receiving her confirmation. Su-yi addressed Lang Tu. Teach me the technique for making hemp cloth, and I shall lead my people to aid you against the Tiger tribe. Lang Tu's face contorted with conflict. The core of the Black Wolf tribe was the Mabu clan, and the essence of the Mabu clan lay in the craft of hemp cloth making. Such a significant matter was beyond his authority to decide. I must return to seek counsel from Chief Lang Shao, Lang Tu stated honestly. Though he said this, he feared that Chief Lang Shao would undoubtedly disapprove. Feathers. Offer him a piece of fish to eat on the road. Thank you, Divine Envoy. A warmth blossomed within Lang Tu's heart. Cautiously accepting the meat handed to him by the female chieftain, Lang Tu hurried back to report. Will they share their technology with us? Yao Yu inquired, gazing at the figure disappearing into the jungle. The matter of whether they share their technology is trivial. What holds significance is integrating the Black Wolf tribe into the Shenbird clan. Do you have a way to convince the Black Wolf tribe to join us? Yao Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Certainly. Then speak quickly. You must kiss me first, and I shall divulge the information. Su-yi tilted his head, gesturing to his cheek. Yao Yu glanced outside the nest, noticing numerous clan members passing by, and whispered, how about we wait until nightfall, when no one is around? Chapter 57, Annihilate them. Regardless of your concerns, I shall only speak after the kiss. Su-yi appeared indifferent. Yao Yu bit her silver teeth, and seeing no one watching, she quickly leaned down to peck him. The fleeting touch was almost imperceptible to Su-yi. Turning away, the bashful Yao Yu exuded a different charm. Stop staring. And tell me. Su-yi's unwavering gaze made her cheeks flush. We merely need to approach it in this manner. Su-yi began to outline his plan. Upon hearing it, Yao Yu exclaimed in astonishment, can that truly work? You doubt me? Su-yi chuckled. You may not trust the Divine Envoy, but you must trust your man. You are not my man, Yao Yu retorted defiantly. Despite his previous declaration of affection, she had secretly accepted his feelings. You just initiated the kiss. Does that not count? Su-yi remarked, touching the spot where she had kissed him. A kiss is not enough. It is only valid if you bear my child. Yao Yu maintained her own standards. The Black Wolf tribe. They wish to acquire our flax spinning technology? Not a chance. The chief, Lang Shao, seethed with fury. What Divine Envoy? Only concerned with immediate gains, he scoffed. Once our Black Wolf tribe is annihilated, what good will it do him in the Shenbird clan? Chief, I believe that Divine Envoy is not a fool, Lang Tu interjected. He may not be as clever as he seems. If it weren't for the formidable weapons, I would not bother seeking their assistance. Chief, are you suggesting we forego an alliance with the Shenbird clan? Can you guarantee that with their help we can emerge victorious? Lang Shao countered. Lang Tu hesitated. His confidence stemmed entirely from that Divine Envoy. Lang Shao scrutinized the taciturn Tu and asked, have you visited their camp? Are there not many members of the Shenbird clan? Lang Tu nodded. A thought crossed Lang Zhao's mind, and he spoke, I plan to send you to secretly eliminate them. In doing so, their powerful weapons shall naturally belong to us. Absolutely not. Lang Tu vehemently refused. Their weapons are far too formidable. I will send you covertly. Lang Xiao insisted. That is still unacceptable. Lang Tu shook his head repeatedly. Their defenses are exceptionally robust, making it nearly impossible to breach from the outside. This is not acceptable, nor is that. Lang Xiao remarked impatiently. Then what do you suggest we do? Chief. There is no need for Lang Tu. I can lead my tribe to annihilate the Shin Bird clan. No, I should go. Other chieftains eagerly volunteered, as Lang Tu, once considered a man of valor, now appeared cowardly at the mere mention of the Shin Bird clan. Observing the chief's wavering interest, Lang Tu quickly asserted, we must not confront the Shin Bird clan head-on. We must outsmart them. Oh, Lang Xiao did not perceive Tu as a coward. He recognized that the Shin Bird clan's weapons must be exceptionally potent to intimidate his warriors. We are in agreement. Lang Tu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. We can provide them with weaving tools, and then eliminate the individuals they send, thus acquiring their formidable weapons. Precisely. The more Lang Tu spoke, the more exhilarated he became. Once we possess the weapons, we can eradicate the Shin Bird clan, and the weaving tools will return to us. Lang Xiao fell into deep contemplation. Why complicate the destruction of a minor tribe? What if they abscond with the weaving tools? They will not flee. Lang Tu envisioned the orderly encampment of the Shin Bird clan. Even if they do not flee, what if they accept the items without sending anyone? At this, Lang Xiao cast a sidelong glance. We can offer them half the tools. Once they send representatives, we shall deliver the remaining half. Lang Tu began to admire his own cleverness. Excellent. Lang Xiao pondered. 2. Let us proceed as you suggest. Should this succeed, there shall be ample rewards. Father. The previously silent Lang Yu interjected, but does that not equate to deceiving the Shin Bird clan? The elders and chieftains within the nest cast reproachful glances her way. What do you understand? If we do not eliminate them, it is our Black Wolf tribe that will face annihilation. Lang Xiao retorted with displeasure. The chief speaks truth. You, a mere girl, should not meddle in adult affairs. Lang Yu opened her mouth, then closed it again. In the Shin Bird clan, Su Yi sought out Lang Ben. Today, a man named Lang Tu approached. Do you have any connection to him? Lang Tu. I do not know him, Lang Ben replied, shaking his head. Observing his expression, Su Yi speculated whether he was lying and continued to inquire. What of the tiger tribe that resides in our territory? Are you aware of them? Lang Ben cautiously glanced at Su Yi, noticing the latter's unwavering gaze, and immediately averted his eyes. We originally separated from the tiger tribe. Our leader is, in fact, the brother of the tiger king. He took a portion of our kin to break away from the tiger tribe for his own gain. Divine envoy, I did not intend to conceal this from you, Lang Ben said, finding himself prostrate on the ground. Su Yi interjected. You merely feared I would suspect you of treachery. Lang Ben lay still, not daring to move. Have you ever contemplated betrayal? Divine envoy, I swear to the gods, I have never even considered it. Su Yi replied coolly. I believe you. Lang Ben rose cautiously, having finally become a member of the Shin Bird clan. He had grown fond of everything here and had no desire to return to the savage tiger tribe. Gather a few skilled individuals and bring digging tools, Su Yi instructed. Under Su Yi's direction, several enslaved individuals used stone and bone tools to excavate the earth. For the first time in their lives, they learned that mud could be fashioned into tools. Yet, if the divine envoy said it could be done, it surely could, and they devoted themselves to their task. That should suffice. This is enough. Su Yi bent down to inspect and commanded. Your current task is to remove the small stones and roots from this mud. The enslaved individuals complied. They had been chopping wood, only to be selected for this easier task. This was an excellent opportunity to capture the divine envoy's attention. Work at your own pace. I shall explore elsewhere, Su Yi said, casting one last glance before departing. The enslaved individuals immediately devoted themselves with utmost focus. In primitive society, living conditions were harsh. Wearing animal skins made sweating unbearable. Yao Ling complained to him daily, saying she no longer wished to wear shorts, as they became sticky and uncomfortable when damp. She somewhat longed for the animal skin skirts that left her backside exposed. Su Yi had promised her that once he dealt with the Black Wolf tribe, he would procure her a set of linen garments. Cooking without pots and eating without bowls. Consuming roasted meat daily was bearable for primitive people, yet his stomach struggled to endure. The shelters were leak-proof but stifling when it was not raining, and damp when it was. The path to a better life was fraught with challenges. Su, can mud truly be fashioned into the pots you speak of? Yao Ling asked as she walked alongside him. Fishing has become tiresome for her. She has accompanied Yao Ying and others on hunts, indulging in the thrill of slaying wild beasts. She has helped the slaves chop wood and fed pigs alongside Yao Lan, while attempting to mend clothes for Lien. She pricked herself several times and has since been orbiting around Su Yi, requesting him to procure some delightful amusements for her. Everyone in the clan is aware that while it is unwise to provoke the clan leader, it is even more perilous to offend Ling. The clan leader often expresses his emotions openly. If Ling is upset, she would confide her grievances to the divine messenger. Su-yi understands that Ling merely seeks playful mischief. She refrains from causing chaos in serious matters, so he indulges her whims. Once it is completed, you will understand, Su-yi mused, envisioning the prospect of delicious soup. Soup? What is that? It is a concoction of meat and water, simmered together to create a flavorful broth. Wouldn't it be better to simply eat the meat? You have a point, Su-yi said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Chapter 58, The Loom. Among the different clans, the notion of shared husbands and wives has become deeply entrenched. In his capacity as the divine messenger, Su-yi has requested that everyone stabilize their mating partners, but to little avail. Many still change partners daily. And women who are not pregnant continuously seek robust men for mating. The arrangements appear entirely consensual and harmonious, devoid of any coercion. Su-yi finds himself helpless in the face of this situation, particularly evident within his own guard unit. Each member of the guard possesses more food and a sturdier physique, making them the favored choice among the women of the clan. Yao Ying, the leader of one of the sub-teams, has completely embraced this lifestyle. He is tall and strong, surrounded daily by women from various clans, some of whom are exceptionally beautiful, leading him to frequently spend nights away from home. Even his own partner has come to accept the reality. Despite Yao Ying's flirtations, he shows her considerable care, ensuring she is well-fed and content. So she quietly tolerates his behavior. Everyone has grown accustomed to this arrangement, realizing that change must come gradually. Observing Su-yi's furrowed brow, Yao Yu reassured him. I understand. Su-yi snapped back to attention, exclaiming with joy, currently, we produce far too few goods. Perhaps once everyone possesses ample private property, gender relations will stabilize. Why is that? Yao Yu inquired, puzzled. Su-yi replied, if a woman has mated with 5 men and later gives birth, will she know who the father of her child is? She likely wouldn't, Yao Yu contemplated. No, Su-yi asserted firmly, unless under exceptional circumstances, she would certainly be unaware. For instance, if Ying happens to be one of those 5 men and he is on the verge of death, who should inherit his 5 pigs? Naturally, they would belong to the Xian Niao clan. Yao Yu responded without hesitation. Su-yi sighed. You, if you were nearing death. Who would inherit your bed and your favorite stone bowl? My child. Yao Yu scoffed. I am still young. I won't die anytime soon. Then why would Ying's 5 pigs belong to the Xian Niao clan? Does he have those pigs as private property? Yao Yu questioned incredulously. It is impossible now. But it may not be so in the future. Yao Yu pondered. Ah, I see. His 5 pigs would indeed go to his child. But he wouldn't know which child is his. How clever. Su-yi praised her. Thus, once men acquire more private property, they will demand that their partners remain exclusive. Yao Yu gazed at the eloquent Su-yi, her heart racing. Exclusive? I have never considered accepting multiple partners. She believed her perspective was influenced by her mother, who had only one man in her life, leading her to think this way. In her memories, her father had showered her mother with affection. But are they still alive? Her father's sudden departure was likely in search of her missing mother. Her gaze inadvertently met Su-yi's, only to find him looking back at her. Ahem. When shall we return to our ancestral land? She asked, seeking a new topic. We will return after dealing with the Black Wolf tribe, Su-yi noted, finding her visage enchanting, whether in joy or sorrow. Are we abandoning the camp we constructed here? We will take the livestock with us. We can rebuild the houses. He replied, animal domestication takes time to yield results, but cultivating crops is different. According to Yao Yu, their ancestral land is a flat expanse with a warm and humid climate, making it ideal for suitable crops to flourish. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the makeshift shelter. After receiving permission, Yao Li entered with someone, none other than the wolf envoy from the Black Wolf tribe who had visited previously. Greetings to the Xian Niao clan, esteemed divine messenger. The wolf envoy bowed respectfully, devoid of the arrogance he had displayed previously. Has your leader consented to my request? Su-yi inquired as he seated himself at the head of the table. We have brought the weaving tools, the envoy replied, as 2 individuals entered carrying a wooden frame. Su-yi could hardly contain his excitement. The simplicity of this contraption raised doubts, yet it was remarkable for a primitive society. What level of civilization does this world truly possess? Despite their struggles with food and clothing, the Xian Niao clan possesses remarkable medicinal techniques. While the Black Wolf tribe has weaving machines, could it be that each tribe has its own unique heritage? Observing Su-yi's astonished expression, the wolf envoy felt a surge of confidence. Show me how it works, Su-yi requested, standing beside the machine. The envoy, aware that the divine messenger was not easily deceived, lowered his head respectfully. Unfortunately, this machine is missing several crucial components, so I cannot demonstrate it at present. Su-yi shook his head. That won't do. Without the proper technology, I cannot risk my people's lives. Our adversaries are the ferocious tiger tribe. His expression was one of trepidation as he waved his hands dismissively. The wolf envoy was relieved that he had not brought all the tools. Realizing how cunning the divine messenger was, our leader has stated that as long as you send someone, the remaining parts of the weaving tools will be delivered immediately, along with individuals specifically tasked with teaching you, he added, carefully observing Su Yi's reaction. Su Yi pondered for a moment before nodding. That makes some sense. The wolf envoy's heart soared at this response, only for Su Yi to pivot the conversation. Shall I send people to assist you in battle? You won't have to bring your own food and weapons, will you? The wolf envoy was taken aback. He had come seeking powerful weapons, and it was inconceivable that the divine messenger would not allow them to bring anything. The envoy stammered, but quickly added, our tribe has recently suffered significant losses of weapons. We might not have enough for your people. Following this, Su Yi continued to inquire about various matters. After a few exchanges, he surmised that the envoy was not interested in people, but rather in their bows and arrows. He decided to probe further. All right, you will provide the food, and we will bring our own weapons, Su Yi declared boldly. Li, instruct everyone to prepare stone knives and stone spears to support the Black Wolf tribe. The wolf envoy felt a wave of despair wash over him, contemplating how to voice his concerns, when someone else posed the question for him. Divine messenger, are we not bringing bows and arrows? Yao Li asked, puzzled. Are you doubting me? Su Yi replied coldly. The bows and arrows are treasures of our clan. What if they get lost? Treasures? Yao Li sensed something unusual about the divine messenger's demeanor, and the atmosphere became increasingly peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he silently turned to leave. The wolf, in a hesitant manner, stammered, without that treasure, the tiger tribe may prove quite formidable. Su Yi had now firmly concluded that the plea for assistance was a ruse, while their covetousness for their bows and arrows was all too genuine. In light of this, matters would be considerably simpler. I truly admire this weaving tool. Might we exchange our treasures for your tools? Absolutely not. Before the delighted wolf could voice his thoughts, Yao Yu resolutely rejected the notion. If they were to relinquish such formidable weapons as bows and arrows, how could they hope to reclaim their ancestral lands? But I genuinely cherish this weaving tool. Su Yi had not anticipated Yao Yu's unexpected collaboration. That is still out of the question. Yao Yu firmly declined, stating, we can forego the linen. As long as we possess our weapons, we fear no one. Su Yi could only shake his head in resignation and turn to the wolf, saying, you see, I wish to barter with you, but our chieftain is opposed. The wolf's heart raced with a tumult of emotions, oscillating between worry and elation. Chapter 59, Shyness. My lord, look here. The wolf was perplexed as to why the Xianbird tribe had two overseers. Do not entertain such thoughts. An exchange is impossible, Yao Yu declared with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. Observing her expression, he realized she was genuinely unwilling to trade. Our chieftain deems your offerings insufficient, Su Yi remarked. Yao Yu prepared to retort, but upon catching Su Yi's restraining glance, she merely opened her mouth without uttering a word. Insufficient? The wolf's mind began to whirl, contemplating. Exchanging our loom for your bows and arrows seems quite equitable, does it not? Yet our chieftain remains unconvinced. Su Yi assumed a dismissive posture, indicating that the exchange was unlikely to materialize, and suggested, you may take your goods and return. We are willing to add 5 rolls of linen. The wolf gritted his teeth and insisted. Only 5 rolls. That is all the stock we possess in our tribe, came the reply, and it still falls short, for while we can do without linen, we must eliminate our enemies. With bows and arrows in hand, we could reclaim lands, lakes, rivers, and women, while you would be left with naught but linen. Should our tribe grow stronger and vanquish yours, would not the linen eventually belong to us? Su Yi regarded the wolf with a smile as he articulated his thoughts. A chill crept down the wolf's spine. The divine messenger spoke with undeniable truth. Their Xianbird tribe may currently lack men, yet they had an abundance of women. It would not be long before their numbers swelled, placing the Black Wolf tribe in peril. Su Yi observed the swift change in the wolf's expression, understanding the implications. The Xianbird tribe bore no animosity towards the Black Wolf tribe. Since you are in need, we shall extend a helping hand this once. The stunned wolf was filled with elation. Does this mean the divine messenger has agreed to the exchange? Who knew my heart could be so benevolent? Su Yi, with no qualms about deceiving the primitive folk, proposed 5 rolls of linen, 1 loom. And you must also teach us how to use it. In return, our prized bows and arrows shall be yours. The wolf was beside himself with joy, having struck an incredible bargain. With the offered jerky in hand, he immediately set off for home. Why did you agree to exchange the bows with them? Yao Yu inquired. Perplexed, Su Yi opened his arms, inviting her into his embrace. In the large tent, it was just the two of them. Yao Yu shyly edged closer. Su Yi seized her small hand, pulling her into his embrace. The warmth and softness against his thigh sent shivers through him, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He buried his face in her silky black hair, the subtle herbal scent intoxicating him. The warm breath at her ears sent tingles throughout Yao Yu's body. What are you doing? If you don't tell me, I shall leave. Yao Yu gently protested. Surely, with just a glance at the bows, you could learn to make them? Sui inquired. Yao Yu nodded. Crafting bows was indeed not difficult. The bows of the Shinbird tribe were made to Su Yi's specifications. However, merely bending a stick and attaching a string could yield countless bows. Albeit with slightly diminished power, their functionality would remain comparable. The last time they had frightened them from a distance, they had not seen clearly. Once they did, would we still be able to obtain the loom? As his fingers brushed against her taut skin at the waist, Yao Yu was lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. But I still do not wish to grant them such powerful weapons. If conflict arises, our tribesmen may be injured. Yao Yu expressed her concerns. We'll craft a shield to ensure the safety of our own. Su Yi continued to probe upward, reaching the lofty edge. Yao Yu snapped back to reality, realizing that Su Yi was again contemplating matters of procreation in broad daylight. She considered escaping, yet the notion of the shield piqued her curiosity. Keep your hands outside. No entering. Yao Yu felt her face ablaze. Su Yi's heart quaked with delight at this unexpected turn of events. His large hand boldly clasped one of hers. Pray tell, what is a shield? She struggled to suppress the peculiar sensations rising within her, striving to maintain an even tone. Su, are you here? The entrance flap was suddenly drawn back, revealing Yao Ling's small head. Upon seeing the two huddled together, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Yao Yu wished she could vanish into the ground. She attempted to rise, but for some reason felt weak, as Su Yi held her tightly. In a flurry, she turned her body, burying her face in Su Yi's chest. Having finally grasped the aloof female chieftain, Su Yi was reluctant to release her. After all, Ling was one of their own. Where have you been playing? Su Yi inquired. Yao Ling, catching sight of the flushed neck peeking through Yao Yu's dark hair, grinned wickedly. While they were fishing, an ill-fated crocodile lunged ashore, but they managed to drive it back. You must let her out, came the faint, buzzing voice in her ear. Yao Yu assumed that Ling would leave upon noticing their closeness, yet the two continued conversing. To make matters worse, the divine messenger's hand, resting on her chest, persisted in its unwelcome kneading. Ling, your sister Yu is shy. Please step outside first. Yao Yu's cheeks flushed deeper. Su Yi felt the tremor in her embrace and cast a glance at Yao Ling to signal her to leave. Yao Ling giggled and turned to depart. She has gone. Su Yi said gently. Immediately, he sensed the beauty in his arms relaxing. You still won't let go. Yao Yu's enchanting eyes brimmed with indignation. Su Yi chuckled and released her, then continued. As for the shield, hands must remain still. A shield is a defensive weapon that can withstand arrows and sharp implements, safeguarding oneself. With their bows, they pose little threat to us. You had thought of this long ago? Yao Yu's blush faded, replaced by intrigue in her gaze. It was never a fleeting thought. It has been on my mind all along, Su Yi stated without exaggeration. Lowering his gaze, he saw admiration and affection reflected in her eyes, a swell of pride rising within him that he could not suppress. To traverse this savage world and conquer such a woman was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Noticing the heat in Su Yi's gaze, Yao Yu instinctively closed her eyes. Su Yi cradled the back of her head and pressed his lips against hers. The clay for crafting pottery had already been prepared. Su Yi was uncertain which type of clay would be most suitable, so he prepared several varieties. Now, follow my lead, he instructed, glancing at the group of slaves. Each of them had been selected for their dexterity and awaited his commands. The slaves displayed an extraordinary level of devotion. It was common knowledge among them that working alongside the divine messenger would enhance their intellect. Su Yi demonstrated the pottery-making technique known as hand-forming, which involved shaping bowls and cups with 1s hands. The bowls should resemble the shape of this coconut shell, he indicated, holding up a half shell. Just ensure that the clay adheres well at the base and remains flat. As he spoke, he began to mold the clay, resulting in a rather lopsided creation. While the slaves produced impressively crafted pieces, ensure there are no cracks or holes, he cautioned, as these will be used to hold water. Using clay to hold water? Yao Ling asked, intrigued, her cheeks smeared with mud. Will it leak? That depends on the quality of the clay and everyone's technique, he replied. Your work is commendable. Observing the group, Su Yi selected a bowl that, although thick, was notably well-rounded, and everyone looked to him for guidance. The praised slave appeared both exhilarated and solemn. If you could make it a bit thinner, that would be even better, Su Yi advised. A throng of slaves gathered to observe. We must try each type of clay, and remember to mark them for easy identification. The 2 individuals who craft the finest pieces will be promoted to higher-ranking slaves. With that, Su Yi sauntered away, leaving a bustling crowd behind. Quick, teach me how to do it. After Su Yi's departure, Yao Ling assumed the leadership role. The slaves who had been called upon understood she was the divine messenger's woman, and they lowered their heads, afraid to meet her gaze. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. She reassured them. If you apply too much force here, it will warp. Chapter 60. You are a good man. The father of the priestess had become quite the popular figure among the elderly. Although he was not of the Shinbird tribe, he identified himself as one of them. Whenever he recalled how resistant he had been to coming here, his face would flush with embarrassment. Life among the Shinbird tribe had improved immensely. He enjoyed daily meat and no longer had to contend with leaks in his dwelling. His daughter would visit him during her leisure time, and most importantly, her remarkable partner brought him meat every day. The surrounding old men were envious. He felt that life should be lived this way. His previous existence had been in vain. What a wonderful daughter I have. He had heard that the priestess's partner was particularly favored by the divine messenger. As another workday commenced, the elderly men surrounded him, offering their usual flattery. Their task involved selecting branches from the felled trees to craft arrows. Following Su's instructions, each group of elders was assigned a different process, choosing arrow shafts, attaching feathers to the fletching, and sharpening the arrowheads. The priestess's father had the easiest job. He was responsible for quality control, ensuring the arrows were straight and the feathers were securely attached. The other old men sought his favor, and he turned a blind eye to their shortcomings. Old priest, do you think the divine messenger might take an interest in the priestess? One elder inquired, leaning closer. The priest was taken aback. Surely not. Who is the divine messenger to look at my daughter? No, the elder insisted mysteriously. I have seen it with my own eyes. The divine messenger has smiled at the priestess, and not just once. The priest waved his hand dismissively. A smile is just a smile. It doesn't imply anything more. The divine messenger is still a man, a young and robust one at that. If he smiles frequently at a woman, don't you think it means something? The elder argued passionately. Consider this. If the priestess were the divine messenger's woman, the Shinbird tribe would regard you with greater respect. Your standing within the tribe would be elevated significantly. The priest inhaled sharply. This was indeed a serious matter. He began to envision himself sitting beside the divine messenger, surrounded by respectful admirers. For the rest of the day, his mind wandered through elaborate fantasies. That night, when Yao Li came to deliver meat, the priest retained him for conversation. Li, you are a good man, the priest began, offering praise. However, now that the divine messenger has taken a liking to my daughter, it may not be appropriate for you to share a nest with her. Yao Li, scratching his head, was momentarily taken aback. The divine messenger is interested in the priestess? How can that be? He exclaimed. The priestess was promised to me by the divine messenger. Perhaps he has changed his mind? Impossible. Ling and you are both exceedingly beautiful. The divine messenger would not be interested in the priestess. Look at you. Ignoring my warnings, the priest replied. Others have seen it firsthand, and I am merely informing you. Seen what? Yao Li questioned skeptically. The divine messenger held the priestess's hand. Yao Li was consumed by a mix of shock and anger. After a heated exchange, he left the priest's dwelling, lost in despair. He was unwilling to accept the reality, yet in his eyes, the priestess indeed surpassed even the divine maidens. Could it be that the divine messenger truly had feelings for her? But why had he promised her to him in the first place? His beloved woman was once again being taken from him by the divine messenger. He felt a surge of rage mixed with helplessness. After all, he was the divine messenger, sent by the Shinbird deity to save the tribe. Ever since his arrival, the Shinbird tribe had grown stronger day by day, no longer troubled by hunger. Initially, he had even spared Yao Li's life. In the slave quarters, Yao Li wandered aimlessly after leaving the priest's dwelling. A perceptive slave woman recognized him and boldly took his hand. Yao Li found himself inexplicably in the woman's nest. The nest had been newly constructed, yet the odor was far from pleasant. The woman had already shed her animal skin and lunged toward him, detecting the scent of her sweat. Yao Li pushed her away in disgust. Don't be so reckless. I'm only staying here for one night, he warned. Put on some clothes, or I will leave immediately. Reluctantly, the woman donned her animal skin, her gaze persistently luring Yao Li. This man was tall and strong, holding a high status within the tribe. If she could secure him as her partner, she would never have to worry about food or drink again. Meanwhile, the priestess waited alone in her nest. As the stars filled the sky, Yao Li still had not returned, and her worry grew. Since they began living together, he had never failed to return home for the night. Even when there were matters to attend to, he would always inform her in advance. The dwellings of the Shinbird tribe were not far apart. After some contemplation, she resolved to rise and inquire at the divine messenger's dwelling whether Yao Li had been assigned a task. Although it was improper to disturb others at such an hour, her concern was overwhelming. Upon stepping outside her dwelling, a patrolling guard immediately took notice of her. What are you doing out here at this hour? He questioned, his tone unfriendly and his gaze wary. I'm looking for the divine messenger, she replied. Upon hearing this, the guard raised his weapon. I need to ask him about something. My partner hasn't returned, and I am worried he might be in danger. We'll go together. the guard said, spear in hand, keeping a close watch on her. In Su Yi's dwelling, a soft voice whispered, Su, someone is approaching. He felt a small hand gently patting his cheek. Embracing Ling's soft form, he was in a deep slumber, only half awake. My esteemed divine emissary. It seems that Li has not returned throughout the night. Have you assigned him any tasks? Su, the priestess, interjected. Su Yi also perceived the implication. I have not designated any tasks. You may have the guards escort you to search for him. Su Yi yawned, urging, go on, they surely know where Li has gone. The priestess cast a pleading glance at the guard beside her. Under the cloak of night, the guard finally recognized that she was the woman of the squad leader. At the entrance of the camp, there stood a designated hut for patrolling personnel. The priestess was brought to this place. Shortly thereafter, 2 guards were summoned back. One of whom reported, squad leader Yao Li has gone to the slave district and has not returned. Understood, return to your posts, and keep your eyes peeled. The squad leader commanded. After a moment of hesitation, the other guard leaned in to whisper something in the squad leader's ear. The priestess felt a wave of relief. Realizing that Yao Li was unharmed, she remained oblivious to their whispered exchange, but the news puzzled her. She was aware that Yao Li had gone to deliver meat to his father that evening, yet why had he not returned? The woman of the squad leader. Are you still searching for him? The squad leader inquired respectfully. I cannot rest easy until he is found, the priestess replied. A look of difficulty crossed the squad leader's face, but he nonetheless led the way. The priestess assumed that Yao Li was residing with his father, yet the guard was leading her in an entirely different direction. Upon reaching a makeshift shelter, the squad leader halted. Yao Li is inside. The priestess was utterly bewildered. Observing the certainty in his gaze, she called out, Li, are you in there? Yao Li, feeling dejected, had barely managed to fall asleep. Suddenly hearing the priestess's voice, he momentarily found it hard to believe. Li, are you in there? Chapter 61, Punishment. Yao Li sat bolt upright from the hay. How did the priestess find her way here? All remnants of sleep vanished as he lowered his head to tidy his clothing and rose to push the door open. Upon seeing the squad leader standing beside the priestess, he immediately grasped the situation. The man stood unscathed before him, and the priestess smiled. However, the smile quickly faded from her face. Following closely behind Yao Li was a naked woman, completely unashamed, flaunting her bare bosom and regarding the priestess with a provocative gaze. You may continue your slumber. I shall take my leave, the priestess declared, turning away with no hint of hesitation. You all. Yao Li turned back to discover the naked woman behind him. He raised his hand and delivered a slap across her face. Smack. Did I not instruct you to dress appropriately? The woman, stung by the blow, fell to the ground, sobbing. Why did you strike her? The priestess exclaimed, turning back. As a man, if you were unwilling, could she have dragged you into her den? Yao Li found himself at a loss for words. Under the moonlight, witnessing the disappointment and sorrow in the priestess's eyes shattered his heart. Priestess, please allow me to explain. Ignoring the woman on the ground, he shot a glare at the squad leader and hurried after the priestess. The squad leader was taken aback. He vowed to leave earlier next time. In the residence of the Shen bird tribe, you say the divine emissary has taken a liking to me? The priestess exclaimed in disbelief. Did he even take my hand? Yao Li, have you not a shred of sense? The priestess reprimanded him sternly. Yao Li felt a surge of joy and listened with a grin. The divine emissary never deceives his kin. Even I, an outsider, know this. How could you place faith in my father's words? He spouted nonsense, and you believed him? The priestess's chest heaved with indignation. You both lack common sense. I should not have believed it. Yao Li awkwardly reached for her hand, but she brushed it away with no mercy. You would rather sleep with that woman? The priestess recalled the woman's provocative gaze, her anger flaring. Her backside is rounder. The priestess declared defiantly, pointing to her own chest, which is ample. Have you not always murmured about preferring larger sizes? Yao Li growled in frustration, lunging at her and pinning her down. What are you doing? Let go of me. The priestess demanded coldly. Yao Li disregarded her protests, leaning down to kiss her fervently. The struggle beneath him gradually ceased, replaced by soft sobs. Are you not yet satisfied with that woman? The priestess choked out. I did not sleep with her. She undressed herself. I did not touch her. Yao Li, flustered, rose to embrace her, wiping away her tears in the darkness. Even if it happened, does it matter? Don't we all behave this way? I do not. I do not desire any other woman. I only want you. The following day. You did not return to the nest last night. The priestess searched for you everywhere. What were you doing? Su Yi regarded Yao Li with suspicion. I had thought you were a refreshing presence among the primitives, yet you have quickly succumbed. After hearing Yao Li's explanation, Su Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. Can you not apply more thought to your actions? Yao Li nodded repeatedly, recalling that the priestess had said the same the previous night. After reproaching Yao Li, Su Yi continued, that old shaman is still causing trouble? When the slaves were brought over, he made the most noise, and now he is still concocting schemes. Eagle, bring along the defective arrows you discovered. Su-yi pondered for a moment, deciding to penalize the individuals responsible for those tasks, along with the old shaman, by assigning them to clean livestock dung for a month. Inform them that should they err again, they shall face execution as a sacrifice to the gods. Yali accepted his orders and departed. The arrows he held were consistent in length and thickness, but the fletching's adhesion and the notches at the arrow's end were decidedly shoddy. Such arrows may falter at close range, and their accuracy would be compromised at a distance. The punishment for the old shaman and his group of slaves stirred quite a commotion within the slave community. I knew they would run into trouble, Rinzai remarked with an expression of anticipated satisfaction. Though grayed with a few strands of white hair, he was also tasked with arrow production, albeit with the responsibility of selecting the arrow shafts. Indeed, it is fortunate we did not slack off. Cleaning livestock dung is far less enjoyable than affixing feathers to arrows. Several old men remarked with glee. Do you have the heart to watch your father toil with such filth? The old shaman sought out the priestess discreetly. The priestess did not offer him a pleasant countenance. She had not anticipated that her father would dare to entertain thoughts regarding the divine emissary. Thankfully, no disastrous events had transpired. This was already a light punishment. Should there be a next time, I will not be able to save you. Daughter, does the divine emissary truly not care for you? The old shaman persisted stubbornly. Father, if he cared for me, he would have kept me by his side from the start. The priestess replied resignedly, do your work well. If the divine emissary is dissatisfied, the responsibility may very well fall upon you in the future. With that, the priestess turned to leave. The old shaman returned to the livestock area, a bitter expression on his face. A few of his sycophants immediately surrounded him. Upon learning of his fruitless return, they all sighed in disappointment. However, considering he was still the priestess's father, they lightened his workload somewhat. The old shaman now loathed the individual who had initially whispered such ideas into his ear. In the forest of ferocious beasts, a group of 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, hurried along the path. Leading the way was a guard from the Xian bird tribe. Having traversed this route several times, Lang Tu still could not commit it to memory. He felt that every step he took was different. Warrior, he called out to the leader striding ahead with his chest puffed out and head held high. Why don't we walk straight? The guard, without turning back, replied, there are numerous traps in this forest. Wandering aimlessly could lead to death. Traps? After hearing this new term following bows and arrows, he silently noted it in his mind. These are inventions of our divine envoy, the guard proudly declared. Throughout the journey, he posed many questions, but only received 2 responses to this particular inquiry. He understood that asking further would be futile. The guard would not divulge additional information. This time, he brought along 2 women, specifically to teach the Xian bird tribe to use weaving tools. 2 other young men carried 5 rolls of linen to exchange with the Xian bird tribe. Upon returning, he informed the chief of the Xian bird tribe's exchange conditions. After discussing with the tribe, the chief received unanimous agreement. In their view, the weaving tools were merely a temporary provision for the Xian bird tribe, to be used until they defeated the tiger tribe and subsequently annihilated the Xian bird tribe. Naturally, he was aware of this, yet a voice within him urged him not to become an enemy of the divine envoy. Su-yi welcomed the members of the Black Wolf tribe at the large shelter. The women of the Xian bird tribe were also summoned inside. You all should learn diligently. Each of you must practice hands-on, Su-yi instructed. The 2 young men of the Black Wolf tribe gazed at the variously attractive women, mesmerized. Do you fancy them? If you stay with the Xian bird tribe, you may have the chance to possess them. Su-yi, noticing the 2 youths' muscular frames, instinctively enticed. Chapter 62, Crocodile Meat. Wolf 2 scowled and cleared his throat. How dare this divine envoy tempt his tribe with women right before him? What was more, the 2 young men appeared to take the bait. The esteemed envoy has quite the sense of humor, Wolf 2 chuckled. I am quite serious, Su-yi retorted. You too could remain. There will be fish and meat every day, and you can possess beautiful women for yourself. Wolf 2 swallowed hard, repeatedly declining. He held a respectable position in the Black Wolf tribe and already had 2 women. Furthermore, he dared not betray the Black Wolf tribe. The punishment for traitors, regardless of the tribe, was notoriously brutal. No matter, you may come whenever you wish, Su-yi said nonchalantly. Come, let me show you the treasures of our tribe. Wolf 2 immediately led his 2 followers to follow Su-yi to the clearing. At one end of the clearing, targets had already been set up. Yali approached, wielding a crudely made bow. Upon seeing what was claimed to be a treasure, Wolf 2's expression turned skeptical. Is this truly the treasure of your esteemed tribe? No. There are arrows as well. Su-yi pointed to the quiver behind Yali. This is too much. Wolf 2 thought he had been deceived. Yali, demonstrate for our esteemed guests. Yali drew the crude bow and knocked an arrow. With a creaking sound, the bowstring released and the arrow shot forth, striking the target with force. Wolf 2's eyelids twitched. Indeed, this is the very thing. Of course, I never lie. Su-yi smoothly transitioned. However, it seems you look down upon our treasures. Not at all. Wolf 2 hastily gestured in denial. Though our treasures may not be as intricate as your weaving machines, it is no easy feat to conceive them with your own intellect. Wolf 2 realized this truth as well. Yao Li, present the weapon to the Black Wolf tribe. Sui commanded. Yao Li stepped forward solemnly and presented the bow and arrow. Wolf 2 bowed deeply, then excitedly accepted them. At last, the Black Wolf tribe had obtained this weapon. Yao Li, your task today is to teach them archery, Sui stated with precision. Wolf 2 felt grateful, as he had been worried about his people not mastering the skill. Within the large shelter, the women meticulously studied the weaving machines, as Sui had already instructed them to learn earnestly. Outside in the clearing, Yao Li patiently guided the two men in archery. Archery may be easy to learn, but hitting the target was another matter entirely. Yao Li, naturally gifted and having practiced daily, managed to wield the crude bow with some proficiency. The two young men from the Black Wolf tribe began to doubt their own capabilities. Wolf 2 also looked on skeptically at the bow and arrow. Observing this, Sui called for Yao Ying to demonstrate once more. Wolf 2 was now certain it was not the treasure that was lacking, but rather the inadequacy of his people. As the sun reached its zenith, it was time for the Xianbird tribe to dine. Sui warmly invited the members of the Black Wolf tribe to join. This roasted meat must be paired with vegetables to avoid becoming monotonous, Sui explained, noticing Wolf 2's astonished expression. With a determined demeanor, Wolf 2 followed Sui's lead, wrapping the meat in wild greens. As he tasted it, the outer crispiness and tender interior made his eyes widen in delight. Delicious, he exclaimed involuntarily. The other tribe members, including the two women, had already begun to devour their meals ravenously. Having grown up, they had never encountered such a sumptuous feast. As the chief, Wolf 2 fought to suppress the urge to shove food into his mouth. Fresh fruits, green vegetables, delicate roasted fish, and oily roasted meat were laid before them. And the members of the Black Wolf tribe hardly had time to speak. You should eat like this from the start, Sui remarked to Yao Ling with a smile. Yao Ling blushed. Is that so? She looked up to find her tribe members and the Black Wolf tribe feasting in stark contrast. They appeared as though they were starved. Chief, this food is better than anything I've dreamed of, one tribe member whispered. Wolf 2 felt a chill run down his spine. Over half of his tribe went to bed hungry each day, while the Xianbird tribe feasted in variety. In the Black Wolf tribe, such delectable food was typically reserved for the chief alone. No, even he had not tasted it. Yet here, every ordinary member of the Xianbird tribe was enjoying it, including several children. Observing the Xianbird tribe members savoring their meals, he realized they were not merely putting on a show for him, but rather, this was their daily norm. Esteemed envoy, this piece tastes like chicken, and this one, I presume, is fish. However, I cannot discern what this middle one is, Wolf 2 said, holding 3 skewers of meat. Old man, that is crocodile meat, Yao Ling clarified. Crocodile? Wolf 2 exclaimed. Are you referring to the water dragon? Indeed, that is the crocodile, Yao Ling laughed, observing his wide-eyed reaction. This crocodile meat is not as tasty as deer meat. I do not fancy it. Crocodile? Water dragon? The Xianbird tribe possesses the capability to hunt crocodiles. Wolf 2 cautiously took a bite of the skewer in his hand and savored it deeply. So fragrant, so satisfying. Their chief had never tasted crocodile meat. Yet he was the first to indulge. The meal left everyone thoroughly content. Esteemed envoy, I hope you can visit our tribe as well. Though we may not offer as many varieties of food as you do here, Wolf 2 sincerely invited. I too wish to be a guest, Sui lamented. But I fear I may not return. Wolf 2 felt a tremor within him. Their tribe had always harbored hostility towards the Xianbird tribe, yet he had revealed nothing. How did this divine envoy know? Look at you. Sui furrowed his brow. Are you truly taking this seriously? I merely mentioned it casually. I know the Black Wolf tribe would not act against us. Indeed. Indeed. The wolf, suddenly relieved, continued to echo in agreement. A transaction concluded, both parties expressed their satisfaction. Watching as the wolf and his companions departed under the escort's guidance, Sui joyfully dashed back to the large hut. Have you all mastered it? Quickly demonstrate this weaving tool for me. The two women began to collaborate on the weaving process, but Sui furrowed his brow. In his recollection, a loom could be operated by a single person. Divine Master, are we doing something incorrectly? The two women asked nervously. You are not at fault. It is merely that this machine is somewhat primitive, Sui reassured them. Continue your work, I shall observe further. One woman stood at the front of the machine, responsible for threading the weft and tightening it, while the other managed the lifting of the warp. The loom structure was not overly complex, yet it featured a rudimentary mortise and tenon design. Each component appeared robust and sturdy, making it impossible for one individual to manage alone. If we were to reduce this large framework, it could easily be operated by a single person. Sui promptly stepped outside and summoned 2 slaves. He had discovered these 2 during the construction of the hut. They demonstrated considerable skill in wood shaving, leading Sui to decide to train them as carpenters. Can you replicate this design? The two men circled the loom for a while before nodding in agreement. How many days will it take? This large frame is not difficult. The connections and a few small components will pose a bit more of a challenge. The two slaves exchanged glances. Hearing this, Sui nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing their potential for carpentry. Give us 3 days, and we shall be able to replicate it. 3 days? Sui exclaimed in surprise. Let us not speak beyond our capabilities. To encourage them, Sui promised, if you can replicate it within 3 days, I shall promote you to senior slaves. Carving wood with stone tools is no easy feat, let alone crafting mortise and tenon joints. However, if they succeeded, creating a bed or a wooden house would not be a daunting task. The two slaves were overjoyed and immediately dashed off to gather their tools. Chapter 63, The Yen Tribe. 3 days later, the two carpenter slaves had astonishingly succeeded in replicating the loom. Sui fulfilled his promise, promptly promoting them to senior slaves. He then instructed them to find a way to reduce the loom's size. Their enthusiasm soared as they immersed themselves in the task. The tropical rainforest was rife with rain, and since the day the loom was successfully replicated, the relentless downpour continued unabated. The hut was damp, and the ground outside was muddy. The oppressive humidity over the past few nights had deprived Sui of restful sleep, leaving him feeling listless. Upon rising and completing his morning run, he contemplated for a moment and resolved to take proactive measures. He aimed to swiftly dismantle the Black Wolf tribe and return to their ancestral land. The ancestral land was flat, nestled beside mountains and water, unlike the dampness of the forest. Furthermore, the last time Yao Yu had promised him that she would bear him children upon reclaiming their ancestral land. Sui's concern was not for the children themselves, but rather for the experience of procreation. Amidst the misty rain, 40 guards stood rigidly in the clearing. From tomorrow onward, training will be temporarily suspended. Upon hearing this, the members of the team were elated, their faces beaming with joy. No one wished to run with a wooden stake in the mud every day. I have decided to wage war against the Black Wolf tribe, but one of the two squads must remain behind to defend. Engaging in external combat meant the opportunity for substantial rewards. The team members stood tall, filled with fervor. Report. Yao Li, at the front of the line, called out loudly. Speak. I am willing to lead my team into battle against the Black Wolf tribe, he declared. Report. Yao Ying, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in. He had been waiting for the Divine Master's arrangement and was surprised that Yao Li had volunteered. No need to compete. Sui looked at the crowd. I have already made my decision. Li, as the squad leader, you were easily swayed by rumors a few days ago. You shall forfeit the mission against the Black Wolf tribe. Ying, take your team and remain behind. The rest of you are dismissed. Yao Li opened his mouth, but dared not speak further. He dejectedly led his men away to eat, though his subordinates felt displeased. They refrained from expressing it, and certainly did not dare to question the Divine Master's decision. The Black Wolf tribe was exceedingly savage. They had driven them into this damp forest, seized their land, and taken their women. Why did they endure the hardships of training every day? It was to one day defeat them, reclaim their territory, and protect their women. You are the weapons of my Xin Yao clan. Your task is to make the enemy aware of our tribe's formidable strength, rendering us inviolable by other tribes. Now tell me, can you accomplish this? Yes, yes, yes. The remaining 20 members of the team shouted in unison, their voices echoing the might of 200. The long-standing rigorous training had endowed each of them with commendable archery skills and the stamina for long-distance pursuits, coupled with the Divine Master's wisdom. They were confident in their ability to fulfill the mission. Now go eat immediately, Sui commanded. After your meal, squad leaders and team leaders gather in the large hut. I will assign the tasks. On the rainy days of the primitive society, not only did animals retreat into their nests, but humans also reduced their range of activities. In the tiger tribe, a robust man with a thick mane of chest hair and a bushy beard lay in a nest perched on a tree trunk. 2 young women were massaging his shoulders and legs, while 2 others presented roasted meat and water. Did you roast this meat? The Tiger King asked, taking the meat and tearing off a piece to throw out of the hut. The attractive woman trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. Who told you to roast the meat like this? Do we have an abundance of food? Tiger King. As a woman, can't you roast meat? Or did you intentionally burn it? He seized the woman's arm, pulling her close. He caressed her beautiful cheek, then shifted his body, pinning her beneath him, lifting her grass skirt to press down upon her. If you cannot roast meat, surely you can bear children? No, please. The woman cried and struggled, as she had a man she admired in the Wind tribe. After about 10 seconds, the Tiger King stood up, satisfied. The other women stood silently by, not uttering a word. What? Don't you wish to be my woman? The Tiger King grasped her chin, and she quivered in fear. Your leader sent you to me. Your opinion does not count. He laughed. At that moment, a loud call rang out at the camp entrance. Tiger King, trouble. One of my tribesmen has been killed by a strange spear. What? The Tiger King erupted in fury. He followed the messenger to the body and indeed saw a slender spear protruding from the chest of the corpse. The spear was as long as an arm, perfectly straight, with a sharp tip and feathered tail. What an unusual weapon. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. The surrounding tribespeople murmured. What on earth happened? The Tiger King demanded angrily. We went out together to relieve ourselves, and as soon as we finished, we heard him scream. The tribesman who spoke was panicked and incoherent. Then I saw the spear in his chest. The Tiger King held the spear, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. So you did not see who attacked? The Tiger King, with his fierce brows furrowed and eyes wide with fury, caused the gathered tribesmen to cower to the ground, trembling as they stammered, nothing. With a disdainful snort, the Tiger King turned and departed. The Thunder Tribe and the Wind Tribe had consistently displayed exemplary behavior, and their leaders were obedient. Could it be that they had merely been feigning loyalty? Come forth. Upon returning to his lair, the Tiger King commanded. Immediately, several tribesmen stepped forward to receive their orders. You shall closely monitor the movements of the Thunder Tribe and the Wind Tribe. Report back to me with any developments. Furthermore, relay the message that no one is to defecate in the woods recently. After issuing his commands, the Tiger King lazily reclined once more. With 3 tribes now united, their territory had expanded significantly. The number of participants in the hunts had increased, resulting in a greater bounty of food. All game captured by the tribes was to be gathered and distributed by him. As the leader, he understood that only fairness would inspire loyalty, and only strength would instill fear. Regardless of tribal affiliation, he rewarded merit and punished transgressions. Thus, the loyalty of the other 2 tribes had solidified upon their joining. Yet, who could have caused the sudden demise of one of his own? It was evident that the individual had met their end at human hands. The Tiger King narrowed his eyes in contemplation. If internal discord was not the cause, then externally, the Tiger Tribe had indeed made 2 enemies. One was the Flame Tribe to the north, whom he had previously refused to pay tribute to. The other was the Black Wolf Tribe, not far from his own territory, with whom he had clashed several times over land disputes. Could this peculiar feathered spear have been sent by the Flame Tribe, now targeting him? Rising from his tiger skin rug, anxiety crept into his expression. In his youth, he had accompanied his father to pay tribute to the Flame Tribe on 2 occasions. Each time, they had to traverse several mountains and cross 2 rivers to arrive. The Flame Tribe, populous and powerful, had their leader referred to not as a chief, but as an emperor. Blessed by the heavens, they drew endless sustenance from the land. After his father's death, he had been unwilling to offer the hard-earned furs and jerky of his people without compensation, thus halting the tribute. Previously, someone had come to urge him again, but he had sent them away empty-handed, claiming he had nothing to offer. The messenger had left in a fury, threatening to send forces to attack the Tiger Tribe. The Tiger King pressed his fingers to his brow. If the Flame Tribe were to launch an attack, they would likely send a large force directly. So why resort to ambushing a solitary individual in the woods? As dawn broke and animals ventured out to forage, a thick cloud loomed over the Tiger Tribe, instilling fear among its members. Since that day, in the following days, a tribesman had fallen to the feathered spear each day, including members from both the Wind Tribe and the Thunder Tribe. Thus, the Tiger King ruled out the possibility of internal betrayal. Tiger King. No one dares to enter that forest anymore, a tribesman reported. How many have we lost in total over these past few days? The Tiger King's voice resonated with authority. 6, 1 each day. The leader of the Wind Tribe, Wind Ming, exclaimed in anger. The enemy is clearly provoking us. Summon your tribesmen, and we shall set forth. The Tiger King declared coldly. I have already deduced who is responsible. Chapter 64. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Who? I shall shatter their skulls. Some were bewildered, others furious. The Black Wolf Tribe. The Tiger King spoke with chilling resolve. Just yesterday, his scouts had finally tracked the enemy, witnessing them retreat into the territory of the Black Wolf Tribe. I suspected as much. Chief, we must eradicate the Black Wolf Tribe this time, his subordinates urged. Though the Tiger King maintained a composed exterior, concern gnawed at him. That peculiar feathered spear would likely prove troublesome. Prepare additional spears, and select those who can throw far to form a dedicated throwing unit. Each should carry at least 3. After a moment of thought, the Tiger King continued. The rest must wait for the opportune moment. Once their spears are exhausted, charge in for the kill. We have long-standing enmity with the Black Wolf Tribe. Their retaliation is to be expected. However, after this battle, the Tiger Tribe shall have no enemies left in this territory. The Tiger King rose, raising his fist triumphantly. Oh, using another's blade to kill? A bemused expression flickered across Yao Yu's face. Do you think they will fall for it? Would you fall for it? Sui retorted. Me? Yao Yu pondered. Perhaps I would. Just wait patiently to return with me to our ancestral land. Sui replied confidently. When the clam and the snipe vie, the fisherman benefits. What are you saying? I don't understand. Yao Yu rolled her eyes. Do you wish to learn the written word? Sui asked. Once we return and settle down, I shall teach you. You would teach me to write. Yao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had heard her father speak of how writing belonged to the powerful tribes, reserved only for chiefs or priests. Their small clan had no written legacy. What is mine is yours, Sui stated. Their relationship was now unmistakably clear. He had long regarded her as his beloved. Moreover, should Yao Yu master the written word, she could assist him in recording matters. A blush crept onto Yao Yu's cheeks. He always knew how to say things that warmed her heart. Captain Yaoing, the tiger tribe has arrived. A team member joyfully reported. With the totem of the Black Wolf tribe painted on his face, Yaoing leapt down from the tree, exclaiming, "These cowards have finally come." After receiving the command that day, he had set out with his subordinates, enduring days of rain, gnawing on dried meat and drinking rainwater. Fortunately, his men were robust, and none had fallen ill. The tiger tribe certainly knows how to bide their time, waiting for the weather to clear before seeking revenge. After inspecting the tribal markings on each other's faces to ensure there were no mistakes, Yaoing stood at the forefront. "Report, all clear. All clear," Yaoing affirmed. "Good. When the battle commences, take advantage of the chaos to blend in. You all know the instructions from the divine messenger. After firing 3 arrows, disengage from combat and regroup here. Why not shoot a few more?" Someone inquired. They had practiced shooting at targets daily, and now that they had the chance to shoot at people, they were eager to showcase their skills. The divine messenger said, 3 arrows. "Just 3. Yaoing replied coldly. "Disobey orders, and you shall be expelled from my unit." "I was wrong, captaining." The individual lowered their head in apology. A group of 20, agile and swift, made their way toward the battlefield. "What? The tiger tribe is attacking?" The leader of the Black Wolf tribe, Wolf Howl, exclaimed in shock. "How many have they brought?" "A great many, a dark mass." The tribesmen panicked. "Quick, alert everyone," Wolf Howl commanded. "Except for women and children, all shall fight alongside me." "Chief, our warriors are untrained with their bows and arrows. They cannot shoot accurately." Wolf 2 expressed his concerns. "Should we not retreat until everyone is stronger before confronting them?" "Wolf 2, how have you grown so cowardly?" Wolf Howl replied dismissively. "Only through battle can warriors be forged. Archery must be practiced on the battlefield." "Yes, Chief." Wolf 2 gazed at the figure leading the charge, trembling at the thought. He felt he could never match the chief's commanding presence. Armed and poised, both sides faced off on a sprawling plain. Wolf Howl observed the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, his expression shifting with trepidation. How many of his tribesmen would perish in this clash? Yet, as they dared to invade, he was determined to demonstrate the ferocity of the Black Wolf tribe. Upon exchanging the bows and arrows back from the loom, the Wolf Howls immediately prompted the tribe to replicate them in large quantities. Days passed, and the Black Wolf tribe had ensured that each member possessed a bow, although the designs varied, with some being long and others short, some thick and others slender. As long as they could launch arrows far and true, in his eyes, they were all fine bows. When the two factions met, animosity was palpable. The tiger tribe had suffered several fatalities, and the warriors were filled with a fervent desire for vengeance, their cries reverberating through the air. Facing the invaders, despite their smaller numbers, the Black Wolf tribe exuded an impressive aura. Wolf Howl steadied his people, urging them to string their bows and prepare for the enemy's charge. The Tiger King, meanwhile, commanded his spear-wielding warriors to brace themselves. A strange atmosphere enveloped the battlefield, with neither side daring to initiate the attack. "Spear throwers, advance. When within range, launch," commanded the Tiger King, with the others following closely behind, determined to overwhelm their foes. The warriors of the Tiger tribe charged forward with fierce battle cries, and Wolf Howl initially believed that the Tiger tribe had discerned his strategy. It was only when the enemy surged forth that he felt a sense of calm. As the distance closed, he shouted, "Everyone, release your arrows." With over 500 members in the Black Wolf tribe, half of whom were women and children, only about 200 able-bodied men were present. In contrast, the Tiger tribe had more than double that number, boasting 500 robust warriors. Across the plain, the 500 charged forth, their cries echoing like a howling wind. Some of the more timid members of the Black Wolf tribe trembled in fear, their faces pale. Nearly half of the 200 arrows fired fell short of their intended distance. The remaining 100 scattered into the advancing throng, splattering blood in their wake. "Fire again! Fire again!" Wolf Howl urged. The warriors of the Black Wolf tribe knocked their bows once more. After 2 rounds of arrows were loosed, the spears of the Tiger tribe began to rain down sporadically. Witnessing several of his kin fall, the Tiger King roared, "Spread out and charge." He had not anticipated that the enemy's weapons would reach such lengths. The Tiger tribe had never faced such a setback on their territory. Glancing down at the bodies at his feet, he noticed a small feathered spear lodged in his neck. Indeed, it was the handiwork of the Black Wolf tribe. The Tiger King immediately bellowed, "Charge! They have exhausted their spears. Let us annihilate them." The two factions were now dangerously close, and wielding a massive stone axe. He moved swiftly, rallying his warriors. After the tiger tribe had lost nearly 100 men, the two sides finally clashed in close combat. In an instant, the sounds of battle filled the air. Now, this is the moment. With a command from Yao Ying, 20 members of the Xian bird tribe stealthily infiltrated the periphery of the fray. Yao Ying drew his bow and felled an incoming enemy with a single arrow. As the divine envoy had predicted, the Black Wolf tribe was no match for the tiger tribe. Although they had launched several volleys, their aim was woefully inadequate. Once engaged in direct confrontation, the outnumbered side would inevitably suffer. After taking down 3 warriors from the tiger tribe, Yao Ying felt an urgent desire to escape the battlefield. Yet, 2 members of the tiger tribe, seemingly frenzied, pursued him relentlessly. Silently, Yao Ying took flight. He had not come to sacrifice himself. The 2 from the tiger tribe were momentarily taken aback. Glancing around, they noticed the totem of the Black Wolf tribe still standing, indicating that their leader had not retreated. Let us pursue and eliminate him. They exchanged determined glances before following Yao Ying into the forest. Chapter 65. Come into my embrace. On the battlefield, both sides were consumed by bloodlust. Upon seeing the totems on their opponents' faces, they would instantly launch into a frenzied attack. With clubs and spears, nearly everyone became injured. Wolf Howl's heart ached as he watched his warriors fall one by one, feeling utterly powerless. The able-bodied men he had brought had dwindled to less than half. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. He cried in despair, leading the withdrawal. Observing the Black Wolf tribe pulling back from the fight, the Tiger King ordered, "Do not pursue. Let them escape." Those who had ventured out returned. "Chief, why do we not pursue and annihilate them?" Someone questioned. "They still number in the dozens." "It is not as simple as it sounds," replied the Tiger King. "To eliminate them, we would lose many more of our own. We have already suffered significant losses. We cannot afford further casualties." He bent down and picked up a longbow from the hand of a fallen warrior. Pulling back the string, he reflected on how this simple weapon had claimed so many of his subordinates' lives. Noticing an arrow embedded in the ground nearby, he stepped forward to retrieve it. Imitating the manner in which the enemy wielded the weapon, he knocked an arrow and drew back the bowstring. After some trial and error, the arrow successfully took flight from his hand. "You all see this? This is the new weapon of the Black Wolf tribe, a formidable weapon." The Tiger King spoke with lingering trepidation, addressing his people. "Had they not been fewer in number, we would have been the ones to face defeat." The expressions of the other tribal leaders were equally grim. "Though we have lost many, we have acquired this new weapon." The Tiger King raised the bow high, declaring that in the next encounter, they would allow the enemy to experience the might of this weapon as well. "Bring the captives. Let us return to the camp." Lang Tu, having been pierced in the leg by a spear and unable to retreat in time, unfortunately became a captive. Bound to him by a single rope were several members of the Black Wolf tribe. Gazing at the imposing Tiger King, Lang Tu felt little fear. The Tiger tribe was feared by other tribes for their practice of executing captives. He knew he could not escape death. Suddenly, he recalled that had he accepted the divine envoy's offer and remained with the Xian bird tribe, perhaps he would not be facing such a fate today. "I beg you, spare my life. I do not wish to die." Other captives cried out in desperation, while Lang Tu closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. The Tiger King noted the expressions of the captives. "Tiger King, look at that man's adornments. He seems to be a chieftain," someone remarked. The Tiger King looked closer, observing that the beast hides and ornaments worn by this man were not typical. "Are you a chieftain?" he inquired, leaning in closer. "Yes." Lang Tu met the Tiger King's gaze. "Now that you have fallen into my hands, do you have anything to say?" The Tiger King scoffed. Lang Tu extended his neck defiantly. "If you are to kill, then kill. Behead me and feast upon my flesh." The Tiger King chuckled derisively. "I ask you, why did you send men to ambush us a few days ago?" "Nonsense." Lang Tu responded in disbelief. "How could we have sent men to attack you? Bring the bodies here," commanded the Tiger King slowly. As the bodies were brought forth, Lang Tu immediately recognized that they were not from today's skirmish. Both corpses bore deep arrow wounds to the chest, nearly penetrating through. Lang Tu stood dumbfounded. He was acutely aware that their leader, Wolf Howl, had not dispatched anyone to attack the Tiger tribe. "Do you have anything else to say?" The Tiger King sneered. "Take him away and roast him." "Wait." Lang Tu interjected earnestly. "We truly did not send anyone." The Tiger King cast a sidelong glance at Lang Tu, pointing to the arrows on the corpses, "This feathered spear. Surely you recognize it? Only your Black Wolf tribe employs such weaponry on this land. Or do you dare to claim that you Black Wolf tribe can commit such acts yet refuse to acknowledge them?" Suddenly, Lang Tu's mind raced, and a chill gripped him. There was another tribe, no, another clan that also employed such weaponry. Yao Ying's squad had successfully completed their mission. Only 2 individuals sustained minor injuries, while the rest remained virtually unscathed. The command from the divine envoy was clear: do not engage in a futile struggle, prioritize self-preservation, and flee after the task is complete. Nearby, 3 captives from the Tiger tribe were bound to a tree. Previously, they had pursued Yao Ying and his companions into the forest. Naturally, Yao Ying did not let them escape. A total of 5 had followed them in, 2 of whom were severely wounded in the ensuing scuffle, and Yao Ying swiftly delivered them from their suffering. The remaining 3 captives dared not express their anger, for the severed heads of their companions lay before them. Well done. Su Yi praised Yao Ying and his muddy companions. The acknowledgement from the divine envoy left everyone visibly elated. You have all worked hard over the past few days. Each of you will receive 2 fish. Go and collect them from the chieftain. Additionally, each of you will be given a pair of linen trousers. Seek out Lian for your measurements. Those who are injured should consult Ling. She will provide you with medicine. The 20 team members were overwhelmed with joy, astonished that their reward included linen garments. They were familiar with linen, light and thin, surely comfortable to wear. As for the 3 slaves they had brought back, Su Yi followed the proper protocol for accepting captives once more. All 3 willingly agreed to stay. Yet, Su Yi remained skeptical of their intentions and assigned someone to keep a watchful eye on them. He strolled back to his small stone bench, contemplating the forthcoming arrangements. According to Yao Ying's report, the Black Wolf tribe had suffered significant losses. Thus, he planned to lead a portion of his people back to their ancestral land once a sufficient number of shields had been crafted. Your cunning in employing others as instruments of your will is truly remarkable, Yao Yu remarked, approaching after distributing the rewards. She had heard from her brother about the brutal conflict between the 2 tribes, where the death toll exceeded the current population of the Xianbird tribe. The events unfolded just as he had described to her days prior. Su Yi felt somewhat uneasy under Yao Yu's admiring gaze. Deceiving a group of simple-minded primitives was hardly a feat worthy of boasting. I thought I would never return to our ancestral land. Su, thank you, Yao Yu sighed. What do you mean by thank you? Su Yi replied, patting his thigh. Come here. There are too many people. That's not possible. Yao Yu shook her head, glancing around. No one is watching. That still won't do. Yao Yu insisted. Once we return to the ancestral land, you can do as you please. All right. Su Yi gestured with a smile and headed toward the shield-making area to urge them on. Crafting shields with stone axes was no easy task. Over the past few days, the sound of wood being struck had been incessant. More than 20 slaves, each wielding a stone axe, were busy at work. Some were tasked with chopping thick logs into sections, others with splitting wood, and yet others with shaping and smoothing the surfaces. Their method of producing wooden planks involved repeatedly slicing off scale-like fragments with the stone axes, gradually leveling the surface, which was then polished with flat stones. The tools were rudimentary. A single slave would labor tirelessly for 3 to 4 days just to complete one shield, not including the additional processes. Several completed shields already stood nearby, square in shape with rounded corners, standing half a person high, and measuring 7 to 8 centimeters in thickness, with holes drilled in the center for easy grip. Well done. Though the pace is somewhat slow, Su Yi remarked. The group's leader, a senior slave, was deeply engrossed in scraping wood when he heard the voice and promptly approached. Divine Envoy, the senior slave exclaimed. We truly cannot work any faster. Chapter 66. If we must fight, then let us fight. Rest assured, from this night onward, I will lead everyone to light the bonfire and work through the night. The senior slave stated respectfully. I will ensure the completion of your task. Su Yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. If they do not rest properly, their efficiency will suffer. Since we are slow, we shall increase the workforce. I will assign the group currently constructing the pottery kiln to assist you, Su Yi continued, surveying the scene. Furthermore, as cutting and scraping wood is labor-intensive, you may assign more people to those tasks. The wood splitting is relatively easy. You can reduce the number of workers there. Currently, the labor was evenly distributed, which was not conducive to speed. Upon hearing Su Yi's instructions, the senior slave fell into deep thought. By the time he grasped the implications, he realized the divine envoy had already departed. As the number of subordinates increased, Su Yi could no longer oversee every arrangement personally. He needed to cultivate these individuals for future utility. Presently, the Xianbird tribe had designated personnel for fetching water, hunting, gathering, fishing, tending to livestock, making clothing, and construction. He only needed to assign tasks, and when they encountered issues they could not resolve, he would provide appropriate guidance. Assigning tasks, delegating authority, and distributing rewards proved to yield remarkable results. However, in the long run, other problems may arise. Thus, Su Yi appointed Yao Yu to oversee and inspect the other managers within their clan. The Xianbird tribe was hers, and she approached every responsibility with diligence and dedication. Su Yi recognized her fondness for this role. He strolled to the pottery-making area. The individual in charge was a member of the Xianbird tribe, who greeted Su Yi upon his arrival. Divine Envoy, we shall complete the kiln within 5 days, as per your specifications. Excellent. Su Yi observed their work. Various containers of all sizes lay scattered across the ground, while several individuals were constructing the kiln using clay bricks. Those cracked containers could be discarded and remolded. In the future, ensure your subordinates engage their minds to create non-fracturing vessels, Su-yi advised. Now, set aside your current tasks and take your team to assist with the shield making over there. Are we not constructing the kiln? Of course we will build it. Su-yi replied. But we shall do so upon returning to our ancestral land. Tableware is fundamental for a fulfilling life. We cannot neglect it. I have had enough of eating roasted meat for every meal. Divine Envoy, are we returning to the ancestral land? The tribesmen inquired excitedly. Previously, they had been informed that if the shield-making task was not completed, they would face punishment alongside the others. Su-yi reminded them, yes, you must work diligently. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the camp's entrance. Su-yi turned to see a crowd gathered at the gate. Yao Li finally stood tall, having led his group to successfully hunt a saber-toothed tiger. Had not Yao Ying and his companions merely executed a task and received some rewards? Within a single day, that fellow had boasted to him several times. Now, he could finally hold his head high, puffing out his chest under the admiring gazes of the crowd. Yao Ying leaned in toward Yao Li and remarked, if I had encountered it, I could have hunted it too. You are full of nonsense. Yao Li shouted. This tiger was formidable. Had I not thrown my net to ensnare it, it would have vanished without a trace. Your net could not even reach as far as mine. You only like to boast, Yao Ying retorted. The term boast was something he had learned from the Divine Envoy. My net is not as far-reaching as yours. Yao Ying scoffed. Dare you challenge me? Let us compete then. Yao Li refused to back down. The Divine Envoy has arrived. Greetings, Divine Envoy. Upon seeing Su-yi, everyone respectfully greeted him. Yao Li immediately pushed Yao Ying aside and eagerly turned his gaze towards Su-yi. Su-yi's attention remained fixed on the captured prey. The creature ensnared within the confines of the net bore a resemblance to a tiger, adorned with two prominent fangs, its coloration not of the typical orange-yellow, but rather a muted grayish hue. Its body lacked the characteristic stripes, instead exhibiting spots akin to those of a leopard. This must indeed be the fabled saber-toothed tiger. Witnessing an extinct species firsthand, Su-yi felt an indescribable mixture of emotions swell within him. The majestic beast's form was pierced by numerous arrows, its body smeared with blood, and to Su-yi's astonishment, he observed its abdomen still rising and falling, indicating it was not yet fully deceased. Upon closer inspection, he noted its ample teats, a clear sign that it had recently given birth. Carefully lifted into the enclosure. Let us see if we can save it. Su-yi instructed. The hunting party was puzzled, yet they faithfully complied with Su-yi's command. Li, go immediately to find you. Ask her to bring some medicine. The rest of you, disperse and attend to your tasks. Yao Yu was currently in the forest gathering hemp, essential for producing fabric, as the few rolls sent by the Black Wolf tribe would scarcely suffice for rewarding the guards. Chieftain, hurry back for the medicine. Yao Li called out upon spotting Yao Yu. Is someone injured? Yao Yu inquired, concern etched on her face. It's not a person, it's a saber-toothed tiger. And the divine messenger wishes to save it, Yao Li explained. Yao Yu sighed, clearly skeptical. Does he think acquiring those medicines is a trivial task? If it were merely for a slave, that would be one thing, but now he demands it for a wild beast. Return and tell him it will not be done. She concluded, dismissing Yao Li. Feeling reluctant to press the matter, Yao Li returned, dejected, and encountered Su-yi on the way. Divine messenger. The chieftain, there's no need for concern. Go rest, Su-yi replied with a smile. There's more work to be done over there. Take 3 others with you. You, bring back what you've gathered first. Yao Yu turned to see Su-yi and did not offer him a pleasant expression. He approached her, standing silently by her side. Unable to contain herself, Yao Yu remarked, do you have any idea how difficult it is to gather those medicines? That tigress has several cubs. Su-yi sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. If we do not save her, those cubs will surely starve. How pitiful. Noticing Yao Yu's brows furrowing in thought, he sensed her reluctant acquiescence. This is the last time, Yao Yu declared in a hushed tone. If it's a wild beast next time, I shall not intervene. I swear it. Su-yi promised resolutely. Then let us return swiftly. Yao Yu took the lead. Given how arduous it is for you to gather the medicine alone, may I accompany you next time? Absolutely not. Yao Yu replied decisively. It is far too dangerous. She scrutinized Su-yi closely. Su-yi said, his voice low. What do you mean by that look? Yao Yu stated, if you can defeat me, I shall allow you to accompany me. Very well, let us spar, Su-yi responded. But I shall choose the location. As you wish, Yao Yu retorted, clenching her fist. Regardless of where it is, you cannot best me. That remains to be seen. Su-yi declared confidently. However, it must be just the two of us, no outside assistance. Naturally, Yao Yu agreed. And we cannot use weapons, nor traps. I promise. I shall bring nothing with me. That is reassuring, Yao Yu replied, her confidence restored. Yet, as she glanced at Su-yi, whose expression mirrored her own confidence, she felt a nagging sense that something was amiss. Chapter 67. The long skirt Yao Yu, clutching the medicine pouch, opened the enclosure and stepped inside. Quickly, protect the chieftain. Sui exclaimed, alarmed. The saber-toothed tiger, though gravely injured, might still lash out in its final moments. Its head was nearly the size of her entire upper body. And Sui had no doubt that this ferocious beast could easily sever her slender waist with a single bite. Yao Yu turned and whispered, "Do not enter. You will startle it, and I shall be in peril. Besides, it will not easily harm me, even in its wounded state." With trepidation, Sui approached the half-lifeless tiger, mustering his courage to enter the enclosure. "I am here to assist you. Just apply this to the wounds." Yao Yu glanced at him, portioning some of the medicinal powder. "It's nearly dead. You are merely wasting my medicine." "I simply wish to give it a try," Sui replied with a wry smile. "This medicine is not without cost. I shall gift you a long skirt afterward." "A long skirt?" Yao Yu asked, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, one that reaches to the calf," Sui clarified. "Very well." Yao Yu murmured after a moment's thought. "But what if it does not survive? Regardless of its fate, this is for you," Sui assured her, having initially intended the gift for her. Together, they carefully removed the arrows and sprinkled the medicinal powder over the wounds. Throughout the entire process, the saber-toothed tiger remained as still as a heap of decaying flesh. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of its abdomen with each breath, Sui would have doubted its survival. However, the saber-toothed tiger was, after all, a top predator. Since its arrival in the livestock area, the once boisterous rams had grown remarkably subdued, and the wolves that used to howl incessantly were now silent. Days passed, and each time Yao Yu collected medicine, her heart ached at the thought of its dwindling state. Yet, the promise of a long skirt from Sui kept her vanity at the forefront of her mind. 3 days elapsed, with the saber-toothed tiger neither reviving nor succumbing to death. However, the bleeding had ceased, and they stopped administering the medicine. Its presence significantly impacted the other animals in the livestock area. Pigs, sheep, and cattle appeared listless, refusing to consume the fodder provided. Even the chickens remained huddled beneath the thatched shelter, no longer flitting about the enclosure. Sui had the guards construct a large litter from wood. With the assistance of more than a dozen burly guards, they relocated the saber-toothed tiger to an unfinished pottery kiln to provide it with a new home. Time flew by, and before long, 10 days had passed. The group responsible for crafting shields successfully produced 20 of them. Although their efficiency was somewhat lacking, the craftsmanship was commendable. Sui personally selected 20 strong men from among the slaves, instructing them to do nothing but run while holding their shields. As the morning sun bathed the land, the 20 men concluded their running drills, panting heavily. Despite their exhaustion, they stood tall and straight, aware that becoming part of the guard was a dream they had never dared to entertain. They could not afford to be eliminated by the divine messenger due to poor performance. "Raise your shields." "Huh." At the command, the 20 men shouted in unison, swiftly positioning their shields before them. "Brace." "Huh." With another synchronized shout, they pivoted, forcefully thrusting their shields forward. "Lower." "Brace." Aside from running, such maneuvers were repeated at least 100 times daily. From the initial days of aching bodies and arms that struggled to lift, they had gradually adapted over time. Nevertheless, the prospect of earning meat for every meal made the effort worthwhile. Such favorable conditions stirred envy among the other slaves who had not been selected. "Report." A voice rang out from the ranks. "Speak, divine messenger. Some claim we are not true members of the guard, asserting that we are merely here to scavenge for scraps. Can we not be given bows and arrows? These shields are of no use for killing." The savage environment in which these individuals had been raised shaped their wild natures. They bore little psychological burden regarding the act of killing their own kind. Since their selection, Sui had mandated that they keep their shields at their sides, even while eating or sleeping. Observing the expressions of the others, Sui noted their unspoken anticipation. "You are mistaken." Sui spoke solemnly. "On the battlefield, the shield represents the very essence of life for both you and your comrades. Your duty is to protect, while theirs is to attack. Your roles may differ, but your standing is equal. Consider this. In combat, one must evade the opponent's fists while striking with one's own. It is a dual endeavor, defending oneself while simultaneously assaulting the enemy. The shield embodies self-protection, while the bow and arrow signify the attack on the foe. Do you comprehend?" The crowd seemed to grasp the essence, their spirits uplifted. The divine envoy had proclaimed their importance to be on par with those wielding bows and arrows. Henceforth, who would dare to demean their contribution? After the assembly dispersed, Sui partook of a meal before resuming his patrol of the camp. Aside from the training of the shield bearers, the other tasks of the Xian bird tribe had fallen into a steady rhythm, requiring little of his concern. Passing by the specially constructed weaving room, the rhythmic clatter of looms filled the air. Just days prior, under his guidance, 2 carpenters had successfully improved the loom. A tool that once required 2 individuals could now be operated by a single person. This advancement further elevated the tribe's admiration for him. They may not have encountered the divine beings, but but their envoy was unmistakably present before their eyes. The number of looms within the tribe had now increased to 7. And the raw material, Rami, flourished abundantly in the forest. Divine envoy, I was just looking for you, Yao Lian called out as Su Yi turned to find her. The rewards for the guard team have been completed, and the long skirt you requested is ready. Please, do take a look and see if it meets your expectations. Su Yi raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, your efficiency is commendable. Following Yao Lian, he entered the adjacent room dedicated to garment making. Upon seeing him, the other women inside greeted him in unison. You all are quite busy. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. His attention was captured by a simple long skirt draped over a wooden rack. The sleeveless garment, in hues of white and gray, was delicate and ethereal, with the outer layer reaching mid-calf and the inner layer subtly grazing the knee, exhibiting a clear sense of layering. Ah, Su Yi exclaimed in wonder. Although he was no expert, he had endeavored to describe what he envisioned from memory, and was astonished that Yao Lian and her companions had indeed brought it to fruition. The craftsmanship, while not on par with modern standards, was remarkably symmetrical and cohesive, a noteworthy achievement in itself. In accordance with your specifications, additional fabric has been added from the thigh to the waist, as well as at the chest, Yao Lian explained. Su Yi examined the garment closely and offered his feedback. The waist could be slightly tapered. No need to cut the fabric, simply arrange it in pleats. Everything else looks excellent. He praised her efforts once more. This is our duty, she replied modestly. Each day, instead of gathering or hunting, we merely craft clothing and have sustenance to eat. Can there be a more favorable circumstance? Yao Lian certainly could not conceive of one. This dress is for the tribe leader, is it not? She will undoubtedly look splendid in it. With such a large piece of fabric, one could have fashioned 3 or 4 other garments. A voice whispered enviously. The speaker, the daughter of Rinzai, the leader of the Yin Feng tribe, had experienced both luxury and hardship. Upon seeing the dress, she felt a pang of envy, dreaming of the day she could wear something so exquisite. After all, she was the leader's daughter and the woman of the divine envoy. The two women engaged in hushed conversation, oblivious to Yao Lian's presence behind them. You two, instead of working, you dare to gossip about the tribe leader? Would you prefer to return to the slave quarters to feast on leaves? Yao Lian admonished without hesitation. As the overseer, she possessed the authority to determine their fates. Should you err again, back to the slave area you shall go. The women promptly silenced themselves. Chapter 68, An Ominous Turn. Outside the ferocious beast forest, a dense throng of individuals wielding wooden clubs and stone spears loomed ominously. We, the Tiger Tribe, shall lead the charge, proclaimed the Tiger King, wielding a massive stone axe. You, the Black Wolf Tribe, shall follow closely behind and deal with the wounded enemies. Thank you, Tiger King. Wolf Howl bowed in deference. Following that fateful battle, the Black Wolf Tribe had suffered significant losses. Wolf Howl had prepared to lead his people in migration. The next day, however, the Tiger King himself arrived bearing gifts to negotiate a collaboration. It was then he realized they had all been duped by the Xian Bird Tribe. Days had passed, and the two tribes had finally managed to ensure the safety of their injured members, now seeking revenge against the Xian Bird Tribe. The Xian Bird Tribe is insidious and cunning. The forest is fraught with, traps. Wolf 2 warned the Tiger King. I have heard those traps are perilous. Traps? The Tiger King muttered. Nothing would deter his quest for vengeance. If he could not seek retribution for his kin, what right did he have to lead? Warriors of the Tiger Tribe, the enemy lies deep within this forest. Today, we shall obliterate them and avenge the fallen. Have you heard of the deadly traps within? Are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. The men bellowed, thumping their chests in defiance. Kill every man and child. Leave none alive. As for the women, whoever captures one may claim her. With that, the mob surged into the underbrush. Eagle Captain, we have a grave situation. A multitude approaches. An exhausted team member gasped. What is the matter? Yaoing sprang to his feet, his expression turning serious. It's the Tiger Tribe, along with the Black Wolf Tribe. They are advancing together. Nonsense. Yaoing retorted. How can that be? His subordinate, in a flurry of urgency, gestured animatedly. It is true. I have seen it with my own eyes. They are waving different totem flags. Could it be a mistake? Yaoing was incredulous. The Tiger Tribe and the Black Wolf Tribe had fought fiercely against one another. How could they possibly unite? You must be mistaken. Indeed, last time we witnessed them fighting to the death. As the group expressed disbelief, the messenger grew increasingly agitated. They are about to reach the trap zone. If you do not believe me, let us go see for ourselves. Reluctantly, Yao Ying, though unwilling to accept the possibility, recognized that his subordinate had no reason to lie. If the enemy truly approached, time was of the essence. Describe their flags. One bears the image of a long-toothed tiger, while the other depicts a wolf's head. I assure you, I did not err. The details shared by his subordinate struck a chord in Yao Ying's mind, and he grasped the gravity of the situation. Had they uncovered the divine envoy's plan? The realization sent a chill down his spine. If they could not handle a single black wolf tribe, how could they confront two tribes united in assault? Quickly, you must return and inform the divine envoy. The messenger took a deep breath and dashed off. The rest of you, gather the team members stationed at all the routes and bring them here. Once Yao Ying had given his orders, he hastened toward the direction of the approaching enemy. He needed to ascertain the truth for himself. Peering through the underbrush, he could indeed see both tribes advancing together. There were so many that it was impossible to count them. Each individual bore a fierce countenance, their every movement menacing. Stealthily, he returned to the gathering point without delay. The trap zone can barely hold the enemy back for a moment. The divine envoy had previously arranged for this. Upon witnessing a large contingent of foes, we must actively utilize the traps to impede them, ensuring they do not traverse the trap area with ease. Our advantage in the forest lies in our superior familiarity with the surrounding environment. Yao Ying recalled Su Yi's instructions. Everyone should conceal themselves and stealthily launch surprise attacks, avoiding direct confrontation. After each skirmish, we would relocate, ultimately regrouping at the foot of the mountain behind the camp. Let us proceed. Yao Ying growled, plunging into the thicket. The returning scouts dared not pause for a moment. Previously, during their time in the Yanfeng tribe, they had endured constant hunger. Now, as members of the Xianyao tribe's guard, they lacked for nothing in terms of food and clothing. In the past, they had begged women for companionship, only to be rebuffed. Now, different women came to their nests each night. Such idyllic days were beyond their wildest dreams. Yet now, the Hu tribe sought to annihilate the Xianyao tribe and slay the divine envoy. He vehemently opposed this. The team surged into the camp, calling out loudly. They encountered Su Yi on patrol. Divine envoy, the Hu and the Black Wolf tribes are attacking together. Su Yi observed the trembling, breathless scouts and felt a sense of foreboding. How many have come? Many, countless. Very well, I understand. You should rest. You few. Summon the chieftain and the heads of departments to the great hut for a meeting, Su Yi instructed, pointing at several individuals. The scout had expected to plead his case, but the divine envoy accepted without hesitation, and he sighed in relief. Inside the great hut, at the main seat, Su Yi furrowed his brow. He had celebrated too soon and had indeed underestimated the intellect of primitive humans. His strategy was not particularly astute. He could have executed it with far greater finesse. Presently, his disdain for the primitives had led the entire tribe into peril, a dereliction of duty on his part as a leader. The large number indicated a full-scale assault. And this time, the enemy sought vengeance. They would not retreat easily like the Yanfeng tribe, who had wavered under pressure. Vengeance meant they would not be deterred by temporary hardships and would fight relentlessly. Divine envoy, I've heard the enemy is attacking again. Yao Li burst in, his face alight with excitement. I'll lead our people to drive them back. Su Yi ignored him, casting a silencing glance. Confused, Yao Li sulkily took his seat. Soon, all the department heads arrived, each one anxious upon hearing of the combined assault from the Black Wolf and Hu tribes. They immediately convened the tribe, declaring, we must evacuate. Su Yi's proclamation stunned the assembly. Su, are you suggesting we leave this place? Yao Ling exclaimed, astonished. Where else could we possibly go? She had no doubt about Su Yi's command and was already contemplating the aftermath of their departure. However, others in the tribe held a different view. Divine envoy, we possess shields and bows. We can certainly fend off the enemy. Indeed, the palisade is robust. They cannot breach the entrance. Our guard can protect everyone. We shall not leave. Yao Li thumped his chest. Right. We shall stay. Su Yi had anticipated this reaction. The primitives held a deep sense of territoriality and would not migrate lightly. Su Yi turned to Yao Yu at his side. She frowned, silent. You, do you also believe we should remain? Yao Yu was reluctant to depart. The construction of this camp had required tremendous effort from everyone. Yet, Su Yi's decisions had never been wrong. She did not wish to voice dissent. I will defer to your judgment. Su Yi clasped her small hand. I am informing you, not consulting you. Yao Li, do you have objections? Chapter 69. Only defeat is permitted. Yao Li bowed his head in silence. A frown flickered across Su Yi's face. This stubborn individual was becoming insufferable. Perhaps he needed more reprimanding. No, we will execute the divine envoy's orders. The shaman, seeing the situation, pinched Yao Li to answer quickly. Li, take your people to secure the livestock with Lan and the others. The rest of you, gather outside the gate with your subordinates. And remember, leave everything behind except for weapons, especially the meat in the storeroom. Leave it all. What? The crowd gasped. We are fleeing, and we cannot even take our belongings? You heard correctly. Leave everything behind. You, take a few people to scatter some meat on the ground at the entrance. Execute my orders immediately. Those who dare defy shall be expelled from the Xianyao tribe, and those who cause trouble amidst the chaos shall face execution. Su Yi's voice was cold. The crowd dispersed swiftly. In an instant, the camp was filled with the sounds of clucking chickens and howling wolves as everyone busied themselves. They assembled rapidly, no one daring to covertly take anything, for Su Yi was watching at the entrance. Su, must we truly leave? Yao Yu gazed into Su Yi's eyes. In her nest lay the bed her father had made for her, which she had insisted be moved during their last migration. This time, I was careless, and it caused you to follow me on this arduous journey, Su Yi sighed. But after this, we shall return to our ancestral land. I will get you a grand bed then. Yao Yu did not expect Su Yi to perceive her thoughts. Who needs your bed? Su Yi remained silent, merely holding her hand gently. Lang Ben, you lead everyone to the single log bridge across the river. Just reach the riverbank. There is no need to cross. Su Yi added. Receiving the order, Lang Ben wasted no time and immediately took the lead. The others gathered their chickens and goats. As for the injured saber-toothed tiger, it had escaped under the cover of night days prior. Li, now take your men with me to confront the enemy. Yes, Yao Li shouted. Captain, what about us? The squad leader responsible for the shield bearers asked anxiously. They had always been regarded as mere gluttons, and now they were not even included in the mission. You are not needed right now. First, ensure the safety of everyone to the riverbank. We also wish to fight the enemy, the squad leader insisted for the first time. There will be a time for you to contribute. For now, follow my orders. Su Yi's tone grew stern. The 20 men reluctantly took their shields and followed the main group. You must also retreat with them. Su Yi released her hand. I cannot feel at ease over there. I entrust you with this. Yao Yu wanted to say something, but could only look back multiple times as she followed the departing group. Sister Yu, stop looking back. It's not like you want to see him again. Yao Ling, unlike the others, was not sorrowful. She believed Su would surely triumph. You are right. Let us hurry. The two held hands and caught up with the departing group. A few obstinate goats among them slowed their retreat. Yao Yu promptly ordered them to be ensnared and carried along. After the initial panic, the tribespeople had regained their composure. The divine envoy's order not to take anything indicated that they were merely stepping out to avoid danger, and perhaps they would return shortly. Someone in the group remarked. You make a good point. Indeed, it must be so. As the crowd gradually aligned their thoughts, the divine envoy personally led the battle, yet we found ourselves in retreat? No, I must return to assist the envoy. We shall accompany you. The group paused, a cacophony of voices rising. Yao Yu quickly grasped the sentiments of the multitude. I commend your bravery, but executing his orders is of utmost importance. Do you know where the envoy currently resides? Returning now would only complicate matters. Silence. Focus on the evacuation. Yao Yu remained perplexed as to why Su Yi insisted everyone leave their belongings behind. However, she understood that the situation was undoubtedly more complex than they had articulated. The Tiger King was enraged. Within the tribe, no fewer than 10 warriors had perished in the traps, each met with a gruesome fate. From the thickets, shadows occasionally emerged, stealthily loosing arrows, only to vanish without a trace, instilling fear in all. They are all cowards, unwilling to confront us directly. They may flee, but their camp shall not escape. We shall hasten our pace and strike at their encampment. With just a few words from the Tiger King, the crowd surged forward with fervor. It is said that the women of the Xian bird tribe are all exquisite. Whoever seizes them shall claim them. The Tiger King reiterated emphatically. Wolf howl. Following close behind the Tiger King, felt a swell of admiration. The Tiger tribe's strength as the mightiest among the 5 tribes was inextricably linked to the valor of its members. Had it been his own tribe, the sudden loss of a dozen warriors would have incited chaos and trepidation. Yet the Tiger tribe grew more fervent. Yaoing was anxious. He had stealthily slain 2 foes. Yet that band showed no fear of death. From the forest behind, brief cries of agony mingled with unceasing fervent roars. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he was pleasantly surprised to find not only his own men, but also Yao Li and others had arrived. Drawing closer, he spotted the divine envoy among the throng. Though the figure was not imposing, Yaoing felt a surge of calm within. Envoy, shall we engage them in battle here? Yaoing asked excitedly. He turned to survey the area, oddly noting the absence of those bearing shields. Battle? Su Yi laughed. Confronting them with our current strength would be tantamount to seeking death. However, you are not entirely mistaken. We must indeed fight them here, Su Yi asserted. This battle allows for no victory, only defeat. Only defeat? Why? Yaoing was bewildered. There is no time for explanations. Su Yi had already heard the distant roars. Simply follow orders. Li, especially you, should you dare defy my commands. I shall punish you by making you a lowly slave. I will obey, Yao Li replied, fear evident in his voice. Quickly, ready the bows. Su Yi observed the members of the Tiger tribe, adorned with totems, emerging from the foliage. Can we hit them? Su Yi inquired of Yao Ying at his side. We can shoot, but not with precision. Just as well, Su Yi commanded, release the arrows. Except for the 3 who had not returned. The remaining 37 simultaneously let loose their bowstrings. Ouch! Among the initial wave of the Tiger tribe that burst forth from the forest, 2 were struck dead on the spot, while others, bearing arrows, retreated with cries of anguish. Their main force? Upon hearing the report from his warriors, the Tiger King's eyes gleamed with cruelty. They were nearing their camp, and of course, they would not dare to act cowardly. Fire the arrows first. The rest shall charge forward and tear them apart. With a grand gesture, the Tiger King urged his warriors to surge from the woods. Wolf Howl, you shall lead our men around through the adjacent thicket and cut off their escape route, he commanded. The Xian bird tribe is indeed cunning, having chosen this place, devoid of anything but weeds. Wolf Howl, are you also adopting the Xian bird tribe's tactics? The Tiger King scoffed. Our warriors are not as intrepid as those of the Tiger tribe. We must rely on our wits. Wolf Howl chuckled. Chapter 70. The True Treasure. The Tiger tribe truly lives up to its name. Their warriors, fierce as wolves and tigers, displayed extraordinary valor. Many bore several arrows, yet continued to charge forward with ferocious cries. Su-yi felt a twitch in his eyelids. Now, that is what one might call primitive. In comparison, the Xian bird tribe seemed rather amiable. Against such adversaries, given the current strength of the Xian bird tribe, it would not only be foolish to lose intentionally, but a genuine battle would also yield defeat. The enemy numbered not a few. A glance revealed approximately 200 of them. After this volley of arrows, retreat into the forest, Su-yi ordered. The enemy had already covered half the distance. Their arrows began to fly in sparse waves. I have only slain 3. Shall we shoot another round? Yao Li exclaimed, exhilarated by the advancing foes. Each time a target fell with a cry beneath his arrows, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Yao Ying interjected, do you wish to become a lowly slave? The shaman would no longer belong to you. Yao Li immediately fell silent. The thought of the shaman being shared among men was more unbearable than death itself. Another round of arrows flew forth. Afterward, the guard team shielded Su-yi, streaming into the forest. The pursuing enemies were relentless. Yet, in terms of familiarity with this dense woodland, none could surpass the guards who patrolled it daily. In a clearing within the forest, the Tiger King's eyes burned red with rage, his face a mask of fury. Scattered upon the ground were over 30 corpses of the Tiger tribe. The injured outnumbered the dead. They had only captured 3 of the enemy. Wolf Howl, your reckless tactics have allowed the cowardly Xian bird tribe to escape. The Tiger King glared menacingly at Wolf Howl. His warriors were on the verge of reaching the enemy. Yet just moments ago they had been firing arrows, and now they had suddenly retreated. They must have seen the men Wolf Howl dispatched. That is why they fled. Wolf Howl felt a surge of anger within. He believed that the Xian bird tribe must have had their own plans. Their abrupt retreat had nothing to do with him. Tiger King, I shall heed your every arrangement next time, Wolf Howl replied, lowering his head. The Tiger King snorted coldly, not pursuing the matter further. A hint of relief washed over Wolf Howl, though he still harbored some worry. Chief, we have lost their trail, one warrior reported. They knew the way and disappeared swiftly. Continue forward. The Tiger King waved his hand impatiently. I refuse to believe their camp will flee as well. What of the captives? Let them lead the way. 3 bruised and battered guards from the Xian bird tribe were dragged to the front of the line. They had been ensnared during the ambush and unfortunately captured. I know you can navigate. Lead us to the Xian bird tribe, and we shall release you, the Tiger King said with a grin. Otherwise, you shall be roasted alive. The 3 captives exchanged glances. I fear you not. We will not betray the Xian bird tribe, one of them declared. The other 2 bore resolute expressions, prepared to face death. All 3 hailed from the Yen Phoenix tribe and had later joined the guard team. On their very first day, the divine envoy had informed them, the guard team protects the weak within the tribe. If they genuinely care for their kin, the tribe shall return that care tenfold. Indeed, the envoy's words rang true. Regardless of gender or age, the tribe held them in high esteem. How could they now lead enemies to slaughter their own? Upon hearing the words, the Tiger King revealed a glint of cruelty in his eyes. Raising the stone axe in his hand, he was ready to unleash his wrath. Tiger King, if you spare them, they may serve as sustenance. Killing them now would be impractical, urged the leader of the Wind tribe. In a moment of fury, the Tiger King quickly regained his composure. Where's Wolf 2? He shouted, then pointed the way. Wolf 2 had made a considerable detour through the jungle, not only wasting time, but seemingly jeopardizing their mission. As they returned, the members of the Tiger tribe wore unfriendly expressions. The Tiger King, their camp lies just beyond this mountain. We shall arrive shortly, he panted. The 3 captives were once again led like livestock to the rear of the group. With keen eyesight, Wolf 2 immediately noticed the weapons of the 3 captives. The weapons had been confiscated by the Tiger tribe, and he approached one of them, saying, Warrior, may I examine your weapon? The man cast a disdainful glance at him, but still removed the longbow from his back. Wolf 2 caressed the bow, inspecting it from various angles, and his anger grew with each passing moment. This was entirely different from the bow the divine envoy had bestowed upon their tribe. He had been deceived by that envoy. Stealthily turning his head, he found that the Wolf Howl leader was also fixated on the bow he held. Wolf 2 swallowed hard, and, with a face full of indignation, presented the weapon to Wolf Howl. Chief, behold, this is the true treasure of the Xianbird tribe. They have deceived our tribe, he warned cautiously. Wolf Howl's expression darkened as he took the bow and pulled back the string. The Xianbird tribe is utterly despicable. Even though he ran daily, Sui still found himself quite exhausted. In contrast, the other members of the guard remained calm and collected. Do not halt. Keep moving. Sui commanded. Are we not returning? Yaoling inquired, gazing at the nearby gate. Obey the orders. Sui replied, dismissing further explanation. The group skirted the sturdy wooden palisade of the camp, heading towards the location where their kin had retreated. Yaoling noticed that there were no people or livestock in the camp and discreetly pulled Yao Li aside, asking, what is going on? I know. The divine envoy must have a plan, Yao Li said mysteriously. Even a fool knows the divine envoy has a plan. Tell me quickly. I do not know anything else. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow across the sky, Sui finally reunited with the other tribesmen. The single log bridge was indeed quite distant from the Xianbird tribe's camp. From afar, Yao Ling dashed over and then clung to him like a sloth. The guards had grown accustomed to this and discreetly dispersed. Are you uninjured? She asked, noting his agile movements, yet unable to resist the urge to inquire. I am. Sui feigned weakness while supporting her delicate form. Oh, Yao Ling exclaimed softly, cautious not to move. Sui, warmed by the concern in her eyes, merely chuckled. Refusing to let go, it dawned on Yao Ling that he was teasing her. You are playing tricks on me again. I shall not be nice to you. She pouted. Did you encounter any trouble on the way? Sui asked while carrying her. The 3 captives from the tiger tribe did not escape, did they? The tiger tribe members did not escape, but 2 sheep did, she replied. Were they not secured properly? Sui questioned. Yao Ling shifted her position for comfort and explained. They bit through the ropes. Sister, you took people to chase them, but could not catch up. Let them run. Why pursue them? She shrugged. Is she all right? The divine envoy is so busy, yet still worries about me? Upon hearing this, Yao Ling immediately wriggled free from his embrace and stood obediently beside Sui. It was then that Sui noticed Yao Yu quietly standing at the entrance of the makeshift camp, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. She appeared breathtakingly beautiful. He took Yao Ling by the hand and strode towards Yao Yu, firmly grasping her hand despite her attempts to pull away. Leading the 2 lovely ladies into the midst of the crowd, all eyes turned to them. They understood that the divine envoy was about to assign a task. Before the sun sets, we must hasten to accomplish something. Chapter 71. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Is this the camp of the Xianbird tribe? Oh, my heavens. Such a high fence. Such thick timber would take 5 days to fell, wouldn't it? How did they build this? The members of both tribes gazed in awe at the tightly arranged, tall, and sturdy palisade, utterly astonished. They had never imagined a fence could be constructed so robustly. Peering through the gaps in the palisade, they saw various nests of differing sizes, clearly arranged. Without a doubt, residing within would be both safe and comfortable. The Tiger King was equally captivated by the camp before him. It was undoubtedly far superior to their own tiger tribe's encampment. He resolved to seize this place as the second stronghold of the tiger tribe. However, as he looked around, he found no apparent entrance. Surely, the Xianbird people must have a way in and out. I know where the door is. Follow me, Wolf 2 declared, having observed the Tiger King's expression. The group circled to the southern side of the camp, discovering a gate as sturdy as the palisade. The Tiger King realized why he had failed to notice the entrance earlier. The gate stood half open, with white and yellow remnants scattered on the ground, resembling jerky. Quick-handed individuals began to snatch it up and stuff it into their mouths. Upon confirming it was indeed jerky, they immediately fell silent, collecting it and consuming it hastily. Such actions did not escape the notice of others. It is meat. It is actually jerky. What? All of this on the ground is jerky. Grab it. The crowd erupted into chaos, clamoring for the food on the ground. Everyone, cease at once. The Tiger King bellowed. The traps in the woods are coated with poison. This jerky must not be consumed. Dispose of what you have collected. It is toxic. The Tiger King warned loudly. Those who had seized the meat tossed it aside, as if it were a venomous snake. They craved meat, but did not wish to die. Wah! Several tribesmen began to wail, having already ingested the meat before the warning. No amount of effort could bring it back up. Chief, will we die? Fools! Who told you to eat it? The Tiger King retorted angrily. How could they poison the meat? It is utterly despicable. We shall retaliate. A few tribesmen took the lead, and others immediately howled, ready to charge in. The Tiger King surveyed the empty camp, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Their tribe was brave, not foolish. This camp clearly harbored secrets. Stop. The Xianbird people are hiding inside, waiting for us to enter and meet our demise. As the Tiger King's words echoed, the agitated crowd calmed immediately. Let us surround the outside. For every one that emerges, we shall slay. The Tiger King speaks wisely. The leader of the Wind tribe responded. I do not believe they can last without food or drink. The two tribes remained encircled outside the Grand Gate. As the sun continued its descent, the vast camp still showed no signs of life. Tiger King, I believe the Xianbird tribe has fled. Wolf Howl shared his analysis with the Tiger King. When your tribe rushed into the woods, it must have frightened them away. Thus, upon realizing we were coming for them, they abandoned the camp and fled. The Xianbird people appear to be exceedingly cowardly. Moreover, even such a precious commodity as food could be carelessly strewn across the ground, indicating their frantic haste in fleeing. The Tiger King nodded in agreement. Initially harboring some doubts, the words of the wolf howling only served to solidify his convictions. He raised his gaze to survey the stillness of the camp before him. What of those who had consumed the meat? A nearby tribesman interjected, Tiger King. They are still alive. Alive? The Tiger King inquired, summon them to me. Shortly thereafter, several individuals who had partaken of the meat approached him. How do you all feel? The Tiger King scrutinized their expressions. Feel? My stomach feels somewhat distended. The Tiger King narrowed his eyes, turning to another, and you? The taste was rather delightful. The two tribes began tentatively testing the waters, only to discover the absence of ambushes or traps, which sent them into a frenzy. I saw this animal skin skirt first. It belongs to me. I encountered it before you. The two were soon embroiled in a scuffle. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the camp. Contests for animal skins, contests for sustenance. As long as no one was killed, the Tiger King did not intervene. To him, it was only natural that the strong should claim the better spoils, just as they had taken over the camp of the Xianbird tribe. Tiger King, over there. A warehouse of meat has been discovered. One tribesman reported exuberantly, but the leader, Lei Zhun, blocked their entrance. A warehouse. The Tiger King exclaimed, taken aback. That can't be right. The wolf howling at his side interjected. With so few members, how could the Xianbird tribe possess a warehouse of meat? To lie is to invite punishment. The leader of the Wind tribe scoffed. Then it must be at least half a warehouse, no less. The informant retorted after a moment of thought. The several leaders exchanged glances. Lead the way, commanded the Tiger King. Inside the wide-open warehouse lay an abundance of dried meat. Enough to be counted endlessly. The tribesmen had not lied. It was indeed a full warehouse. If the Tiger King had harbored doubts before, he was now certain that the Xianbird tribe had fled in terror. What a bunch of cowards, abandoning a warehouse of meat to save their own skin. A mocking smile crept across the Tiger King's face. Wolf 2 squeezed through the crowd, grasping Wolf Howl and pulling him aside. Wolf Howl asked, puzzled. Leader, come with me. Wolf 2's expression was grave. The two made their way to a larger den, where Wolf 2 opened the door. Leader, take a look inside. Wolf Howl cast a skeptical glance at Wolf 2 before stepping in. The sight before him rendered him speechless, as if struck by lightning. It was a loom. Yet, it was not the loom of their tribe. As a leader, he was well acquainted with looms and could immediately tell that the Xianbird tribe's loom was smaller and more intricate. Operable by just one person. This, he stammered, pointing at the machine, his voice trembling as he turned to Wolf 2. How is this possible? Their loom is a divine gift. How could the Xianbird tribe possess something even more formidable? Leader, we cannot provoke the Xianbird tribe. Wolf 2 said gravely. We have yet to harm any of their people. We still have a chance for reconciliation. Reconciliation? Wolf Howl shook his head. Our tribe has already seized their meat. Can we still reconcile? Father, where are you? A voice called from outside the den. It was his daughter, Wolf Moon. Wolf Howl suppressed the turmoil within him and stepped outside. Moon, where did you get that outfit? Wolf Howl was taken aback by his daughter's stunning appearance. She resembled a white crane soaring through the heavens. I found it in this room. It fits perfectly. Wolf Moon twirled around. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful, Wolf Howl murmured, his gaze vacant. He instantly associated the garment with the divine envoy. Such attire could only exist in the heavens, right? That envoy truly descended from the skies. Chapter 72, The Fire Attack. Beneath the gentle moonlight, the Xianbird tribe gathered around several bonfires, huddling together for warmth. After Yao Yu distributed the roots and greens they had gathered during the day, she returned to sit beside Sui. The wind in the woods was cold, while the front was warmed by the fire. Her back remained chilly. She instinctively hugged her knees. Sui wrapped his arm around Yao Ling, noticing the little girl's head bobbing as she struggled to stay awake. Turning to see Yao Yu curled up, he felt a surge of fondness. Report. Sui raised his head. Speak. Divine envoy. They have taken over our den and are consuming our stored meat. A team member spat angrily. Those are the belongings of the Xianbird tribe. The enemies have entered? Sui asked calmly. Not a soul remains outside. They are all inside. Continue monitoring. Return immediately if there are any developments. After dispatching the team member, Sui opened his arms, signaling for Yao Yu to join him. Yao Yu glanced around, seeing everyone else huddled together for warmth, hesitating for a moment. She nestled into Su Yi's embrace. It was her first experience of being held so closely. In the cold wind, Sui held no extravagant thoughts. His only desire was to provide warmth for the two people in his arms. Do you know what happiness is? Happiness. Yao Yu replied, puzzled. What is that? It can't be something edible, right? Haha. Sui chuckled as he tightened his embrace. Happiness is having a den to shield us from the wind when we are cold, and food to eat when we are hungry. It is not having to worry about being driven out of our den the next day, or about others stealing our food. Is that what happiness is? Yao Yu gazed up at the moon, murmuring, then I am very happy right now. Why is that? Sui asked, confused. Because you are my den, Yao Yu whispered. With you here, I fear nothing. Sui chuckled softly. Did you really grow up in this world? Yes. Didn't you? No. Sui shook his head. Oh right. You came from the heavens. What is the world up there like? Up there, in the Xianbird tribe's camp. Well-fed and content, the tribe's people nestled into their dens. Each den was filled with several individuals sprawled haphazardly. The Tiger King occupied a den all to himself. Lying on what was once Yao Yu's bed, he was thoroughly pleased with the den, as the bed was adorned with soft animal skins, which surprisingly bore a pleasant scent rather than a foul odor. Lying on the bed, the Tiger King exhaled contentedly. The Xianbird tribe? He could not fathom why such cowards dared to provoke their formidable tiger tribe. Nevertheless, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, he had dispatched a dozen tribesmen to keep watch through the night. Should they spot any members of the Xianbird tribe, the tribesmen would alert him. Deep down, he believed that the Xianbird people would not dare to launch a surprise attack. In the dead of night, Sui suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Find a place to sleep. I have matters to attend to. Yao Ling rubbed her sleepy eyes, pouting. Yao Yu looked into Sui's eyes, filled with concern. I am fully confident. You need not worry, Sui assured her. Keep an eye on Ling. Be cautious, she does not roll into the fire. Sui gazed at the individual before him and issued his instructions. Rest assured, divine messenger. Mu Chuan responded earnestly. Let us depart. At the command, the escort team set forth on their journey back to the camp. Illuminated by the flickering flames of the torches, excitement danced upon the faces of each member. They had long received orders to return, yet they were taken aback by the divine messenger's late-night decree. The treacherous night path was as Sui had anticipated. To avoid alarming the enemy, he commanded the extinguishing of the torches once they reached familiar territory. As the group stumbled along, they arrived at the outskirts of the camp just as the night reached its deepest hour. Amidst the dim glow of a dying campfire, the camp's entrance was tightly shut, while several drowsy sentinels slumbered within. You all understood the instructions along the way, did you not? Sui surveyed the crowd. Are we truly going to burn down our nest? Yao Li queried, visibly reluctant. How can we eliminate them without provoking a confrontation? Are we to charge in? Sui retorted with exasperation. Very well. Yao Li's eyes sparkled with determination. I shall lead the charge. Silence. Sui replied with resignation. Remember, once a life is lost, nothing remains. As long as one lives, everything else can be regained. Following his directives, the team divided into 3 groups, stealthily maneuvering around the perimeter of the fence. They bore 2 types of arrows upon their backs, one of which was affixed with cloth soaked in highly flammable resin. As the flames flickered, flaming arrows descended upon the dry huts. Wake up! What do you see there? One sentinel from the tiger tribe exclaimed, astonished at the fireballs soaring through the air. Huh! The awakened individual appeared dazed, but was quickly captivated by the streaks of fire traversing the night sky. Rubbing his eyes, he followed the trajectory of the fireballs. Oh no! Those are humans. Quickly, the enemy has attacked. The enemy has attacked? Several sentinels jolted awake, scattering in alarm. The slumbering populace was roused, each seizing their weapons and bursting forth from their shelters. Where's the enemy? Ah, it's on fire, extinguish it. Many were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground upon witnessing the falling fireballs. The gods are wrathful. Indeed, the gods are wrathful. A cacophony of cries, coughs, and gasps filled the camp. The Tiger King emerged from his lair only upon hearing the commotion, witnessing a fireball land upon a nearby structure. His pupils dilated in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. Tiger King, it is the fire goddess Wrath. They seek to annihilate our tribe. Shadows swarmed around him, with several kneeling subjects bowing in supplication. At that moment, a flaming arrow landed at his feet. What fire god? The Tiger King, gripped by fear and rage, exclaimed, This is the work of the Xianbird clan. Their hearts are as cruel as stone. He roared, They intend to burn us alive. Everyone rise. This fire was ignited by the Xianbird clan. Outside the camp, Sui observed silently as the sparks ignited into roaring flames. The dozens of dry thatched huts blazed fiercely. Flee! Everyone flee! The Tiger King cried hoarsely, pulling 2 kneeling tribesmen to their feet. Fools! The fire was set by the Xianbird clan. Save yourselves. Do not concern yourselves with the flames. The wolf howled, his hair singed by the flames, rendering him quite disheveled as he dragged his daughter, who was attempting to extinguish the fire, away in haste. Father the loom. Forget about it. Survival instincts drove the panicked individuals towards the entrance. The gate stood wide open. A path to salvation lay before them, amidst the thick smoke and flames. No one noticed the lifeless bodies sprawled at the threshold. Those who believed they were about to escape found themselves pierced by arrows that rained down upon them as they bolted through the gate. Everyone, aim and shoot. At this range, there is no room for error. I will not tolerate any misses, especially not from my escort team. Sui commanded from the rear of the formation, feeling the intense heat on his face. Tiger King, it's bad. The Shinbird clan has blocked the entrance. What? The Tiger King's eyes streamed with tears from the smoke, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously before fixing his gaze upon the gate. Just beyond it, a neatly arranged line of Shinbird clan members awaited. They believe such a small number can halt us? Gather the tribe. We shall charge forth together. Wolf Howl had seized Wolf Moon and reached the gate, yet he noticed the fallen bodies beneath the arrows and hesitated to rush forward. Chief, I will lead a group to burn a hole in the fence. We must escape quickly. Wolf Howl turned to find a dark-faced individual, and upon closer inspection, recognized it was Wolf Tuesday. You take Wolf Moon and go ahead. I will summon the Tiger King and the others. Wait. Wolf Howl grasped Wolf 2 firmly as he turned away. Hasn't he, the Tiger King, always looked down upon us? In the glow of the flames, Wolf Howl's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. Let them battle the Shinbird clan. When the dust settles, our Black Wolf tribe shall emerge as the mightiest. But did we not form an alliance with the Tiger tribe? Wolf 2, follow my orders. Do not alert them. Yes, Chief. Wolf 2 nodded. Ever since entering the Shinbird clan's camp, the Black Wolf tribe had faced continual ostracism. The comfortable nests belonged to the Tiger tribe. The fresh jerky was the Tiger tribe's. What little the Black Wolf tribe received was merely the scraps left behind by the Tiger tribe. Even the few looms of the Shinbird clan had been monopolized by the Tiger King, with not a single one granted to them. Wolf Howl had long harbored resentment. Yet out of fear of the Tiger tribe's might and the current relations between the two tribes, he had refrained from expressing it. Outside the gate, these cowards. They hesitate to charge out even after losing a mere dozen. Yaoli complained, releasing his grip on the bow. Sui looked up, seeing the dawn breaking. The sky gradually brightening. The thatched huts burned rapidly, and the flames began to subside. The Tiger tribe was likely not afraid to charge, but rather that their scattered members had yet to regroup. Since they will not come out, we shall go in. Under normal circumstances, the flames would not ignite the wooden fence outside. However, primitive minds, with a little ingenuity, would realize there was more than one path to escape apart from the gate. He was determined not to let these savage foes slip away. Shield bearers, advance. Archers, follow. Find your targets and shoot. Aim for the chest and neck. Strive for a swift kill. Sui issued a series of commands. The escort team marched in unison toward the gate. The shield bearers led the way, while 37 archers unleashed deadly arrows into the entrance. It's the Shinbird clan. How dare they storm in? Onward. Let us annihilate them. Quickly, where are the archers? Shoot them. Seeing several fall to the arrows, others shouted in panic. Observing the oncoming Tiger tribe members, Sui immediately commanded, halt. Steady those shields. Archers, fire at the approaching enemies. Disregard those behind. The frontline shield bearers immediately took a stance, lowering their bodies while securing their shields. The rear archers, with a brief aim, released their arrows. Yaoli felt that at such close quarters, he could hit his target even with his eyes closed. Undoubtedly, the 10 or so attackers would not reach them, as they were swiftly turned into porcupines by the barrage of arrows. The Tiger King had intended to wait for his tribe to assemble before charging forward. To his astonishment, the Shinbird clan had brazenly stormed in, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Witnessing the horrific fate of his kin at the entrance, he trembled with rage. No, the Black Wolf clan's warriors are also present. Why are only the members of our Tiger tribe perishing? Turning his head, he realized that the howling wolf, who had been right behind him, had vanished without a trace. Tiger King, it is dire. A tribesman, covered in soot and ash, rushed before him, announcing that the Black Wolf clan had breached the fence and were stealthily retreating. As the tribesman finished speaking, the more than 20 warriors surrounding the Tiger King immediately brightened with hope. Tiger King, the Shinbird clan is cunning. The inferno has already claimed many of our lives, and the survivors are nearly suffocated by smoke and flames. The leader of the Wind tribe spoke cautiously to the Tiger King. Next time, we shall return and surely annihilate them. Can you believe that our Tiger tribe has been chased away by the cowardice of the Shinbird clan? The Tiger King exclaimed with wide eyes, filled with fury. A voice from the crowd began to speak, but was abruptly silenced as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The Tiger King looked down to find a bloody arrowhead protruding from his chest. It was from the Shinbird clan. They had already infiltrated. They shot indiscriminately, and with each arrow loosed, a scream echoed in the air. His unfortunate tribesmen were either dead or grievously wounded. Withdraw. We must retreat. The Tiger King sighed heavily. The 20 warriors by his side were no match for the Shin Bird clan. Lead the way to the exit of the Black Wolf clan. The group of more than 20 immediately fled toward the rear of the camp along the fence. Sui had long since noticed this small group. He had instructed his team to prepare for the impending assault, never anticipating that they would attempt to flee. Pursue them. We cannot let them escape. He chased after them, encountering charred corpses along the way. Several were found kneeling in death, while others clutched roasted meat, their own flesh emitting a savory aroma. Man perishes for the sake of food. Outside the fence, the howling wolf trembled in fear. Nearly half of their Black Wolf clan had perished in the flames. The divine envoy of the Shin Bird clan was no ordinary being. What had once been a magnificent camp had now transformed into a sea of flames. The entire stockpile of meat, a room full of weaving looms, and so many nests had been set ablaze at his command. Leader, the Tiger tribe is approaching. Wolf 2, having helped an injured tribesman, prepared to return for the others when he spotted the hurried Tiger King and his entourage. How cowardly of you, Wolf Howl. The Tiger King's furious roar echoed from afar. If you had brought your warriors, we could have charged through together, yet you fled instead. You didn't even call for our retreat. You are more despicable than the Shin Bird clan. As the Tiger King approached, he pushed aside a few remaining members of the Black Wolf clan to secure the exit. He then turned, disdain flickering in his gaze as he regarded Wolf Howl. He had managed to regroup a dozen or so warriors during his flight, and their numbers still surpassed those of the Black Wolf clan. To Wolf 2's astonishment, the Tiger tribe had not only fled, but had also brought along the 3 Shin Bird captives who could barely stand. Tiger King, we cannot find words to explain ourselves. Wolf Howl stammered. Coward, clear the exit. The Tiger King commanded, his dissatisfaction palpable. A flame of uncontainable anger ignited within Wolf Howl. As a clan leader himself, he felt humiliated by the Tiger King's continual derision. Block the exit. Wolf Howl suddenly declared coldly, not a single Tiger tribe member shall escape. You dare. The Tiger King was initially taken aback, then erupted in rage. What are you standing there for? Block the exit. Wolf Howl bellowed. As Sui led his men in pursuit, the two clans clashed fiercely around the exit. Divine Envoy, why are they fighting again? Yao Li exclaimed with excitement. Sui had assumed they might be at odds over the division of spoils, but to his surprise, they were brawling for their very lives. He could see that both sides were indeed blinded by rage, showing no signs of feigning. Ha! The Shin Bird clan is upon us. Wolf Howl laughed maniacally. Tiger King, your doom is at hand. Kill us, and you will be next. The Tiger King retorted defiantly. I have never slain a member of the Shin Bird clan. We bear no great grudge. Suddenly, the Tiger King remembered the captives he still held. Who is your leader among the Shin Bird clan? He called out, stepping back a few paces from the breach to address the gathered Shin Bird clan members. I am. Sui replied calmly. What do you wish to say? Chapter 74, The Surrender of the Black Wolf. You? The Tiger King regarded the not-so-mighty figure before him, feeling a flicker of unease rather than disdain. Release me and my tribesmen, or I shall slay these 3. Sui looked at the 3 barely alive individuals being dragged from the crowd, recognizing them as the very guards he had thought dead. Ha! Tiger King, has the fire singed your brain? Wolf Howl mocked loudly, venting his frustration. You think 3 captives are worth your entire clan? Do you take the divine envoy for a fool? The Tiger King's jaw twitched in anger. He yearned to cleave Wolf Howl into several pieces. What did you call him? Divine envoy? Indeed. Wolf Howl shouted. I have resolved to surrender my clan to the Shin Bird clan. Various signs indicated that the divine envoy of the Shin Bird clan was not a normal person. He no longer wished to oppose them. How pitiful. The Tiger King scoffed. Warriors of the Tiger tribe, do you wish to kneel and become slaves? He raised his axe and shouted. We do not wish to. We do not wish to. The tribesmen, looking wretched yet filled with fervor, cried out. Very well. Slay the captives. We shall fight the Black Wolf clan. Wait. Sui quickly interjected. I never said I would not release you. The Tiger King's raised stone axe froze in midair, casting a puzzled glance at Sui. Divine envoy, we cannot let them go. Wolf Howl urged anxiously. The guards exchanged glances, fully aware of the sacrifices the entire Shin Bird clan had made to eradicate the Tiger tribe. Could the divine envoy have misspoken? Divine envoy, we cannot allow them to ruin our plans. Yaoing said resolutely, glancing at his 3 subordinates. The Shin Bird clan will not abandon a single member. Sui spoke deliberately, fully cognizant that the Shin Bird clan had not achieved its current standing through his efforts alone. If he wished to navigate this world further, he needed to unite more people. Moreover, these simple folk had entrusted their lives to him without hesitation. He owed it to them to honor their trust, rather than discard it as worthless and treat their lives as mere trifles. Wolf Howl, please have your men step aside and let the Tiger tribe go. Sui stated earnestly. Though reluctant, Wolf Howl obeyed the command. The The Tiger King had resigned himself to death, harboring no fear at that moment. Now that he had secured his life, he feared even more that the Shin Bird clan might renege on their promise. Divine Envoy, one of the captives, awakening from unconsciousness, cried out, "I fear not death, kill me." The Tiger King's heart tightened, and he clenched his fists in response. Silence. He cautiously glanced at Su-yi, relieved to see no intent to strike. Su-yi felt a twitch in his eyelid. He gazed at the team member, gently shook his head, and offered a reassuring glance. The Black Wolf tribe stood on either side. The members of the Tiger tribe formed a line and exited through the opening. Once all the tribesmen had emerged, the Tiger King hastily commanded a retreat. 3 captives were abandoned on the ground as the members of the Tiger tribe hurriedly plunged into the jungle. Lord God Envoy, we should not let them escape, howled Lang Xiao, his heart heavy with sorrow. Compared to their demise, I value the lives of my clansmen far more. Su-yi replied solemnly. Those behind him, including Yao Li, were deeply moved by his words. They all understood that if they were to fall into enemy hands, the God Envoy would undoubtedly come to their rescue. Having made his decision, Lang Xiao wasted no time. He knelt down, prostrating himself as a sign of submission. The members of the Black Wolf tribe exchanged glances and followed suit, bowing to the ground. Rise. Su-yi raised his hand. Your choice to join the Xin Yao tribe is a commendable one. With that, he shifted his focus to Yao Li. Lead your people to pursue and eliminate them. Yao Li was taken aback. Did you not say to spare them? I have taught you the importance of keeping one's word, but that does not apply to enemies. A grin spread across Yao Li's face as he immediately took the lead in the chase. Lang Xiao, just having risen, felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, he had already pledged allegiance to Su-yi. Indeed, he would not turn against his own. What about our nest? My animal skin is still in the nest. I had saved up so much meat. The returning members of the Xian Yao tribe could hardly believe that the camp, once intact, had now turned to scorched earth. Su, did the Tiger tribe burn our camp? Yao Ling exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury. If I find out who set fire to our camp, I will surely kill them. Yao Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes aflame with vengeance. Su-yi felt overwhelmed, having only informed them that they were going to battle, while omitting any mention of the fire. Collecting resin, soaking hemp cloth, and binding them to arrows were tasks assigned to the slaves, done in collaborative efforts, leaving no one to connect those actions with the arson. Eagle, do you know who started the fire? Yao Yu inquired of a hurried passerby. Yaoing, preoccupied with managing the slaves, failed to notice Su-yi's cautioning glare. He glanced at Yao Yu and replied, the God Envoy instructed everyone to set it ablaze. With Yaoing gone, the 3 remaining stood divided into 2 factions. Tell me, why did you burn our camp? My soft animal skin shorts are still in the nest. I didn't take them. Where did all the meat from our stockpile go? I still had half a skin blanket in my nest. Did you decide to burn our home all along? The 2 spoke in unison. Once the enemy is vanquished, everything will be restored. Su-yi attempted to grasp their hands, but was simultaneously rebuffed. No, you must explain why we weren't allowed to take our animal skin belongings. Yao Yu was still fixated on her bed. Exactly, Yao Ling echoed. I must ensure the enemy falls for the ruse. Su-yi shrugged. Our ancestors once said, you cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. After the previous plan had gone awry, Su-yi resolved to treat the enemy with greater caution in future tactics. What child? A wolf? Yao Ling stamped her foot. I want my shorts and animal skin. And I want my bed. It burned so thoroughly. We have no belongings for the move. Perfectly timed to start anew at the ancestral land. As someone approached, Su-yi wiped the smile from his face and donned a serious expression, prompting Yao Yu and Yao Ling to stifle their laughter. Report. Yao Li, with leaves adorning his head, announced, I killed 11, but the others fled too swiftly to be caught. I understand, Su-yi nodded. You may attend to your matters. God Envoy, I am not busy at the moment. Su-yi rubbed his forehead. Take your people and assist in settling the livestock. Isn't that someone else's task? Yao Li turned in confusion and departed. After sending Yao Li off, Su-yi's attention returned to the 2 women. I have noted everything you mentioned. I will ensure you are compensated upon our return to the ancestral land. Hee, sounds good. Yao Ling smiled. Yao Yu nodded in agreement. Lord God Envoy, my father requests your presence for a discussion. Chapter 75, You Return. Su-yi turned to see the daughter of the Black Wolf tribe leader approaching. She wore the long dress he intended to gift to Yao Yu. Stealing a glance, he noticed Yao Yu scrutinizing the dress. Su-yi swallowed hard. The gown was speckled with soot, yet it did little to detract from its allure. He had forgotten to remind Yao Yin to wear the dress. Now that it was in her possession, he had no intention of reclaiming it. Understood, I shall come shortly. Wolf Moon nodded, and as she turned, she cast a final glance at the 2 women beside him. Both were exceptionally beautiful. She exhaled softly, then departed. What did he say? In a corner of the camp, Lang Xiao eagerly awaited his daughter's response. Did he reject you? That shouldn't be the case. My daughter is quite lovely, Lang Xiao murmured. I didn't ask. Wolf Moon retorted. He already has 2 women, both incredibly beautiful. He would not be interested in me. You do not understand. Men do not shy away from having multiple women. Lang Xiao imparted sagely. Father, have you seen those 2? They are not more beautiful than you. Or perhaps, do you find him unappealing? Lang Xiao detected a hint of uncertainty in his daughter's expression. Do not be deceived by his seemingly fragile demeanor. His true strength lies in his wisdom. Lang Xiao pointed to his forehead. Only here can one be truly formidable. That tiger tribe is indeed formidable. Yet, not a single member of the Xian Niao tribe perished. And they were still defeated. Since childhood, your grandfather has praised my intelligence, yet I too fell for the god envoy's tricks. Your father has come to understand a profound truth. Wisdom surpasses brute strength. Seek an opportunity tonight to inquire further. Father, why must I be with him? Wolf Moon protested. He does not even like slender men. Your insistence only vexes me further. If our tribe were as strong as before, I would have taken him for you. Lang Xiao shook his head. But now, it is the Xian Niao tribe that holds power, and you must present yourself to him. Is the dress she wears mine? Yao Yu's face reflected the expression of a child whose toy had been snatched. No, how could that be? Su Yi's mind raced. Yours is even more exquisite. Really? Yao Yu responded skeptically. Then where did her dress come from? I have no idea. Su Yi feigned ignorance. Perhaps her tribe can create such garments. You know she is from the Black Wolf tribe. Although the god envoy's face appeared sincere, Yao Yu suspected he was deceiving her. Without further ado, she turned to leave. Su Yi swiftly moved to intercept her. Where are you going? I am going to ask her. Yao Yu's face broke into a sweet smile. Yet, Su Yi sensed that this expression was more perilous than her usual icy demeanor. I confess. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Su Yi admitted. It was originally meant for you, but I forgot to bring it. By the time I noticed, she had already put it on. Ah, that exquisite dress was originally mine. Humph. Are you daring enough to claim that it was given to her simply because she is beautiful? Absolutely not. Yao Ling gazed at the two engaged in a heated argument, her eyes wide as saucers. What had she heard? What had she witnessed? That stunning dress was intended for you, yet it had been bestowed upon another woman by Su? How utterly intolerable. The divine envoy, who professed his undying affection for Yao Ling daily, was oblivious to the existence of such a lovely garment. Meanwhile, another woman had already donned it. Yao Ling felt like a wounded little rabbit, wishing to slip away unnoticed from their sight. But how could she possibly evade them? It's your fault. Su Yi muttered under his breath. You always say I love Ling the most, yet every time something good comes along, it goes to her first. It's absurd. That woman wearing it is better off burnt. Yao Yu retorted, equally determined. Hey, shouldn't you hurry after her? She'll come back on her own soon. Yao Yu urged. Su Yi immediately shouted and chased after her. Yao Ling's heart felt as though it might shatter. She was about to leave, and he wouldn't even notice. Ling, come back. I need to clarify things with you. At last, upon hearing the voice behind her, she exhaled in relief and quickened her pace without looking back. Surely, he would catch up, right? After all, following him could yield immense benefits. After hearing her father's account, Lang Yu felt a surge of anxiety. That man's slender frame. How could she possibly be matched with him? Turning her head, she spotted the divine envoy approaching and immediately cautioned her father to be silent. Divine envoy, you have arrived. Lang Xiao hurriedly rose from his seat on the rock. Su Yi waved his hand with a smile. Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements? No. I noticed that the food supply seems insufficient. Our Black Wolf tribe still has some dried meat left. Should I send someone to fetch it? Lang Xiao inquired. Have you seen that woman? She is responsible for our fishing. Su Yi pointed to a tribeswoman. If you're interested, you might follow her to the riverbank shortly. Lang Xiao was perplexed. What could a few women possibly catch? With women and children included, their catch wouldn't even suffice to whet everyone's appetite. Forget it. I'll take my people to help out later. Divine envoy, do you think my daughter is beautiful? Lang Xiao asked. He wants me to follow you. But I have no interest in you. Lang Yu interjected. Oh dear, divine envoy, pay no heed to her. Lang Xiao shot her a frantic look. Su Yi found amusement in the father-daughter exchange. What's this? Su Yi inquired, intrigued rather than irritated. Your tribe's people claim you are lacking. I can see you are not as strong as the others. Lang Yu stated earnestly. You could never father a child with me. Thus I cannot be your woman. Who? Tell me, which brat said that? Su Yi suddenly exclaimed, startling both Lang Xiao and his daughter. It's not true. She is just talking nonsense. Lang Xiao glared fiercely at Lang Yu. Ignoring him, Lang Yu continued. Everyone says that. I've heard several people mention it. Oh, listen closely. Lang Yu urged. Her ears perked up as she pointed in a direction. Su Yi followed her gaze. Several members of the Black Wolf tribe were gathered around a member of the Xian bird tribe, who was animatedly recounting something. Lang Xiao, having overheard a few times, chuckled as he grasped Su Yi's arm. Divine envoy, I've heard that becoming a member of the Xian bird tribe starts from being a lowly slave. Just look at me. You need not. You can directly become a high-ranking slave. since he had just offered their tribes food supplies. Su Yi wouldn't hesitate to grant a position of little consequence. Lang Xiao was elated. He had heard that the lowly slaves of the Xian bird tribe worked long and arduous hours without any meat. As a proud chief, he had no desire to be a lowly slave. This had troubled him all morning, and allowing his daughter to follow the divine envoy was partly in hopes of alleviating that concern. Yet, the divine envoy had directly offered him a position as a high-ranking slave. Su Yi was eager to hear what the boy was concocting, but Lang Xiao held him back. What about my daughter? She cannot be a slave. Her figure and beauty would be wasted in that role. She should at least be a secretary. Chapter 76, Secrets. Furthermore, it is essential within our tribe to recognize one's own identity. The Black Wolf tribe members were puzzled. What could that possibly be? Surely it cannot be something edible. Someone interjected. You are lowly slaves. That is your identity. The Xian bird tribesman explained. Oh, the crowd exclaimed in realization. You lowly slaves must greet the high-ranking slaves. The high-ranking slaves must also greet us, true Xian bird tribesmen. So do we need to greet you? Of course you do. The Xian bird tribesman declared with pride, my status is higher than yours. How can one elevate their status? Those nearby inquired. Work diligently. The divine envoy has many eyes, and he sees your performance. In due time, you shall be promoted. Many eyes? The crowd was confused. Did the divine envoy not have merely two? Who knows the workings of the divine? Not far away, Lang Xiao turned to fix a penetrating gaze upon Su Yi. Is there anyone with a status higher than yours? The members of the Black Wolf tribe were filled with curiosity. Of course there is. The Xian bird tribesman replied. Our captain and the divine envoy have a status higher than mine. Is there anyone even higher? Ah, you have indeed asked the right person. The Xian bird tribesman said with a mysterious smile. In truth, the divine envoy possesses the highest status. However, I believe otherwise. There are those even more formidable than the divine envoy. Nearby, Lang Xiao and Lang Yu's eyes simultaneously landed upon Su Yi's face. Two women? The Black Wolf tribe members questioned skeptically. You must be joking. I heard it with my own ears. It is absolutely true. What did you hear? The crowd was intrigued. One night, while on patrol near Ling's nest, I distinctly heard the divine envoy pleading with Ling. The eyes of the Black Wolf tribe members lit up with excitement. Ling, darling, just hold on a little longer. Consider it a plea from me, all right? The Xian bird tribesman recounted breathlessly. Nearby, Su Yi felt a flush creep across his face. The gazes of the two women beside him sent chills down his spine, though he was clad in trousers. He suddenly felt as if he were bare. Now you know, the ones with the highest status are the divine envoy's women. The Xian bird tribesman declared proudly. This was a unique piece of information he had not shared with anyone else. Today, he could not withstand the adoration in the eyes of the Black Wolf tribe members. Hence he revealed it. One is our tribe's leader. You will recognize her naturally. The other is the one who wanders about joyfully every day. Remember, her name is Yao Ling. The woman favored most by the divine envoy must be respected. They are all the divine envoy's women. Have they borne him children? Children? As the clansman glanced around anxiously, Su Yi immediately crouched down, simultaneously tugging at the wolf howl. They're coming, listen closely, said Wolf Moon to Su Yi. Alas, our divine envoy has no children, the clansman lamented, shaking his head with a sorrowful expression. Why? As you say, the divine envoy is so formidable. He should have many offspring. Shoo, this is a secret of our clan. The clansman looked around once more. Hey, let me tell you something. The Xian Yao deity bestowed wisdom upon the divine envoy, but took away his manhood. The circle of Black Wolf tribesmen gasped in shock. Shoo, why shout so loud? Just? The crowd's gaze dropped. Indeed, the Xian Yao tribesman nodded vigorously. You must not tell anyone else. Rest assured. The Black Wolf tribe members pledged earnestly, already plotting to share the secret with their companions, deeming it not a betrayal. Alas, just thinking about the divine envoy's inability to have children makes me anxious for him. Su Yi could no longer contain himself. He had believed that he was dignified and imposing without needing to proclaim it. Yet, in the eyes of the clansmen, fearing women made him less than a man. What is wrong with you? Have your eyes been smoked? The Xian Yao tribesman noticed the person before him blinking incessantly. Yao Lu, do you mean to say you wish to assist in begetting one? How could I dare? The divine envoy's women are chosen by the deities. The speaker did not even lift his head. To blaspheme the divine would surely invite calamity. Wolf Moon wished to eavesdrop, but was pulled away by Wolf Howl. That was a matter for their own clan. They were outsiders now. Observing the group of fishermen preparing to depart, Wolf Howl immediately summoned a dozen tribesmen to follow. What are you doing? Yao Dai asked warily. The divine envoy has commanded us to accompany them for fishing. Wolf Howl explained. The group arrived at the riverbank, where a designated area had been cleared. This is our first hunting venture as members of the Xian Yao clan. Keep your eyes sharp and your hands swift. The Black Wolf tribesmen, upon hearing their leader's words, eagerly prepared to showcase their prowess. You all just watch from behind. Yao Dai's words extinguished the enthusiasm of the Black Wolf tribe. Wolf Howl scoffed internally. Just a few women leading 5 men could catch how many fish? Even a fool knew that the more people involved, the easier it would be to catch something. However, he remained patient. Once they failed to catch any fish, he would bring his men to assist, thus demonstrating the might of the Black Wolf tribe. Chief, what is that? A tribesman asked curiously from beneath the shade of a tree. Wolf Howl focused his gaze and saw the Xian Niao people tossing objects into the water. They resembled the devices used to catch mosquitoes beneath a spider's abdomen. The difference was that these were larger, with stones tied to them. What does it matter? Wolf Howl declared. When they come seeking our help, you all keep quiet and let me speak. Moments later, oh, Chief, look, quickly, the tribesman exclaimed excitedly. Wolf Howl, sunning himself with closed eyes, felt a wave of annoyance. Wasn't it merely one fish? Silence. Chief, it's not just one, it's a whole pile, a whole pile. Wolf Howl abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing a scene he would never forget. The Xian Niao tribesmen were each hauling a heap of fish. Under the sunlight, the scales shimmered brilliantly, dazzling his eyes. On the way back, Wolf Howl concealed his arrogance. Though he had yielded to the Xian Niao clan, he still considered himself their leader. In his view, aside from the divine envoy, no one, no, not even the divine envoy's 2 women, could earn his genuine respect. What are you using? Wolf Howl swallowed hard, speaking humbly. Yao Dai followed his gaze. You mean the net? The net? Yes. It is something our divine envoy created. And its purpose is evident. Yao Dai beamed with admiration. So it was made by the divine envoy. Wolf Howl felt a wave of relief wash over him, his heart lightening considerably. The humility on his face faded a bit. It was no wonder. He had initially thought that even the ordinary members of the Xian Niao clan possessed such remarkable abilities. This only strengthened his resolve to entrust his daughter to the divine envoy. Having no children was inconsequential. There was no worry for sustenance, nor the suffering to endure. The key was the identity. Identity was paramount. Chapter 77, Identity. Sitting on a small stone bench, Su Yi pondered aloud. The seeds of class he had sown had already begun to sprout. He could only wonder what kind of grand tree they would eventually become. What wrong have they committed? Yao Yu approached, having heard that the divine envoy had punished the entire guard team with weighted runs. They spread rumors. Su Yi withdrew his thoughts, still a bit indignant about the matter. Rumors? They actually claim I lack the essence of a man. Oh, that matter. Yao Yu realized. She had long heard whispers and remembered that when they first met, he indeed had it. For that reason, she had quietly inquired with Ling. Ling had informed her that not only did the divine envoy possess it, but she had dismissed it altogether. You knew? Su Yi was astonished, realizing that the entire clan's secret had eluded him. And they won't let you have children. Yao Yu spoke somewhat awkwardly. We know you have it, and that suffices. I understand the reasoning. Yao, why don't we prove it to them tonight? No, don't involve me. Go find Ling. Yao Yu waved her hands in refusal. Su Yi was merely jesting. To openly conceive children in front of everyone would be a disrespect to the divine envoy's dignity. The deceased enemies had already been buried in their graves. The living captives were confined in the northeastern corner of the camp. Over 30 individuals, more than half severely burned. The rest suffering from arrow wounds. The ones guarding them were the people of the Black Wolf tribe, observing the dire state of the Tiger tribe captives. Several Black Wolf tribesmen felt fortunate to have a good leader. Originally, they too had been captives, but now they had transformed into the guards of the prisoners. The Xian Niao clan had developed a comprehensive method for managing captives, to soften, persuade, offer sweet rewards, and if all else failed, to execute a few. Su Yi need not worry about any of this. On the ashes of their lair, a new bonfire was lit. Today we shall rest. Afterward, we will return to our ancestral land. Su Yi concluded and returned to his small stone bench. Oh. The Xian Niao clan members, whether tribesmen or slaves, were all jubilant. They had already heard the news from the guard team. Although the camp was lost, this morning, the divine envoy had displayed great might, not only subduing the Black Wolf tribe, but also repelling the Tiger tribe. They had also heard that from this day forth, the Xian Niao clan would no longer be bullied by external tribes. The tribesmen joined hands, collectively dancing. Su Yi merely observed from a distance, feeling their pure emotions, their joyous spirits, brimming with unity and courage. Wolf Howl gazed at the fish meat in his hands, then at the wild vegetables in Wolf 2's grasp, overwhelmed with excitement. Identity. This is identity. The moment he knelt in submission, he had already prepared himself to consume grass and swallow vegetables. Yet now, he had unexpectedly transformed into a high-ranking slave. Thank goodness for having a good daughter. Wolf 2 fish. He picked up the strip of meat in his hand and gave it a shake. Longtu was filled with regret. The promise he made to remain with the Suanio clan now bound him as a formal member. Gazing at the wild vegetables in his hand, he gritted his teeth and swallowed. I'll give you half. Longtu looked at the half piece of fish meat handed over by the chief, nearly moved to tears. Chief, I have wronged you. What? At that time, when I came to the Suanio clan to trade for bows and arrows, they would always give me meat each time I returned, and I secretly consumed it all myself. Long Xiao's outstretched hand wanted to retract. How could Long to eat in secret like that? But by then, the fish meat had already fallen into the other's hands. How much meat did they give you each time? Seeing Long Tu gesture with his hands, Lang Xiao felt somewhat relieved. About this size, several pieces each time, both fish and meat. Lang Xiao inhaled sharply. So he had already enjoyed fish meat, while he remained completely unaware. They even invited me to dine on crocodile meat. And I didn't save any for you. Long Tu lamented further. Crocodile meat. Lang Xiao ground his teeth in irritation. Nevertheless, the meat had already been given. He generously patted Long Tu on the shoulder. It's all in the past. Let us develop well together in the Suanio clan from now on, Lang Xiao declared through gritted teeth. In the open space beneath the Suanio idol, everyone gathered together, arranged neatly according to their status. All had been notified that the divine messenger would announce to the heavenly deity today the acceptance of new members into the Suanio clan. Mufeng, Feng Yisu, and Su Yi recited 8 names. 5 of them stepped forward beneath the idol amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. The other 3, surprisingly, were brought in on stretchers. The 3 were overwhelmed with emotion. The divine messenger had let the enemy escape to save them, and now he was welcoming them into the Suanio clan, ignoring their injuries. The 3 rolled off the stretchers and, like the other 5, prostrated themselves on the ground. All 8 were devout, allowing the black ash beneath them to stain their chests and faces. These 8 individuals have fought bravely, unafraid of formidable foes, and have willingly risked their lives for our Suanio clan. Today, I announce to the heavenly deity, Suanio, the acceptance of these 8 as members of our clan. In addition to enjoying the privileges of Suanio clan members, they are granted the rights of our people. I implore you to prioritize the interests of the Suanio clan and share in its concerns. Should anyone dare to betray our clan, the divine will surely mete out severe punishment. Su Yi raised his face to the heavens, hands lifted high, his voice resonating like a great bell. His lengthy, solemn speech, with its rhythmic intonations and words never before heard, instilled profound faith among the clansmen, who believed the divine messenger was reporting to the heavenly deity. Engaging in dialogue with the divine, all fell to the ground in unison, listening attentively to Su Yi's proclamation. As the announcement concluded, the first 8, guided by Yao Yu, rose to their feet. Their expressions were solemn, and their gazes earnest as they took their oaths. As a member of the Suanio clan, I pledge to obey the commands of the divine messenger, to execute his decisions, to do everything for the Suanio clan, and to never betray the Suanio clan. Such an oath was recited by every member of the guard. However, swearing beneath the idol held an entirely different significance. Although the guards enjoyed the privileges of Suanio clan members, without being formally inducted, they could not participate in clan meetings, nor could they claim women for themselves. These rights were exclusive to true members of the Suanio clan. Su Yi had long since realized that such an induction ceremony was far more effective than any promises he could make. Under the gaze of the crowd, a single oath could often awaken their sense of responsibility. Rise. Yao Yu elongated his tone. The prostrate clansmen slowly began to rise. The ceremony was lengthy, and Yao Yu was adamant about not omitting any part. Even the task of promoting high-ranking slaves fell to him. Since the divine messenger's identity was solidified, all communications with the heavenly deity had been entrusted to him. The simple-minded tribespeople believed that only the divine messenger could convey messages to the heavenly deity to gain divine approval. What others said held no weight. Promoting high-ranking slaves was a mark of honor, and thus could not be taken lightly. It had to be personally overseen by the divine messenger. As the sun dipped in the west, the ceremony finally came to a close. The newly inducted members were ecstatic, while those elevated to high-ranking slaves strutted about proudly, like victorious roosters. Wait, divine messenger, wait. Lang Xiao suddenly shouted from the back of the crowd, causing the dispersing throng to halt in their tracks. You forgot about me. Chapter 78, The Sudden Night Rain. The members of the Black Wolf tribe, witnessing this scene for the first time, were all tense and apprehensive. When they heard the chief's sudden call, they were all taken aback. Huh. Oh. Su Yi resisted the urge to smack his forehead. Lang Xiao, as the chief of the Black Wolf tribe, voluntarily surrendered, preventing casualties among the populace. As a testament to his achievements, I hereby elevate him to the status of a high-ranking slave. Su Yi's expression turned grave. Now, I invite Lang Xiao to step forward before the idol to receive the recognition of everyone. Lang Xiao felt a surge of excitement. It turned out that bringing his tribe to surrender was such a monumental act. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. His legs felt light, as if he were walking on a thick carpet of leaves. Arriving before the crowd, he turned to face them, observing their envious gazes. Accepting the wooden plaque symbolizing high-ranking slaves, personally bestowed by the female clan leader, Lang Xiao felt as though he had fallen into a fire, his entire being ablaze. Mimicking the others, he prostrated himself. After rising, he found himself unsure how to return to his place under the scrutiny of the crowd. Congratulations, Chief. A member of the Black Wolf tribe stepped forward to offer his congratulations. No, don't call me Chief. Lang Xiao glanced around. Just call me by my name. Look. Lang Xiao picked up the wooden plaque hanging around his neck, indicating, I am no longer the chief. Those permitted to join the Suanio clan had naturally been strictly selected by Su Yi. Even those elevated to high-ranking slaves were recommended by clan members and confirmed by Yao Yu before Su Yi made the final decision. In truth, the loyalty of these individuals was not in question. The selection criteria still revolved around their diligence in labor and bravery in battle. Taking it a step further, their labor was nearly equally diligent, and their courage in battle was comparable. Certainly, there were those who were more industrious and braver. Regardless, the quota for clan membership and the number of high-ranking slaves were proportionate to the total number of slaves. An excess of quotas would lead to devaluation, while too few would demotivate everyone. Su Yi was still exploring that suitable balance. As for the notion of everyone living the same life, he had never dared to hope for such a thing. Productivity was the greatest limiting factor. The current situation dictated that not everyone could eat meat. There would always be some who had to consume wild vegetables. Even if productivity were to develop further, the first to sprout would still be private ownership. If he could develop the Suanio clan to the point where they would neither slaughter slaves nor treat them as property to be freely bought and sold, it would be a significant achievement. As night fell, campfires of various sizes were lit throughout the encampment. People huddled together in small groups for warmth. What are you looking at? Nestled in Su Yi's embrace, Yao Ling asked curiously, noticing he had been staring at the sky for quite some time. I am watching to see if it will rain. Are you asking the Suanio deity? No. Then who are you asking? I inquired of the moon and the stars. And they might have their secrets to share. Su, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Yao Ling in admiration. I have asked them, yet they never utter a word. Will it rain? Interjected Yao Yu. They claim they do not know. At midnight, a fierce wind arose, followed by a torrential downpour. The campfire was extinguished, and everyone huddled together, seeking refuge in the woods. Soaked to the skin and deprived of warmth, Su Yi crouched beneath a large tree, his limbs numb and body shivering. The day had been clear and cloudless, devoid of any hint of rain, yet the night had taken a sudden turn. Had he foreseen the need for a makeshift shelter, he might have avoided such a dismal fate. The stormy night was a true torment. Ling, where has you gone? Su Yi noticed only Yao Ling beside him. She asked me to keep an eye on you before she left, Yao Ling replied, scanning their surroundings. I do not know where she has gone. Are you cold? Su Yi asked, wrapping his arms around himself, trembling. When we first arrived here, we were drenched daily, even in rains heavier than this, Yao Ling said, her tone lighthearted. Hearing this, Su Yi felt a sense of relief. He had been concerned for their well-being. Cold raindrops continued to fall, accompanied by the relentless chill of the wind. Several times, he thought he felt the warmth of the sun rising over the horizon, only to be greeted by the incessant patter of raindrops upon him. He realized he might be succumbing to hypothermia. If this continued, his life would be in peril. Noticing Yao Ling's untroubled demeanor and lack of shivering, he spoke up. Ling, if you are not cold, come here and give me a hug. A hug? Yao Ling thought she had misheard. Yes, I am freezing. Su Yi mumbled incoherently. You are not trying to deceive me again, are you? Yao Ling blinked, her eyes wide. The divine messenger often concocted various excuses to trick her, but this time he seemed sincere. Just as she reached out her hand, he suddenly collapsed forward. Su, what is wrong? Yao Ling caught him in her arms. Realizing he was icy to the touch, his eyes shut tight. You were just playing with me, right? Yao Ling looked at him with hope, wishing he would respond to her as he usually did with a smile. Yet, the figure in her embrace lay utterly still. Sister Yu, where are you? Li, Ing. Yao Ling cried out in despair. Hurry, the divine messenger is dying. Yao Yu, who had just returned with a large stack of wide and long leaves, trembled at the sound of Yao Ling's voice, spilling the leaves she carried. She had been worried that Su Yi would not withstand the heavy rain in the woods. The cold wind had chilled her as well, prompting her to gather materials to construct a simple nest for him. Little did she know he was already on the brink of collapse. Ling, Yao Yu rushed to the tree in a flurry, finding Yao Ling sitting on the ground, cradling a pale and motionless Su Yi. Sister Yu, please save him. Yao Ling wept uncontrollably, her eyes lighting up with the arrival of help. What has happened to the divine messenger? He was perfectly fine during the day. Has the Xian bird deity taken his soul? Upon hearing of the divine messenger's plight, a crowd gathered, akin to headless flies, clamoring in confusion. Silence. Yao Yu knelt beside Yao Ling, her eyes red-rimmed. She had assessed the situation. He was indeed suffering from the cold, but was not yet dead. Ing, lead everyone to find a spot free of puddles to build a small nest. Quickly, Li, take a group to gather large leaves to shield him from the rain. Everyone else, pitch in. The crowd immediately sprang into action. The Xian bird tribe was quite skilled at nest building, and with their numbers, they swiftly gathered branches and vines. Before long, a small nest took shape in the woods. Yao Yu took Su Yi from Yao Ling's arms, straining to carry him into the nest. Li, find a way to gather some dry firewood. If not, then so be it. Ing, lead your group to raise the surrounding area to prevent rainwater from seeping in. Ling, you too, come inside and block the entrance. Chapter 79, Ascending to the Heavens. Once Ling entered, the small nest felt a tad cramped. Yao Yu sat cross-legged on the thick leaves, her bottom surprisingly not too cold. In the dark, she tore away Su Yi's soaked shorts with one hand, then lifted her animal skin to embrace him face to face. Ling, stop crying. Remove your animal skin and wrap your arms around him from behind. He is suffering from the cold. If we warm him up, he will awaken. The inability to rouse Su Yi made Yao Ling feel as if the sky were collapsing. He was so formidable. She had never imagined he would one day be reduced to this state. Hearing Yao Yu's words, Yao Ling quickly pulled off her animal skin and knelt. Pressing herself against his icy body, she extended her arms, holding him tightly. Yao Ling believed that as long as she held him close enough, the Xian bird deity would not take his soul. Ling, are you afraid? Yes, came her voice, tinged with tears. I am afraid too, Yao Yu replied quietly. He is fine. Our Xian bird tribe is a powerful one with many members. If anything happens to him, others may have different thoughts. Sister Yu, I just want him to awaken. So do I. Yao Yu tightened her embrace. Chief, good news, shouted a tribesman as he raced through the rain to Wolf Howl. The divine messenger of the Xian bird tribe has died. What? Wolf Howl sprang to his feet, suspicion flashing in his eyes. How do you know? It's chaos over there. They say it was his woman who spoke the words. Wolf Howl's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His identity. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to elevate our standing. Quickly, assemble our people. The divine messenger's mission has been fulfilled. After vanquishing several other tribes, he was called back to the heavens by the Xian bird deity. Under the rain, beneath the great tree, several old men from the Flame Phoenix tribe gathered. What about us? Stop dreaming. The divine messenger has ascended, and the escort team is still here. Rinzai glanced at his companions and spoke calmly. Many in the escort team are from our Flame Phoenix tribe. If we recruit them, it should yield results. What are you planning? Rinzai chuckled. Let us not forget that those team members may not listen to you. Even if they do. Once the Xian bird tribe's camp is reduced to ashes, what can you gain? What can I gain? The old man retorted angrily. At the very least, elevate my status to that of a high-ranking slave. I haven't had meat in ages. High-ranking slave? Rinzai sighed. We could all have become high-ranking slaves. Why? The others were puzzled. As long as some foolish tribe provokes the divine messenger, and if the Xian bird tribe acquires more slaves, we old fellows will naturally become high-ranking slaves. No way. The crowd was astonished. Isn't it about who works harder? Working harder is indeed correct. But do you think you can outwork the youths? Rinzai stroked his beard. We old folks can only bide our time and hope to become high-ranking slaves. The divine messenger, truly remarkable. Rinzai lamented. What a pity. He was too clever, and the deity will take him away. If he lives well, the Xian bird tribe will grow stronger, and our Flame Phoenix tribe will thrive alongside them. Will there even be a place for us in the Flame Phoenix tribe then? An old man questioned. You? Truly foolish. Rinzai gazed up at the heavens, allowing the rain to cascade upon his face. Regardless of whether it be the Flame Phoenix or the mysterious bird, are we not still the same people? As long as the children of our tribe are well-fed and can bear offspring, it matters not under the protection of the Flame Phoenix or the mysterious bird. It is all the same. With a long sigh, Rinzai cast his eyes upon the bustling crowd in the rain not far away. The other elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads as they retreated beneath the tree. Yao Yu felt a surge of excitement. She sensed his breath. His head gently rested upon her shoulder. His ear pressed against her cheek. So tranquil, like a slumbering child. His body was no longer so cold. His arms had grown warm, yet why would he not awaken? Outside the nest, chaos ensued. She discerned that Wolf Howl and his followers were confronting the eagles. Why has Wolf Howl brought so many people? Came the voice of an eagle. What for? Of course, to meet the divine envoy, replied Wolf Howl's voice. And you? What are you doing here at this hour with these people? Where is the divine envoy? The divine envoy is ill and cannot see you now. You should leave. Wolf Howl instantly recognized the deceit in their words. His own men had declared that the divine envoy was dead, yet this fellow claimed he was merely sick. You lie? Wolf Howl asserted defiantly. Is there another reason you do not allow me to see him? Could it be that you, in your quest for status, have slain the divine envoy? Warriors of the Black Wolf tribe, charge in with me. Wolf Howl, has the rain damaged your mind? The sounds of pushing and fighting echoed from outside the nest. Sister Yu, they are about to break in. What should we do? Yao Ling asked anxiously. Fear not. The eagles will hold them off. Yao Yu felt a pang of unease. There were still many from the Black Wolf tribe. Wolf Howl, are you mad? Or do you wish to betray us? You are the traitor, daring to slay the divine envoy. Who has slain the divine envoy? Where is he? I demand to see him. Suddenly, Wolf Howl's attention was drawn to the small nest in the woods, and he charged forward with his men. Hearing the sounds of battle grow ever closer, Yao Yu feared for the safety of the nest. Wolf Howl, do you intend to betray the mysterious bird clan? The voice from within the nest rang clear. Wolf Howl recognized it as the voice of the divine envoy's woman, the matriarch of the tribe, a figure of high standing. I have not betrayed anyone. Then why have you brought people here at this hour? Yao Yu replied coldly. I heard the divine envoy had perished. Su, he has not perished. You are the one who is doomed. Another woman's voice, filled with indignation, echoed from within the nest. This one held an even higher status. The divine envoy is not dead? Of course not. He is currently resting in my embrace. Yao Yu spoke calmly. He was simply too weary and has drifted into sleep. Wolf too felt a jolt of realization and hurriedly led his tribe back. As the commotion outside subsided, both women within the nest exhaled in relief. They won't return. Will they? If the divine envoy is still absent by day, they may well cause further trouble. Yao Yu's eyes glinted with a cold light. Sui, in a dazed state, felt ensconced within soft clouds. The clouds were warm and carried a faint fragrance. He was no longer cold, nor was he drenched by rain. How delightful it was. So comfortable that he wished not to open his eyes. Dying like this would be just fine. He lifted his eyelids slightly, only to succumb back into a deep slumber. Sister Yu, did he just move? Yao Ling exclaimed, sensing a shift in the figure cradled in her arms. Surely not. Are you not merely feeling fatigued? Yao Yu replied. No, I am fine. Yao Ling yawned. The rain had ceased, and the sky was clear, the world washed anew. Sunlight bathed the dense forest, the leaves vibrant, the birds chirping melodiously, and the insects murmuring softly. The divine envoy's body was no longer cold. He was now burning with fever. Yao Yu fretted. I must find some herbs to treat the fire poison. You fetch him some water to drink. Chapter 80. Burned to death. The two of them rummaged to tidy their clothes, ensuring Su-Yi was settled, then pulled open the door of the nest. How is the divine envoy? Outside the nest, the tribesfolk formed layers of concern. Seeing their attentive gazes, Yao Yu felt slightly reassured. He has been afflicted by fire poison and requires herbs. Eagle, take a few people to assist me in gathering them. The situation is urgent. I can no longer afford to hesitate. Others, fell some trees around here to let in the sunlight. Li, go fetch some clean water to help Ling tend to the divine envoy. As dawn broke, Wolf Howl severely punished the one who had misreported the news. He had thought it a splendid opportunity for advancement, only to discover it was false. The punished man felt utterly wronged. He had clearly heard others proclaim the divine envoy was dead. How could he now be alive? If one could return from death, surely only the divine envoy could achieve such a feat. Chief, it's bad. The mysterious bird clan has surrounded us. A member of the tribe stumbled in. What? Wolf Howl was bewildered. They are all shouting to burn the traitor. Traitor? Wolf Howl scanned the crowd. Which of you is the traitor? Step forward at once. The crowd exchanged looks of confusion. Wolf Howl glanced left and right, finding no one who resembled a traitor. The shouts of the mysterious bird clan grew louder as they closed in. Wolf Howl's heart sank as he realized that nearly all members of the guard had arrived. Shields in front, archers behind. They moved in an organized manner, clearly intent on action. Do you need so many people to capture a traitor? Yao Eagle. What is the meaning of this? To burn the traitor. Came the unified roar from the opposing side, a force that was truly intimidating. Traitor? Who is the traitor? Wolf Howl surveyed the area. You are all traitors. Drop your weapons and kneel, or face death. Yao Eagle's voice was frigid. All of us. Wolf Howl was taken aback. It was inconceivable. What did you all do last night? You know it well. Yao Eagle replied coolly. Wolf Howl recalled the events of the previous night, when he had brought his men to the divine envoy's side. It was a misunderstanding. Last night was a misunderstanding. He had heard that the divine envoy was dead, and immediately led his tribe to perform a soul calling, to assist in driving away wild beasts, hoping to present himself well. Perhaps in the eyes of the divine envoy's two women, he might earn a promotion. Yet upon discovering that the divine envoy was alive, he returned with his men. How had it now turned into treachery? We went to call the divine envoy's spirit. We did not betray. The divine envoy is not dead. What spirit are you calling? Yao Eagle retorted coldly. You all dared to curse the divine envoy to death. I misheard the news, thinking the divine envoy had perished. But we certainly did not betray. Whether we have betrayed or not, we can discern for ourselves. To speak frankly, it was the matriarch's order to capture you. Yao Eagle added. If you have anything to say, speak to her. The over 50 members of the Black Wolf tribe were bound together and driven back to the ruins of the mysterious bird clan's camp. Matriarch. I demand to see the matriarch. Wolf Howl protested defiantly. Silence. A guard snapped irritably. The matriarch is busy tending to the divine envoy and cannot see you. But we are truly not traitors. Wolf Howl gazed at his daughter, bound with ropes, in utter despair. Bundles of firewood were brought back and piled not far from them. They truly intend to immolate themselves along with their kin. The divine envoy has not perished. I demand to see the divine envoy. It is all a misunderstanding. Despite the howling of the wolf, not a single soul paid him heed. The hearts of the members of the Black Wolf tribe were all ashen. The methods employed by these guards to bind their captives were unique, rendering any chance of escape futile. They were on the brink of being burned alive. Warrior, I remained in place last night and did not visit the divine envoy. Why have I also been bound? Wolf 2 cried out. Consumed by haste from consuming wild vegetables and drenched by rain, he found his rear utterly uncontrollable. He had intended to assist in summoning souls, but alas, he had flitted about too much along the way, thus failing to do so. One of the guards scrutinized Wolf 2 for a long while. You truly did not go? I swear to the divine, I absolutely did not. Wolf 2 hastily replied. Then wait here while I report. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned. The chieftain has decreed that our Xian bird tribe does not execute the innocent. The ropes binding his hands and legs were loosened, and Wolf 2 was freed from the bindings, exhaling a profound sigh of relief. Wolf 2, you must find the divine envoy. Wolf Xiao has grasped at a lifeline. He must know we are innocent. Leader, I understand. Wolf 2 exclaimed as he was ushered from the area. The lives of so many in our Black Wolf tribe depend on you. The cries of Wolf Xiao echoed throughout the venue. Without pause, Wolf 2 hastened towards the location of the divine envoy. What do you want? Before he could approach, he was intercepted by the guards. I wish to see the divine envoy. I have matters to report. Wolf 2 said cautiously. The divine envoy sees no one. You may return. The guard brandished a wooden spear, his eyes filled with suspicion. This cannot be. I must see the divine envoy. Wolf 2, in a fit of urgency, paced restlessly. The divine envoy is ill and has yet to awaken. Your presence would be futile, one of the guards added. Alas, Wolf 2 rubbed his hands together, tiptoeing to gaze at the heavily guarded small nest. Regrettably, he could discern nothing. Then let me see the chieftain, or even Yao Ling. Then wait here, I shall report. The guard departed, leaving behind a single sentence. Chieftain, there is someone from the Black Wolf tribe wishing to see you. Inside the small nest. Yao Yu felt a surge of irritation. He is no longer feverish. Why does he not awaken? Upon hearing that someone from the Black Wolf tribe wished to see her, she retorted sharply, Go tell him, I shall not meet. Not a single one of these traitors from the Black Wolf tribe is to be trusted. After the divine envoy collapsed last night, they were the first to rush in and cause a ruckus. Had she not deceived them into believing the divine envoy was merely asleep, they would have surely caused an uproar. Today, once she was free, she immediately commanded the guards to apprehend that band of traitors. The punishment for traitors within the tribe is either to be crushed by falling rocks or burned alive. She resolved to execute them by fire, ensuring that no one could exploit the chaos to create further unrest, thereby keeping the divine envoy safe. You, why not meet with them? Yao Ying suggested as he stood guard outside the small nest. I shall not meet. Yao Yu replied coldly, Brother, our Xian bird tribe owes its current standing entirely to the divine envoy. I will not let the Black Wolf tribe harm him. Perhaps they truly come to summon the souls. Yao Ying hesitated. Summon souls? Yao Yu scoffed. Have you ever seen someone attempt to summon souls before they have even died? They clearly intend to take advantage of the chaos to slay the divine envoy. Yao Ying sighed and refrained from further comment. At present, his sister resembled a hen fiercely guarding her chicks, perceiving every stranger as a potential threat. Just earlier, while foraging for herbs, she had chastised a member of the Yin Feng tribe for mistakenly identifying a plant. He now fervently hoped the divine envoy would awaken soon. The chieftain says she will not see you. The guard reported. Will not see me? Wolf 2 clenched his fists, stamping his feet in frustration. Ling, what of Yao Ling? Does she not wish to see me either? Ling, she attended to the divine envoy all night and has since fallen asleep. The chieftain has forbidden us from disturbing her. Wolf 2, feeling helpless, looked upward. The blazing sun appeared to him as though it had lost its luster, turning a dull gray. The lives of dozens from the Black Wolf tribe rested in his hands, yet he felt utterly powerless. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a group of individuals bearing torches. They were headed towards the encampment where the Black Wolf tribe was bound. O Divine One, please open your eyes and see. Wolf 2 knelt on the ground, gazing skyward, weeping bitterly. They should not perish. Hey, a whisper came from above. Wolf 2, with tear-filled eyes, turned to see it was the guard. I can point you to someone. Seek him out. He might have a solution. Chapter 81, Prayer. Who? Quickly tell me. Wolf 2 leaped to his feet. The former chieftain of the Yin Feng tribe. Yes, Rinzai. The divine envoy once murmured something about him in my presence, mentioning that the old man has some ideas. Upon hearing this, Wolf 2 turned and ran. Do you know where he is? The guard inquired, perplexed. Wolf 2 halted, wiping his face. Where is he? In the eastern woods. Hurry. As Wolf 2 dashed into the woods, he found only one individual chopping wood. The neatly arranged branches were being transported by designated individuals, sent to where his own tribe resided. I beg you, save our Black Wolf tribe. Without a second thought, Wolf 2 prostrated himself on the ground. Rinzai turned and looked around, seeing no one else. Begging me? He queried. Do you know who I am? Chieftain Rinzai, I implore you, save my kin. They did not intend to harm the divine envoy. How did you end up seeking me? Rinzai waved his hands repeatedly. I am but a lowly servant. I cannot save your kin. The divine envoy fell ill, and the Black Wolf tribe rushed in. He too harbored doubts about their intentions. Wolf 2, like a drowning man clutching at straws, held on with all his might. They are all innocent. They should not die. Are you certain of this? Rinzai furrowed his brow. Our chieftain merely wished to make a show. He simply acted too hastily. If the Black Wolf tribe is indeed innocent, then they should not meet their demise. Although he was only partially aware of the divine envoy's many decisions, one thing was clear to him. The divine envoy placed great value on human lives. For the sake of the Xian bird tribe, he ought to lend a hand. Are you certain your kin are innocent? Rinzai fixed his gaze intently on Wolf 2's eyes. I swear to the Black Wolf deity, no, to the Xian bird deity. They did not intend to harm the divine envoy. Very well, then rise. I shall go meet the chieftain. Rinzai helped Wolf 2 to his feet and adjusted his animal skin. Within the encampment ruins, a pile of firewood loomed like a small mountain. Wolf 2 noticed that the fire had yet to be ignited, granting him a momentary reprieve. You and your kin have frightened chieftain you, Rinzai remarked as he quickened his pace. You, the former chieftain of the Yin Feng tribe, wishes to meet you. Yao Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Please have him come in. These individuals were of a similar age to her father, making them her elders. Were it not for their expulsion of her from her ancestral land, she would still hold them in high regard. Chieftain Yu. Rinzai bowed in greeting. Chieftain Rinzai. Yao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. I believe you should not hastily execute the members of the Black Wolf tribe, Rinzai stated forthrightly. Why? Yao Yu replied, maintaining her patience. They have erred, but it is the divine envoy who should decide their punishment. Rinzai looked into Yao Yu's eyes and continued. If the divine envoy is allowed to administer punishment, it may not necessarily result in their execution. Yao Yu furrowed her delicate brows. Rinzai's assertion was not without merit. They should indeed heed the divine envoy's guidance rather than make decisions on his behalf. Reflect once more, if they are indeed innocent. The divine messenger may hold you accountable. Innocent? Yao Yu chuckled, her gaze sharp enough to instill a quiet dread in Rinzai. Very well. I shall not show mercy to those who seek to harm my man. She gestured for Rinzai to depart. I have one more thing to say, chieftain. Rinzai insisted. Yao Yu lifted her chin slightly, signaling him to proceed. Slaughter will bring ominous tidings to the sick. It would be wiser to await the divine messenger's awakening before we burn the traitors alive. Rinzai spoke earnestly, lowering his head. Is that truly so? Yao Yu regarded him with skepticism. Indeed. Rinzai seized the opportunity as he sensed the chieftain's wavering resolve. Our immediate task should be to offer prayers, beseeching the divine messenger to awaken, rather than resorting to bloodshed, which would be detrimental to him. After pondering for a moment, Yao Yu nodded. Summon someone. Immediately. A member of the guard stepped forward to heed her command. Leave the dead for now, spare the others, and have them kneel in prayer for the divine messenger. If he does not awaken, let them accompany the dead. The guard, upon receiving the order, swiftly departed. Rinzai exhaled in relief and quietly exited. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pillar. Bound to it were 5 members of the tribe, their feet surrounded by piles of kindling. They howled like wolves, pleading for mercy, invoking the spirits not to ignite the flames. It is all his fault. Why did he not go alone? Then they would not have suffered this fate. His poor daughter has yet to bear a child, and now faces death. Burn me, spare my people. One among them wailed. The 2 guards responsible for the punishment exchanged glances, one of them assuring, we'll burn you shortly. No, it is my fault. My sins are great. I should be the first to burn. We've already stated. It's you who will burn first, remarked the shorter guard. Those with greater sins shall burn first. That is not an issue, the taller guard mused. Untying them to rebind them would be quite troublesome. But he is the leader. He should burn first. Stop. Do not burn my father. Release him. Wolf Moon cried out. If you spare him, I will bear children for you. The 2 guards, upon realizing the speaker was a woman of striking beauty, exchanged a glance. The chieftain's order is to kill them all, declared the taller one. We could attend to her first, then kill her afterward. It would be the same. The shorter one suggested excitedly. Is that permissible? Why not? It does not contravene the chieftain's command. Did the chieftain not say we must not engage in relations, and then kill? After finishing, the shorter guard felt a surge of pride, believing himself to have outsmarted the situation. No. The taller guard smirked, his eyes glinting with excitement, yet dimmed slightly as he recalled. But the divine messenger has said we must not go against a woman's will. The shorter one pondered and smacked his forehead. Did we go against her will? She clearly agreed. Ah, that makes sense. The taller guard rejoiced, but soon a thought crossed his mind. The divine messenger said we must not deceive. If we bed her, we cannot kill her father. The shorter guard, hearing this, began to churn his thoughts frantically, yet could find no suitable justification. Alas, this is indeed a troublesome matter. He sighed, casting another glance at Wolf Moon. This woman appeared disheveled. Yet her face was not without merit. It would be a pity to burn her. However, they could not spare those who sought to harm the divine messenger. As Wolf Moon observed the two deep in discussion, a glimmer of hope surged within her. Trading a child for her father's life was surely worth it. Noticing their glances upon her, she raised a hand to wipe her cheek. We will not harm you. The taller guard's words left her momentarily stunned. We must obey the chieftain's command, which is to execute you all, leaving none alive. As the two raised their torches and approached the stone pillar, the flames began to flicker to life. Wolf Moon yearned to rush forward and rend the two apart. Stop! You must stop! I will kill you! No matter how she shouted, it did not deter the two from punishing the traitors. Blood seeped from her wrists, yet the binding ropes were unyielding. Moon, it is futile. The wolf howled despondently. It is all father's fault. He has been blinded by arrogance and cannot discern right from wrong. Chapter 82, Awakening. Wolf Moon was utterly perplexed. As the tribe leader, her father needed to consult the tribe before dispensing justice upon any member. Yet Yao Yu, merely the chieftainess of the Xianbird tribe, was not even a leader. By what right did she demand the execution of so many of her kin with a single decree? By what authority? Simply because she was the divine messenger's woman? Simply because everyone revolved around her? The chieftain has issued a decree. A guard rushed in through the entrance. Wolf Moon immediately perked up, eager to learn what command the woman had given. Cease the execution of the traitors. Let them kneel and pray for the divine messenger. Cease the execution of the traitors. The guard called thrice, then turned to leave. Not to be killed. The shorter guard pursued him with a question. If the divine messenger does not awaken, they will still die. For now, they are spared, the guard explained. Oh dear. The tall and short guards hurriedly extinguished the flames with branches. Fortunately, the kindling was damp. The two, having been smoke-stunned, finally regained their composure and set down the stone pillar. The five, having narrowly escaped death, were immensely grateful, each kneeling to bow their heads towards the chieftain. Had it not been for the chieftain's plea, they would have surely perished in smoke. Yao Yu was restless. The divine messenger's condition remained stable. Yet he would not awaken. She feared he might remain in eternal slumber. If prayers proved effective, Yao Yu promptly issued a series of commands. Slaves, regardless of rank, kneel and pray for the divine messenger. Even prisoners from the tiger tribe were not exempt. Spread the word, from this day forth. Let prayers be offered daily for the divine messenger. Li, you shall oversee them. Should any show insincerity, seize them and deal with them once the divine messenger awakens. At the campsite, a vast array of men, women, and children knelt in prayer. In the center of the clearing, a slightly larger nest had been constructed, within which the divine messenger Su-Yi lay. Chieftain, it is time to feed the livestock, Yao Lan said, glancing at Yao Yu with a lowered head. First, take your slaves to complete the task. Once finished, instruct them to return and continue praying. Yao Lan breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. But upon noticing Yao Yu's bloodshot eyes, she asked with concern, You, do you not wish to rest for a while? Me? I am not weary. You go on with your duties. Yao Yu dismissed her. Su-Yi awakened. Above him, the lush canopy of leaves hung green, and the scent of timber lingered in the air. He found himself in a newly constructed nest. His thoughts gradually coalesced. He remembered the torrential rain and biting wind that had caused him to succumb to the cold. It appeared that he had been rescued by his kin, struggling to rise. His arms and legs felt somewhat weak. Beside him lay a makeshift wooden bed where Ling rested. Her complexion was rosy, her breathing even. She seemed to be asleep, though her brows were still furrowed. At the entrance of the nest stood a graceful figure. It was Yu. How long have I slept? He inquired, his voice slightly hoarse. Yao Yu, hearing the voice behind her, turned abruptly to find Su-Yi standing. She froze in place. You have awakened. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Yet she valiantly suppressed them from cascading down her cheeks. Su-Yi observed her demeanor, pondering whether his fainting spell had truly frightened her. Am I not perfectly fine? He reassured himself, patting his chest. Why cry? Come here, let me embrace you. In the next moment, a soft and warm body collided into his embrace. Thankfully, a bed was positioned behind him, providing the necessary support for him to stabilize himself. He wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, feeling an unprecedented sense of desirelessness within. After a brief moment, the person in his arms gradually regained her composure. The resilient female chieftain revealed a rare glimpse of vulnerability, albeit for his sake. Su-Yi thought joyfully. Perhaps it was his charming persona that had conquered her heart. Su, the Black Wolf tribe has betrayed us. and I am terrified. Yao Yu raised her tear-streaked face. Su Yi's embrace stiffened. Is this why you weep? I am not crying. Who is crying? She retorted defiantly, even as tears streamed down her chest to her abdomen. However, what was the reason behind the betrayal of the Black Wolf tribe? The camp was razed to the ground. The howl of wolves signified treachery without reason. Was it possible that he had taken a liking to one of his subordinates? Could he even defeat the guards? A barrage of questions surged forth, prompting Su Yi to gently release his hold, needing to seek clarity. Yao Yu was reluctant to part from his embrace. Despite its lack of breadth, it provided an incomparable sense of security. Standing face to face, Su Yi noticed the weariness etched upon her features. He grasped her hand and led her to the edge of the bed, pressing gently on her shoulders to compel her to sit. Speak of the matters concerning the Black Wolf tribe. I shall resolve them. Yao Yu nodded and began to recount the events. You must have misunderstood them. Su Yi interjected earnestly after listening. They have not betrayed us. Yao Yu's pupils constricted in surprise. Are they still our kin? Su Yi affirmed with a nod. Yao Yu stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. Su Yi detected her distress. Have you punished them? I commanded the guards to burn them alive, she murmured, her body involuntarily trembling. I heard the screams from over there. I burned innocent tribesmen. Su Yi sighed, pulling her back into his embrace. They perished due to my mistake. Yao Yu's eyes were vacant as she spoke. Su Yi observed the pallor of her face, concern creeping in, and he attempted to console her. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it is only natural to make a misjudgment. Struggling in his arms, Yao Yu attempted to break free. Where are you going? With no response, Su Yi found himself trailing behind her. Upon exiting the shelter, he discovered the ground was filled with kneeling figures. Li, what is happening? Su Yi inquired of a man at the entrance. Divine envoy, Yao Li exclaimed, his excitement rendering him flustered. Answer me. Su Yi, anxious, watched Yao Yu's retreating silhouette. The chieftain instructed everyone to kneel and pray for you. Pray? Su Yi turned to regard the hundreds of kneeling individuals, many of whom were elderly and children. He shook his head, sighing inwardly. The prayer was efficacious. I have awakened. Additionally, I have another announcement. The chieftain is deeply grateful for everyone's prayers. Tonight, all shall feast on meat. Su Yi hastily relayed the information before swiftly pursuing Yao Yu's figure. The howl of wolves had initially believed they were free from peril. Yet they overheard their comrades discussing the potential for the divine envoy's failure to awaken, leading to their demise. At that moment, he was contemplating how to lead his people to escape. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was engaged in prayer seemed fortuitous. Lifting his gaze, he spotted an approaching figure, the very chieftain who had commanded their execution. Could it be that she intended to eliminate them now? Only a handful of guards were present. Even with his hands and feet bound, he resolved to fight desperately, striving to secure a path for his daughter. As the chieftain drew nearer, the howl of wolves steeled his resolve. Black Wolf warriors, let us fight. With a shout, he leaped from the ground. Let us fight. Kill. The other tribesmen, witnessing this, howled in response, answering their leader's call. They would rather face death by stabbing than perish by flames. Yao Yu remained oblivious to the Black Wolf tribe's reaction, her mind inundated with the haunting sounds of those desperate cries intermingled with coughs. She approached the howl of wolves, bowing her head in apology. For a fleeting moment, the howl of wolves was taken aback. He was uncertain of the chieftain's intentions, but his experience told him that seizing this high-ranking chieftain would ensure the survival of his tribe, regardless of whether the divine envoy awakened or not. Chapter 83, Mercy and Severity. The assault initiated by the Black Wolf tribe was abrupt. By the time the guards reacted, they found that the chieftain who had just arrived was already in their grasp. Do you intend to betray the Xin Yao tribe? Release our chieftain, the guards urged. Tension palpable. Betray? We have long since betrayed. The howl of wolves replied with a bitter smile. Let us go, or I shall snap her neck. Wolf Moon tightened her grip on Yao Yu's throat, her gaze filled with hatred as it bore into the surrounding guards, her tone icy. When Su Yi arrived, chaos reigned. The guards wielded their weapons, encircling the scene, while within, the Black Wolf tribe scrambled to untie themselves. At the heart of the chaos, Yao Yu sat on the ground, her neck tightly gripped by Wolf Moon, her complexion ashen. Stop this at once. Su Yi exclaimed in shock, taken aback by how the situation had escalated. The crowd froze at the sound of his voice. Guards, lower your weapons. Su Yi commanded, then turned cautiously to Wolf Moon. Wolf Moon, loosen your grip. She can hardly breathe. Upon seeing Su Yi, the howl of wolves felt as though dawn had broken, excitement coursing through him. Divine envoy, we of the Black Wolf tribe have not betrayed the Xin Yao tribe. I know you have not betrayed. Su Yi raised his hands in a gesture of peace, soothingly assuring them, we are still of the same tribe. Bah, father, do not believe him. Wolf Moon's eyes were filled with suspicion. Let us go, or I shall kill her. Su Yi noted the tightening of Wolf Moon's grip. Guards, clear a path. Let them pass. The guards hesitated momentarily. I said clear a path. Su Yi enunciated firmly. The crowd parted, and the Black Wolf tribe cautiously made their way out. Can we release her now? Su Yi, noticing Yao Yu's eyes tightly shut, felt a surge of anxiety. We shall depart. You are not to pursue us. Wolf Moon declared coldly, pointing at the guards. Moon, enough, let us leave. The howl of wolves urged. We were nearly slaughtered. Do you think bowing and praying is of any use? Wolf Moon retorted. As Yao Yu lay still, Su Yi's patience evaporated entirely. He pushed through the crowd, advancing step by step toward Wolf Moon. Do you not realize she is in danger? Wolf Moon felt a sudden, inexplicable unease as the man drew closer. Do not come any closer, or I will kill her, she stammered, trying to muster courage. You dare. Su Yi's voice rang out sharply. If anything happens to her, none of you from the Black Wolf tribe shall escape. But why should she have the audacity to threaten my people? Wolf Moon averted her gaze from Su Yi's piercing eyes, her expression evasive. We have not betrayed. Guards, arm yourselves and head to the ancestral grounds of the Black Wolf tribe. Spare neither women nor children. Su Yi threatened. Understood. Dozens of guards responded in unison. The Wolf Moon trembled in fear. I shall say this one last time. Return her to me. Su Yi extended his hand. Kneel and submit. And I shall grant you the chance to live. You, quickly, hand her over to the divine envoy. Wolf Howl exclaimed anxiously, gazing at Yao Yu's drooping head. Do you wish to kill her? The Wolf Moon, sensing the stillness of the person in her arm, gasped and released her grip. Su Yi immediately stepped forward, cradling Yao Yu in his embrace. You, wake up. He patted her face, urging her, please, wake up. The figure in his arms remained unresponsive, causing Su Yi's lips to tremble with fear. Leaning closer to her cheek, he discovered her breath was steady, her chest rising and falling in a rhythmic pattern, and her heartbeat unwavering. You awaken. You have not harmed the innocent. Su Yi gently patted her cheek, yet there was no reaction. A sudden thought flashed in his mind, prompting him to hastily clear away the large stones and branches on the ground. He positioned her on her side. The surrounding onlookers, witnessing the chief's stillness, clutched their hearts in anxiety. Observing the divine envoy tending to the chief's limbs and turning her over, they exchanged puzzled glances. Please, wake up. You, I beg you. Although the crowd could not comprehend the situation, they sensed that the divine envoy was attempting to save her. The Wolf Moon, frightened, hid behind her father. Watching the man laboring in the dirt without regard for himself, she felt that if anything were to happen to Yao Yu, this divine envoy would not spare her or her people. Wolf Howl sensed his daughter's fear and silently reassured her. Cough, cough. Yao Yu suddenly coughed twice. Oh, she's awake. The chief has come back to life. The divine envoy has revived her. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes as they beheld Yao Yu reopening her eyes, each one kneeling in awe as if witnessing a miracle. Su Yi sniffled. You, how do you feel? He gently held her in his arms. Why must you be so reckless? I was so frightened for your safety. He whispered into her ear. I came to apologize, thinking that if she calmed down, all would be well, but I never anticipated. Su Yi exerted himself to lift Yao Yu from the ground, cradling her in his embrace. As he turned to leave, he shot a fierce glare at the Wolf Moon. I will settle the score with you later. Yao Ling opened her eyes, realizing that the figure beside her was not Su, but Yu. Rubbing her eyes, she asked, Sister Yu, where has Su gone? Over there. Yao Yu subtly lifted her chin, indicating. Following her gaze, Yao Ling saw Su sitting on a small stone bench by the door, appearing completely unscathed as he conversed with the responsible parties. Su had previously mentioned that he should not be disturbed while attending to important matters. She longed to embrace him, but restrained herself. Sister Yu, what happened to your neck? Turning back, Yao Ling keenly noticed the bruise on Yao Yu's neck. It's nothing. Yao Yu raised her hand to touch it, and shook her head gently. Su said that her life now was nearly a gift reclaimed from the heavens. From now on, do not act recklessly. He also advised her to refrain from impulsive actions and to avoid taking things for granted, emphasizing the importance of listening to others' opinions to avoid grave mistakes. Ling, have you had enough rest? Upon seeing Su Yi enter, Yao Ling sprang up, wrapping herself around him. Ling, Su's body is still very weak. Be careful, Yao Yu admonished. At her words, Yao Ling immediately jumped off Su Yi's lap, cautiously supporting his arm. What about the Black Wolf tribe? Yao Yu inquired, is everyone all right? Did you not ensure their safety before going to apologize? They suffered injuries to their legs, Su replied. So, I did not kill anyone. You had several elders and gravely injured captives kneel before you. It is all my fault, Yao Yu admitted, her voice trembling. Therefore, you are better suited to be a secretary. Yao Yu nodded, still shaken by the near miss. The people of the Black Wolf tribe were in a panic, believing they were left with no choice but to take you hostage to seek a way out. You cannot blame them. They acted due to my erroneous orders. Yao Yu took Su Yi's hand, interrupting him. Their surrender means they are my kin. I cannot punish them for my mistakes. Sui sighed but resolved to visit the Black Wolf tribe nonetheless. He sensed that the Wolf Moon truly intended to kill Yao Yu rather than merely abduct her. Chapter 84, Ancestral Land. Wolf Howl gathered his people together, seeking a semblance of safety amidst their plight. Although the ropes binding him had been removed, the fear within him had only intensified. Father, have I done something wrong? This question had already been posed by the Wolf Moon to many in the Black Wolf tribe, who merely shook their heads, sighing and hesitating to respond. Ultimately, she turned to her father. What has happened cannot be changed. Regret is futile. Fortunately, the divine envoy has reclaimed your spirit from the heavens. Wolf Howl lamented. Regret? I do not regret. The Wolf Moon shook her head defiantly. Yao Yu sought to kill us all, and if the divine envoy wishes to take revenge, he could easily target me alone. I do not fear death. Foolish child. It is not that simple, Wolf Howl sighed. This will affect our entire Black Wolf tribe. Why? The Wolf Moon questioned, bewildered. I harmed her. He could take revenge on me alone. Others may seek vengeance in that manner, but our statuses differ. To the divine envoy, the life of the chief holds far greater value than ours, just as your life is more precious to me than that of an ordinary outsider. Status? Since surrendering to the Shen bird tribe, she had heard this term countless times, again, with the emphasis on status. Think about it. Why can I reside in the finest nest in our Black Wolf tribe? Why can I feast on the tenderest meat? That is status. Wolf Howl articulated his insight. My death is not equivalent to that of a common tribesman. If you were to slay a slave, you could repay the debt with your own life. But, my daughter, you have harmed the woman of the divine envoy, the chief of the Shen bird tribe. He may very well seek to exact vengeance upon our entire Black Wolf tribe. Thank goodness. Thank goodness the divine envoy was able to reclaim her from the hands of the heavens. Otherwise, our ancestral land would have been doomed. The Wolf Moon fell silent. She had grown up surrounded by care and affection. Even when she erred, she faced no punishment, for her father would always protect her. Now, she suddenly understood the significance of status. Child, why did you resort to such brutality? Can you tell your father? Wolf Howl turned to ask. The daughter had always believed she was the most beloved, yet here, everyone seemed to revolve around Yao Yu. Our people of the Black Wolf tribe are also intent on pleasing Yao Yu. I was wrong, the Wolf Moon admitted, covering her face as she began to sob. It is my father's fault, Wolf Howl sighed deeply. His daughter was the sole heir of the Black Wolf tribe, receiving much attention, while in the Shen bird tribe. She had become a slave, entangled with others in servitude. How could her heart not ache? But alas, Father, how will the divine envoy deal with us? The Wolf Moon asked again. Whatever the outcome, I shall bear what I can for you, Wolf Howl reassured, stroking her head as he had when she was a child. The rest is up to you. Father, I do not wish for you to be harmed. The Wolf Moon clung to her father's arm, choked with emotion. Wolf Howl could only smile sadly and shake his head. The commotion in the crowd interrupted their conversation. Under the Wolf Moon, he lifted his gaze and saw that the visitor was none other than the divine envoy. Though he came alone, his presence was so formidable that it silenced the crowd, who dared not breathe loudly. More fearsome than tigers or black bears. Divine envoy, we go about your business. Soon, someone will assign your tasks. Wolf Moon, come with me. Sui waved his hand casually. The Black Wolf tribe members awaiting judgment were momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. They understood that the envoy meant to pardon them, punishing only Wolf Moon alone. Divine envoy, if you have any punishment, direct it at me. Spare my daughter. Wolf Howl stretched out his arms, shielding his daughter behind him. Wolf Moon tried to slip past, but he pulled her back roughly. I intend to send her to bear children for lowly slaves. Can you do that? Sui retorted. Wolf Moon was so frightened that tears streamed uncontrollably. She did not fear death, but would rather die than be defiled by a group of foul men. Divine envoy, kill me instead, if only to quell your wrath. Wolf Howl pleaded earnestly. Capturing the clan leader was my order. It has nothing to do with my daughter. Is that so? Sui inquired. Yes, Wolf Howl hurriedly affirmed. Wolf Moon, is this true? Sui fixed his gaze on the pale figure behind Wolf Howl. Wolf Moon, sensing the sharp scrutiny, quickly averted her eyes. She nodded hastily, then shook her head frantically. Yes or no? Sui asked with a faint smile. Divine envoy. I have erred, Wolf Moon sobbed. Better to kill me than force me to bear slaves' children. Wolf Howl, you can protect her for a time, but not forever. Sui said coldly. Some mistakes, she must face herself. Please spare her. Wolf Howl knelt with a thud. This child is troubled. She has always kept things bottled up since youth, and sometimes acts unpredictably. If you pardon her once, she will never dare again. He kowtowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Wolf Moon saw her father bowing so fervently, tears pouring down her face. Father, please stop begging. Your daughter fears not death. Silence. Wolf Howl roared in anger. Wolf Moon's shoulders shook with sobs. This was the first time her father had been so stern with her. Divine envoy, punish me. Wolf Howl continued to kowtow. Sui glanced at Wolf Howl's bloodied forehead and Wolf Moon's sorrowful countenance. then turned and departed, leaving behind a group of black wolves frozen in fearful silence. Wolf Moon, hold your father. Stop him from bowing. Your daughter was wrong. Your daughter has caused you suffering. Through tear-blurred eyes, a desperate thought took root within her heart. The next day dawned clear and bright. The Suanio clan's long-planned migration was finally underway without hindrance. All their belongings and luggage were burned to ashes. Forced by Su-yi into an impromptu journey. We're almost there. I wonder if my tree is still standing? Yao Yu exclaimed excitedly. Wow, it's grown so tall. She pulled Su-yi to a small tree. How do you recognize it as your tree? Su-yi wondered. After all, years had passed, and the tree had grown. Yao Yu circled halfway around it, pointing to the trunk. Look, Su-yi saw a feather-shaped carving. My mother left this. She said this tree is as old as I am. A wistful expression crossed Yao Yu's eyes. Su-yi had rarely heard her speak of her mother. From Yao Ying, he learned their mother had abruptly left when they were very young. We'll rest here and eat, then continue. Su-yi commanded. Aren't we staying here? Yao Ling asked, puzzled. This place is pleasant, but too small. Su-yi gestured to the surrounding hills and plains. Our Suanio clan has grown large. This place cannot contain us anymore. Our Suanio clan is truly a great clan now. Yao Ling beamed. Report. A scout running ahead hurriedly announced. Speak. We found a group hunting nearby. Hunting on our territory? Yao Li burst out from the rear of the group. Eager and excited. How many are there? Su-yi inquired. 30 or so, all able-bodied men, the scout reported. More than 30, and they dare trespass. Divine envoy. Send men to eliminate them. Yao Li declared, pointing at himself. Su-yi suspected Yao Li's eagerness for glory. Ignoring him, Su-yi turned to Yao Ying. Tell him what to do in such situations. Yao Ying smiled, sensing a chance to shine. If enemies invade, naturally we kill them. Su-yi smirked slightly. After all this time with me, you've learned nothing. Su wants to capture them as slaves, Yao Ling interjected. None of you together are as clever as my Ling. Su-yi praised. Oh, I thought of that first, but Ling beat me to it, Yao Li realized. Me too. So tell me, how do we catch them? Su-yi asked. We have numbers, just charge at them. Huh, how foolish. Yao Ying mocked. Charging will only scare them off. You won't catch a thing. Su-yi raised an eyebrow. Though we have numbers, we can't just rush in. We must approach stealthily. He resolved to give orders directly in the future. Did you see what weapons they carry? Several have bows, others wield sharp stone tools. Tiger tribe? No, I've never seen their totem before. I know all our neighbors. Could they be refugees from other tribes? Su-yi grew intrigued. Guards, assemble. Su-yi ordered. Wolf Howl, gather your people. Mu Chuan, assemble your men. I want them annihilated. Not a single one escapes. Kill those who resist. Capture those who surrender. Mu Chuan, you take this direction. For 2 days. The Tiger King had been simmering with frustration. While battling the Suanio clan, his own stronghold had been raided. He lost over a dozen women. And among the 30 remaining warriors, more than 10 were dead or wounded. A large portion of their stored food was also seized. Had he not returned in time with the remnants of his tribe, the entire clan might have been wiped out. You barbarians, surrender some beautiful women now, or I'll bury you alive. Outside the camp, a few spoke in tongues unknown to the tigers, their mocking gestures clearly provocative. Inside a spacious hut, a tribesman flushed with rage stomped the ground. Tiger King, let me lead a party to slaughter them. The king rubbed his brow. Sit down. These strangers are cunning beyond measure. Every time we send someone out, they flee, the tribes retreat, only to reappear shortly thereafter. Those who stray from the group are ambushed. Their arrows are astonishingly more formidable than those of the Xianbird tribe, with sharpened stones affixed to the tips, creating gaping wounds that bleed profusely. They are relentless. Akin to wolves scenting flesh, impossible to drive away or eliminate. They wait for our moment of weakness to strike the tiger tribe with ferocity. If we were not preoccupied with the Xianbird tribe, we would not fear them at all, one elder sighed. What good is it to speak of such matters now? The Tiger King scoffed. Does it frighten our foes? What shall we do now? Even hunting has become a perilous endeavor. Indeed, the food reserves of our tribe are dwindling. The Tiger King found himself in a dilemma. There are nearly 100 able-bodied men in the tribe, yet half are injured. If we pursue them, we must leave some of our young men behind to protect the women and children. With so few, we cannot hope to conquer them. If we take everyone, who will guard the tribe? Our stronghold would be lost. He racked his brain, yet could not devise a suitable plan. Speak up. What strategies do you propose to repel them? The Tiger King resolved to gather the collective wisdom. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Someone exclaimed. Speak. The Tiger King's eyes brightened. Why not join the Xianbird tribe, as the Black Wolf tribe has done? The Tiger King gazed silently at the provocateurs outside the camp. This group of barbarians has ceased their pursuit. If they do not come out, they will be difficult to handle. Someone fretted, scratching their head anxiously. Alas, we only captured a handful of women last time. There are not enough to go around. I suggested taking furs, as they are easier to divide. Yet you insisted on seizing women. What do you know, you little brat? Can first compare to women? Enough bickering, the leading youth declared. They will eventually emerge to hunt once their supplies run low. We can act then. Change up the sentries and stay alert. Be cautious of their desperate charge. These barbarians possess great strength. It's a pity we cannot capture them alive. Otherwise, we could procure some slaves to assist with our tasks. Xiong Tong reclined under a tree, contemplating how to ensnare the foolish barbarians. Su-yi adhered to the principle of using one's utmost strength to catch even a rabbit. He left a few able-bodied men to guard the livestock while dispatching the rest. They should be in position now. Fire the arrows. Su-yi quietly commanded. Beside him stood shield-bearers and archers led by Yao Li. Upon hearing Su-yi's command, the archers sprang from their hiding places, releasing a volley of arrows. Ambushes often yield fruitful results. In just one round, 7 or 8 foes fell. Caution, there's an ambush. It's arrows, take cover. The ambushed reacted even more swiftly than Su-yi had anticipated. After their initial panic, rather than scattering, they sought shelter, hiding behind trees or crouching in the underbrush. Murmuring among themselves, form ranks and charge out. Su-yi bellowed, forward, kill. The collective roar of the crowd resounded as they surged forth from the thickets and bushes. The two military units had coordinated several times before. The shield-bearers advanced, each accompanied by 1 or 2 archers. They maintained close proximity. Upon encountering obstacles like thickets and shrubs, they would swiftly separate and then regroup. Barbarians. They're barbarians. What barbarians? They have bows and shields. The Yin tribe? Would they pursue us here? Retreat, retreat. The enemy scattered in panic, their haste confirming Su-yi's expectations. Cries of alarm erupted from all directions. How many have they sent? It's over. The heavens aimed to annihilate the Xiong tribe. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated as those trapped in the middle darted in every direction. Chief, there's still an opening over there. Someone pointed excitedly at a gap, yet to be encircled. Quick, charge with me. Chapter 86. Am I a barbarian? Xiong Tong felt a disquieting sensation in his heart. He had felt this way the day his father was slain. Now, with only his elder brother as kin, who had taken half the men to forage, what could possibly go wrong? Shaking his head, he lazily leaned back again. Damn the Yin tribe, damn the Qi tribe. They all deserve to perish. If it weren't for them, how would I find myself in this godforsaken wilderness? It is clearly your fault. As you were responsible for that direction. Wolf Howl argued vehemently. Nonsense. They veered off toward your side. You failed to intercept them, Makawa countered. I was caught off guard. A gap appeared in the encirclement of the two groups, allowing several to escape. Su-yi quietly observed their mutual blame, choosing to remain silent. After a brief quarrel, they sensed the tension and quickly fell silent. Divine Envoy, have you had enough of the quarrel? Su-yi smiled. The two bowed their heads, too intimidated to speak. I forgive your initial lack of experience in collaboration. The two, expecting punishment, were overjoyed at his words. You combined forces with more than 50 men and managed to capture a mere 3. You truly excel. Su-yi remarked coldly. The two exchanged glances, wondering if the Divine Envoy was actually praising them. Though his tone was harsh, they couldn't help but smirk. Yao Yu, who had been listening, stifled a laugh. Su-yi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He had forgotten that he could not speak in jest to these clever youths. Should such a situation arise again, you two shall become lowly slaves, tasked with handling livestock waste. The two understood clearly this time. Having finally risen in rank, they were now to be reduced. Yes. They chorused in unison. Withdraw and reflect. Once you have understood, come report back to me. Su-yi waved them off. Go check on those captives. Su-yi rubbed his temples. This small group of unknown individuals wielded arrows more advanced than his own. It was imperative to uncover their origins to avert future threats. You mentioned you could understand their language? Su-yi inquired with curiosity. Indeed, their language is remarkably similar to that which my mother taught me. Yao Yu replied, her face aglow with surprise. Initially, I didn't recognize it, but then it dawned on me. It's fortunate to have you. These few will surely drive me to madness. Su-yi grasped her hand, asking, your mother, she is not a member of the Xianbird tribe? Certainly not. My father is the Xianbird tribesman, but my mother never disclosed her origins. Yao Yu's face reflected nostalgia. Su-yi surmised broadly. Either her mother belonged to the same tribe as these captives, or they hailed from the same region. The latter seemed more plausible. They are not from the Yin tribe. They are indeed barbarians. I do not wish to die. I've heard that barbarians roast people to eat. One captive trembled. The others shivered at the mention. Realizing that these barbarians wielded bows and shields, perhaps they no longer resorted to cannibalism. Are the barbarians skilled in the use of bows and shields not somewhat more fearsome? When Su-yi approached, 13 captives knelt in a neat row, silent and orderly. Li, go fetch 2 of them, he commanded. Yao Li, robust and brawny, effortlessly seized 2 and tossed them before Su-yi. Don't eat me, don't eat me. I'm not tasty. One of the captives pleaded, eliciting a chuckle from Yao Yu. The other captive stared in disbelief. This slave was utterly clueless. Without hesitation, Yao Li delivered a sharp slap to the insolent one. Su Yi silently gave him a thumbs up. Li was indeed fierce, yet he possessed an inexplicable cleverness. What did he say? Su Yi inquired with curiosity. He fears we might consume him. Yao Yu replied with a smile. Realization dawned upon Su Yi. Did he perceive them as savages? You. Inform them that if their answers differ to the same question, we shall roast both. Upon hearing Yao Yu's words, the two captives trembled in fear. Indeed, barbarians who wield shields and bows are far more terrifying than mere savages. Li, take that one a bit further away. Yao Li showed no mercy to the captives, yanking one by the hair as he moved. Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Ask him where he hails from, how many came, and what their purpose is. Yao Yu composed herself, donning her usual aloof demeanor. They come from the Bear tribe, from the north. 74 in total, driven away by the Chi tribe. Soon, Su Yi had unearthed the origins of this group. The Bear tribe, a member of the Bear Tribe Alliance, is led by 9 distinct tribes. They had coexisted peacefully with the more powerful Flame tribe, until recently, when the Flame tribe suddenly declared war upon them. The Flame Emperor dispatched only the Chi tribe, and they were swiftly defeated. Most of their people yielded, leaving this small band as the fortunate few who escaped to the south. Another group of barbarians? Bear Tong gazed at his disheveled kin, his eyes wide with shock. They were more numerous and, astonishingly, proficient with shields and bows. Bear Tong swayed unsteadily. Among the few who returned, there was no sign of his elder brother. It was over. His only family had perished. With bloodshot eyes, Bear Tong howled at the heavens. Chief, your brother may yet be alive. What happened? Speak quickly. He gripped the man's shoulders tightly. The barbarians seemed intent on capturing them alive. A glimmer of hope ignited in Bear Tong's eyes. As long as his brother lived, with his cunning, he would surely find a way to escape. Yet for now, he must first eliminate this small tribe before they could interfere with his rescue efforts. You archers, take your positions and shoot at them. With his brother captured, he had no patience left to toy with these barbarians. Risks had to be taken. Be cautious, they have bows as well. Fear not, chief. Can their weapons truly be called bows? Tiger King, they are at the camp's entrance, ready to slay our warriors. What? The Tiger King sprang to his feet, enraged, crushing the withered fruit in his hand. Gather all the able-bodied. We shall confront them. The Tiger King resolved, rather than await death in the camp. He would lead the young men to show those ruffians their true colors. Rally the tribe. Anyone who can move, join me in vanquishing them. Tiger King, if you take the young men, what will become of the women and children? A tribal leader inquired. What do you suggest? The Tiger King retorted. Their leader furrowed his brow, struggling to find a coherent response. As long as the young men remain, our tribe will endure. Women can be taken again. Children can be born anew. I have made my decision. The Tiger King's decree was met with cheers from the restless young men, who raised their weapons in fervor. The commotion caught the attention of the women and children. Tiger King, we are the women of the Tiger tribe. You cannot abandon us. I carry your child. Will you forsake us both? Chapter 87, The Ascendance of Man. The Tiger King's recently made resolution crumbled under a single utterance. He had always been steadfast, unwilling to kneel or submit to anyone, even at the cost of his life. Yet now, confronted by the pleas of his own women, he found himself unable to sever the bonds of care. To bring them along seemed to leave him with but one path forward. The Xian bird tribe's slaves appeared to be faring well. Hurry and gather your belongings. Take what you can, burn what you cannot, leave nothing for them. The Tiger King commanded coldly. Bear Nan's scalp still throbbed. Each time that towering barbarian seized him, it was by his hair. Yet, he treated others with more consideration. Was it merely because he was the brother of the chief that he received such special treatment? The customs of this barbarian tribe were truly peculiar. Moreover, he had noticed something perplexing. The woman who questioned him seemed vaguely familiar. Have you seen that beautiful woman? He asked his companion. Are you mad? Do you dare lay eyes on her? His companion replied, terrified. I merely asked if you recognized her. I swear, I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. His companion lamented. He posed the same query to others, receiving similar responses. Bear Nan fell silent. Could it be that she had appeared in his dreams? Footsteps echoed nearby, causing the slaves to turn. They beheld the patrolling squad pass by, exchanging glances as if they had seen a ghost. This line of warriors moved with an eerie synchronicity, stepping and landing in perfect unison. Even the height of their raised arms was nearly identical. Even the formidable Flame tribe could not boast such warriors. To label this group as barbarians would be an affront even to the pigs in their pen. As the shock lingered, Bear Nan noticed the giant who had grasped his scalp approaching once more. He hastily crouched and struggled. Unsurprisingly, that large hand reached for his hair again. He quickly stood up in response. Yao Li felt a sudden lightness in his grip. The captive stood before him without any effort on his part. Oh, What a clever fellow. Previously interrogated, the two men were once again kicked to the ground before Yao Li. Su-yi gestured for Yao Yu to commence. Originally, our tribe does not keep captives. Typically, intruders like you would be slowly drained of blood over 5 days before being sacrificed to the gods. The two kneeling on the ground shivered in fear. Their method of appeasing the gods was entirely different from that of the bear tribe. How terrifying. But our divine messenger received a revelation, stating that you too shall be loyal slaves. I ask you, is this true? Yao Yu inquired coldly. The gods speak truth. Yes, we are indeed. The two men prostrated themselves fervently. I am the most loyal of slaves, and I would never betray my master, not even unto death. So am I. Yao Yu smiled as she glanced at Su-yi. Su-yi understood the cue and gestured for her to continue. Logically, we should adhere to the words of the divine. Yet I perceive that both of you harbor intentions of treachery. Surely, the words of God cannot be mistaken. All mortals must heed the divine's guidance and must not contravene it. If the divine's words are infallible, then how is it that the divine informed me of your plans to escape? The two kneeling on the ground were so frightened that they forgot to tremble. It seems the divine had long been aware of their escape plot. Observing their reactions, Yao Yu knew the divine messenger had accurately discerned their intentions. Su-yi did not need to guess. Who among the captives would not contemplate escape when in the clutches of savages? A combination of persuasion and threat, along with a subtle promotion of the benefits of slavery, left the two deeply grateful as they departed. What did they say to you? Other captives inquired. Noticing the blood seeping from the foreheads of the two, they already knew our plan to escape tonight, Xiongnan stated with a look of trepidation, adding that those who wished to live should obediently remain as slaves. How could they know? Someone asked, astonished. We traversed mountains from the north to reach here, seeking freedom. Another replied, indeed, I would rather die than be a slave. After hearing what I said, if you still wish to flee, then do as you please, Xiongnan remarked. The slaves toiled by day and rested at night. Their bellies were full, and they had nests to dwell in. They were spared from beatings. Xiongnan asserted in a hushed voice, and there are women as well. Are you sure you're speaking of the lives of their slaves, not the commoners of their tribe? The one who had previously expressed a desire to escape retorted, wide-eyed. What is this? This is merely the life of a lowly slave. Xiongnan sighed with longing. The lives of high-ranking slaves are far better. High-ranking slaves? In addition to the benefits I just mentioned, high-ranking slaves receive a portion of meat daily and dwell in larger nests. Meat every day? Others gasped in astonishment. Is that what astonishes you? Xiongnan continued. Most importantly, high-ranking slaves earn the respect of low-ranking slaves and ascend to a superior status. Superior status. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Does that not imply nobility? Precisely. Xiongnan nodded. By the way, will you still attempt to escape tonight? He eagerly asked the one who had previously mentioned fleeing. The man shook his head vigorously. Being captured while attempting to escape would surely lead to death. Remaining as a slave seemed far more appealing. At that moment, someone passed by them. Look, this man is a high-ranking slave, Xiongnan remarked enviously. Everyone's gaze followed the hurried man, who seemed preoccupied with a task. A wooden tag around his neck swayed in the wind. Did you see the wooden tag on his chest? The crowd nodded in unison. That is the symbol of a high-ranking slave, a blessed token from the divine. Just then, several low-ranking slaves bowed their heads in respect to that man, who stood tall and walked with an air of confidence, his demeanor radiating joy, causing the captives to feel envious. Unbeknownst to him, a group of captives was watching attentively. He returned, deep in thought, convinced he had grasped the key to the blockade's oversight, intending to report his insights to the divine messenger. Being a high-ranking slave is truly wonderful. Alas, we are but lowly slaves. You are mistaken, Xiongnan exclaimed excitedly. The most crucial part is yet to come. The chieftain said that as long as we demonstrate good behavior, low-ranking slaves can be promoted to high-ranking slaves. We all have the potential to become superior beings. We can be promoted? Do tell how we can be promoted. Chapter 88, Gratitude. Although Xiongnan was of noble birth as the chieftain's son, he still had to engage in labor. Even his father worked alongside the tribe. Nobility. What a thought that sends shivers down one's spine. Within the powerful Yin tribe, only the royal family, their kin, and those officials appointed by the Yin emperor could be considered nobility. Yet now, nobility appeared before him, so close at hand. Promotion, while not exceedingly difficult, was not easy either. Xiongnan snapped back to reality, adopting his father's tone, and spoke profoundly. Do share. Seeing that besides his companions chosen by the divine, everyone else was eagerly awaiting his words, he relished the attention. Achievements. As long as one makes significant contributions to the Xian bird tribe, one could earn promotion, witnessed by the entire tribe under the watchful eyes of the divine. Achievements? The surrounding crowd murmured, puzzled about what constituted a significant contribution. Reporting those who intend to betray is considered a significant contribution. The moment those words were spoken, silence fell over the crowd. Everyone knelt solemnly. Other significant contributions would require the divine messenger's assessment. The chieftain informed me that as long as we hold the well-being of the Xian bird tribe in our hearts and consider its interests in all matters, the divine messenger will perceive our sincerity. As the sun gradually descended, Yao Yu insisted on camping here for the night, fearing that they would not have time to build a nest if they traveled too late. Su Yi did not oppose her. He did not wish to suffer the same fate twice for the same transgression. After the last storm, he was one of only 2 in the tribe who had fallen ill. The other was a newborn infant. He could not help but marvel at the resilience of the people in this world. Reinforce this area. Go find some leaves to place here. How can there still be a hole? What if it rains? Yao Yu personally directed the slaves in their tasks. Su Yi sat on a stone, silently observing her silhouette. He had once dreamt of the day he would marry a woman he cherished, one who reciprocated that affection. He envisioned them together. He searching for a movie in the living room while she prepared fruit in the kitchen. Then they would embrace, enjoying the fruit while watching their favorite film. The image of her silhouette overlapped in his mind. The person from his fantasies now bore a distinct face. Su, did I smudge my face? At the sound, Su Yi snapped back from his daydream. He raised his hand to tuck the stray hair behind her ear. You've worked hard, my dear. Humph. Finally. You called me that. I thought only Ling received such affection. He had believed she was indifferent, only to realize she was acutely aware of everything. Yao Yu playfully spun around, circling a few times to ensure everything was in order before contentedly ushering Su Yi inside. Su Yi gazed at her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Come in. The divine messenger. A guard stepped forward to heed his command. Please summon Rinzai. After the guard departed, Su Yi resumed pondering other matters. The Xian bird tribe is no longer comparable to its former self, with a population nearing 500. Just envision how much food and water would be consumed daily with each person needing sustenance. How much fabric would be required to clothe them? All of this weighed heavily on his mind. Living together, day in and day out, he could not regard these so-called slaves, who had already surrendered, as true slaves. He could not exploit them cruelly and without restraint as recorded in history, deriving amusement or venting his frustrations by tormenting their lives. He questioned whether he possessed the capacity and wisdom to reform the institution of slavery, even slightly. Yet, he was willing to earnestly endeavor to try. Retracting his thoughts, he surmised that the captives from the bear tribe had likely been pacified for the moment. He needed to contemplate how to retrieve the remaining few. And the tiger tribe as well. In his strategy, the tiger tribe must inevitably submit. It would be ideal to win them over with virtue. Yet he would not hesitate to employ force if necessary. Within the Xian bird clan, there were no immediate internal threats, but distant concerns loomed externally. Rapidly growing stronger was paramount to safeguarding their foundation. The divine envoy, Lang Xiao, wishes to see you. Let him in. Your Excellency, I have come to a realization. Before Lang Xiao's arrival, his voice echoed first. Speak. Su Yi regarded his eager visage with a glimmer of hope. The reason some escaped midway was because that would river fellow disobeyed my orders. Upon Lang Xiao's words, Su Yi's expression darkened. Unaware, Lang Xiao continued to expound his views. As long as all those people are under my command, we shall surely seal the escape routes. Is this the conclusion you have drawn after all this pondering? Su Yi retorted. Anything else? That is all. Nothing more. Lang Xiao rubbed his hands anxiously. Divine envoy. Am I correct? Very well. Go confer with Mu Chuan. When your opinions align, come to me together. Su Yi waved dismissively. Divine envoy, Rinzai has arrived. The sentry outside reported. Rinzai, Lang Xiao exclaimed joyfully. He glanced around furtively, unwilling to retreat from the entrance. Su Yi allowed him to stay, curious about his intentions. Divine envoy, you summon me? Rinzai entered and bowed respectfully. Rinzai, I have yet to thank you. Lang Xiao glanced around once more. And while Rinzai was bowing, he quickly returned the salute. As a high-ranking slave, it was improper for him to bow to a lower-ranking one. Before Rinzai straightened, Lang Xiao had already risen. Thank you for persuading the chieftain last time. You saved our lives. You cannot fathom how perilous it was. We nearly lost several able-bodied men. Rinzai lifted his eyes, and, seeing no reproach on Su Yi's face, nodded slightly in Lang Xiao's direction. We are all of the Xianbird clan. Helping one another is only natural. No thanks necessary. Lang Xiao clasped Rinzai's hand warmly before turning to leave. Elder Rinzai, I too wish to express my gratitude for your counsel to the chieftain. Su Yi rose and invited him to sit opposite, offering a bowl of water. Divine envoy. Rinzai accepted cautiously, surprised that the envoy had summoned him solely to discuss this matter. Your advice averted losses to our clan's population, and also aided Yao Yu. On behalf of our people and her, I thank you sincerely. Su Yi spoke earnestly. I am of the Xianbird clan. The clan's strength concerns me deeply. Preserving its power is but my duty. As for the chieftain, she is not harsh towards us. She often inquires whether we have enough to eat. Rinzai hastened to add, she is merely more ruthless with our enemies. Sui scrutinized Rinzai thoughtfully, uncertain whether his words were heartfelt or strategic flattery. Would you be willing to become one of the Shinbird clan? Sui inquired. You may perform other tasks, managing branches and delegating to others. Rinzai trembled. Or perhaps, you are unwilling? Thank you, divine envoy. Rinzai knelt once more before Sui. He had not anticipated receiving the envoy's approval over this matter. He was prepared to endure hardship and strive for advancement.